Ancient 1 Chapter 1758 to Chapter 1811. The people of Xianxia's faction were completely dumbfounded. Even Ling Mudi's mouth gaped as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He, Lord Jingqi is indeed amazing. Little Red clapped and praised, with Lord here, we will win. The other members of the Heaven Alliance also laughed and looked savagely at the dazed expressions of Xianxia's group. Xianxia swallowed and said, Lord, can we still win? Ling Mudi was speechless. What do you think? Xianxia grimaced and shook his head. Since this is the case, we will admit defeat. Coldness flashed through Ling Mudi's eyes as he said coldly, even if we cannot win, this seat will destroy his nest. Who told him to be so arrogant? It is uncomfortable to watch. Little Red smiled. Oh? You still want to fight? Your courage is commendable. Big brother Yunxiao, how will the victor be decided? Li Yunxiao said, just like the rules of the heavenly moat martial art. One side dies, one side is killed, or you and I will admit defeat on behalf of the people here. Little Red said, all right. She said to Jingqi, do your best, Lord Jingqi. I will not admit defeat on your behalf. You should not admit defeat either. As the master of a sect, you cannot admit defeat even if you die. Jingqi sneered. Lose? Does Lord Heavenly Venerable think this is possible? Little Red narrowed her eyes and smiled. This will definitely be an exciting fight. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. She and the people of the Heaven Alliance immediately moved back 3 kilometers to make space. Ling Mudi sat on the sky patrolling bull and turned into a beam of light that flew towards unmoving returning forest. Jingqi said coldly, since you have chosen to fight, how can I not fulfill your wish? He shouted, all Corpse Fiend sect disciples, leave. Thousands of lights immediately flew out of unmoving returning forest and scattered in all directions. This was to prevent everyone from fighting and violating the rules. At the same time, an enormous figure stood up from unmoving returning forest. Its hands came together in front of it and slammed down. Li Yunxiao was no stranger to that figure. It was the sea demon monkey, but there was an obvious suture mark in the middle of its body, from its crotch to its head. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide and said in astonishment, you can do that too. The heaven patrolling bull's body instantly grew 10 times bigger, and with a loud roar, it used the 2 horns on its forehead to push upwards. Boom! The sea demon monkey's palms slammed onto the bull's head, but it couldn't withstand the soaring force. Its huge body was sent flying backward. Ever since it was split open by Li Yunxia's sword, the sea demon monkey had lost more than half of its power and was no longer as mighty as before. Boom! The sea demon monkey was rammed into the air by the sky patrol bull. It was flung away from the immovable forest and fell into the boundless sea. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh, a large number of figures flew up from the unmoving forest, all of them surging with corpse chi. Among them, 18 corpse puppets had a monstrous aura surrounding them, surrounding a man and an ox. Jingqi also appeared in the sky above the big turtle, his face full of mockery and murderous intent. He slashed down with one hand and said, kill. The 18 corpse puppets' eyes instantly turned green, and white fur began to appear all over their bodies as they charged forward. Ling Mudi's expression was as calm as still water. The result of this competition was almost certain, so he didn't feel any pressure. He slowly pulled out a long silver whip from the void. It was 3 feet and 6 inches long with a total of 21 sections and countless silver runes revolving around it. Slap! The whip lashed out, and a silver light flashed through the air like a dragon and a snake. Whip marks instantly appeared on a corpse puppet's body, and it let out a miserable cry before retreating while holding its head. It howled in pain in the air. Jingqi was shocked, and he exclaimed, what kind of whip is this? What did you do? Ling Mudi said indifferently, corpse fiends are different from mechanical puppets. Mechanical puppets must be controlled by the caster's divine sense, so the number of puppets that can be controlled at one time is limited. However, corpse fiends are different. To refine them, one must stimulate the soul in one's body. As long as one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits remains, one can refine a corpse fiend. I merely scattered 1 soul and 1 spirit in its body. Jingqi sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, scattered the soul? How is that possible? He hurriedly ordered the wailing corpse puppet to attack, but the corpse puppet didn't react at all. It was still clutching its head in pain. Slap. Slap. Another 2 whips lashed out, and another 2 corpse puppets retreated dozens of meters, clutching their heads and wailing. Xianxia was furious and roared, "Kill him! Don't get hit by that whip." The remaining 15 corpse puppets immediately moved at high speed. There was only a whirlwind in the air, and their figures were almost invisible. Ling Mudi said, "It's useless." The silver whip lashed out again, and a corpse puppet was shaken away from its high-speed movement. It hugged its head and wailed. Slap. 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 The soul-reversing whip danced in the air, forming a layer of densely packed light shield. It lashed out continuously, and every time it hit a corpse puppet, it would be sent flying. Xianxia's expression finally changed. He formed a seal with both hands, and a golden rune floated on his fingertips. Then, the divine fiend corpse puppet suddenly opened its eyes and howled at the sky. Roar. The divine fiend corpse puppet's voice was like a flood or a ferocious beast. It swept through the entire unmoving forest, causing the big turtle to tremble violently. Countless buildings were destroyed. All the corpse puppets prostrated in fear, their bodies trembling non-stop. The corpse puppets that had been hit by the soul-reversing whip also calmed down. Their eyes revealed fear towards the divine fiend corpse puppet as they knelt on the ground. Ling Mudi's expression changed slightly. He retracted his whip and cursed inwardly. As expected, the divine fiend corpse puppet was the leader of the 10,000 corpses. Under its rage, all the corpse puppets trembled and bowed. All the negative elements on their bodies disappeared in an instant, and their baleful aura increased exponentially. Roar. Roar. The divine fiend corpse puppet's pressure dissipated. Thousands of corpse puppets roared at the sky and charged forward with all their might. Their eyes were filled with madness, and they were fearless. Pa! With a lash of the whip, a silver mark appeared on the corpse puppet at the front. It was knocked back hundreds of feet, but it only paused for a moment. It still charged forward with its claws and fangs bared. As expected. Ling Mudi sighed inwardly. The souls of these corpse puppets have completely lost their consciousness under the pressure of the king of 10,000 corpses. They have become death warriors through and through. There is no fear, no pain, and they only know how to charge forward. Xianxia said coldly, "So what if you can see through it? It's still a dead end." He secretly made up his mind. Even if the other party admitted defeat, he would use all his strength to kill this person. Otherwise, the silver whip would cause too much damage to the corpse puppets. Moo! The heaven-inspecting bull roared and stomped its front hooves on the ground. Immediately, a boundless green net of light shot out and stuck all the corpse puppets to it. Ling Mudi's silver whip danced in the air. It directly turned into a silver longsword and slashed out. Chila! The sword beam wasn't strong, but it was unusually sharp. It swept across and cut the 4 or 5 corpse puppets at the front in half at the waist. The rest of the corpse puppets struggled with all their might. The green light net trembled a few times before turning into countless fluorescent lights and dissipating. Moo! The heaven-inspecting bull roared into the sky, seemingly helpless. Ling Mudi patted its forehead and said, "Kill. Kill as many as you can." He flew up and directly charged into the group of corpse puppets. His longsword flew and slashed, and every slash cut off countless limbs. The heaven-inspecting bull's eyes also turned a jewel-like red. It used its horns to push the corpse puppets that were charging over. Bang! 2 holes were immediately pierced through the corpse puppets' chests. However, they didn't fall down or die. Instead, they wildly waved their fists and hit the heaven-inspecting bull's body. Bang, bang, bang. The corpse fiend sect disciples in the sky were covered in cold sweat. They had never seen such a tragic scene before. The corpse puppet army was like ants, waiting to be slaughtered. Especially the man with the silver sword. Almost every strike of his sword injured a large group of corpse puppets. Lil Red blinked her large eyes, looking like a pure and innocent young girl. "Lord Xianxia, are you still not going to act? If this goes on, your subordinates will all be killed." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if the corpse puppets are gone, they can be refined again. Also, these broken limbs can be stitched back together. That sea monkey just now is one. Lil Red nodded, not fully understanding. I see. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly rushed down. His expression was dark. He instantly landed in the air above Ling Mudi, his hands quickly forming seals and slamming down. The divine fiend corpse puppets appeared behind him and also struck out with their palms. Ling Mudi flipped his hand and stabbed out with his sword. Clang! A silver sword beam swept out and condensed into a silver light shield. Bang! Bang! The man and the corpse puppet's attacks immediately smashed onto the light shield, instantly shattering it. A strong gust of wind followed the momentum and landed on Ling Mudi's body, sending it flying. A large number of corpse puppets soared into the sky and instantly engulfed Ling Mudi. Moo! Not far away, the heaven patrolling bull also seemed to have realized that something was wrong. It continuously cried out, appearing irritable and uneasy. It wanted to charge over, but it was tightly surrounded by a large number of corpse puppets. Xianxia was extremely shocked. Although Ling Mudi had a body of divine steel, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems with this kind of encirclement. Moreover, this battle was already a foregone conclusion when returning to Forest of Immovable appeared. There was no point in fighting anymore. He immediately made up his mind and said, "There's no need to fight. We admit defeat this round." Lil Red giggled and said, "Admit defeat? That means we've won, yeah." She extended her hand and made a gesture of victory. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that under such a pure and cute appearance, there would be such a cold and hard heart, he said, "We've already admitted defeat. Tell Xianxia to stop." Xianxia also heard the conversation between the two of them and said coldly, "I've already stopped." Unfortunately, these corpse puppets were affected by the divine fiend corpse puppets and have lost their consciousness. They only know how to kill. Even I can't control them now. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They were filled with anger. Everyone knew that this was an excuse, but the other party had already taken advantage of them. So what if it was an excuse? So that's how it is. Then what should we do? Lil Red tilted her head and also looked like she was thinking. Xianxia said coldly, "Since Lord Xianxia has said so, then I'll have to tell them to stop." The two said a heavenly peak flew out from his palm and kept growing. In an instant, it turned into a mountain and moved above Forest of Immovable. Everyone felt that a huge shadow covered the sky like the dark night. The mountain was even bigger than the sea turtle, unmoving Gui Lin. It floated above the mountain and slowly emitted a 5-colored radiance. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He cried out in shock, What are you doing? Stop it." Xianxia sneered. "I'm sorry. After the mountain turned into a giant mountain, it became too big and I couldn't control it anymore. I could only let it fall." Xianxia's face instantly turned green. He knew how powerful the mountain was. If it fell on unmoving Gui Lin, his sect would be completely destroyed. He broke out in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, B***** stop it." Little Red appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant. Its young face came close to him and their noses almost touched. Hee, Big Brother is so bad. Hurry up and keep the mountain. I'll ask Xianxia to let that person go. Little Red's face was full of smiles, looking innocent and pure. Che Yu, Bei Chen Nan, and the rest were shocked. They quickly surrounded Little Red. She was so fast that no one noticed her. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if he didn't keep the mountain, Little Red would definitely kill him. Previously, he was lucky that the boundary formed by the 12 nomological lights saved his life. But now, the power of the boundary had weakened and the seal had become weak. The other party would definitely be prepared. If they attacked again, it would be difficult for him to survive. Little Red, don't be nervous. I'm just joking with him. Xianxia smiled and patted Little Red's hair. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Their eyes were wide open and their hands were full of cold sweat. Not only Xianxia's people, but even the members of the Heaven Alliance were all dumbfounded. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All eyes were focused on the two of them. One was smiling innocently, while the other was smiling brightly. Li Yunxiao placed his warm hand on Little Red's hair. Hee hee, Big Brother is so bad. So he was just joking. Little Red is relieved. Little Red smiled and turned to fly back. Whoosh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially Yu and the others. They realized that their clothes were drenched in sweat. Only then did Li Yunxiao retract his hand and form a hand seal in the air. The Tusada heavenly mountain rotated a few times before reverting back to the size of his palm, and he stowed it away. Only then did Jingqi's heart return to his throat. The white hair all over his body was sticky. He broke out in a cold sweat and felt extremely uncomfortable. He didn't dare to attack the listening Muddy again. He hastily let out a long whistle, and all the puppets immediately dispersed. Only then did Shepherd Flute and Sky Patrolling Bull break free. Both of their bodies were covered with rings of light spots of all kinds, and they were in a sorry state. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Muddy has worked hard. Ling Muddy smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really embarrassing to lose. This is going to be troublesome. With his defeat, unless he won the next 2 rounds, Little Red's strength had already reached the pinnacle. There was no one on his side who could match her. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, let's take it step by step. No one can say for sure who will win until the end. Little Red giggled. Big Brother, thanks for letting us win this round. I wonder who will fight the second round. Li Yunxiao said, who will fight the second round? Little Red smiled. This time, it's your turn to send someone first. But if Big Brother is in a difficult position, there's no harm in us going first. She turned around and said, Lord Yingji, are you confident? Yingji said, I'll do my best. He walked forward with a calm expression. There was no pressure in this battle. No matter the outcome would definitely be his side's victory. This was because the strength of heaven experts was unfathomable, and had reached the pinnacle. He couldn't help but think of the first time he met a heaven expert. The other's entire body was shrouded in black qi, and he couldn't see his face. Yet, he was easily forced back with a single move. That kind of overwhelming power was still in his heart, and it was difficult to erase. Li Yunxiao said, who's more suitable for the second round? Yu said in a deep voice, this person has already transcended mortality and entered holiness. Although Bei Chunnan can maintain his undefeated state, it'll be difficult for him to win. I'm the only one who can fight this round. It's just the last match. He voiced out his worries. Li Yunxiao said, I'll naturally fight the last round. You? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they stared at him. Li Yunxiao smiled. Don't worry too much. If I really can't win, I'll just admit defeat. This round is the most important. Old Long, you mustn't lose, or there won't be a third round. Bei Chunnan said, I'll fight the third round. With Crocodile and the rest helping me, I have a high chance of winning. Li Yunxiao shook his head. No, although your body is fully accomplished, it's already rotten. Moreover, the other party has a rainbow body, so he's not afraid of the 5 poisons of extinction at all. You won't have a chance of winning. Yu said, in my opinion, let Bei Chunnan fight the second round, and I'll fight the third round. The last round should naturally be fought by the main generals of both parties. Between you and me, it's obvious who's the main general. He puffed out his chest, and an imposing aura spread out. Li Yunxiao smiled. You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and go down. If you can't win this round, it'll be over. Xiaohong was a little impatient. She smiled. We've discussed for so long, is there no one left to fight? Li Yunxiao urged. Stop wasting time. Go down. I'll rest for a while and prepare for the third round. He took some treasures and sat cross-legged in the air to adjust his breathing. Xiaohong's punch had completely shattered the bones in his right arm. Fortunately, the tyrannical body tempering technique had a strong recovery ability, and most of it had recovered. Li Yunxiao tried to adjust his condition to his peak before the third round. Seeing that he couldn't change his mind, Yu sighed and rushed forward. His injuries weren't serious. Most of his energy was used to suppress the poison. Under the dragon breath, Jiu Sha Xianyu's poison was mostly removed. Yinji frowned. Is that you? Yu cursed. CKU. He thought that Yi Futian was cursing him. Coupled with the worry in his heart, a nameless rage erupted. The two swords slashed down from the sky like two green dragons roaring at each other. Yinji's expression changed. The strength of the two swords was far above his. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed out a sword aura. At the same time, he flew backward. Kaboom! The sword aura shattered under the roar of the two dragons. The green sword aura chased after him. You want to leave? Hand over your life. Yu was burning with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He instantly turned into a dragon and chased after Yi Futian. Boom! Boom! In an instant, he slashed a few more times. Every slash was extremely sharp and swept through the surroundings. Yinji was already exhausted in the battle with Beizenan and Xiantiando. He didn't have the strength to fight against Yu. He could only be chased and slashed. It was dangerous. Jingqi frowned deeply. He said with extreme dissatisfaction, Yinji, this old man, is usually so arrogant. Why did he turn into sh*t when he's serious? Lil Red said, if you didn't have the help of that divine corpse puppet, you wouldn't be any better than him. Humph. Jingqi said unwillingly, the divine corpse puppet is an important part of my battle strength. Lil Red didn't say anything. After watching for a while, she said, this match is almost decided. There's no point in fighting anymore. Lord Yinji, are you willing to admit defeat? Yinji was already forced into a corner. He didn't have the face to admit defeat. He quickly said, everything is up to Lord Heaven's decision. Lil Red said, since it's up to me, let's continue fighting. There might be a chance to turn the tables. Pooh. Yinji was being forced into a corner. When he heard that, he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. He quickly said, I can't hold on much longer. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The Heaven Alliance's members all had black lines on their foreheads. Contempt appeared on their faces. Yu said angrily, admit defeat your sister. Go and die. That sword was like a violent storm, becoming more and more ferocious. Yinji was injured in many places. He could no longer hold on. He quickly turned into a streak of light and fled. Lil Red could not bear to watch any longer. She said, Big brother, tell your subordinate to stop. Only then did Li Yunxiao open his eyes. He said, Old Long, come back. Yu chased and slashed for a while. His anger had mostly subsided. Furthermore, he understood that it was impossible to kill Yinji. So he could only return resentfully. Lil Red smiled and said, it's a draw. You still have to let me fight. You should have listened to me from the start. Wouldn't it have been better to settle it in one battle? Why waste time and fight a third round? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, after killing so many corpse puppets and embarrassing Lord Yinji, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Jingqi snorted heavily. Yinji's face flushed red, looking incredibly sinister. Lil Red smiled and said, I wonder who will fight me in the final round? Big brother? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's right. Lil Red said, that's fine. Let Lil Red personally welcome Big Brother into the Heaven Alliance. Li Yunxiao flew out first. The little guardian deity, the cloud shocking profound thunder roar, and the crocodile followed closely behind. This strange combination was a human, a crocodile, a beast, and a spirit. Lil Red said, what a strong lineup. Lil Red looks forward to seeing how strong Big Brother is. Lil Red slowly flew up and looked at Li Yunxiao and the others from 300 meters away. Her white dress fluttered in the air. Li Yunxiao said, if I win today's battle, the past grudges and gratitude will be forgotten. We will be strangers from now on. Lil Red said, Lil Red is very sad. I will definitely do my best to win. Let Big Brother stay in the Heaven Alliance to accompany me. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted, and he shouted, do it. The four immediately turned into flowing lights and charged forward. Lil Red remained standing with its hands behind its back. It took a step back, and its fair and tender hands reached for a beam of light as fast as lightning. You have a very familiar scent on you. What is it? Lil Red revealed a serious look. That beam of light was the little guardian deity. It suddenly stopped and stomped on the air to stabilize itself. Then, it punched down with a guardian deity fist. The fist wind flickered with the white fiendish heart flame. Hey! It's a rainbow stone. Lil Red let out a sharp cry. Its face was distorted and ugly. It laughed wildly and said, "Haha, it's another rainbow stone. Big brother, you're the best." Little Red's face was full of excitement. It ignored the punch and directly reached into the fiendish heart flame, grabbing the little diamond's hand. "Let me see where you hid the rainbow stone." The little diamond's beady eyes narrowed. It lowered its head and used its head to hit the punch. It had never encountered a situation where it was caught after using the diamond fist. It was not smart enough to use its head in a moment of desperation. "Haha, stupid thing is so cute." Little Red reached out with one hand. Bang! There was a loud sound. The little diamond's body trembled. Rays of rainbow light spread from Little Red's palm and flowed through the little diamond's body like lightning. "I found it." Lil Red was overjoyed. On the left chest of the gourd's little Vajra, corresponding to its heart, was a rotating rainbow stone. Her breathing quickened, and she reached out impatiently, wanting to grab it. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It was extremely flexible, like a boneless snake wrapping around Little Red's arm and binding it. Then Xianxia's figure appeared. He formed a hand seal with one hand and grabbed the sky hammer with the other, smashing it on Little Red's head. A huge golden ancient Maha character appeared on the hammer and turned into the size of a millstone. Boom! The sky hammer fell. Golden light bloomed like fireworks. A purple dragon as thick as an arm formed inside. It bared its fangs and claws and attacked from the sky. Bang! Purple Kingdom apocalyptic thunder. Little Red was shocked. Its body trembled. Its hand that was grabbing the little diamond turned into a palm. It pushed the little diamond away and retreated hundreds of feet. The Purple Kingdom apocalyptic thunder was no joke. Even with her rainbow body, she did not dare to be careless. The purple lightning missed. Li Yunxiao changed his hand seal and withdrew the lightning in the sky. Little Red quickly retreated. Just as she steadied herself, a huge black shadow appeared behind her. The crocodile silently stood up. His body was made of black particles. One side of his body was red like fire, and the other side was surrounded by strong winds. Roar! The crocodile's eyes suddenly burst out with ferocity. It roared and clapped its hands together. The wind and fire immediately swirled together and became several acres wide. Everything within 100 miles felt a strong pressure. It was as if all the water in the body was about to evaporate. Big crocodile. It's ugly. Xiao Hong shouted angrily. Her petite body leaped up, and she turned around to throw a punch. Bang! The fist force had the ice fiend heart flame swirling around it. It directly pierced through the windmill and hit the crocodile's face, causing his head to explode. Countless black particles spread out and rolled around the crocodile's belly. Slowly, a head grew out of the crocodile's belly, revealing a fierce glint as it roared in anger. Roar! As it roared, its body continued to expand, and with a bang, it exploded, turning into millions of black particles that blasted toward Little Red's body along with the divine flames and astral winds. Ugly people always cause trouble. Lil Red spat, and anger flashed in its eyes. However, the other party's momentum was great, and his aura was ferocious. Moreover, that divine flame astral wind was also extraordinary. Even though she was not afraid, she did not want to tangle too much with this kind of stupid thing. With a light tap of his feet, he flew backward like a falling leaf. However, the crocodile seemed to have gone completely crazy. It chased relentlessly, and the divine flame astral winds were like a long dragon, roaring as it charged forward. Idiot, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lil Red was furious. Its body stopped in midair, and its feet spread apart as it punched out. Its stance was exactly the same as Little Diamond from the gourd. It was also the diamond fist. Even though this fist was simple, it was the master of tens of thousands of fists. It was the starting stance of all fist techniques. Young King Hao Lian's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with shock. He had practiced fist techniques for dozens of years, and his achievement in this move was probably unparalleled. However, when Lil Red used it, it was the essence of the fist. Boom! The fist force blasted out, and the Ice Fiend heart flame also exploded. The terrifying power turned into a whirlpool that directly tore through the void. What was even more shocking was that little Diamond from the gourd had a heart flame in his fist, but Lil Red's fist actually produced 7 lotuses that covered the divine flame astral winds. In an instant, all the wind and fire powers and the countless black particles were shattered. Ah! Idiot! Li Yunxia's heart was pounding, and he could not help but exclaim. His eyes turned blood red. Under such terrifying power, even a 5-elemental spiritualized crocodile would not be able to withstand it. Crackle, crackle. Just as Li Yunxia was worrying, a gust of astral winds blew within the terrifying power. It directly condensed into the crocodile's body above Lil Red, and it raised its hand to grab it. The wind that filled the sky gathered and turned into a bright red cloud. Then, it began to burn, and like a mountain above its head, it smashed down with a loud roar. The power of the 7 heart flames just now was too strong, and it directly shattered the crocodile's body. The 2 elements, divine flame astral winds, were also blasted away, and the crocodile's original wind spirit was restored. Boom! The fire cloud exploded into a sea of fire, and it instantly swallowed Lil Red. Then, the crocodile's body turned into the origin of wind, and it blew into the fire. In an instant, thousands of miles of red clouds were ignited, and the entire sky sea was burning. Just now, I beat you back to your original form. This time I will annihilate you from this world. Bang! A white light rose from the sea of fire, and it dispersed the divine flame astral winds that filled the sky. A giant evil ice heart flame rose from the sea of fire. Lil Red, wearing a white dress, stepped on the flower bud of the heart flame. Circles of demonic runes appeared on its body, and its eyes turned black. Die. With a single word, Lil Red raised its hand and clenched its fist. A terrifying power gathered in its palm, and it suddenly blasted out. Boom! A huge amount of demonic aura exploded, and all the divine flame astral winds were instantly corroded. A circle of pitch-black light spread in the sea of fire. The bright red flames quickly dissipated, and the wind shadow of a crocodile seemed to condense above the flames. It howled in pain, and it fled in panic. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the sky, and the black light of the demonic aura was covered, and it descended from the sky. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky, and they stabbed into the ground around Lil Red. In the sky, there was a sword diagram, and it was unpredictable. The sharp sword chi flew in the formation, and it was like a soaring dragon and startling phoenix. The sword intent was awe-inspiring. Lil Red made a hand seal with one hand, and demonic aura revolved around its body, and all the sword chi was blocked outside. Lil Red sneered, and it said, "Big brother, this move is too weak." Is that so? An emotionless voice was heard, and Li Yunxia's figure appeared in the sky. He slowly descended, and he stepped on a northern sky-cold star sword. He said, "Then I'll show you all my understanding of the sword Dao from my past and present lives. Let's see if it's good enough for you." Li Yunxia made a hand seal with both hands, and a huge sword talisman was inserted into the formation diagram. In an instant, the formation changed unpredictably, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Li Yunxia's expression was cold, and his hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes became as clear as water, and he made a hand seal in front of him. He shouted, 10,000 swords become one." In an instant, a golden light appeared in the sword diagram, and it turned into countless golden sword talismans dancing in the sky. The sword intent spread out continuously, and it covered thousands of miles of layers of clouds. All the swords in the world sensed it, and they all trembled. Countless sword shadows flew and circled around the formation diagram. Even the Heaven Alliance's heart-refined swords lost control in an instant, and they were sucked into the sword diagram. What? My sword! Screams sounded continuously. Bei Chunan's Xianxia reigning sword also trembled violently, as if it was fighting against the powerful sword intent. Chen Qingyu's sword was sucked over in an instant. Bei Chunnan touched the sword's body and said, "Go." Xianxia raining sword let out a cry, and it flipped in the air, flying into the sword diagram. Mo Xiaotuan also made a hand seal with one hand, and the heaven-punishing demon-destroying sword flew up instantly. The heaven-devouring spirit bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and it also entered the sword diagram. The terrifying 10,000 sword diagram absorbed the sword intent of heaven and earth, and it slowly rose up, developing all the phenomena in the world. Li Yunxiao did not move his hands, and his clothes fluttered in the sea of swords. His entire being was in sync with the current frequency of heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly had an illusion that in an instant, he was formed by the rules, and he was so pure that there was not a trace of impurity. His understanding of the sword Tao was deeper than in his previous life. Now that he was at the peak of the martial Tao, and all the 9 rules were under his control, his exquisite heart was extremely pure, like the surface of a lake in autumn, without a single ripple. His entire being had become the incarnation of the sword, and he kept merging with the great Tao. Little Red's expression finally changed. The 10,000 sword diagram evolved, and countless swords turned into a huge sword aura. The sky was filled with golden sword talismans, and it was as if all the power of heaven and earth was condensed here. At this moment, all the races and human warriors in the entire North Sea, as well as those who cultivated the sword, felt an inexplicable fear. They could only feel that the swords in their storage artifacts were trembling, as if they were going to break through the sky and fly away. The position of Little Red's feet slowly changed, and the ice fiend heart flame under her feet bloomed continuously, becoming several times bigger than before. Her hands also quickly made strange seals in front of her, and the black seal circles flashed and disappeared. Her delicate skin was already covered with black demonic patterns, and the circles of demonic aura behind her seemed to see Dia's shadow making seals at the same time. Boundless heaven and earth, myriad phenomena in the world, true demon seal. A huge demonic seal rose into the sky. Li Yunxiao had seen this seal before, but it was completely different. This time, the surroundings of the seal turned into countless lotus flowers, each one competing with each other. Little Red and Dee attacked at the same time, and the entire sky shook violently under this move, constantly collapsing. The sword aura formed by the 10,000 sword diagram was like a stabilizing needle, and the endless sky turned into the shadow of the sword that slashed downwards. At this moment, all the spectators seemed to have forgotten about the battle between good and evil, as well as the battle for fame and wealth. They were all immersed in the boundless sword principle, feeling the vast power that stirred their hearts. The sword aura finally fell, slashing down on the demonic seal. A terrifying light immediately scattered, and the white sword aura and pitch-black demonic aura mixed together, scattering in all directions, destroying everything in the world. Rumble. After the light and shadow intertwined for a few moments, the world rumbled, and the sea and sky completely collapsed. Time fell into endless darkness, as if there was chaos, as if the world had not yet been created. Time and space stopped at this moment, and everyone felt as if they had been bound by a force. Even moving their bodies was difficult, and they could only move freely after a while. The terrifying aftershock of the power engulfed everyone, and everyone's blood and chi churned. They could not help but have blood rush to their throats, and they were extremely shocked. Everyone present was an expert. Although many of them had been injured in the previous battle, they had recovered quite a bit after adjusting their breathing. At this moment, under the terrifying shockwaves, no one was killed, but many people's injuries had worsened. The corpse fiend sect suffered the most. After the unmoving forest was summoned, it stayed in the distant sky. When the terrifying shockwaves passed by, a large number of martial practitioners exploded and died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to turn into corpse fiends. The profound thundercloud shocking roar was the closest to the two and was blasted into bits of golden lightning. After the energy surged, it reformed 300 meters away and vomited blood. The crocodile had originally escaped from Little Red's attack, but it had also lost its divine flame and particle body. It returned to being an astral wind spirit. It had just caught its breath when it was instantly shattered. When it condensed again, it was also in a daze and was heavily injured. Little King Kong was the only one unharmed. His body of divine steel was the strongest in the world. He was fine after withstanding the terrifying impact. Pfft. Li Yunxiao also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. The heavenly sword diagram collapsed. Everyone's swords flew back to their owners. The 36 northern sky cold star swords also fell into the sea. Lil Red didn't move, but the demonic patterns on her body were chaotic. There were shocking wounds everywhere. While the blood that flowed out was red, it was extremely strange. It was bright red like crystal. Pfft. Lil Red endured for a long time but still vomited blood and coughed. The demonic patterns flowed into her body through the wounds and disappeared in an instant. However, the wounds remained and didn't seem to heal easily. Strong, so strong, so strong. That was the thought in everyone's mind as they looked up into the sky in fear. Cheyu cursed, Motherf ***, when did he learn such a terrifying sword intent? It's even above mine. When everyone recalled that instant from before, all of them felt a lingering fear in their hearts and were extremely terrified. In the sky, the gourd small King Kong instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew away, catching Li Yunxiao, who had been sent flying. Li Yunxiao kept spitting out blood, and the gold light on his body flickered. Luckily, he had opened the 6 gates of the divine body, and he had a physical body that could fight against the peak of Emperor Wu. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been unimaginable. Li Yunxiao pushed away the small King Kong from the gourd and stabilized his injuries. Then, he took out a large number of natural treasures and started devouring them. At this moment, the power of the invincible golden body was circulating rapidly, repairing his body. Rays of bright moonlight shot out from his body, forming a strange image in the air, like a bridge to the other shore. Lil Red stared at him and said, "A divine body phenomenon. Big Brother is so powerful." That sword strike almost killed Lil Red. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change as he said, "What a pity. In the end, I still couldn't kill him." Lil Red suddenly giggled and said, "Hee, Lil Red's strength, if we use the equivalent of this era to measure it, is called the peak. Even some of the God State experts back then did not have such powerful combat strength. Big Brother is only at the peak of martial Dao. It's already hard to imagine that he could injure me like this." Li Yunxiao said, "Back then? Have you already absorbed all of Diya's memories?" Lil Red said bluntly, "Not yet. That's why that bad guy would still run out from time to time." Lil Red had to use a part of her power to suppress him. Otherwise, if Lil Red had used her full power in that attack just now, it's very likely that she would have killed Big Brother. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That terrifying power just now was actually not even used her full power. Li Yunxiao's expression also finally changed. He said coldly, "In that case, there's still a fight." Lil Red shook her head and said, "No, although Big Brother's physical body is strong, his injuries are much more serious than Lil Red's. The battle will end soon." She leaned forward slightly and suddenly leaped up. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and punched over. That divine body phenomenon suddenly collapsed. Li Yunxiao felt boundless pressure on his face, and it was almost deformed. Pow! He directly raised his hand and used the dragon capturing style to directly grab that punch. Bang! Instantly, a wave of demonic might spread out from the center of his palm. Both of their bodies trembled slightly. Lil Red suddenly retracted her hand and formed another seal. Her expression became ferocious as she said fiercely, "Since Big Brother still refuses to repent, Lil Red can only be ruthless." The true demon seal condensed again and suddenly smashed down, however, it didn't have the same power as before. It seemed that Lil Red had also used up a lot of her power. Her attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He couldn't care too much anymore. His 5 fingers grasped in the air, and countless demonic patterns started to appear on his body. A small white sword flew out from his palm and continuously spun like a lotus. "That is," Lil Red's eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed in shock, "Origin Stone. Neon Origin Stone." Li Yunxiao grabbed the sword in his hand and poured endless demonic power into it. Instantly, a terrifying power spread out. It wasn't just demonic essence power. Another sword talisman appeared in the air. The entire sky and sea changed color, and it was as dark as night. Thousands of specks of starlight flashed and fell like rain, turning into countless stars. A small white flower appeared on the sword. It was the ice fiendish heart flame. There were also circles of sword patterns circling it, shining with the starlight that had never faded since ancient times in the vast sky. You actually refined the neon origin stone into a sword. Lil Red's heart trembled. She hurriedly formed hand seals to increase the power of the seal in her hand. She didn't even care about suppressing Di in her body and poured all her power into the seal. A trace of sorrow flashed across Xianxia's face under the light of the sword. He said, "This sword was refined from the neon origin stone and was originally nameless. But today, Big Brother will use this sword to kill you. From now on, this sword will be called Sword Slaying Red." Slaying Red? What an arrogant name. I won't let Big Brother do as you wish. Lil Red's face became extremely ferocious. She even started to grin. Her slightly curved lips were exactly the same as Di's. One sword slaying red, one song leaving people dying. Li Yunxiao's eyes were like autumn water, without any ripples. An extremely powerful sword intent rippled on the neon origin sword, and countless sword talismans flew out. Sword slaying, stars. Boom. The sword slaying red pierced the true magic seal and came out, stabbing into Lil Red's heart. The power of the seal also hit Li Yunxiao's body and shook the nomological light. The power of the seal was very weak. It was penetrated by the seal and hit Lil Red's chest. Pfft. Both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood and were sent flying. This time everyone was shocked. At this moment, the seawater in the sea had already evaporated. There was a bottomless abyss below, and their bodies kept falling. Little King Kong hurriedly flew over and caught Li Yunxiao. Meanwhile, Lil Red directly fell to the bottom of the sea. With a bang, a large pit was created, and everything within a radius of 10,000 feet was shattered. Haha, we won! Qiyu screamed and jumped high into the air. Although everyone was worried, they all smiled. As long as Li Yunxiao didn't die, with his physical strength, he would recover very quickly. The Heaven Alliance's members immediately became vigilant. Yingji said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. According to the rules, either one side admits defeat or one side dies. Lord Heaven hasn't lost yet, right?" Qiyu sneered and said, "Indeed, he hasn't lost, but he is definitely dead. That sword pierced through his chest just now. Even if he has the indestructible golden body, he would still die." The Heaven Alliance's members all looked worried, especially Jingqi and Yingji. If Heaven died, the entire Heaven Alliance would collapse instantly. Today, they had offended Li Yunxiao so deeply. If they couldn't kill Li Yunxiao, they would probably fall into eternal damnation. Mo Xiaochuan suddenly said in shock, "Look, Master seems to be in a situation." Everyone looked over and saw the gourd's little King Kong hugging Li Yunxiao. Demonic qi continuously surged out of his body, becoming stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao and the gourd's little King Kong were already shrouded in demonic clouds, and they were almost indistinguishable. Ling Mudi turned pale with fright and said, "Not good." He suddenly rushed over. Suddenly, a figure came across the sky and blocked in front of him. He said coldly, "The competition isn't over yet. Are you going to admit defeat in advance? Admit defeat your sister. If you don't move, then die." Qiyu was furious. He also soared into the sky and slashed down with both swords without saying a word. Two azure dragons soared into the sky and roared as they came down. Jingqi was furious. The divine fiend corpse puppet behind him appeared. The two of them formed hand seals at the same time and struck out with 4 palms. Boom! The azure dragon's power was shattered by the palm wind. Jingqi and the divine fiend corpse puppet also retreated, but they still blocked the way. Ling Mudi's face darkened. Li Yunxiao was in a critical situation. He couldn't care less about martial arts. He raised one hand and the soul-reversing whip immediately lashed out. The others also soared into the sky one after another, wanting to force a breakthrough. Yingji shouted in a deep voice, "Go!" The members of the Heaven Alliance immediately rushed over. The two factions were fighting again, and it was about to descend into chaos. Suddenly, a man's wild laughter came from the seabed. The voice was extremely evil, and it entered everyone's hearts. Then, a black light soared into the sky and flashed past everyone. In an instant, it arrived in the sky. Its face was full of excitement and malevolence. Haha, Li Yunxiao, you've helped me a lot. It's all thanks to you that I can escape today. In order to thank you for your kindness, I'll snatch the neon origin stone right now. Then, I'll drain the demon essence in your body and send you to the next world. One-stop service, no need to thank me. That voice was evil, and its face also changed greatly. Although it was still Lil Red's body, its face gradually looked more like Diaz. Yinji laughed loudly and said, haha, Lord Heaven is not dead yet. The martial arts competition isn't over yet. All of you retreat. Everyone's faces darkened. How could they be willing to retreat? They were in a stalemate in the sky. Chayu said anxiously, don't care about martial arts. I'm afraid Li Yunxiao won't be able to withstand the demon master's attack. Charge over. Under his guidance, the two swords slashed horizontally. Everyone also circulated their vital energy, wanting to break through the Heaven Alliance's defense. However, the other party's power was originally above theirs. How could they charge over? Instead, they were forced back hundreds of feet. Di flew quickly in the sky. After a few flashes, he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He suddenly slammed his palm down and shouted, Die! Die? Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from within Li Yunxiao's body. Then, a chuckle could be heard. Haha, is this the Emperor's avatar? It's just a mere avatar. How dare you say die in front of me? Di's expression changed drastically, and he stopped abruptly. His palm was still a few feet away from Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was covered in demonic markings, and he slowly stood up. His aura changed drastically, and he stared at Di mockingly. Beside him, the gourd's small King Kong seemed to have sensed something, and its sturdy body made of god-tempered steel trembled. Li Yunxiao turned his palm over and slapped the small King Kong's body. Boundless demonic aura surged, and the small King Kong was sent flying. You're so ugly. Don't touch me. Di's eyes narrowed, and he said, Humph, it's really you, you idiot. I didn't expect you to still be alive. He stood up again and slapped hard. I won't die even if you die. Li Yunxiao sneered, and he also made a one-handed sign. His right fist turned into a palm, and he met the attack head-on. Boom! Under the palm strike of the two, boundless demonic energy transformed into spiritual pressure, and the pitch-black color that filled the sky continued to expand. Everyone was dumbfounded, and at the same time, they had a bad feeling. Master Muddy, what should we do? Chayu asked in shock. Muddy didn't have any good ideas, and he said, let's wait and see. Last time, when he was possessed by Demon Master Pu, he had to gather everyone's strength to seal him. He didn't know what to do this time. Di's expression darkened, and the true demon spirit appeared behind him. He shouted, Die! The true demon spirit looked ferocious, and it made a sign in the air, and suddenly pressed down. A huge demonic seal fell from the sky like a falling stone. Pu sneered, it's just a true demon spirit. Do you think I don't know how to do it? He also made a similar sign, and the pitch-black demonic aura behind him rose continuously, turning into a giant spirit, and also made a seal. The two huge true demon spirit clashed in the air, and circles of demonic light spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. The people of the two factions stopped fighting, and they once again separated to watch the battle between the two demons. Boom! The two gigantic true demon giant spirits collapsed under the surging power. Di's expression turned cold, and he immediately transformed into his Dharma idol with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms formed hand seals. It's been 100,000 years. If it weren't for your stupidity back then, I wouldn't have been sealed until now. Now, I'll settle all my grudges with you. Immediately, the demonic cloud surged around him. His front arm suddenly reached into the cloud and grabbed an ancient bronze axe-shaped profound-level weapon. The face of the weapon was like the head of a beast. It had teeth and eyes that were embedded with jade. The moment the profound-level weapon appeared, the entire heaven and earth started to become oppressive. There were continuous rumbling of thunder, like lightning flashing and thunder rolling. Pu's expression turned cold and he said, if you use the 6 paths demon weapon in your current state, be careful of the backlash. Di sneered, you don't have to worry about that. Take care of yourself first. The bronze axe was raised high into the air, and the entire world began to tremble violently. Little Red's tender body also began to sway, as if it couldn't bear the weight. Mopu's eyes shot out flames of anger. He put his hands together in front of him and slowly opened them. A fist-sized black hole appeared between his palms. Rings of stars kept spreading out. Looking at it carefully, there were countless patterns on it. It was like a shield that was constantly expanding. The shield devoured all divine senses. Everyone wanted to check it out, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Di's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "You're just a mortal, and you dare to play? Do you want to die?" Mopu sneered, "Who needs you to care? Let's see who dies." Di said angrily, "Madman. Today, I'll completely end you. Shatter everything, Alai Xianxia." The bronze axe in his hand suddenly chopped down. The entire sky rumbled and was instantly split in half. The boundless power scattered to both sides. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, as if it was the end of the world. Even these high-level Emperor Wu experts couldn't withstand the powerful weapon's power. Many of the Heaven Alliance members screamed in pain as their bodies finally turned into minced meat under the shockwave. In the distance, unmoving returning forest was even more tragic. All the buildings were instantly shattered, and a large number of zombies were also sent flying into the air before exploding. Mopu's face was full of anger as he shouted, "On Nangansha." His hands continuously formed seals and injected demonic essence into the shield in front of him. The pitch-black shield immediately became several acres large and devoured all power like a black hole. Rumble. The axe light directly crashed into the black hole, and a majestic power even greater than before exploded. Rumble. Only this explosion was left in the world. Darkness swallowed thousands of miles of sea. There wasn't a single drop of water on the sea for tens of thousands of miles. Countless living beings were completely annihilated. Pung. Unmoving returning forest was originally a sea turtle zombie. Under the repeated attacks, it finally exploded, turning into countless rocks that fell onto the ground like rain. No. Jingqi screamed and flew over in an instant. However, the entire sea turtle zombie had already shattered and no longer existed. This wave of power surged out. Even a peak expert of a martial path couldn't withstand the tyrannical demonic might and was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. In order to protect Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, Yu directly transformed into a true dragon dharma body. A dragon domain condensed in front of him, but he was also hit and forced to retreat. No one could understand the situation. They were all intimidated by this apocalyptic power, and their hearts were beating wildly. At this moment, thousands of energy beams surged between the sea and the sky. They were all incomparably terrifying. If one was hit even slightly, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Listening shepherd flute flew up and faced the surging waves of power. His body was bombarded by all kinds of aftershocks and explosions, but he was not injured. The sky was filled with darkness and energy beams. Divine sense couldn't spread out at all, and he could only see with his naked eyes. Finally, several thousand feet away, he saw a petite body continuously flying backward like a leaf in the wind. It was completely unable to control its own fate and was at the mercy of others. Li Yunxiao. Listening Mudi hurriedly called out. With a few leaps, he came to Li Yunxiao's side and hugged him. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's whole body was scorched black. His face was charred and unrecognizable. Listening Mudi was shocked. He suddenly checked his aura. He seemed to be dead, but he didn't know the specific situation. He suddenly said to the crowd, "Go." They couldn't stay here any longer. If Li Yunxiao wasn't treated in time, he might really die. The others didn't hesitate and immediately followed listening Mudi. "Want to leave? Kill them all." Yingji shouted and suddenly chased over. He was also extremely anxious. He didn't know if Li Yunxiao was alive or dead. If he was still alive, it would be big trouble. Kill? That's too difficult. Yu suddenly slashed out with both swords. He used all the strength in his body, and a wave of sword might slashed through the air. It forced everyone to retreat, not daring to chase too closely. Yingji was very anxious. He said to Jingqi below, "Lord Jingqi." Jingqi crawled at the bottom of the sea, his entire body trembling. The ground was covered with the fragments of the unmoving forest and the corpse fiend's limbs. The giant tortoise's head was also not far away. It's over, it's all over, Xianxia had almost lost his mind. His mind was blank, and he couldn't think at all. Xianxia was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet. He couldn't stop them with his strength alone. He could only watch as Xianxia and the others flew away, quickly disappearing from his sight. Between the sea and the sky, there was only devastation left. There were cracks everywhere, and it was a terrifying sight. "Where's Lord Heaven?" a cultivator asked in shock. When the two destructive forces collided, Little Red's figure had been completely lost. Xianxia also spread out his divine sense to search everywhere. However, the entire world was filled with large amounts of negative energy. The area within thousands of kilometers was affected, and the seawater had all evaporated. It was impossible to find Little Red just by looking. Is he dead? Is Lord Heaven dead? That cultivator's heart trembled as though it was something extremely terrifying. Xianxia said, "Lord Heaven's strength is profound and has reached the peak. How could he be dead? He must be lost somewhere. Let's look around first. If we can't find him in 3 days, please come to Jade Fall Sect to discuss important matters." The Heaven Alliance had suffered great losses in this battle. While they had not lost many peak martial practitioners, the middle forces of the high-level Emperor Wu were all dead or injured. Even Corpse Fiend Sect could be said to have been completely destroyed. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was almost petrified, and felt extremely complicated. If it had been in the past, he would have been very happy, and he would have had a few more drinks to celebrate. But now, he felt sad, as if he could see his own fate. He couldn't help but tremble. When he thought of what Xianxia said earlier about destroying Jade Fall Sect, it was like a haze shrouding his heart. He could not get rid of it, and it grew heavier. Runlong and his nephew paled. No one knew what they were thinking. Runlong cupped his fists and said, "Friends, I will take my leave first. When I return, I will report to my elder brother about what happened here." The two's minds were almost blank. They had lost the ability to think about what had happened. Most importantly, the Princess of the Four Seas was seriously injured, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. Just thinking about it made them feel a headache. After the two exchanged simple greetings with the others, they turned into flowing lights and flew toward the North Sea Imperial Palace. Ling Mudi and the others flew at full speed over the sea for several hours before they finally saw a small island and landed on it. Apart from Ling Mudi and the gourd's little King Kong, everyone else was injured. Even the heaven-searching bull's body had caved in and was completely deformed. Ling Mudi placed Xianxia on the ground and started to examine him. Xianxia's body was like charcoal. At first glance, there was no sign of life. Ling Mudi's expression became more and more serious. Young Emperor Hao Lian said anxiously, "My lord, how is my master now?" Yu also hurriedly said, "Yes, his injuries are so serious. Will it destroy his martial arts foundation?" Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. If his martial arts foundation was destroyed, it would be worse than death. Ling Mudi sighed and said, "Don't worry, his martial arts foundation is not destroyed, but," huff. Only then did everyone let out a deep breath. Their hearts that were hanging in their throats finally calmed down. As long as his martial arts foundation was not destroyed, everything else was easy. Young Emperor Hao Lian hurriedly asked, "My lord, what did you just say?" Ling Mudi looked at everyone and said sadly, "But Xianxia is already dead." The entire island was eerily silent, only the sound of the waves and the rustling of the cold wind could be heard. "Ah, what?" Yu was startled for a moment and asked in a daze. Ling Mudi sighed and said, "He has no life force left, he's dead." Gulp. Only the sound of swallowing could be heard, as well as the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Huh, what kind of joke is your excellency talking about? Little Lee has been through things 100 times more dangerous than this for so many years, and I've never seen him die. You really know how to joke." Yu laughed and shook his head repeatedly as if he was reminiscing and said, "Yanwu City used the power of a martial king to fight against Emperor Wu, the East Sea used the power of a single person to fight against an entire race, meeting the true body of an Archaeosaurus in the rain, seeing heaven's remembrance at the end of the world, Mount Meru, Dragon Transformation Pool, outer space, you can see the Demon Lord everywhere, and you've never seen him die. Now, he was killed by a little girl with one palm strike. Who are you trying to fool? The others also found it hard to believe. Young King Hao Lian's body was already deathly pale without a trace of blood. His body trembled like a sieve as he growled in a low voice, "Your Excellency, tell me, you're lying to us." Ling Mudi said, "I'm really not lying to you." Li Yunxiao's heartbeat has already stopped, and his life force has dissipated. If this isn't considered dead, do you really have to look at his head to be considered dead? Bang! Young King Hao Lian punched the sea, and 2 streams of tears could no longer be held back, falling down in the wind like a curtain of beads. Mo Xiaochuan's fingers dug into his flesh, and blood gushed out like a pillar. Blood and tears fell on the island together. Qiyu also became completely silent, his face expressionless. The entire island fell into silence and sorrow. No one could accept the reality in front of them. Bin Sun sighed and said, "Such an amazing person, the heavens are really jealous of his talent. He has already been burnt to such a state by the devil flame. Everyone, please restrain your grief. The path of martial arts is fraught with dangers. Whether it is you or me, when we set foot on this path, who isn't prepared to die at any time? To think that Li Yunxiao, who has always been a playboy, is in such a sorry state now. I'm afraid he doesn't want everyone to see him in such a sorry state. Let's find a place to bury him first." Mudi said, "Don't touch him yet." Bin Sun was stunned. What? Are we going to hold a memorial ceremony first? Ling Mudi shook his head and said, "Let me think about how to save him." What? Everyone screamed in shock. Those who were crying immediately stopped crying and opened their eyes wide. Qiyu rubbed his eyes and said in surprise, "Can the dead be saved?" Ling Mudi said, "Originally, he couldn't, but his situation is a little special. Although there's no vitality, his physical body is immortal. Look carefully, it's still constantly repairing itself. Moreover, even I can't understand the wonders of the great God evolution technique. In his current state, his physical body is immortal, and his soul is immortal. Although he's dead, he has unlimited vitality." Qiyu cried tears of joy and said emotionally, "Sir, you must save him. Although he's ugly, disgusting, evil, and has no sympathy, and his kidney function isn't good, he's not a bad person." Ling Mudi, plop, young King Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan immediately knelt down and kowtowed with all their might. "Sir, you must save our master." Ling Mudi gently raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted the 2 of them up. He said, "Don't quarrel. Let me think about it." Everyone immediately quieted down, not daring to disturb him. After a few hours, Ling Mudi let out a long sigh and said, "I really can't think of a good way." Everyone trembled. Their hearts sank, and their eyes started to tear up. Ling Mudi said, "We can only use that method." Qiyu said angrily, "Sir, can't you just say it all at once? I only have one question. Can he be saved?" Ling Mudi said, "Of course, but it's very troublesome." Phew. Qiyu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "No matter how troublesome it is, we have to save him. There are so many of us. If we work together, there's nothing to be afraid of." Ling Mudi said, "Let's think of a way to restore his damaged physical body first. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand the stimulation of that method and will turn into ashes." Bin Sun frowned and said, "I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to restore his physical body. I've observed him just now. With his current recovery speed, it'll take at least a year and a half for him to be as good as before." Bei Chunnan said, "He has a divine body and cultivated a unique physical technique. It's not too difficult to restore his physical body. At least, I know a few ways. He used to have a great physical body, so he naturally had a high level of research and attainment in this area." "What way?" Qiyu asked eagerly. Bei Chunnan said, "It's to harmonize the yin and yang of the divine body." Everyone turned to look at Bin Sun. Bin Sun shuddered and retreated a few thousand feet. He said angrily, "You're disgusting. I can't do it even if you kill me." Bei Chunnan said, "Not all divine bodies are compatible with each other. There are very few divine bodies that are compatible with each other. However, once they are compatible, they'll be very powerful and beneficial to both sides." Yu immediately thought of Luo Yunsheng and said, I know someone who can, but we don't know her whereabouts. Little Li has been looking for her for a long time. Bei Chunnan said, then we can only nourish him with spiritual herbs. Yu said, this guy emptied the East Ocean Palace and has countless spiritual herbs. But now he's in a state of suspended animation and the entrance to the Universe God Monument is closed. Where can we find spiritual herbs? Su Liani said, I have a lot of them. She used to be the master of the Tianyi Pavilion. When she left the Merchant Union, she took all kinds of precious items with her, which were more than what Li Yunxiao had. She took off 3 bracelets of gold, silver, and bronze colors and threw them to Bei Chunnan. She said, take a look and see if these things are useful. The restrictions on the 3 bracelets had been removed. Bei Chunnan used his divine consciousness to scan them one by one. Then, he grabbed a pile of items and threw the bracelets to Su Liani. He said, these things can speed up the recovery of his body, but it's still too slow. I suddenly thought of something that might be in the North Ocean Palace. Ling Mudi was intrigued and said, could it be the essence of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk? Su Liani said in surprise, 10,000-year-old spiritual milk is already very rare. As for the essence of the spiritual milk, I've never heard of it. Ling Mudi said, this thing can only be found in the 4 seas. If we can find 2 or 3 drops of it, Li Yunxiao's body will recover in an instant. Yu was overjoyed and said, then let's go to the North Ocean Palace. As long as the palace has this thing, I will find it even if I have to dig 3 feet underground. Hua Xiao suddenly said, the North Ocean Palace might have the spiritual milk essence. Yu said happily, I forgot that you came from the Ocean King Palace, so the Ocean King must have it too, right? Hua Xiao shook his head and said, the Ocean King Palace doesn't have it. If it did, Master would have given it to Master's wife. Hua Xiao said, the Ocean King Palace doesn't have it. If it did, Master would have given it to Master's wife. Hua Xiao said, but if I show up, the North Ocean Palace will give me some face. If there really is 10,000-year-old spiritual milk, they will not hide it. Yu said, okay, then let's go to the North Ocean Palace immediately. It's a pity that little Yi is still cultivating in seclusion and the entrance to the Universe God Monument is sealed. Otherwise, with the help of Noah's Ark, it would be much faster. Su Liani immediately took out a Stage 9 warship and everyone flew inside. Suddenly, a beam of light flew over from the distance and appeared in front of them in an instant. It was a middle-aged man with a wide body. Seeing the people in the warship, he said with a happy expression, are you Lord Li Yunxiao's companions? Yu said seriously, what is it? The person in front of him was a bit unfamiliar, he had no impression of him at all. But this person was only an 8-star Emperor Wu, it was not enough. The person hurriedly said, this one is Leng Qing of the Dragon Tooth Manor. The Manor Lord sincerely invites Lord Yunxiao for a chat. He took out an invitation and handed it over with both hands. Yu grabbed the air and the invitation fell into his hand. Sure enough, it had the Dragon Tooth Manor symbol and Zhu Tianhan's handwritten invitation. Yu said, Li Yunxiao is in seclusion, I will pass this invitation to him. Right now, we have urgent matters to attend to, he will reply to you when we are done. This, Leng Qing was startled, as if he felt something was wrong. Yu said impatiently, what this? Get out of the way, don't delay us. He waved his palm, and the wind and clouds in the sky surged, lifting Leng Qing and sending him several thousand feet away. Leng Qing was startled and hurriedly tried to resist the wind and clouds, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. By the time he regained his balance, the warship had shrunk to the size of a bean and disappeared into the sky. He felt his heart palpitate. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions, and he was not injured at all. No matter what, the invitation has been delivered, I can go back and report to the Manor Lord. Leng Qing sighed and hurriedly turned into a beam of light, disappearing into the sea. The Level 9 warship activated its speed formation to the maximum, shaking and shaking along the way as if it was going to fall apart, but everyone still felt that it was not fast enough and was worried. After all, the longer Li Yunxiao's injuries were delayed, the more troublesome it would be. Under the guidance of the chemist, half a month later, they entered a peaceful sea. This is the place. After the chemist confirmed that there was no mistake, he pointed down and said, 30,000 meters below, there is a space of its own, that is where the North Sea royal family is located. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Cheyu was impatient. Su Lianyi immediately drove the warship, layers of bubble-like defense wrapped around the warship, and the bow of the warship plunged into the sea, sinking continuously. Who dares to trespass here? A loud shout came, and then figures appeared one after another, surrounding the warship, all staring at it fiercely. The chemist hurriedly said, "We have important matters to discuss with the North Sea King, please make an exception." He threw a token at the guard leader. "Humph, my Lord Wang is not someone you can see just because you want to." The guard leader snorted coldly, grabbed the token in his hand, and looked at it. The glaring face suddenly became stunned, then shocked, and finally terrified. He said in horror, See Emperor, Palace." The guard was so frightened that he almost threw away the token in his hand. He hurriedly bowed and said, "So it's the Lord of the Sea Monarch Palace. I'll report it right away." Cheyu said, "There's no need to report it. We have an urgent matter to see the North Sea Monarch Palace. Please lead the way." The guard was startled and said, This is against the rules," Hua Xiao shouted, "then hurry up and report it." Yes. The guard hurriedly turned around and disappeared into the sea in a few flashes. Cheyu cursed, "If I didn't have a request, I would rush in right now." It was clear that he was very anxious. Ling Mudi said, "We've waited for more than half a month. Can't we wait for an hour?" Everyone's restless hearts gradually calmed down. Soon, the guard led a group of people over. The people in the lead were the uncle and nephew Runlong and Ruinzong. When the two heard that the Sea Monarch Palace had come, they were startled. The princess had just been injured and her whereabouts were unknown, but the Sea Monarch Palace had already sent people over. Wasn't it too fast? The uncle and nephew immediately came out to welcome them. "Ah? It's you guys!" Runlong exclaimed when he saw them. Cheyu said coldly, "We won't settle the Heavenly Alliance's matter with you for now. Quickly take out the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence." Runlong exclaimed, 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence? You guys are here for this thing? Ruinzong immediately thought of the crux of the matter and quickly said, "It's to save Li Yunxiao." Unfortunately, the North Sea Monarch Palace doesn't have 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence. We do have a few drops of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. Hua Xiu's face darkened and he said seriously, "This matter can't be joked about. Li Yunxiao's life and death are not only related to him but also the safety of Princess Narcissus. If you have the spiritual milk essence, don't hide it." Ruinzong said, "Of course not. Everyone, please go back." Hua Xiu was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to do. If the other party really didn't have it, it wouldn't be good to ask. Chiyu's heart was filled with an indescribable anger. He had come here with great difficulty filled with hope, but it was all for naught. He coldly said, "If there is no spiritual milk essence, then we won't leave. Let's properly settle the debt of the Jiutian Ten Lands killing formation." Runlong was shocked. Knowing his strength, he hurriedly retreated and said, "Don't act recklessly. This is the North Sea royal family. What are you doing? What are you doing? That Jiutian Ten Lands killing formation has caused us a lot of trouble. This debt will be paid with the lives of your entire royal family." Cheyu flew into a rage, channeling all his vengeful energy into the sword in his hand, causing a huge whirlpool in the water around him, and the Type 9 battleship also started to crumble. The order of the royal family? Runlong and his nephew were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be so brutal, and they cried out repeatedly. Stop quickly." Runlong said anxiously, "Lord Transformation Cultivator, we really can't take out the spiritual milk." Hua Xiu also wanted Cheyu to stop, but was it possible? If he tried to stop Chuli in his anger, he might just be killed by the sword in passing. Moreover, he didn't believe that North Sea didn't have the spiritual milk essence, so he snorted coldly and stood at the side to watch. Cheyu said coldly, "If you have the spiritual milk essence, you will only be forgiven for your sins. If you don't, then use your death to atone for your sins." A green dragon coiled on the Sumeru non-self sword, and the entire sea retreated into the distance. The sea was instantly split apart, and the huge sword might made it hard for Runlong and his nephew to breathe. Both of their expressions changed drastically. that sword had already locked onto them, and if it slashed down, they would die without a doubt. At the juncture of life and death, Ruizong couldn't care less about what he thought. He hurriedly shouted, "Lord, stop. I suddenly remembered that the North Sea royal family still has a few drops of spiritual milk essence." His shout caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Especially the transformation cultivator. His face was filled with fury as he glared at him fiercely. How dare he lie to him? Ruizong lowered his head, not daring to look at the transformation cultivator. However, survival was the most important thing at this moment, and he couldn't care about other things for the time being. "Pa! How dare you trick me?" Qiyu was even more furious, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He said coldly, "I'll remember this for now. If I'm satisfied with the spiritual milk you offer, then nothing will happen to you. Otherwise, not only will I exterminate your clan, I'll also exterminate your 9 clans and flip over half of the entire North Sea." Runlong and his nephew only felt extremely sullen, but they didn't dare to say anything despite their anger. Ruanlong's face was gloomy as he said, "Everyone, follow me. If you want to use the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence, you must obtain Brother Wang's approval. We don't have the authority to make this decision." Only then did Qiyu sheath his sword, and everyone followed Runlong and his nephew. The listening shepherd's flute protected Li Yunxiao as they shuttled through a cyan circular passageway. Very quickly, they disappeared into the seabed. The passageway led directly to the seabed, and there was a huge independent space. The interior was illuminated by countless crystals, and it was as bright as day. A majestic and glorious palace sat in the center, and all kinds of rare treasures adorned the 4 corners. Runlong said, "Everyone, please wait here. I'll go inform Brother Wang." Qiyu said, "There's no need to inform, we'll go with you." Suddenly, a voice came from the palace, saying, "Esteemed guests have arrived from afar. Runhai, please forgive us for not going out to greet you." That voice was loud and clear, so loud that even the deaf could hear it from afar. Soon after, the shadow of a black dragon circled above the palace, and after a few flashes, it appeared in front of everyone. It turned into a black-robed man. He didn't look angry, but he exuded an aura of a superior. "Brother Wang." "Father." Runlong and his nephew hurriedly came forward to greet him. Ruanhai's gaze swept past Qiyu and the others, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He didn't know where all these experts had come from. Runlong lowered his head and secretly transmitted his voice over, briefly explaining the whole story and the origins of these people. Ruanhai's expression immediately changed. If these people came to seek revenge, then the entire North Sea royal family would be in big trouble. He hurriedly said, "So you are all friends of Lord Sea Monarch's disciple, Lord Huaxiao. I apologize for my lack of manners." He grasped this clue and hurriedly tried to establish a relationship. Qiyu said, "It doesn't matter who we are. In short, you have offended us. If you can hand over the spiritual milk essence and satisfy us, then we will forget about it. Otherwise, we will fight." His single word "fight" caused the entire space to tremble. The oceanic race people were all shocked. Runhai also cursed inwardly. He also noticed Li Yunxiao beside Mudi. However, in order to save this person, he frowned and said, "Although the 10,000-year spiritual milk essence is miraculous and can revive the dead, it is still an exaggeration. As the saying goes, medicine can't cure an illness. I think this friend is already dead." Qiyu said coldly, "He is currently in a state of suspended animation. If he really dies, then your entire North Sea royal family will be buried with him." Ruanhai's heart shook, and he was also burning with anger. For countless years, no one had dared to be so presumptuous in the North Sea royal family. The other party's tone was overbearing, and they threatened to exterminate his family at every turn. No matter what, he was the ruler of an entire sea, and his name shook the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, even though he was angry, when his gaze swept over everyone again, he didn't dare to say anything. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "I still had some 10,000-year spiritual milk essence a while ago, but it is gone now. Therefore, my son Runhai didn't lie to you before." The cultivator of transformation couldn't help but say angrily, "Sir Runhai, it was you who set up the formation to injure people first. Why must you be so stubborn and invite disaster?" Runhai sighed and said, Sir Runhai, what I said is the truth. Just now, the elder of the Cloud Life tribe asked for the spiritual milk essence. The Cloud Life tribe? The cultivator of transformation's expression changed, and he said in shock, is this true? The Cloud Life tribe was tyrannical in the sea, and not many people knew of this tribe. However, even Sea Emperor Bronon didn't dare to not give face to this tribe's patriarch. His senior brother, Bon Hong, was from the Cloud Life tribe. Cheyu asked in a cold voice, where is the Cloud Life tribe? The cultivator of transformation was alarmed and hurriedly said, you mustn't go to the Cloud Life tribe, they are too terrifying. Otherwise, you won't be able to return. Ling Mudi's pupils shrank as he stared at the royal palace and said, the three people sitting inside drinking tea, are they the elders of the Cloud Life tribe? Everyone's expression changed, and this time even Runhai was alarmed. He sized up Ling Mudi again and was inwardly shocked. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. Humph, sire has good eyesight. A cold snort came from the royal palace. One person said, since everyone is here for the spiritual milk essence, and it is in our hands, we can't just sit and watch. Just as he finished speaking, there was no movement, but three old men appeared in front of Runhai. Runhai hurriedly bowed and said, 3 elders. One of them had white eyebrows that hung down to his shoulders, and his brows flickered with killing intent as he said, Sir, there is no need to be so polite. These people are here for the spiritual milk essence. Making things difficult for Sir is the same as making things difficult for us. Cheyu said, the 10,000-year spiritual milk essence is in your hands? The white-browed old man raised his head with a disdainful expression and said, yes. Phew. Cheyu let out a long sigh, and his mood became extremely good. He laughed and said, haha, finally found it. The white-browed old man said coldly, what do you mean? Don't tell me you dare to snatch it from our hands? Snatch? No, 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 of course not. Cheyu squinted his eyes and laughed. The white-browed old man snorted and said, at least you know what's good for you. The smile on Cheyu's face became cold and fierce as he said, I want you to obediently hand it over with both hands. What? The 3 old men were astonished, and even the people of the Northern Sea's imperial family changed their expressions. However, the people of the imperial family were secretly delighted and couldn't wait for a conflict to break out. A thin blue-robed old man among the 3 old men said in a stern voice, are you really stupid or just pretending? Are you pretending to be ignorant about our origins? Pretending? The 3 of you are too serious. Cheyu chuckled and said, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. If you don't hand over the spiritual milk essence in 10 breaths' time, you will die. The 3 of them were dumbfounded as if they couldn't believe it. Their Cloud Life tribe could move unhindered in the 4 seas, and no one had ever dared to not give them face, let alone resist. Hua Xiao was extremely anxious. He naturally knew how terrifying this tribe was, so he hurriedly said, Sir Cheyu, we should take our time to think this over. Bei Chunnan suddenly said, the Cloud Life clan. I remember now. The white-browed elder snorted and shouted arrogantly, Humph, don't you think it's too late to remember now? We won't let this go so easily. Ling Mudi said, why don't I remember? Bei Chunnan said, Sir, have you forgotten? During the war, an outstanding Sea tribe member was saved by you. He cried and shouted that he would follow you until his death, but you didn't agree. That person was the leader of the Cloud Life clan. His name was Chongdi or something. Ling Mudi recalled and said, now that you mention it, I remember now. It's been a long time, but I can't remember his name. He was a Sea tribe member with a body as big as a mountain, a pair of wings, a red body, and 5 claws. Although he couldn't remember his name, he could describe his opponent's fighting characteristics. You really dare to talk nonsense. The white-browed elder trembled with fear and anger. The people from the North Sea royal family were also frightened and looked at the 2 people in surprise. They were probably the only 2 people who dared to mock the Cloud Life clan like that. But they didn't know that Ling Mudi and Bei Chunnan were only asking the truth. They weren't mocking them. Chongdi was the first leader of the Cloud Life clan. There was a huge statue of him in the clan, but ordinary people didn't know about it. This is intolerable. The skinny elder of the Cloud Life clan shouted angrily. He rushed over and hit Bei Chunnan with his palm. Bei Chunnan wasn't afraid. He leaned to the side and hit him with his palm. Bang! Their palms collided, and the skinny elder was shocked. He realized that his opponent's strength was much stronger than his. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his palms were being sucked by a huge force. He couldn't retreat, and his opponent's palm strength was getting stronger and stronger. It kept crushing his palm bones. His arms felt like countless blades were scraping through his bones. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. How dare you? The other two elders were furious at the same time. Strong demonic aura surged out. They didn't care about their dignity and attacked from both sides. Bei Chunnan suddenly exerted strength in his palm and pushed them away. At the same time, he turned around and made a gesture with one hand. A sword shadow appeared. Octagonal shadow, world reigning sword. The sword split into two and slashed towards the two elders. Bang! Bang! Both of them shuddered. They felt their blood and chi surging and their internal organs churning. They forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood and continuously retreated to neutralize the sword force. With just 2 moves, the 3 of them were forced to retreat. The white-browed old man knew that the situation was bad and shouted, "Retreat first, we'll settle the score with them another day." Retreat? This joke has gone too far. Cheiyu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 3. He said coldly, "Hand over the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence, and I can let you go." The white-browed old man said furiously, "My Cloudlife clan has great use for that 10,000-year spirit milk. If you're sensible, then move aside." Cheiyu said coldly, "Sorry, I'm not a tactful person." The white-browed old man gnashed his teeth with rage, and he said furiously, "Looks like you don't know how formidable my Cloudlife clan is." Cheiyu said coldly, "I don't like talking too much nonsense." Sumeruanata appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed down. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to directly attack. That sword might was vast and mighty, and it wasn't something they could block at all. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Runhai couldn't watch it anymore. His figure flashed and blocked in front of the 3. His hands formed a seal, and a golden ring flew up from his arms, turning into layers of halos. Bang! Those halos scattered, and the sword chi slashed on the golden ring, creating a crisp sound. Runhai's arms went numb, and his heart was abnormally shocked. The white-browed old man said, "Lord Runhai, stop these people. The 3 of us will return to the clan first to report and send experts to kill them." The 3 of them immediately turned into flowing lights and flew away. Runhai was speechless. He was sullen, but he had nothing to say. He didn't dare to offend the Cloudlife clan, and he couldn't just watch the 3 of them die in his territory. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. It would be best if the 3 of them could escape. Boom! Suddenly, a huge ring of light appeared in the sky. The Jiutiandolua hoop turned into several mu wide and suddenly pressed down on the 3 of them. Then, Ling Mudi took out his silver whip, and countless runes flashed as he struck down. Pa! 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 3 consecutive sounds rang out, and the 3 of them vomited blood on the spot. They felt the world spinning, and their divine senses were severely injured as they fell from the sky. Cheiyu said, "These 3 are too stubborn. Lord Mudi should just search their souls." Search their souls? The 3 of them were startled, and they hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground as they roared in shock and anger. Runhai also said anxiously, "No, these 3 elders are highly respected in the Cloudlife clan. Even the Sea Monarch Palace doesn't dare to casually offend the Cloudlife clan." Ling Mudi frowned and said, "Which faction is the Sea Monarch Palace?" The people of the North Sea gaped, and they were stunned. In Ling Mudi's era, the Sea Monarch Palace didn't exist yet. Even the 4 seas were in chaos, not as orderly as now. Haha. Cheiyu laughed loudly and said, "Don't bother with these fools. Hurry up and search their souls. What Cloudlife clan? What Sea Monarch Palace? What holy region? What divine transformation sea? What heaven's end? When did we ever care about them? We should beat them up and kill them if we should." Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the people of the sea race. The Sea Monarch Palace was a holy land in their hearts, and the Cloudlife clan was a terrifying ancient faction. As for Holy Region, Divine Transformation Sea, and Heaven's End, they knew that they were holy lands of the human race. What was wrong with these people? They were actually so arrogant. Ling Mudi's silver whip lashed out, and Pa. An elder spat out another mouthful of blood as his entire body was thrown into the air. Ling Mudi grabbed with his 5 fingers and immediately pulled the elder down, making him hover in front of him. Then, he continuously formed hand seals with both hands, and all kinds of imprints entered the elder's body. He violently tore open the elder's spiritual sea, and his divine senses surged in. Ah! The elder screamed in pain, and his body kept convulsing in the air. However, after a while, he completely stopped. His face was lifeless, and his eyes were lifeless. Bang! After the soul-searching was completed, the elder's body was directly thrown away, and he lay on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. However, he was not dead, but he was completely crippled. Ah! The other 2 people screamed in horror, trembling in fear. Ling Mudi looked at the white-browed elder and said, "The 10,000-year spirit milk essence is with you. Are you going to hand it over, or do you want me to do it?" The white-browed elder was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. In a trembling voice, he said, Don't kill me." Ling Mudi grabbed in the air and pulled the jade bottle into his hand. When he opened it, a look of joy appeared on his face. The white-browed elder's voice trembled as he said, Can we leave now?" Cheyu snorted and said, "Stay here first. Let's see the effects of the 10,000-year spirit milk essence. If the effects are not good, I will have to vent my anger on you." The 2 of them trembled in fear. Ling Mudi slowly poured the jade bottle into Xianxia's mouth. Immediately, an indescribable fragrance spread throughout the entire space. Anyone who smelled it would feel refreshed and full of vigor. A pained expression appeared on Ruinhai's face. If this bottle of spirit milk essence was taken away by the Cloud Life tribe, it would be equivalent to him doing them a big favor. In the future, it would be easier for him to survive in the 4 seas. Now that it was taken away by these people, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. The other party wouldn't even give him a single crystal. As the spirit milk essence dripped into Xianxia's body, the injuries on his body began to heal at a visible speed. The charcoal that had been burnt black by the demonic flames was peeling off his skin, and new muscles were growing. Everyone's eyes were glued to this amazing scene. Soon, a vibrant and radiant Xianxia appeared in front of them. Moreover, he seemed even more youthful and spirited than before. Ling Mudi praised, "The 10,000-year spirit milk essence is indeed a priceless treasure." Cheyu also exclaimed, "It's actually so miraculous. Lord Runhai, do you still have any left in your palace? I would like to buy a few bottles." Ruinhai's face darkened. He snorted heavily and said, "What do you think?" Hee. Cheyu laughed. He also knew that he was delusional. He asked, "Lord Mudi, how is he now?" Ling Mudi replied, "His physical body is fine, and it's even better than before. The most important thing now is to repair his heart meridians. I didn't want to use this method at first, but I just examined him. His condition is worse than expected, so I can only take the risk." Everyone became nervous. Ling Mudi said, "Everyone, don't be nervous. The probability of saving him is very high. I'm just worried about the side effects." He raised his head and looked at the small diamond gourd. Suddenly, he formed a seal with one hand and reached out with his other hand. His fingers were like claws as he grabbed the front of the small diamond gourd. Roar! The small diamond's sturdy body trembled, and it let out a low roar. It seemed to be in extreme pain, but it still endured the pain without moving. A stone emitting a white light was pulled out of the small diamond gourd's chest. Ah! Cheyu suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. He naturally recognized that this was a rainbow stone, and he said in shock, "My lord, you are..." Ling Mudi said, "Implant this rainbow stone into Xianxia's heart to activate his functions." Cheyu was shocked. But this is a rainbow stone." Ling Mudi was expressionless. "I know. Even I couldn't resist the temptation of this rainbow stone back then. That's why I said it's troublesome." Cheyu was enraged. "If that's the case, why are you still using this method? Do you think he can withstand it? Ling Mudi glanced at him and said indifferently, yes, because he's Li Yunxiao. Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, he fell silent, but the worry on his face didn't diminish. Ling Mudi didn't dare to touch the rainbow stone. He slowly wrapped it with his essence force and placed it directly on Li Yunxiao's chest. The rainbow stone seemed to have a spiritual nature, and it instantly went into Li Yunxiao's chest uncontrollably. A heartbeat came from Li Yunxiao's body. His body twitched violently, affecting everyone's hearts. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The rainbow stone was like a heart that constantly absorbed the blood in Li Yunxiao's body. Time seemed to have stopped in the North Sea royal family's space. Everyone widened their eyes at this unbelievable scene. All of them were experts, and they could tell that Li Yunxiao was dead with a single glance. The so-called resurrection of flesh and bones was just an exaggeration. Either he didn't die, or there was no way he could be revived, but Li Yunxiao opened his eyes slowly, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Haha, I'm finally alive. Yu was overjoyed, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan even cried tears of joy and hugged each other. Ling Mudi quickly tapped on Li Yunxiao's chest several times and set up several seals. Then, he asked, "What do you think?" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. "There seems to be a violent aura in my blood that makes me want to kill someone." "Did you put the rainbow stone in my chest?" Ling Mudi said, "That's the only way to save you." He explained everything and said, "Your heart meridian must be maintained by the rainbow stone. It will continuously repair your damaged heart." Li Yunxiao frowned. "This strange feeling is very uncomfortable. It's troublesome for the rainbow stone to enter my body. When can I take it out?" Bei Chunnan said, "The heart is the most important of the 5 internal organs. No matter how strong your divine body is, it can't repair itself. Only an accomplished body has the ability to repair everything. When your body is accomplished, you can take the rainbow stone out." Ling Mudi said, "The troublesome thing is that the rainbow stone will have fused with your heart when you attain the accomplished holy body. I'm not sure if I can take it out." Li Yunxiao said gloomily, "I can't carry this stone heart for the rest of my life." Yu said, "What are you afraid of? His entire body is made of stone, and you're just a heart. Also, the seal set up with the rainbow stone as the eye of the formation will replace the law light and seal the passage for you. If Mo Pu forcefully takes over your body again, he will have to destroy the rainbow stone seal. Once the rainbow stone shatters, you will be finished instantly. Then, it will be meaningless for him to take over your body." Li Yunxiao. "Can I swear? Wasn't this seal 2F** king wicked? In the past, there was still a chance to take back the body that was possessed by the demon lord. But now, it's a matter of mutual destruction." Beijing Nan comforted him, "It's good to be alive. Let's take one step at a time. No matter how miserable it is, can it be worse than me?" His physical body had long since turned into a rotten corpse, and he had to change his appearance before he could meet people. Originally, a large success of the physical body could be immortal, but tens of thousands of years was simply too long. Forget it. Li Yunxiao did not ask for much. Being able to keep his life was already a great advantage. "Useless thing, your eyes are red from crying." He knocked on the heads of young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan one by one. Both of them cried tears of joy. Young Emperor Hao Lian cried, "We haven't reached the peak of the martial Dao yet. Master, you can't leave us here." Li Yunxiao scolded, "The path to the peak of the martial Dao has to be walked by oneself. Master is just leading the way. You are not far from the peak, but the peak is just the starting point. The peak is just the starting point." Li Yunxiao suddenly remembered what Di Jia said to him, and he could not help but say it. Everyone present, except for Mudi and Beijing Nan, felt a chill in their hearts. They yearned for the path in front of them. Yes, disciple has learned something. Young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan bowed. "Yu, what should we do with these people from the Cloud Life clan?" "Spare us. The 10,000-year-old spiritual milk essence has been given to all of you. Please keep your promise and let us go." The white-browed elder begged for mercy. Yu scolded, "Pfft. Did I say I would spare you? I said it would depend on my mood. I'm in a good mood now. The two elders instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and they smiled awkwardly. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "You're in a good mood, but I'm in a bad mood. Just kill them." As soon as he said the word kill, his expression changed drastically. He was indescribably agitated, and countless demonic patterns surged on his body. His figure flashed, and he immediately appeared in front of the two elders. A sword radiance slashed out from his hand. The sword radiance was as white as fire, and a lotus vaguely appeared. Pissed, wherever the sword radiance passed, the heads of the two elders flew into the air, and blood spurted high up. Ah! Everyone was caught off guard. Seeing the two headless corpses spurting blood, they were completely dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao's body was filled with a murderous aura. He turned around and stared at Run Hai and the others. He said coldly, "You bugs, go and die too." The sword decapitator / red glowed with white light, and a terrifying aura spread out. Suddenly, a red halo descended and directly locked onto Li Yunxiao, binding his entire body. It was the Jiutian Dolu ring. Ling Mudi also shouted, "Guard your mind, don't be possessed." Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and his body immediately emitted a transparent light. It was the bright moon divine body's avatar, and it continuously purified the demonic aura. Beijing Nan frowned and said, "Sir, his divine body seems to be," Ling Mudi said, "I noticed it too. It's the Dawn Wind Remnant's light glass body." Beijing Nan's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly returned to normal and did not say anything. Che said, "What's wrong with his divine body? Is there a problem?" He had seen it with his own eyes when he obtained the divine body inheritance in the southern region's heavenly jewel gate. Moreover, the place where the inheritance was obtained was filled with extremely precious East Sea Moon pearls. Now that he heard Ling Mudi and Beijing Nan's words, it seemed to have some background. Ling Mudi seemed to be reminiscing and said, "This is the southern region's king, Dawn Wind Remnant's remarkable skill. There's nothing special about it, except that it emitted light. In the end, it was still killed by the Devil Lord with one palm strike." Che was speechless. Beijing Nan said, "No wonder he didn't become possessed by the demonic aura, and could even use it. He actually obtained the light glass body. This remarkable skill is one of the few powers that can resist the demonic aura." Everyone in the North Sea was extremely vigilant. Everyone's faces were extremely pale, and they were complaining in their hearts. Why did such a group of malefactors come? The bright moon divine light on Li Yunxiao's body was as transparent as the moon, like a precious pearl. It flickered a few times, and his eyes gradually became as calm as water. The sword decapitator / red in his hand gradually shrunk into a white lotus and disappeared into his palm. "Sorry, I was too excited, too excited." Li Yunxiao chuckled awkwardly. Run Hai and the others were all bitter. "You killed the elders of the Cloud Life clan in a moment of excitement. Even the North Sea royal family can't escape from this debt, and they will be implicated." Chiyu laughed and said, "Haha, luckily it didn't lead to a disaster." Runlong could not hold it in any longer, and he shouted, "You killed 3 elders of the Cloud Life clan, and you said it didn't lead to a disaster? You're already facing a disaster." Li Yunxiao said to Hua Xiao, "The Cloud Life clan is the clan that your senior brother Gu Hong belongs to, right?" Hua Xiao's expression was solemn as he said, "Yes, the Cloud Life clan's strength is not below the Sea King's, even Master has to be polite to them." Thinking of Gu Hong, Hua Xiao could not help but shiver, and an uncontrollable fear spread in his heart. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Just in time, I haven't settled the score with him last time. Quickly send a message to the Cloud Life clan, and ask them to send people to their deaths. I will wait here." Hearing this, everyone in the North Sea was dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Gu Hong would escape immediately after killing the Cloud Life clan, but who would have thought that he would foolishly stay behind to wait for death? They were overjoyed. As long as the Cloud Life clan sent people over, their responsibility would be much smaller. Runlong Hai hurriedly said, Quickly send a message to the Cloud Life clan." As if afraid that everyone would go back on their words, Runlong Hai hurriedly said, "Sirs, why don't you go inside the palace and rest for a while?" Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. Back then, he emptied the East Sea Royal Palace, and he had benefited greatly, but he did not have many natural treasures on him. "Alright, everyone go inside and rest. Sirs, please find some natural treasures for us to recover our essence force, We still need to kill those silly birds of the Cloud Life clan later. Li Yunxiao said seriously, you must use a large amount, if not, don't blame us for being impolite, we will settle old and new grudges together. Run Longhai had been in charge of the North Sea for many years, and he was an old fox, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Huang Xiaolong's words. The other party was extorting them all. However, he had to bear with the extortion. As long as he could keep these masters here, when the Cloud Life clan came, he would not mind losing some blood. Of course, I will not mistreat you all. Run Longhai immediately ordered his men to bring out natural treasures for everyone to enjoy. Everyone immediately rushed into the royal palace, sat down, and drank to their heart's content. Li Yunxiao had come back to life, so everyone was in a good mood. Bei Chennan said, young Master Yun, your divine body is about to break through the seventh gate, right? Li Yunxiao smiled, put down his wine cup, and said, good eyesight, how can you tell? Bin Sun was shocked, and he asked, are you really going to break through the seventh gate? Do you have any signs? Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, a little, it's vague, I can't figure it out. Haha, I was wondering. Cheyu laughed, and he said, no wonder you stayed behind to wait for the Cloud Life clan, so you were looking for opponents to temper your body. Bei Chennan said, not bad, this is a good method. As long as the opponent is strong enough, the probability of breaking through the seventh gate in battle is very high. Bin Sun said, I want to fight later too. Formation light faintly appeared on his body, and he seemed to be very excited. Li Yunxiao smiled, and he said, those who want to cultivate can go later. I hope that the people sent by the Cloud Life clan won't disappoint us. Cheyu said, if they are disappointed, we will kill them directly. Since this stupid clan is so famous, there must be a few powerful people in the clan. Run Longhai was frightened, and he did not want to talk to them, so he just kept smiling and toasting at the side. Bin Sun started to ask Bei Chennan some questions about cultivating the physical body. Although he did not know Bei Chennan's background, Bei Chennan's explanation and knowledge made him dumbfounded, and it was more than 10 times better than him. Everyone also chimed in from time to time, and the discussion was very enjoyable, and they all learned a lot. The people of North Sea were also overjoyed. The strongest characteristic of the descendants of dragons was their powerful bodies, so they quickly joined in the discussion. Ling Mudi was the king of the North region and was very familiar with all the cultivation methods in the world. Not to mention the martial path, he even had a deep understanding of the divine path. Everyone felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The discussion was not just limited to the physical body, but also included everything. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was full of energy and did not feel tired at all. Suddenly, an origin energy fluctuation came from outside and interrupted everyone's discussion. Then, an angry roar spread through the entire palace and shook the space. Trash that dares to offend my Cloud Life race, come out. The roar contained boundless anger and supreme majesty. The palace was shaken into a mess, and a large number of sea race guards and servants knelt on the ground, trembling. Run Hai and the other members of the royal family were shocked, and anger rose in their hearts. Their eyes were slightly red. They were listening to the wonderful part of the explanation, and this rare opportunity was interrupted just like that. If it was someone else, they would have rushed out to kill immediately. Even though it was the Cloud Life race, Run Hai's expression and attitude completely changed. Not only did this person interrupt his listening technique, but through their conversation, he became more and more shocked. Ling Mudi and the others' knowledge and understanding of the heavenly Tao far surpassed his own. Such people's origins were most likely not any weaker than the Cloud Life clan. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the target is here. Let's go. The space in the palace blurred for a moment, and everyone turned into flowing light and instantly disappeared. The next moment, they all appeared in the sky above the North Sea Palace. Not far away, 2 figures slowly appeared in a pitch-black tunnel. One had a slim waist and protruding cheekbones, while the other had thick eyebrows and big eyes like lightning. When the 2 of them appeared, the entire space began to distort. Biting cold killing intent swirled in the sky, and Run Hai's anger immediately dissipated. Only now did he remember how terrifying the Cloud Life race was. How could he still show any dissatisfaction? He quickly went up to greet them. So it's the 2 great elders, Hua Shi and Di Gu. Run Hai was extremely shocked. The two great elders of the cloud life race had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even he didn't know that they were still alive. Are you Ruinfei's incompetent son? The skinny old man said coldly with a gloomy expression, as the king of the North Sea, you actually watched as my clansmen were killed. Looks like your reign as the king of the North Sea has come to an end. Ruinhai jumped in fright. It seemed that Huashi was about to vent his anger on him. He hurriedly said, Senior Huashi, these people are exceedingly powerful. This junior definitely can't block them. Huashi coldly said, if you can't block it, why don't you just die? With a wave of his sleeve, a world-shaking force attacked. Ruinhai was both shocked and angry, his palms fiercely striking out. Boom, that palm strike was shattered by the power of his opponent's sleeve, and his body was sent flying 1,000 feet away. Huashi said, having just stepped into transcendence and sainthood, the kings of the four seas are getting worse with each generation. The thick-browed old man, Earthbone, snorted coldly, if it really doesn't work, then I think the Cloudlife clan should come out once more to maintain the order of the four oceans. Ruinhai was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He stood far away with a gloomy expression. Cheyu said, to be able to attract two transcendence and sainthood old fellows, this Cloudlife clan really does have some strength. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if they didn't have some ability, would they dare to even fight the king of the North Sea? Even the king of the North Sea didn't dare to make a sound after being beaten. This shows how powerful they are. Ruinhai's old face turned red, wishing that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. The other people of the North Sea were also ashamed and angry. But even though they were angry, they didn't dare to act rashly. Huashi and General Earthbone glanced at everyone, and their expressions changed slightly. If these people weren't transcendence and sainthood, then they were at the peak of the martial Tao. There were also a few things that were neither human nor ghost, and they couldn't even see through their strength. Huashi said coldly, which force are you from? Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, Yanwu City. Everyone was stunned, wondering where Yanwu City was. Huashi thought for a while, but he didn't have any impression, so he said, looks like the two of us have been in seclusion for too long, and the distribution of forces in this world has changed too much. But no matter how it changes, only those clans with true foundations can last for a long time and laugh proudly in this world forever. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what a joke, there are no forces that last forever in this world. Huashi snorted and said, that's because you guys are ignorant, my Cloudlife clan will never decline. Li Yunxiao said, that's because the ancestors of the Cloudlife clan know how to hide their strength and bide their time. They never come out to cause trouble, and they won't casually offend people like this young master. But the current Cloudlife clan doesn't understand this logic anymore. Arrogant. Earthbone shouted angrily, this old man has never seen such arrogant and ignorant juniors in my life. Why are you talking nonsense with them, just kill them all. Huashi said, these people are indeed a bit capable. That dragon body warrior is a transcendent sage, and the rest aren't easy to deal with either. Earthbone said coldly, even if they are all transcendent sage, the gap is like heaven and earth. The further you go, the more you compete in the heavenly Tao. Could it be that these people's heavenly Tao comprehension surpasses yours and mine? Ruinhai thought from afar, they might not be able to compare in other aspects, but in terms of heavenly Tao comprehension, these people are really terrifying. Huagu said, give me a reason. Earthbone said, keep that dragon body warrior occupied, I'll help you after I kill the rest. Huagu sneered and said, I still don't know who will finish killing first. I only need to kill one person, but you need to kill several people. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and a stream of light flew down and attacked Cheyu. Earthbone laughed and said, old fox, so cunning. Let's see who will finish killing first. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a monstrous aura spread out from his body as he stomped down. Rumble. The ground instantly exploded, and Li Yunxiao and the others tore the space with their bare hands, teleporting away from the powerful aura. Cheyu formed a seal with both hands and pointed forward, dispelling Huashi's attack. Then, the two were engulfed by the shockwave of that stomp. Eh? Huashi's surprised voice came from the shockwave, as if he couldn't believe it. Your sister. Cheyu cursed, and then saw a sword light shoot up into the sky, like a mountain range, and 100,000 mountains moving horizontally. Xianxia Peak. Rumble. Boundless power descended, and the space around Huashi was completely suppressed. The terrifying sword energy slashed down. Ah! Huashi gasped and exclaimed, "This person's strength isn't right." His demonic body instantly appeared, and it became several times bigger. Flesh wings grew on his back, and sharp claws like hooks on his feet. He stepped towards the sword. Bang! A figure was sent flying, and Huashi crashed heavily into the ground. One of his legs was a bloody mess, and many scales were cut off. Earthbone's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "How can he be so strong?" Huashi was both shocked and angry, and he gritted his teeth. The sword in his hand is strange. Not only is it abnormally sharp, but it also seems to have a suppressive effect on us. Suppressive effect? Earthbone was stunned, and then his eyes lit up, and he said coldly, "There aren't many things that can suppress my cloud life tribe. Could this sword have been passed down from the famous True Spirit? It has a powerful aura on it." Huashi's eyes were cold, and he stared at Sumeru and Ata. This could be the true dragon's sword. What? Earthbone was shocked, and he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, an ancient true dragon's sword?" Not only was he shocked, but the North Sea's royal family was also shocked. They were also descendants of dragons, and their ancestor, the Black Dragon, was one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. Naturally, they were very eager and thirsty for items of the true dragon. Runhai was shocked, and he was almost sure that it was the true dragon's sword. When this sword had first appeared, he had felt his heart palpitate with fear, as if his soul had been struck by an oppressive pressure. He had originally thought that Cheiyu's strength was incomparably tyrannical, but now he understood that it was the fear and pressure buried deep in his bones. Haha, I didn't expect this trip to have such a harvest. Earthbone licked his lips, and he said in ecstasy, "Huashi, you hold them off for a while. After I kill these B***stards, I'll join hands with you to kill him." Huashi said in a deep voice, "Okay, hurry up, don't let him escape." Earthbone revealed a cruel and disdainful look, and he said, "Hee hee, don't worry, they're just 9 B***stards, just give me 9 breaths time." At this moment, the gourd, Little King Kong, Evil Spirit, Crocodile, and Mystic Thunder Cloud Roar had been kept into the universe god steel by Li Yunxiao. Only Bin Sun, Bei Jingnan, Mudi, Su Liani, Chen Qingyu, Hua Xiao, Young Emperor Hao Lian, and Mo Xiaochuan were left. Hua Xiao's face was the ugliest. Although he knew that Earthbone couldn't kill them, offending the Cloudbirth clan would bring him endless trouble. However, he thought about it again. If the Cloudbirth clan could kill Li Yunxiao, or if they were to fight to the death, little junior sister might belong to him. Thinking about it, his melancholy disappeared, and his lips curled up, revealing a knowing smile. Huashi said coldly, 9 breaths is too long, I'll give you 5 breaths time. Earthbone scratched his forehead, and he chuckled, 5 breaths? That's challenging, let me try. Boom, a dull sound burst out from Earthbone's body, and his body also changed, turning into Cloudbirth's original form, and his aura was overwhelming. Die, B***stards. The wings on the back of his huge body flapped, and he almost teleported over, and punched at young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan. Because the two of them were the weakest, he knew to get rid of the soft persimmon first before biting the hard bone. The two of them were shocked, and they both clenched their fists and unsheathed their swords, preparing to receive the attack. However, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth, and just the aura of the fist was enough to force them to retreat. Suddenly, a sword ray swept across the sky, drawing out a scorching white mark, and slashed the pressure in the air. Only then did Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian feel relieved, and they hurriedly used their movement techniques to retreat. What? Earthbone was stunned, and he turned around in disbelief. Li Yunxiao stood with his sword, and he said with a smile, "What were you two talking about? I didn't really understand." Come, let's play." Earthbone's expression darkened and he said coldly, "Since you want to die, then I'll kill you first." With a flap of his wings, his entire body charged forward. Even the space around him exploded. The powerful momentum was like a meteorite falling to the ground. Li Yunxiao put away his sword and got into a stance. He clenched his hand into a fist and directly punched out with his diamond fist. What? Many people were shocked. Runhai's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that these people wanted to use the Cloud Life tribe to refine their bodies, He was still shocked when he saw Li Yunxiao put away that terrifying sword and really used his fist to meet the enemy. Arrogant. Die. Earthbone was even more enraged. With a roar, he increased the power of his fist. Boom. The two fists collided head-on. Li Yunxiao instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body was covered in golden light. Demonic patterns flashed on his body from time to time, but they were washed away by a water-like moonlight. His fist bones burst open with blood, but they recovered at a visible speed. Earthbone's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He originally thought that his fist should have taken his opponent's life, but it was only a simple injury. Moreover, when he retracted his hand, he felt his fist bones were also in extreme pain. Again. A series of laughter resounded in the air. Li Yunxiao instantly appeared in front of him and fiercely punched down. The golden fist was like a casserole and there were still traces of blood on it. Die. Earthbone roared and instantly formed a seal with both hands, then fiercely slapped out. His hand was already hurt, so he wasn't stupid enough to fight the opponent head-on. Boom. Li Yunxiao's fist energy didn't even touch the opponent's body. His fist even struck the seal and was bounced off. The terrifying power directly blasted his body and sent him flying. Let's see if you don't die now. Earthbone roared angrily. He flapped his wings and chased after Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao, I also want to play. Binsun bellowed, and countless array lights surged from his body, dazzling everyone's eyes. His divine body was known as the strongest peerless divine body. Seeing that Li Yunxiao had surpassed him, he couldn't sit still anymore and rushed forward. Quafu chasing the sun. He clasped his hands together, and a divine body avatar appeared in the air before he struck down. Damn it! Earthbone changed the direction of his charge. He nimbly spun in the air and kicked the sky. Bang! That divine body avatar instantly shattered. Binsun also spat out a mouthful of blood as he was kicked into the endless sky like a rocket. This was an independent space under the sea, and no clouds could be seen. Haha, I feel it now. Just a little bit more. In the distance, Li Yunxiao stood up. His body was covered in blood, and his essence had been severely depleted. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Suddenly, he sent out another Vajra fist. Earthbone was shocked and furious. He had never seen a 9-stars pinnacle emperor who could take a beating like this. He didn't know what to think, but his killing intent was revealed. He formed a seal with both hands, and circles of red light appeared in his palms. Listening Moody's pupils shrank, and he said, Li Yunxiao, this move is dangerous. Should we? Li Yunxiao's eyes also lit up, and he shouted, no need. Let me take it. 3 colors appeared on his body, and they mixed together. It was messy, and the violent power kept surging in his body. I'll take it with you. Binsun's voice came from the sky. He seemed to have sensed the surging frequency of Li Yunxiao's divine body, causing his divine body to resonate. Countless array lights shot out from his body like meridians, and they were as hot as the sun, and suddenly flew down. Rumble, the 3 powers collided, and a huge shockwave spread out. More than half of the North Sea Palace in the distance was destroyed by the impact. 2 streams of blood sprayed into the sky. Li Yunxiao and Binsun were sent flying, and they fell to the ground far away. The light on their bodies flowed rapidly, and they seemed extremely violent. The shock in Earthbone's heart was indescribable. Under the shock, there was even a hint of fear that he hadn't felt in hundreds of years. These 2 people can't live anymore. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he was about to attack and take their lives. It should be about time. Let's attack too, listening Moody said leisurely. He lifted his foot and took a step forward, standing in front of Li Yunxiao to protect him. He formed a seal with one hand and slapped out. Earthbone's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, let's die together. He closed his fingers like a knife, and instantly slashed Listening Moody's seal, and directly struck Listening Moody's head. Bang! Earthbone felt as if all 5 of his fingers had been broken, and he was in extreme pain. However, Ling Moody seemed to be fine. He frowned and coldly said, you dare to hit my head. A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed down. Earthbone couldn't care about the pain in his palm. He suddenly kicked, and his sharp nails grabbed the silver sword like hooks. However, the sword suddenly softened, and turned into a long whip that coiled around his leg, finally binding his entire body. Tiny silver runes flowed on the whip like a tide. The silver whip became extremely thin, and it kept cutting into Earthbone's flesh. Blood began to seep out. "What kind of whip is this? Break it for me." Earthbone was shocked, and he roared in anger. Waves of terrifying energy shot out from his body, trying to break the whip. However, it only shook up countless silver runes. The whip was still tightly gripped, and it wasn't affected at all. However, listening Moody's expression changed slightly. The soul-defying whip was connected to his mind. Although it couldn't be broken, under Earthbone's strong resistance, the power of the whip hit his mind, and it was 100 times more serious than a direct attack on his body. He formed a seal with one hand and shouted. The soul-defying whip immediately spun like a snake, and it flew back to his hand, turning into a silver sword. Earthbone's body was covered in red ligature marks, which looked extremely funny. He looked down and felt extremely humiliated. White smoke immediately came out of his body, and his originally red body became even brighter and translucent. Listening Moody said vigilantly, "He's going crazy. Let's suppress him together." At this moment, Li Yunxiao and Bin Sun were in very bad states. The light on their bodies flickered irregularly, and large amounts of blood and internal organs were spitting out of their mouths. Young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan joined hands to set up a barrier to protect the two. The others immediately surrounded Earthbone and didn't make a move. It was as if they were waiting for him to go crazy. In the distance, Huaxi became more and more shocked as he fought. He was completely suppressed by Yu, and he would peek at the situation here from time to time. Every time he looked, his heart jumped a bit. "Earthbone, you." When he saw Earthbone's current state, he cried out in shock. Berserk was the most powerful spell of the Cloud Life clan, and it was their final trump card. Ordinary clansmen didn't dare to use this move unless it was a matter of life and death. When Berserk, they would lose all of their intelligence, and they might not even recover after killing the enemy. As long as there was a chance of survival, they wouldn't try it. Even at their level of strength, they could not guarantee that they would be able to recover after going berserk. The longer they went berserk, the lower the possibility of recovery. If they failed to recover, then they would never be able to find their own intelligence and would become a vicious beast that would not recognize their own kin. Huaxi was still bitterly waiting for Earthbone to help him after 9 breaths, but he didn't expect this result. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Yu was also observing the situation on the other side. He did not press too hard, as it was practically impossible to kill someone of the same cultivation realm as him. If the other party insisted on escaping, unless everyone attacked together, they would not be able to stop him. As Huaxi was not in the mood to fight, he also watched and fought. Both of them focused on Earthbone. Bei Chunnan said, "He really went berserk. His strength multiplied, but is he confident that he can recover?" Back then, it was Lord who helped him recover his intelligence. Ling Moody said, "Maybe it's because of the blind arrogance that he cultivated for a long time. He can't accept the setback in front of him, so he easily went berserk. There's nothing to sympathize with." The people of North Sea felt dizzy. Under this terrifying aura, they were worried for these people, but these people started to sympathize with Earthbone. Huaxi was speechless, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chen Qingyu frowned and said, "Since he's so powerful after going berserk, why don't we kill him now?" Ling Moody said, "The aura in his body is very chaotic now. If he's attacked, I'm afraid he'll instantly counterattack with an earth-shattering force. It's safer to go berserk." No one understood these things, but Huaxi was terrified. He couldn't help but look at Ling Moody. The more he looked at him, the more unfathomable he felt. Chen Qingyu came to a realization and said, "I see. Then let's wait quietly." Bei Chunnan said, "There's no need to wait. I'll let him soak in poison first. He'll die naturally later." Everyone was speechless. He'll die naturally? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be so simple? Bei Chunnan had already made his move. He formed a strange seal in front of him, and circles of green patterns appeared on his body. Then, he raised his hand, and a green light appeared in the sky. It was as round as a mirror, and there seemed to be spiritual creatures swimming in it. The green light rotated slowly and kept lowering. In the end, it was like a layer of water film that wrapped around Earthbone, and slowly stuck to his skin. Earthbone's body seemed to tremble slightly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Everyone's eyes widened. The green color started to spread on Earthbone's skin, forming countless poisonous spots. Bei Chunnan said, "The process of the cloud beings entering Berserk is a little slow, but their counterattack is very powerful, so it's still very safe." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Earthbone finally reacted. A deafening roar came from his berserk body. His entire body became as red as blood, but the strange thing was that the red color was filled with poisonous spots, and they were still expanding. Even Huashi was dumbfounded. Although he didn't think that poison could hurt Earthbone, the green spots were too bright. Moreover, they were spreading on Earthbone's skin and even penetrating into it. As Digu roared, a terrifying aura spread out. Xianxia and the rest's expressions changed drastically. Even with their cultivation, they were blasted back dozens of feet. In the distance, young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan's expressions changed drastically. They almost knelt down from the roar. Young Emperor Hao Lian groaned and felt a sweetness in his throat. Mo Xiaochuan asked seriously, "How is it?" Young Emperor Hao Lian snorted again and said, "I can take it. No problem." "That's good." Mo Xiaochuan took out his sword and stabbed it into the ground. A layer of sword light appeared and increased the barrier's power. Digu's body was filled with violent hostility. The Jiutian Daluo ring fell from the sky. At the same time, everyone attacked at the same time. The vast power shattered the space and came from all directions. Bang! Earthbone's wings suddenly flapped and countless rays of red light shot out, scattering everyone's attacks. The surrounding area sank several meters and turned into a vacuum. The Jiutian Daluo ring also shattered in the air. It turned into countless red lights and flew back to the Heaven Patrol Bull's neck. It flashed and disappeared, leaving only a small mark. That terrifying aura caused the hearts of the few of them to tremble. Huashi was both shocked and delighted. He was delighted that the Earthbone was so berserk that it could crush everything. However, he was shocked that even under this terrifying power, those people did not flee. In fact, there was not even a trace of panic in their eyes. This gave him a bad feeling. Su Liani was shocked and asked, "Senior, can you still fight?" She was the weakest among them. She was terrified under Digu's power. Bei Chunnan said, "It's good. This power is within our estimation. Master Mudi and I will attack. You and Xianxia will surround him. Don't let him escape. Help him if you can." "What? Don't let him escape?" The people of North Sea were dumbfounded. They were originally guessing if these people would escape. Why were they worried that they would? Mudi nodded and said, "After going berserk, he will lose his mind like a beast. If he can't win, he will naturally escape. Everyone, defend." The silver whip in his hand was like a silver mace. It formed a shadow in the air and struck down. Xianxia and Su Liani immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to Mudi and Bei Chunnan. At the same time, they protected young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan behind them. The two looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Bang! The soul-defying whip's shadow struck Earthbone's body and immediately dissipated. Earthbone roared, seeming to be in pain. It charged at the listening shepherd flute and spread its wings. A spatial power appeared, binding the listening shepherd flute and pulling it into its wings. "Haha!" Huashi suddenly laughed maniacally and said ferociously, "The wings of my cloudborn tribe all contain the power of divine arts. Although that person's body is like a diamond, it can't resist the corrosion of divine arts. His flesh and blood will be sucked dry and he will die." As soon as he finished speaking, a ring of silver light appeared on the wings of the Earthbone. There were runes flashing on it. Following this, a silver light appeared under Earthbone's feet and turned into a huge formation. Earthbone's body suddenly trembled and countless silver lights shot into the sky. The tightly folded wings slowly opened and a scene that left Huashi dumbfounded appeared. Not only was the listening shepherd flute unharmed, but he also held the soul-defying whip horizontally in front of him and pointed a finger at the sky. The countless silver runes shone on his body that was made of divine steel. It was like a flickering lamp, solemn and dignified. On the contrary, Earthbone's body was trembling violently as if he was in great pain. His powerful body was being torn apart by the silver light and gradually became a bloody mess. This, impossible, impossible. Huashi screamed in horror. He was already quite frightened. In his subconscious, the Cloudborn tribe's violence should be unparalleled in the world. However, the scene before him had a huge impact on him. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. He roared and his eyes turned scarlet as if he was about to go berserk. Chiyu's pupils shrank and the Sumeru's selfless sword immediately slashed out a dragon domain. Endless sword intent slashed down, he did not want Huashi to go berserk as well. Earthbone's aura was already terrifying enough. He had probably reached the peak of divine transcendence and was not far from the peak. The reason why he was easily restrained by the listening shepherd flute was that the 7 illusion green nightmares poison had penetrated deep into Earthbone's blood and started to corrode his body. The listening shepherd flute also had an immortal body. Otherwise, he would have died just now. Moreover, the listening shepherd flute seemed to have a good understanding of the Cloudborn tribe. Earthbone, on the other hand, had lost his mind. The huge difference in intelligence was difficult to overcome. Huashi could only watch helplessly as Earthbone's body was torn apart by the silver light, turning into a bloody mess. It was a ghastly sight. Huashi could no longer remain calm. Under Chiyu's frenzied attacks, he roared towards the sky. A shrill and strange sound pierced through the air and resounded in the sky above the North Sea Imperial Palace. Earthbone trembled violently under the shrill sound. His body slowly moved and a violent aura spread through the silver light. A layer of red light surged around his body and gradually blocked the silver light. Not good. The listening shepherd flute cried out and said, "Be careful." Boom. Earthbone's eyes shot out a vicious aura. He flapped his wings and slapped the listening shepherd flute, sending him flying hundreds of feet away like a cannonball. Swish. The binding of the silver formation disappeared. Earthbone's figure flashed, and a red light rushed toward Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. He still had the will from before he went berserk. He wanted to kill Xianxia and Bin Sun to wash away the humiliation. Not good. Chen Qingyu cried out in alarm. Fortunately, he and Su Liani had already prepared for this, and had been on guard the entire time. One of them slashed with his sword and turned into countless sword shadows. The other person formed a seal with both hands. A treasure flower fell from the sky and shot out from his palm. Bang! However, under the impact of the red light, the sword shadow scattered and the treasure flower shattered. Both of them received a huge impact and were instantly sent flying. How can he be so strong? The two of them couldn't believe it. Seeing listening shepherd flute playing around with this thing, they thought that they could fight for dozens of rounds if they joined hands. They didn't expect to be sent flying with just one move. After Chen Qingyu and Su Liani were defeated, young King Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan immediately felt a terrifying aura. Just the pressure alone made them tremble. The Heaven Retribution Demon's sweeping sword was also stuck in the ground. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, the sound of countless insects came from the sky. Corpsely covered the sky and covered the earth like a heavy downpour, instantly pouring on Earthbone's body. Looking closely, those corpsely were desperately drilling into Earthbone's body. This kind of terrifying scene made people's hair stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. At the same time, the sky patrolling bull also stepped on the ground with its front foot, radiating a blue net that spread to Earthbone's feet and climbed up along his body, wrapping him up. Roar. Angry roars and violent sounds came out continuously. The corpsely covering Earthbone was shaken away in large numbers. The blue net under the sky patrolling bull's feet was also unstable, as if it could break at any time. Boom. Finally, red light kept shooting out from inside, and all the corpsely were shaken away. They flashed in the air and then turned into a sword, floating in the sky. Stop him. Bei Chen-nan instantly appeared next to the sword and grabbed it. He began to make hand seals, and a wave of sword will spread out. World sword manipulation. Countless sword shadows condensed and turned into 36 sword shadows around him. Countless sword talismans flew around and instantly pressed down. Bei Chunnan was also a peerless swordsman. After seeing Li Yunxiao using the million sword illustration, he thought of some ways to change it and integrated it into his own sword. The million sword illustration was a peerless treasure of the divine cloud palace. It contained the power of heaven and earth, and it was the state of million swords becoming one. Back then, Chu Hongyan took it for Gu Feiyang to study, hoping that it could help him improve his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, it did not come true. Pest, pest, pest. The countless sword shadows instantly pierced into Earthbone's body, cutting open his skin and flesh. A large amount of green blood oozed out, showing how deep the green poison was. It had already penetrated into his bones and blood. Even if he did not fight, Earthbone would not live for long. Sun Tian Fighting Bull also ran over and directly used the two horns on its head. Bang! Earthbone raised his fleshy wings, which acted like a shield in front of him, blocking the impact of the heaven patrolling bull. Another chunk of flesh exploded. Ah! Roar, roar, roar. The roars of humans and beasts were mixed together. It was hard to tell whether it was a human or a beast. Bang! Earthbone suddenly flapped his wings and sent Sun Tian Fighting Bull flying. Once again, he broke through the sword formation. His eyes were filled with determination and ferocity. Even if he died, he would kill those two people. Clang, clang, clang. Mo Xiaochuan's sword kept sliding up the ground due to the impact. Cold sweat dripped down from their foreheads like rain. They were also facing death with equanimity. If you want to kill my master, you'll have to do it over our dead bodies. Young Emperor Hao Lian was also determined. His trembling body suddenly stabilized, and his dantian slowly lit up. He was actually going to explode his dantian. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and said, "Idiot, you can't win, yet you still stubbornly resist. This is the stupidest method." The two were shocked and hurriedly looked back. They saw Li Yunxiao's body flickering with tricolored light. It was gentle like water, flowing on his skin. Golden body refinement art light, pitch-black demonic essence light, and translucent colored glass light. The tricolored light represented 3 kinds of power. They had already combed through each other and were clearly separated. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao's body didn't look injured at all. It was smooth like jade and vaguely translucent like colored glass light. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were both surprised and happy. They carefully condensed their essence force in their eyes, but they actually couldn't see Li Yunxiao's appearance. "Master, your injury, it's all healed," Li Yunxiao softly said and walked between the two. Not far away, Bin Sun was still vomiting blood. The light on his body was still messy. He forcefully supported his body and his eyes were filled with envy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Seventh Gate, roar." Earthbone's red eyes suddenly contracted, and an extremely unwilling sound came from his throat. His wings were like blades as he fiercely slashed down. He used almost all of his strength, and all of his resentment and anger were contained within. "Thank you." Li Yunxiao smiled at him, and demonic patterns surged on his body. Those strange pitch-black demonic patterns didn't seem to be on his skin, but turned into light that flickered around his body. He clenched his fist, and a blazing power emitted from his palm. Instantly, sword runes appeared around his fist, and there were even faint sword shadows revolving around his arm. "Thank you for sparring with me. In return, I will use this demonic sword to send you to the other shore." The translucent sword body was like the moon, emitting a scorching light like the sun. Countless white lotuses bloomed on the sword. Sword Death Slashes Red, Green Lotus Sword Song. The sword swept out, and 7 white lotuses bloomed on the sword, turning into colorful sword chi. It was like spring had returned to the earth, and hundreds of flowers competed with each other. Earthbone's wings slashed, and the terrifying red light was instantly blocked. The two forces exploded in the air. Boom! Red and white intertwined powers shot out in all directions, but very quickly, the red light was devoured by the white sword chi flames. The entire space began to shatter, and the first to be affected were Li Yunxiao and Earthbone. They were directly engulfed by the vibrating power. In the distance, Bin Sun was already heavily injured, and with another impact, he felt like his body was about to explode. The chaotic formation light became even more chaotic. Just as he was complaining, there was suddenly a faint light in the shockwave. A majestic figure quietly stood in front of him. Even under such a terrifying power, he still looked relaxed. Li Yunxiao. Vincent's heart jumped inexplicably. His divine body seemed to have sensed something, and all the acupoints in his body instantly opened, pulsing with that feeling. He was ecstatic. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Eh? Li Yunxiao also seemed to sense something. He turned back to look at Bin Sun, and immediately understood. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Bin Sun's eyes were filled with gratitude. He raised both hands and gave a thumbs up. The golden formation light on his body dissipated, but his limbs and bones were surging with endless power, constantly cleansing his body. At the seventh gate, a faint light gradually condensed. The shockwave gradually dispersed. Huaxi and the people of North Sea were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Earthbone's flesh was like willow catkin, falling off bit by bit. It danced in the wind and scattered, slowly turning into a white skeleton standing on the ground. He was too deeply poisoned by the 7 illusion green nightmare. It had already entered his bones, and there was no way to reverse it. Ah! Huaxi took a few cold breaths, and his body trembled violently. A fear he had never felt in hundreds of years spread in his heart. He wasn't afraid of death. With his and Earthbone's age, they didn't have many years left to live. He was just afraid, deeply afraid. Xiao. Making a prompt decision, Huaxi immediately used her escape technique and was about to soar into the sky. "TSK, you think you can still leave?" Yu mocked. He transformed into his true dragon Dharma body and slashed down with his mighty dragon might. 1,000-fold peak. The sword transformed into the power of 100,000 mountains. It was as if the entire mountain range had been moved horizontally. At the same time, the dragon domain opened up, locking down the surrounding space. Li Yunxiao and Bin Sun had successfully broken through, so he had nothing to worry about anymore. Therefore, he decided to use all his strength to kill Huaxi. "Let him go." Li Yunxiao's voice suddenly sounded. Yu was puzzled. Why? This person's strength is extraordinary. If he leaves, he will definitely bring about endless trouble in the future. The others were also puzzled. They all looked at Li Yunxiao. At this moment, his body was like colored glass, and he was shrouded by a dense aura. It was as if no one could see his face clearly. The colored glass light gradually dispersed, revealing his valiant and handsome appearance. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's body didn't have any waves of elemental force. It was completely restrained. Even though they were at the peak of martial arts, they couldn't see through his cultivation. At the peak of martial arts, an exciting term rang in everyone's heart. Divine Transcendence. Yu was slightly surprised. "Shaoli, have you broken through to Divine Transcendence?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. "No. I've just stepped into the peak of martial arts not long ago. It's not that fast. I need a large amount of elemental force to break through the bottleneck of martial arts." "Yu, then your current state," Bei Chennan said, "the power of the 7 gates of divine body is enough to tear heaven and earth apart and travel through the void. Just the power of your body alone is enough to resist divine transcendence." Ling Mudi smiled. "That's right. The path of body refinement is very difficult to cultivate. However, if you can open all 8 gates and achieve the immortal holy body, you'll be invincible in this world where reaching the peak is the limit." Invincible? Everyone was shocked. Since ancient times, who dared to use the word invincible in the world? Who could bear the title of invincible? Haha, look at how shocked you are. Is it possible to be invincible? You've all seen the power of the Devil Lord. Even a divine body can't resist the 6 paths demonic weapons. Li Yunxiao smiled embarrassedly and didn't take it seriously. However, an image appeared in his mind. He vaguely heard a sentence from Red Moon City: "Can't resist 1,000 people, can't resist 10,000 people. Since ancient times, you're invincible." Ling Mudi nodded. "Indeed, but the Devil Lord isn't from this world. He's an exception and can't be measured." "He's not from this world?" Everyone was shocked, and they revealed astonished expressions. They didn't understand what he meant by that. However, Ling Mudi didn't explain. He just smiled and didn't say anything. Yu seemed to understand a little. He came back to his senses and said, Huaxi is really letting him go. Huaxi's heart trembled. Even he didn't dare to believe that Ling Mudi would let him go. He thought that there was most likely some other scheme. Li Yunxiao said, let him go. There's no point in killing him. As for him and the Cloud Life clan, they're nothing to be afraid of. Why bother with these small fries? Small fries, he was probably the only person in the world who could call Huaxi and the Cloud Life clan small fries. The North Sea clan was dumbfounded. They were completely petrified. Haha, I like this breadth of mind and this confidence of a monarch. Ling Mudi laughed and waved his hand. Let this small free go. Although Li Yunxiao's realm was still a step away, his strength had already reached extraordinary. He had regained much of his arrogance. Furthermore, after coming into contact with Ling Mudi and the others, his horizons and martial Dao heart were better than before. The Cloud Life clan was nothing in his eyes. Everyone fell silent. With their current strength, they could even fight against the Hidden Heaven and Earth Alliance. No matter how strong the Cloud Life clan was, they couldn't be stronger than the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Alright, small fries, scram. Yu shouted softly and put away the dragon sword. The seal of the dragon realm that filled the sky was also released. Huaxi felt endless humiliation. His entire body trembled. He clenched his fists and stood in the air with a livid expression. Yu frowned. You don't want to leave. Do you want to stay and die? Huaxi's face was so gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, you'll definitely regret this. Then, as if afraid that everyone would go back on their words, he turned into a beam of light and left. He didn't care about the earthbone skeleton anymore. Yu sneered. See? Letting him go is letting trouble go. These people are brainless. They won't learn until their clan is exterminated. Li Yunxiao said, there's no eternal force in this world. If they don't know what's good for them, the wheel of history will crush them. The people of the North Sea clan were frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Runlong and Ruinzone were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. They thought about how they had used the killing formation and the golden flag to fight against this person. They were so scared that they almost cried. At this moment, Vincent's body had completely recovered. There was a hazy golden light on the surface of his body. It was different from Li Yunxiao's avatar, but it was equally terrifying. Phew. Vincent let out a long breath. He clenched his fists. Immediately, two golden nebulas appeared between his fists and palms. A powerful and vast force spread out. The people around him couldn't breathe. They all retreated. Haha, power, such powerful power. Vincent laughed. His burly body was covered by the golden light. He looked like a god descending. Yu said, now that you've fully recovered, this power is comparable to the power you had in your previous life. Where are we going now? Li Yunxiao nodded. The power I have now is comparable to the power I had in my previous life. As for now. His eyes turned cold. He said coldly, naturally, we're going to take revenge on the Heaven Alliance. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I wanted. Yu roared with laughter, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face as he said, the Heavenly Alliance's attack this time is indeed somewhat vexing. Let's go and kill them all. He made a killing gesture with his hand. The people of North Sea were also shocked. They were Heaven Alliance's accomplices. They didn't know what these people were thinking. Li Yunxiao pondered. I wonder what Little Red's condition is right now. I pierced his chest with my sword, and then he was sucked in by the power of the 6 paths demotic weapons. It won't be easy for him to recover, but it will also be difficult to find him. Yu said, Amen. Then we can wait for Little Red to show himself. With our current strength, we can all attack together. It doesn't matter if it's Little Red or DE. Before that, let's go talk to Corpse Fiend Sect and Jade Drop Sect. Li Yunxiao said, that's right. However, everyone suffered some injuries after coming to the North Sea Palace, and their vital energy was greatly depleted. Lord Runhai is the master of this place. Shouldn't you think of a way to help everyone recover? When Runhai heard this, how could he not understand that this was extortion? But even if it was extortion, he had to smile and let it happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be extortion. It would be a slap on the head and a slap on the life. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. He chuckled and hastily ordered people to bring out all kinds of natural treasures. They piled up like mountains in front of the imperial palace. There were 9 piles in total for Li Yunxiao and the others to choose from. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and a ray of light flew down and collected everything. He said, "We still have important matters to attend to and don't have time to carefully choose. We will return the extras to you when we have time in the future." No need to return, no need to return. It's not like they are anything good. Just take it as this king's token of appreciation. It's rare for everyone to come. North Sea is honored by your presence, Runhai said hurriedly. He didn't want these malefic stars to come again. Also, he didn't dare to mention the matter of Heaven Alliance. However, he knew that the other party was well aware of it. He would just take it as paying a fortune to avoid disaster. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "All right, since Lord is so kind, we won't refuse. We will kindly accept it." Everyone smiled knowingly. The North Sea's people smiled apologetically, but cold sweat kept dripping down their faces. Their smiles were extremely ugly. I have a deep relationship with the North Sea race. From now on, all our grudges will be written off. Li Yunxiao's words came slowly, and the group of people had already disappeared from the royal palace. Only then did Runhai restrain his awkward smile and heave a sigh of relief. However, his expression gradually turned grave. Looking at the skeleton standing in front of the royal palace, he couldn't help but shiver. Runlong said worriedly, "Big brother, what should we do now? The Cloud Life race will definitely vent their anger on us." Runhai pondered for a while and said, "I will personally bring people to escort the skeleton back to the Cloud Life race. You go to the Sea Monarch Palace and report this matter in detail to Lord Sea Monarch. If Lord Sea Monarch is willing to make an appearance, everything will be easy to handle." Ruanlong's face was vaguely angry as she said, "This matter has nothing to do with our North Sea. The Cloud Life race can't be so unreasonable, right? Lord Sea Monarch won't sit idly by." Runhai sighed and said, "I hope so. I didn't expect Li Yunxiao to have grown to such a level. This person must not be provoked in the future." He knew most of the matters between Ruanxiang and Li Yunxiao. He had been looking for an opportunity to meet this person, but he didn't expect to meet him by chance and end up like this. The surrounding people of the royal family all had dim expressions. The royal family could summon the wind and rain in the 4 seas. A single call would be answered by hundreds, and no one dared to disobey. However, in front of these true peerless experts, they were no different from mortals. After Li Yunxiao and the others left the North Sea, they boarded the Rank 9 battleship and flew rapidly between the sea and the sky, teleporting 10,000 miles. Inside the world deity Steel, there was a beautiful land with verdant hills and limpid waters. The wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. The stream was murmuring, and the spiritual energy turned into mist that permeated the land, making people feel refreshed. Right in this spiritual land, a palace appeared out of thin air. It directly gathered all kinds of elements from all directions and constructed it in the air, landing on this beautiful land. Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes. Although it was only his physical body that had stepped into the realm of transcending mortality and entering sainthood, his understanding of the great realm god technique had become much more exquisite. Ever since the Sea Emperor Bronon had mentioned the ancient Maha scripture, the great world divine technique was one of the 4 scriptures closest to the ancient Maha scripture, and the world god steel was a heavenly saint artifact that was born when the heavenly martial arts realm was born. Even someone as powerful as the demon lord back then could only communicate with the 6 paths demonic weapons and extract their power. Similarly, there was no way to control the universe god steel. The so-called great realm deity technique itself was not the technique of the universe god steel. It was just that the Almighties back then used the power of this deity technique to control the universe god steel. Hence, it was named the Great Realm Deity Technique. The existence of the World Divine Monument was as long as the ancient times, while the Great World Divine Technique was born in the long history. It was born from the comprehension of countless experts toward the way of heaven. At that moment, Li Yunxiao had already grasped most of the profoundness of the deity technique. He could instantly gather sand to form a tower, turning nothing into something. However, he was still confused about the power of the World Divine Monument. If this item also has a weapon spirit, how should I look for it? How do I know if the weapon spirit is alive or dead? It has been lost for so many years. It might be dead, Li Yunxiao thought maliciously. After that, he turned and appeared in the palace. The pavilions inside were arranged in picturesque disorder, and the corridors were winding. It was no different from the palaces outside. A beautiful figure came toward him. When she saw Li Yunxiao, her body could not help but tremble slightly. However, she quickly recovered and said, "Big brother Yunxiao." It was Ding Ling who had been recuperating for many days. Li Yunxiao said, "You've become skinnier." Ding Ling heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother Yunxiao. I'm fine now." After all, she had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for many years. She was extremely strong. She raised her hand and tucked her messy hair behind her ears. She said, "Big brother Yunxiao, you're here to see Sister Narcissus, right? Her current condition is very stable." Li Yunxiao nodded, and the two of them walked side by side. They went around the winding corridors and arrived at a side hall. There was a giant golden lotus spinning inside. It was the Dharma flower lotus platform, like I heard. On the lotus platform, Narcissus was sleeping peacefully on her side. Her right hand was under her head, and her eyes were slightly closed. She was very peaceful. Li Yunxiao observed carefully and was rather surprised. Narcissus's current condition was almost one with like I heard. The waves and frequency of the elemental energy were completely the same. It was as though they were one person and one object, and they were born together. The flowing light on like I heard passed through Narcissus's body without any hindrance and swayed slightly on the lotus platform. It was like spring water or autumn ripples. Every ripple brought peace to one's soul. Li Yunxiao stared at the ripples and gradually felt like he was entering a void. Ding Ling said softly, "Did big brother Yunxiao feel it too? This profound artifact is very magical. Today, I came to take care of little sister Narcissus. Under the waves of the profound artifact's frequency, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It's unimaginable." Li Yunxiao said, "This Dharma flower lotus platform is a divine artifact of the four seas. It is indeed magical. No wonder you are about to break through Emperor Wu. There is only one last layer left. Let me help you." "Big brother Yunxiao help me? Doesn't Emperor Wu have to understand the rules of heaven and earth to break through Zhoutian?" Ding Ling was a little puzzled. She had heard of some martial arts that forced enlightenment, but they were all evil arts that caused great harm to the martial arts foundation. She immediately said, "Ling hopes to break through my own efforts. I have no one to rely on now, and I have nothing to worry about. I can only place my passion on the martial arts and hope to go further." Li Yunxiao felt a little sad when he heard that. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. The method I am helping you is not an evil one. It is just some advice. Without your own comprehension and accumulation, no amount of advice from me will be of any use. You are an extremely intelligent girl. You are able to let go of the shackles in your heart. You will definitely have great achievements on the path of martial arts." Afraid that they would disturb Narcissus's self-recovery, the two of them left the room quietly and came to the top of a mountain. There was a huge waterfall on the opposite side, splashing countless water splashes. There was also the spiritual energy that rushed toward them. Being in it, they could feel that their cultivation was rising. Ding Ling smiled and said, "Big brother Yunxiao's divine artifact is getting more and more magical. It went from being barren at the beginning to being full of life now. Even those spiritual mountains and rivers and super sects are no match for it." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Ling you are blinded by a leaf. I am just trying to gather as much spiritual energy as possible in the entire monument in a few places for everyone to cultivate. The whole world is basically still barren, and there are not many changes. I don't know when it will become a real world." Ding Ling comforted him and said, "At least it is getting better bit by bit. It will get better and better." The two of them stood side by side. The mountain breeze was slightly chilly. Unknowingly, they gradually got closer to each other. When they felt each other's body temperature, their hearts trembled. Ding Ling-er's cheeks were slightly red. She quickly straightened her body and shyly lowered her head. Li Yunxiao quickly said, I almost forgot about the important matter. Sit down first. I will help you to break through that layer of window paper. Ding Ling-er collected her thoughts and sat cross-legged. Li Yunxiao looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself that Ding Ling-er had no one to rely on now. He had to cherish her more. After making up his mind, he cast aside the distracting thoughts and gradually flew out from his palm. Dang! A clear bell rang, and a clear and visible sound wave spread out from the peak of the mountain. Ding Ling-er's body shivered, and the essence force in her body vibrated along with the frequency of the bell. The verdant mountain swayed with the sound wave, and the sound of the waterfall gradually weakened. The whole world and Ding Ling-er naturally became one. Ding Ling-er only felt that the barrier in front of her instantly disappeared, and a smooth path to heaven extended endlessly under her feet. She never felt that she was so close to the heavenly Tao. Countless law runes fell from the sky and slowly integrated into her body, but she didn't feel it at all. She was like a tree or a weed in the world that quietly grew over the countless years. A world in a flower, a century in a day. In just a split second, Ding Ling-er felt like she had experienced a century. She slowly opened her eyes, and the gentle emperor's aura flickered on her body. Her eyes were filled with confusion, but they gradually became as clear as water. How long have I been through? The bell rang 3 times, which is a total of 9 breaths. 9 breaths. Unrealized millet dream. Great changes. Ding Ling-er's face was filled with astonishment. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, You are in a very good state. You are very suitable for this state of time. Based on your current state, your foundation is even more stable than that of those people who advanced to martial emperor a few years ago. Ding Ling-er smiled bitterly and said, A great change in one's life is indeed very suitable for this vicissitudes of time. Li Yunxiao immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He said guiltily, I'm sorry. Ding Ling-er smiled softly and looked at Li Yunxiao affectionately. She said, Big brother Yunxiao is right. You don't have to apologize. Unknowingly, their bodies were pressed together again. The sound of flowing water and the faint fragrance made Li Yunxiao's heart palpitate. He finally couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. Soft and fragrant, his hand fell along with her beautiful hair. The fragrance bag was secretly untied, and the sash was lightly separated. At this moment, the mountain was covered with clouds, and the sky was vast. The sunset glow covered the peak, and the clear waves and green grass could be seen. In the depths of the morning cold, they were bathing in red. Time passed quietly in this place. After a long time, a streak of light flew away from the peak, fleeing in panic and shyness. Only Li Yunxiao's figure was left on the cliff. At this moment, the mountain peak was lonely. Dew dripped from the fragrant dust, and the night wind blew gently. Under the bright light, the scarlet spots were as beautiful as peach blossoms. Thinking of the two of them just now, it felt like a dream. Flowers are not flowers, fog is not fog. It comes like a spring dream for a long time, and leaves like the morning clouds. After chanting, Li Yunxiao also felt a little shy. It was not convenient for him to see Ding Ling-er, so he waved his sleeves and left the World Divine Monument. The Rank 9 warship flew wildly on the North Sea with more than 10 people. Finally, they returned to the sea region where they fought with the Heaven Alliance. At that time, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The seawater evaporated, and all living things within thousands of miles were killed. At a glance, it seemed to have returned to normal. However, under the divine senses of an expert, they could find something different here. It was dead silence. There were no living things within hundreds of miles. All the sea creatures that came along with the seawater were all dead. Su Liani said in shock, There are many chaotic auras in the seawater. The most serious ones are the demonic aura and poisonous aura. I'm afraid that not even a blade of grass or fish will survive for many years. Li Yunxiao said, It's normal for someone at the peak of their strength to move mountains and seas. Many landforms in the realm of heaven martial arts have changed because of their great strength. I only care about the location of the Bailuo sect. Su Liani said, All kinds of energies are scattered and disorderly. There's no living creature in the vicinity. It's like fishing for a needle in a haystack. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the Big Wheel Island. We should be able to find out where the Bailuo sect is and how the Corpse Fiend sect is doing. The 9th rank warship turned around and headed for the Big Wheel Island. A few days later, the warship sailed into the waters of the Big Wheel Island. It was immediately monitored by several divine senses. Then, a figure flew over and shouted, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao said to Su Liani, "Go and deal with them. We'll meet on the island when everything is ready." "I'll go first." Su Liani said, "Yes." Li Yunxiao flashed and disappeared from the warship. The figure outside suddenly frowned and his pupils contracted. He seemed to have sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy and a flash of green light, but he couldn't be sure because it felt unreal. He looked around in confusion but didn't find anything strange. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a palace dress slowly landed from the warship. She said with a smile, "I am Su Liani, the pavilion master of the Tianyi Pavilion in the Tianwu continent. I have come to the Big Wheel Island to ask for your permission." The woman nodded and said, "Put away the warship and follow me to register." Li Yunxiao teleported to the island and appeared in the base of the Bailuo sect in a few flashes. The entrance was deserted. He scanned the base with his divine senses and found only 20 or 30 people inside. The strongest one was only a 3-star martial emperor. "Settle all the accounts for this month and gather everyone for a meeting tomorrow." The martial emperor waved his hand and said, "Go do what you need to do." 5 people who looked like stewards stood in front of him. They nodded and bowed before leaving one after another. Only one remained standing. The martial emperor said, "Manager Zhang, is there anything else?" Steward Zhang looked around and said in a low voice, "Sir, since the Jade Fall sect doesn't want this place anymore, and there are still 2 years left before the lease expires, why don't we sublet this place?" A trace of light flashed past the martial monarch's eyes, and he said seriously, "Subletting can indeed avoid waste, but the matter is urgent. Where can we find people? And if the sect finds out, even I won't be able to bear the consequences." Manager Zhang laughed mischievously. "I have a nephew who specializes in traveling between the Martial Heaven continent and Grand Wheel Island. This stronghold can be rented to my nephew. In any case, the Jade Fall sect will completely disappear, so they won't know. As for the Heaven's Mode Horizon, you just need to give me a subletting document. That way, my nephew will have a legitimate reason to live there. As for the price, my nephew is willing to pay 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones for the remaining time." The martial emperor's heart thumped, but he still sneered, 5 billion? "Humph, Manager Zhang, this is not how you do business. According to the normal price, it should be at least 30 billion. Manager Zhang smiled embarrassedly, "If it was 30 billion, my nephew would directly go to the Heaven's Mode Horizon to rent it." The martial emperor snorted coldly, "That's not something that can be bought with 5 billion, it should be at least 20 billion. Manager Zhang cursed in his heart, and revealed a troubled expression. He shook his head and said, "Sigh, if that's the case, then the subletting is over. My nephew doesn't have that much money. Forget it." He turned around and was about to leave. "Hey, wait." The martial emperor hurriedly stopped him, and said, "The price can still be negotiated. You also know that I am in charge of this place now." Manager Zhang sneered in his heart. He knew that the person in front of him would be returning to the Jade Fall sect tomorrow. If he didn't sign the subletting contract, he wouldn't get a single primordial stone. Now that he had a few billion extra, he was probably overjoyed. He was just too greedy. And wanted to get as much as he could. Seeing him stop, the martial emperor let out a sigh of relief, and said seriously, 5 billion is too little, you should at least increase it a little. Manager Zhang smiled, "Then I'll go back and ask my nephew." "Hey, don't, you also know that after tomorrow, I will be leaving. Your nephew won't be able to rent it anymore." The martial emperor hurriedly stopped him. Manager Zhang said, "Then the price." He felt a burst of pride in his heart. The other party was a cultivator who only knew how to cultivate. How could he be a match for merchants like them in terms of price? The martial emperor seemed to want to save face, and gritted his teeth. 5 billion is indeed too little, Manager Zhang, just increase it a little, as much as you want. If it's okay, then we'll have a deal. Steward Zhang paced back and forth and muttered to himself irresolutely, then add another 200 million. Fine, 200 million it is. The martial emperor agreed, and the two of them were relieved, and they were both overjoyed. Manager Zhang hurriedly took out a storage bag and a platinum document and placed it on the table. Then please put your fingerprint on it. The martial emperor was stunned and said, so you've already prepared it? Manager Zhang smiled, my lord will be leaving tomorrow, so I naturally have to hurry. The martial emperor felt suffocated. He knew that he had suffered a loss, but after thinking about it, this was also an unexpected windfall, so he straightforwardly put his fingerprint on it. A layer of blood-red light surged out from the gold leaf, and then condensed into a symbol. With a flash, the transaction was completed. Manager Zhang happily put away the gold leaf document, and said with a smile, it's getting late, my lord should rest early, this subordinate will take his leave. The martial emperor counted the source stones, and was also extremely excited. He waved his hand and said, go, go, I also want to rest. After Manager Zhang left, the martial emperor could not help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha, ha, his laughter suddenly stopped. He didn't know when, but a figure had appeared in the room. The figure was sitting upright in front of him, drinking tea with an indifferent expression, as if he didn't hear him. The martial emperor was shocked, and immediately knew that an expert had arrived, and what happened just now must have been seen by this person. He could not help but be afraid, and said with a trembling voice, who are you? The person in front of him was very young, so young that he felt that he should not be an expert. Where is Xianxia? That person's words almost made him kneel in fear. After trembling a few times, he stabilized himself and said, you are looking for the sect master? I am very sorry, my position is low, how can I know the sect master's whereabouts? The person was Xianxia. He nodded and said, where is the Bailuo sect? Come with me. The martial emperor hurriedly said, we need to have the teleportation coordinates to go there, but a few days ago, the sect used a great divine ability to hide the coordinates from the sea. Now, no one can find them, so the original coordinates are all useless. Xianxia frowned, and his eyes emitted a cold light. You mean, no one can find the Bailuo sect now? The martial emperor felt as if his soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He was so scared that he knelt down on the spot and cried, I don't know, a small figure like me can't find it. And I can't go back to the sect either. A few days ago, the higher-ups gave me a sum of primal stones to go to the Sky Martial continent and establish a small branch. Xianxia could naturally see that he was not lying, and his frown deepened. It seemed that Xianxia was afraid that he would come back for revenge, so he hid the entire sect one step ahead of time. This was quite bold. If the Bailuo sect was completely hidden, then Heaven's Little Red was most likely in a bad state. Who knew how long it would take for Little Red to show up again? What about Xianxia? Jing? Ah, Lord Xianxia. I don't know anything, Lord, please don't kill me, I really don't know, have mercy, have mercy, have mercy. I am willing to give all my primal stones to you. The martial emperor was so scared that tears and snot came out of his eyes, and he continuously kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't dare to use his primal force to block, and soon, his forehead was broken, and blood flowed out. After kowtowing for a while, there was no movement, and when he raised his head again, Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Manager Zhang walked in, and seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. Lord, what are you doing? The martial emperor wiped the cold sweat off his face, and said, I accidentally tripped, why did you come back? Manager Zhang was full of doubts, but he didn't want to ask, so he said, I just thought of something, Lord wants us to find a spiritual mountain in the Sky Martial continent, my nephew said that there is a good place. Oh, then hurry up and do it for me. The martial emperor waved his hand, the joy in his heart had long disappeared, and the deep fear still lingered in his heart. He only felt that his whole body was soaked in sweat, and uncomfortable, and said, I really want to rest, don't disturb me. After Xianxia left the Bailuo sect's base, he received Su Lianyi's message. The two met quickly. Su Lianyi saw Xianxia's appearance and guessed most of it, and said, Bailuo sect escaped? Xianxia nodded, this time, I'm afraid they are completely hidden, it will be more difficult to find them. Su Lianyi said, if they really want to hide, it is indeed difficult to find them in the vast four seas. But if not, there will be traces of them sooner or later. Li Yunxiao said, I can only think of it that way. That Jingqi's immovable forest was destroyed in the battle, I don't believe he can endure it, and the world of immortality is about to open soon, can they really endure it? Su Lianyi said, just now, when I was registering at the Great Will Island's Heaven's Edge branch, I heard a news that the hidden sects have begun to plan with Wan Qian to take back the Merchant Union. They see that my strength is not bad, and want to recruit me, so they leaked some information. I wonder if young Master Yun is interested? Li Yunxiao said, let Wan Qian worry about the Commerce League for now. If we can't take it back even with the help of the secluded sects, then we'll be too useless. Although I also want to deal with Ding Shan, there are more important things, let Wan Qian go with Ding Shan. Su Lianyi asked, something more important? I wonder what young Master Yun means. Just as Li Yunxiao was about to answer, he suddenly saw a person rushing over. In a few steps, he arrived in front of the two of them and bowed, are you Master Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao looked at the person's clothes and the symbol on his body, and immediately knew his identity, and said, Dragon Tooth Villa really has good eyes and ears, I just arrived a moment ago. That person was overjoyed, and said, it really is Master Yunxiao, I am the messenger of Dragon Tooth Villa, greetings Master. I hope that Master can come to my villa for a gathering, the villa master has been looking forward to it for many days. Afraid that Li Yunxiao would not go, he added, in order to welcome Master, our entire villa's intelligence team has been mobilized. Every day, 24 hours a day, we are able to find out where Master is at the first possible moment. Li Yunxiao frowned, I'm not familiar with Zhu Tianhan at all, why is he looking for me? Could it be that he wants to cut me down? That person was shocked, and laughed bitterly, Master really knows how to joke, Master Villa Master is sincerely inviting you, I hope that Master Yunxiao can come along for a while. Li Yunxiao said. Alright, since that's the case, I'll follow you to see what Zhu Tianhan is up to. With his current strength, he could go anywhere in the world. That person was overjoyed. Finding and bringing back Li Yunxiao would be a great achievement. He anxiously led the way, afraid that the two of them would go back on their word and run away. Li Yunxiao also wanted to go to Dragon Tooth Villa to investigate Wu Desheng's matter, otherwise he wouldn't have the time to bother with Zhu Tianhan. The two of them were quickly brought to the Dragon Tooth Villa's encampment. The person in charge personally came out to welcome them and immediately notified them. Very quickly, they entered the transmission array of the encampment. A few hours later, they appeared on a huge island. The entire island was like a tall mountain. Looking down from the top, it was filled with buildings along the mountain, somewhat like the long family of Tianling, but not as majestic as Tianling. Li Yunxiao said, isn't Dragon Tooth Villa built on top of a huge dragon tooth? This island looks very ordinary. The person in charge personally sent them over and said with a smile, how could there be such a big dragon's tooth in this world? There are indeed dragon's teeth, and according to legend, they are the teeth of a real dragon. I don't know if they are true or not, but they are the treasures of my villa. True dragon tooth? Li Yunxiao was taken aback. If it really was a true dragon's tooth, then this thing was not as simple as a dragon artifact. The so-called dragon's secret treasure was just the remains of the dragons of the divine realm of 10 directions, and the remains of a real dragon were not on the same level. Chiyu's voice could be heard as he said excitedly, quickly go and take a look at that dragon tooth. If it's really something from a real dragon, then snatch it. Li Yunxiao said via voice transmission, be civilized. We are all educated and civilized people. Don't use the word rob all the time. You can use borrow. Yes, yes, yes. Borrowing means borrowing. If it's really a true dragon's tooth, then borrow it for 100 years. Chiyu cried out. His cultivation was currently at a bottleneck, and he needed a further opportunity to break through. He originally thought that the true dragon treasure would be in the dragon field, but it was only a storage space. He was greatly disappointed. Li Yunxiao said, let's wait and see first. The villa may not be so easy to talk to. Suddenly, a loud and sonorous voice was heard, and it laughed loudly, haha, young Master Yunxiao, you make me want to die. A sharp light pierced through the air and stopped in the sky. Gradually, it turned into Zhu Tianhan's figure. He flew down and directly gave Li Yunxiao a big hug. Li Yunxiao was a little confused, and he dodged to the side. He stretched out his hand to stop Zhu Tianhan and said, I'm a little scared by your enthusiasm. Let's talk about it first. Although Zhu Tianhan's face was full of smiles, it was obvious that he was very worried. He said bitterly, young Master Yunxiao is a straightforward person. Then I will also be frank. However, this is not a good place to talk. Let's go back to the villa together. Without saying anything, he directly grabbed Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi's hands and turned into a ray of light. At the highest point of the island, there was a magnificent palace that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. Zhu Tianhan had already ordered people to prepare a banquet, and all kinds of bejeweled fruits were served. He sat alone in the main seat. He did not propose a toast. Instead, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank several times, sighing constantly. Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi sat in the lower seats, and the beautiful twin sisters sat on the right side. Both of them looked anxious and haggard. They did not say a word. The atmosphere in the palace was a little stifling, and the sisters' soft sobs could be faintly heard. Li Yunxiao immediately understood the situation. He smiled slightly and said, "What is troubling, sir? Could it be because of that Wu Desheng?" Zhu Tianhan's arms shook, and he actually could not hold the wine cup. A lot of it splashed on the table. The two sisters also stopped crying and raised their heads. Their eyes were red. Zhu Tianhan hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Young Master Yunxiao's foresight is divine. Young Master, do you know where that Wu Desheng is now?" Li Yunxiao thought to himself, "You already let your two daughters run over to cry. If I still can't guess, then is my intelligence normal?" He pretended to be surprised and said, "That Wu Desheng is Sir's son-in-law. Why are you asking about me?" Zhu Tianhan groaned and sighed, "Did he leave or is he dead?" Sigh, seeing my two beloved daughters wash their faces with tears every day, as a father, I feel like a knife is being twisted in my heart. Woo woo woo. The two beauties sobbed again, covering their faces with handkerchiefs. Zhu Tianhan said, "What happened inside the cloud formation that day? I hope that young Master Yunxiao can tell me in full detail without concealing anything." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "That day inside the formation, I did not see him. Furthermore, at that time, I even specially went to look for this person, but did not find any clues." In other words, not long after entering the formation, he disappeared on his own. Disappeared on his own? Then according to young Master Yunxiao's guess, is he alive or dead? A trace of light flashed in Zhu Tianhan's eyes, and he hurriedly asked. Li Yunxiao did not answer, but said with a smile, "So what if he's dead, so what if he left? Is my lord worried about his daughters?" Zhu Tianhan said seriously, "Naturally. No matter what, he is my dragon-tooth manner's son-in-law. How can I not be concerned?" Li Yunxiao said truthfully, with his true dragon dharma body, in that environment at that time, not many people can kill him. In my opinion, he most likely escaped. Escaped, huh? Zhu Tianhan muttered to himself, the expression in his eyes flickering indeterminately, as if there was something on his mind. The two daughters cried even louder. The elder sister cried, "Looks like he despises us sisters." Those words he said were all lies. Liar, a complete liar. The two sisters hugged each other and cried, crying inconsolably. Zhu Tianhan became somewhat impatient. He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "What are you crying for? Stop crying. I will definitely capture him back for you." Zhu Tianhan changed the subject and asked, "May I know what is the relationship between that Wu Desheng and young Master Yunxiao? Why did he impersonate you?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "I also want to know about this matter. It is strange to say it." He immediately recounted the incident in Yongxiang City in full detail. Zhu Tianhan listened with a sluggish expression, and he said in a daze, "That simple?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "That simple? Could it be that Sir knows nothing about him? If that is the case, how could you marry your two beloved daughters to him? This young master really cannot believe it." Li Yunxiao's face was full of doubt. Zhu Tianhan fell silent, a troubled expression on his face as he muttered to himself. Li Yunxiao continued, "Moreover, he was definitely not as powerful as he is now in Yongxiang City. His current strength should have increased during this period of time. Especially that true dragon dharma body, it is said that only descendants of dragons can cultivate it. He actually has two of them. Zhu Tianhan seemed to have made up his mind and said, since young master also knows about the true dragon Dharma body, then there is no need to hide it. Young master, please follow me. He immediately stood up and left the main hall with the two of them. They walked for half an hour in the villa, passing through dozens of winding corridors before arriving at a secret room. The room was very spacious. Once they entered, Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi were both startled. What entered their eyes was a huge statue of a true dragon. It was several miles long and looked very lifelike. Although it was fake, the aura it exuded was oppressive. Li Yunxiao was startled for a moment, and then he smiled. I didn't expect sir to have such an interest in making such a magnificent dragon statue. Zhu Tianhan looked at the dragon statue for a while and said, do you think I made this? Li Yunxiao said, could it be left behind by the ancestors of the Dragon Teeth Villa? Zhu Tianhan said, you can say that, but it is not completely correct. This dragon statue was indeed left behind a long time ago, but it was not created by humans. It was created by the heaven and earth. Created by the heaven and earth? Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. He seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, a true dragon that failed to form? Impossible, this is impossible. Zhu Tianhan said, why is it impossible? A true dragon is formed by the essence of the heaven and earth, but there can only be one true dragon in every generation. The ancient true dragon has fallen for countless years, so what is so strange about the heaven and earth giving birth to a dragon again? Otherwise, how could there be dragon crystals in this world? Dragon crystals were supreme treasures that contained dragon energy after the heaven and earth failed to give birth to a true dragon. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly and felt the power of the dragon's aura. Then, he opened his eyes and the moon eyes appeared. His gaze pierced through the dragon's body and he saw that the dragon's body had limbs and bones, as well as meridians. It was indeed not man-made. But why is this dragon breath so weak? If it really failed to transform into a dragon, this is a land of great wealth, he said with a sigh. Zhu Tianhan smiled bitterly, there are many stages to transforming into a dragon. Only after entering deeper and failing will the dragon crystal appear. This dragon should have failed a long time ago. Li Yunxiao said, that is also a rare thing. Zhu Tianhan said, that is right. The entire Dragon Teeth Villa is a spiritual island with this dragon as the eye, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from all directions. Li Yunxiao said, oh? Although the spiritual energy on this island is extremely strong, I did not feel any formation energy fluctuations, nor did I see any spiritual energy gathering phenomenon. Could it be that it goes straight to the bottom of the sea? Zhu Tianhan let out a long sigh and said, young Master Yunxiao, what did you see in the dragon's mouth? Li Yunxiao had already noticed it. There was an offering tablet there with 4 small golden words written on it, White Teeth Sun Moon. His eyes narrowed as he said, could it be that the rumors are true? The Dragon Tooth Manor really has a true dragon's tooth? Zhu Tianhan said, yes. Li Yunxiao clenched his fists, his emotions fluctuating. Qie Yu also laughed wildly, haha, borrow it. Quickly borrow it. Zhu Tianhan glanced at him and said, unfortunately, Wu Desheng took it. Although Li Yunxiao had guessed it, he was still shocked. How could my lord be so at ease to give such a precious item to him? Zhu Tianhan sighed, to tell you the truth, the White Teeth Sun Moon has been in the hands of the Dragon Tooth Manor for a long time, but it has always been used as the eye of the formation to gather spiritual energy. I don't know why that Wu Desheng was able to use the true dragon's power on the tooth, displaying the true dragon avatar that young master saw before. Li Yunxiao was shocked. So that's the origin of the true dragon avatar. What secret does he have to be able to control the true dragon's body? Zhu Tianhan said worriedly, this is also what I want to know. In order to win this martial contest, I had him bring the White Teeth Sun Moon with him, but I didn't expect it to disappear. This matter is too important. Aside from my 2 daughters, no one else knows about it. If we don't find the White Teeth Sun Moon, the effects of the spirit gathering formation will slowly weaken and eventually dry up. Then the entire Dragon Tooth Manor will be finished. Li Yunxiao said, my lord thinks so highly of him just because he can control the true dragon's tooth? TSK. His tone was full of ridicule. Zhu Tianhan said, I was indeed careless, but if I had to do it again, I would still marry the two women to him and think of a way to rope him in. Not only because of the power in the tooth, but also because of the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. True dragons are born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, condensed from world energy. Even a single white tooth contains the purest heavenly Tao. If one can comprehend it, the benefits would be immeasurable. These words made Li Yunxiao's heart skip a beat. Qiyu also shouted excitedly, "We must find that Wu Deshang. We can't let that kid get away with it. The remains of Lord True Dragon must be in the hands of a descendant of a dragon like me. Otherwise, it would be an insult." Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "It's a pity that Wu Deshang has already disappeared. This person's background is already a mystery. How can we find him in this vast world?" Zhu Tianhan suddenly formed an incantation with one hand, and a red light shot into the dragon's mouth, landing on the offering tablet. The four words "white teeth, sun and moon" emitted a golden radiance, slowly forming an illusory image that gradually became clearer in the air. Within the mist, a huge white tooth appeared in front of him. It looked like a white bone, and although it was only a projection, it still gave off a soul-stirring feeling. The remains of a true dragon. This is definitely a true dragon's regret. Qiyu shouted madly. He was so excited that he was about to go berserk. Li Yunxiao also knew that this was definitely real. That kind of vast might could not be imitated. It was as vast as the heavens and earth. Zhu Tianhan said, "It is not completely impossible. The projection that young master is seeing now is not an illusion. It is truly a projection from the tooth." "What?" Li Yunxiao was startled. He immediately understood and said, "The thousand-li tracking technique." Zhu Tianhan nodded and said, "The true dragon's tooth is such an important treasure. Naturally, it needs a special method. Generations of ancestors have left some traces on the tooth. Even if that Wu Deshang knows about it, he is not strong enough to erase it. Thus, I still have a way to sense the tooth's existence." Li Yunxiao said, "Since that is the case, why doesn't Lord hurry and search for it?" Zhu Tianhan said, "This is where the problem lies. Although I can sense the tooth, I cannot pinpoint its location. At first, I was worried about Wu Deshang's life and death, fearing that he died in some strange space, causing the tooth's location to fail. Now, it looks like he did it on purpose. A technique that can interfere with spatial positioning must be a great magic skill. Even if Wu Deshang can interfere with it for a while, can he interfere forever?" Li Yunxiao said doubtfully. "This is also what I find strange. We have been monitoring for more than a month, and it is still the same. We can only transmit its influence but cannot pinpoint its spatial coordinates. This has never happened before. Wu Deshang must have done something," Zhu Tianhan said angrily. Zhu Tianhan said angrily, his eyes flashing with killing intent and fury. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms and rubbed his chin with the other. He said in a low voice, "Now that you mention it, I think of something. Now, I am almost certain." Zhu Tianhan was stunned. "What is it?" Li Yunxiao said, "The 10 treasures in the True Dragon treasury must have been taken by Wu Deshang." "Ah? How is that possible?" Zhu Tianhan was shocked. He could not believe it. Li Yunxiao said, "Then it makes sense. One of the 10 treasures is called the Universe Light Disk. It is a powerful profound artifact that can control space. The white teeth sun and moon are most likely placed in the Universe Light Disk. That is why they could easily erase its coordinates." Zhu Tianhan said in a daze, "I also know about this item. The 4 directions form the universe. Now that young Master Yunxiao said it, I am immediately enlightened." "Then what should we do now?" Li Yunxiao said, "It's not completely impossible to find traces of Wu Deshang. It's just that, but what? As long as we can find Wu Deshang, the Dragon Tooth Manor will forever owe young Master Yunxiao a huge favor." Zhu Tianhan was anxious and happy. No matter what condition Li Yunxiao offered, he had to agree. Even if he wanted more of his daughters, he would marry them all. Li Yunxiao said, "I have to discuss this with a friend." A light flickered between Zhu Tianhan's brows, and Che Yu's figure immediately appeared beside him. Zhu Tianhan's heart trembled. Although he knew that Xiaochen had a holy artifact, seeing it with his own eyes was a different story. After Che Yu appeared, he stared at the huge dragon, unable to move for a long time. The feeling of being there made him feel even more shocked. It was as if he was immersed in the miraculous creation of heaven and earth, unable to extricate himself. The three did not disturb him. They stood quietly at the side and waited. After a long time, Qiyu let out a long sigh. However, dragon essence continued to circulate in his body. The scales on his body reflected a green light, looking brand new. Li Yunxiao said joyfully, "Haha. You broke through?" Qiyu shook his head and said, "It is not that simple. I am still far from it. However, if there really is a white tooth in the dragon's mouth, that great power of creation will be even stronger. My chances of breaking through will be much higher." Zhu Tianhan's heart trembled violently. The person before him had indeed transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. Moreover, he was even vaguely above him. The breakthrough he spoke of was the final realm in this world, reaching the peak. Zhu Tianhan was immediately startled. He quickly performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "This lord is?" Li Yunxiao said, "My friend, Qiyu. He is also a dragon descendant. Perhaps he has a way to sense where the white tooth is." Qiyu glared at Zhu Tianhan and snorted. "You overestimate me. If I could sense it, I would have gone to the Dragon Tooth Mountain Manor long ago. However, I have an idea to look for Wu Desheng. It might work." Zhu Tianhan quickly said, "As long as you can find Wu Desheng, Zhu Tianhan will be eternally grateful." Humph. Qiyu snorted and thought to himself, "There's no need to be grateful. Just give me the true dragon's tooth, haha." However, he certainly wouldn't say what he was thinking. He simply said, "If Wu Desheng takes the 10 true dragon treasures, there is a world sword left behind by the true dragon." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood what Zhu Tianhan meant. He said, "Are you saying that you can sense the existence of the world sword?" Qiyu said, "Not necessarily. If it is too far away, it naturally won't work. Besides, Wu Desheng has to activate the sword. If he doesn't use it after taking it, there's nothing we can do." Zhu Tianhan said, "This person must have a great connection with the dragons. Since he has obtained the world sword, he will definitely use it as a personal sword." Qiyu said, "I hope so. I'll try." He sat down cross-legged and put his palms together in front of his dantian to quickly meditate. Then, he flicked his fingers twice, and 2 green lights shot out, turning into swords in front of him and standing still. Light flashed on the swords, and Qiyu continued to inject seals into the 2 swords. Green dragon shadows began to appear above the swords, hovering and swimming in the same posture. Zhu Tianhan was dumbfounded and said in shock, These swords," Li Yunxiao said, "these 2 swords are also the world swords of the true dragon." Huh? Not only Zhu Tianhan, but Su Lianyi also opened her mouth wide. Li Yunxiao explained to them, when the world sword was broken back then, it turned into a total of 4 swords and drifted to the earth. These are only 2 of them. As long as Wu Desheng refines the other one, these 2 swords will be able to sense him within a certain range. Zhu Tianhan was overjoyed. "I see." His attitude towards Li Yunxiao and the others became even more respectful. Not only was Li Yunxiao extremely powerful and had many treasures on him, even a random friend of his had a powerful background and was an existence that could not be trifled with. Everyone waited quietly. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Qiyu slowly opened his eyes. He made a hand seal and kept the 2 swords into his body. "How is it?" Zhu Tianhan asked impatiently. Qiyu's expression was solemn. He shook his head and said, "There is no result." "What should we do?" Zhu Tianhan's face turned pale, and he was in despair. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't worry too much, sir. I think that Wu Desheng has not refined that sword yet. After all, it is a true dragon's item, and refining it is not easy. During this time, we can choose another object to be the array's eye and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy." Zhu Tianhan said dejectedly, "This is the only way. We can buy as much time as possible." He looked a lot older in an instant, and he stared blankly at the empty dragon's mouth, a little dazed. Li Yunxiao said, "If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. If there is any news about Wu Desheng, I will come back to inform sir." Zhu Tianhan said, "If there is news, you must inform me." Li Yunxiao said, don't worry. Oh right, if Sir has news about Jade Drop Sect and Corpse Fiend Sect, please inform me as well. Zhu Tianhan stilled and said, Jade Fall Sect and Corpse Fiend Sect? What happened to them? I heard that there were some movements recently, but I was too busy and did not pay attention. Li Yunxiao briefly explained the situation and said coldly, that Yin Ji and Jing Qi, this young master must have a good talk with them about life and ideals. Zhu Tianhan was dumbfounded when he heard that. He said in shock, young master Yun Shao actually fought against the entire Heaven Alliance alone? He even injured Lord Celestial to the point where his whereabouts are unknown? Great waves surged in his heart and he could not immediately calm down. He had originally thought highly of Li Yunxiao but did not expect the other to have such strength. At the same time, he was shocked. While he had received news about Jade Fall Sect and Corpse Fiend Sect recently, he did not expect the situation to be this serious. Unmoving Forest was destroyed, Jade Fall Sect erased their spatial coordinates and went into hiding. It seemed that the power structure of the hidden sects was going to change drastically after this battle. He immediately walked out of the sorrow and worry of losing the sun and moon and started to think about the future. Li Yunxiao smiled gently and said, "My lord, please continue with your work. If you have any news about these people, please inform me immediately. We will take our leave first." Li Yunxiao knew that Zhu Tianhan would not be able to digest this news quickly, so he could not be bothered to waste time. Zhu Tianhan hurriedly said, "I will send you off. Dragon Tooth Villa will always welcome Sir Yunxiao and the two milords as guests." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "No need to send us off. My lord, please stay." The three turned into flowing lights and flew out of Dragon Tooth Villa. They immediately released the rank 9 warship and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Zhu Tianhan watched the light of the warship disappear and recovered after a long time. He immediately ordered to search for Jade Fall Sect and Corpse Fiend Sect at all costs. On the rank 9 warship, Li Yunxiao looked into the distance. The sky was high and the sea was clear. He suddenly said, "Old dragon, you really can't sense them?" Hee hee. Cheiyu's voice came from behind. "You understand me, haha." Su Lianyi's body trembled when she heard this, and she immediately understood. She exclaimed, "You sensed Wu Deshang's whereabouts?" Cheiyu said, "I don't know if it's Wu Deshang, but I did sense the existence of another sword. However, I can't determine the spatial coordinates for now. I only know that it's very far away. I'll get the coordinates as soon as possible." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Not only do I want to recover those treasures, but I'm also more interested in this person's background. This time, I have to peel off a few layers of his skin and crack open little by little to find out who he really is." Cheiyu chuckled and said, "I will continue to search for the coordinates." His figure flashed and he hid in between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows, where the Universe God Monument was located. Su Lianyi asked, "Young Master Yun, where are we going now?" Li Yunxiao looked into the distance, his eyes filled with nostalgia. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Northern Region, Divine Firmament Palace." Su Lianyi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately went to execute the order. The Stage 9 battleship instantly accelerated in the sky and flew in the direction of the Sky Marshal continent. Divine Firmament Palace stood in the northern region's dreamy cloud swampland, occupying more than 30 peaks with the most abundant spiritual energy. The peak where Palace Mistress Chu Hongyan was at was called Snowfall Peak. Although it was called Snowfall Peak, it was verdant all year round. Clouds and snow piled up on top of the peak, reflecting off each other. It was an extraordinary scene. Under the cover of the verdant green peaks, there were many ancient buildings, either scattered or in groups. They decorated the green peaks, forming a leisurely atmosphere. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang on the peak of the mountain, startling countless birds. Faintly, many demonic beasts could be seen running down the mountain in fright. It seemed like it had been a long time since they last heard the bell. Figures began to move in the ancient buildings, all of them were women with graceful figures. Most of them began to whisper to each other. "It's the bell of the Embracing Sound Mountain. Is it gathering all the elders for a meeting? Isn't there still more than a month? Who knows? For such a big event like our sect coming out of the mountains, there must be many things to prepare." Dang! Just as everyone was discussing, another bell rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it was even more urgent than the previous one. It sounds like a guardian is about to go up to the snowfall peak. It must be a big event. What the hell is going on? I haven't heard the bell for more than 10 years. How nostalgic. Dang. The third bell rang, followed by another rapid ringing. Dang. 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 There were a total of 9 ringing, which shook the entire dreamy cloud swampland. All the birds and beasts were startled and ran away in all directions. 9 ringing? Ah. This is urgent information. There are enemies. Enemies? How could it be? We've sealed the mountain for nearly 20 years. How could there be enemies? I don't know. But these 9 ringing are important signals of an enemy attack. Anyone who hears the 9 ringing, no matter where they are, must rush to the snowfall peak as soon as possible. The disciples of the other peaks have already gone to the snowfall peak. Let's go. After chattering for a while, everyone hurriedly turned into streams of light and rushed to the main peak. On the snowfall peak, more and more people gathered. The snow that hadn't melted for thousands of years shone coldly. More and more people appeared on the peak. A desolate purple palace stood on the peak. For countless years, it had been staring at the endless sky and the dreamy cloud swampland. On the peak, everyone's eyes were focused on one person. That person was a young man dressed in spotless white robes that were whiter than snow. His slender silhouette was reflected on the snow. He didn't move at all, just like a statue. The man's eyes were fixed on the purple palace. His emotions were not as calm as his face. Ripples appeared in his eyes. Everyone around stared at him with caution. Although they didn't know him, they could feel his powerful aura. At the same time, they were shocked by his young age. 9 elders stood in front of the purple palace. The youngest was 67 years old, but they had changed their appearance. They looked like they were in their 30s or 40s. The man looked away from the palace for a long time and looked at the 9 elders. He scanned them one by one and said, "I'm just here to see a beauty." Elders, why do you have to be so formal? Hey, Divine Firmament Palace isn't a place where you can come and see whoever you want. The leader of the 9 elders, Luo Chunru, shouted angrily. She pointed 2 fingers at the man and shouted, "I order you to leave the mountain immediately, or I'll kill you." The man smiled bitterly and said, "You've been sealed off for so many years. Haven't you all washed away the violence in you?" Another elder had a kind face. Her name was Gu Shanshan. She let out a long sigh and said, "Gu Feiyang, it's been 20 years. Why have you come to Divine Firmament Palace again?" Swoosh, as soon as she said that, all the women on the mountain were shocked. They looked over again in shock. The person in front of them was Emperor Wu Gu Feiyang, the culprit who caused Divine Firmament Palace to seal off for 20 years. Suddenly, all kinds of shock, astonishment, confusion, anger, and other emotions spread among the crowd. No matter what, they were all very hostile. Murderous intent filled the air above the sea of clouds and the snowy peaks. They might not know the complicated relationship between Chu Hongyan and Gu Feiyang, but the name was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Making the world's #1 sect for tens of thousands of years seal off their mountain for 20 years. This glory was enough to laugh proudly at the world. But this glory was a great humiliation to Divine Firmament Palace. Li Yunxiao also sensed the evil intentions of the crowd. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is it so difficult to see Hongyan again? Is she going to avoid me for the rest of her life?" Luo Chunra shouted, "You don't have to worry about that. Just get out of Divine Firmament Palace immediately." Li Yunxiao looked at the purple palace and suddenly said slowly, "Is Hongyan not in the palace? Otherwise, there's no way she won't come out when the 9 sounds are heard." The expressions of the 9 elders changed slightly. Suddenly, they moved. Li Yunxiao only felt his vision blur for a moment, and the 9 of them formed a formation, surrounding him in the center. Their faces were as cold as frost. Li Yunxiao said, "I was right. Since Hongyan is not here, I will leave. You don't have to do anything. But I'm curious, where is she?" Gu Shanshan advised kindly, "Gu Feiyang, you can't be blamed for what happened back then. But 20 years have passed. You are still you, and Divine Firmament Palace is still Divine Firmament Palace. I hope that the two sides of the Great Tao will not interact with each other. You don't have to worry about Divine Firmament Palace's matters. Suddenly, two women flew over from outside the mountain. One of them shouted anxiously, "Don't let him go. Junting is still in his hands." The two women quickly landed on the mountain. They were the two elders, Ma Yinglei and Ma Yingmei. What? Junting is in his hands? Luo Chunru's expression changed drastically. She shouted angrily. Damn you, Gu Feiyong. You've been going against Divine Firmament Palace in both lives, haven't you? Hurry up and release Junting. The 9 elders immediately took out their weapons and formed a formation. In order to prepare for the opening of Divine Firmament Palace, all the news of the world had been sent back to Divine Firmament Palace through the Star Moon House. This allowed all the elders to know about the outside world. Naturally, this included the various deeds of Li Yunxiao. As for Han Junting, she was Chu Hongyan's direct disciple. This was a serious matter. After she was captured, only a few people knew about it, and they kept it a secret. Now that Li Yunxiao had come to their door, they couldn't care less anymore and immediately announced the matter. Not only were the 9 elders shocked, but all the disciples of the sect were also shocked and angry. The monstrous anger almost melted the snowy mountain. Gu Xianxia asked in shock, "Feiyong, is this true?" At this moment, the Xiannu also walked out and said with a cold expression, "Li Yunxiao, do you dare to deny it?" Li Yunxiao's gaze swept past Ma Yingmei and the Xiannu. The three of them were flustered. He sneered and said, "Hee, did I deny it? The three of you are witnesses. You should know why I captured Han Junting. Why didn't you say the whole story?" The three's expression changed slightly. They looked at each other in dismay. Gu Xianxia shouted, "What exactly happened?" Ma Yinglei pondered for a while and said, "We joined hands with Northern Dark Duanju to set up an ambush to kill Li Yunxiao. In the end, we were captured by him." Gu Xianxia rebuked, "What nonsense." Luo Chunru said, "Elder Xianxian, there is no point in saying anything now. Let's save Junting first." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "If there's reason, then be reasonable. If there's no reason, then be unreasonable?" Luo Chunru said, "This isn't a matter of being reasonable. It's very normal for Divine Firmament Palace's disciples to have resentment towards you. It's inevitable that they would do something out of line. Even if Junting was really in the wrong, you shouldn't have imprisoned her." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Elder Chunru means that you want me to kill her? You, insolent. Of course I'll let her go." Luo Chunru said angrily after being startled for a moment. "Haha, let her go." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "A bunch of nonsense. Truly a group of cold, aloof, twisted, and perverted old, ugly, stupid, and foolish women. If it weren't for you foolish women back then, this young master and Hong Yan wouldn't be like this, and Divine Firmament Palace wouldn't have sealed off the mountain. You guys don't repent and still blindly arrogant. You're already beyond redemption. These 20 years of sealing off the mountain has been in vain. You. How dare you?" Luo Chunru was so angry that her entire body was trembling. These insults were all aimed at her heart, causing her face to distort. The rest of the elders were also yelling in anger. Murderous auras continuously surged from their bodies. The aura of the 9 people's formation instantly increased. It was as if there was an invisible force in the air, constantly pressing down on Li Yunxiao. Gu Xianxian also said angrily, "Gu Feiyong, you're too much." "Too much?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Every word is true. It's just that you old perverts aren't willing to admit it. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Capture him and throw him into the Avicii punishment prison to undergo tribulation. Just peel off his skin and cut his bones." A gray-clothed old woman gnashed her teeth in hatred, almost pouncing forward to bite him. "Foolish woman, you want to kill me?" Li Yunxiao's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Sweeping over, the gray-clothed old woman was so frightened that she staggered back several steps. Luo Chunru shouted, "Elder Wei Chui, don't be afraid. We can use this 9-moon clear sky formation to kill him." The 9 of them immediately shifted their positions and shuttled back and forth around Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao only felt that the atmosphere had changed. As the 9 of them moved, the sky and earth were turned upside down. They were towering like a mountain, gurgling like flowing water, like an old steed in a stable, aspiring to travel 1,000 miles, or like chasing after the stars and the moon, the sea turning into mulberry fields. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but be shocked. Although these foolish women were twisted and perverted, the martial arts and formations they practiced were all the strongest in the world. He had never seen this 9-moon sky illuminating array before. It must have been created by a genius ancestor of divine firmament palace. Such a peerless cultivation technique shone as brightly as the Milky Way in divine firmament palace. Just as she was thinking, a lancet quietly slashed at her from behind. Luo Chunru couldn't help but attack first. At this moment, the spell formation was arranged like a star. It was as if the power of the stars had descended, fusing with the blade and increasing its power. Li Yunxiao's figure shifted, and he elegantly extended 2 fingers, gently pressing on the back of the saber. The entire saber light instantly dimmed, and the aura dispersed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That was a strike that was condensed with the power of the spell formation, and yet it was so easily broken by him. In fact, Li Yunxiao's movements only looked elegant. At this moment, his physical strength was much stronger than his cultivation. That one finger seemed to have condensed all of his physical strength, like a tiger sniffing a rose. Luo Chunru's expression also changed drastically, but she didn't panic. Her face twitched, and her left hand formed a seal. She pointed at Li Yunxiao's glabella, and a beam of light shot out from her fingertip. Li Yunxiao didn't panic. His 5 fingers formed a claw and instantly extinguished the light. Then, he grabbed at Luo Chunru's 2 fingers. A circle of extremely sharp finger light coiled out like silk. Luo Chunru only felt that her 2 fingers were cold, as if they would be cut off at any time. She was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand. At the same time, the other 8 people changed their positions, and the surroundings were modeled. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt several attacks coming from different directions, and it was impossible to guard against them. He immediately retracted his fingers and formed a seal in front of him, forming a golden dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 faces had different expressions. Some were sarcastic, some were sneering, and some were cold. However, their eyes were all arrogant, and they didn't put the others in their eyes. What sorcery is this? As soon as the dharma form golden body appeared, it immediately caused a series of exclamations, and the voices were somewhat panicked. His left hand grabbed the divine sword Star Destroyer, and green lotuses bloomed one by one. They turned into endless sword wills, and chaotically slashed in all directions. His right hand held the heavenly hammer, and it turned into a field of lightning. The lightning flashed on top of the clouds, and the sky was filled with a green world. Under the impact of the sword light and lightning, the attacks of the other 8 elders were forced back. However, the 9 of them changed their pace, and the entire spell formation rotated. The 9 of them split into 4 groups in front and 5 groups behind, and they pushed forward like a chisel. An incomparably sharp feeling was born, as if a peerless sword was slashing down. With the 9 of them working together, the clouds on the entire mountain peak were dyed red, as if the sun was setting in the west. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. The sharp aura was pressing towards him, and he felt a faint pain coming from his skin, as if a knife had lightly scratched him. It should be noted that his physical body had opened the 7 gates of the divine body, and he had the power to transcend mortality and enter sainthood. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured under such a powerful force. Even so, the attack from the 9 of them still made him feel even more pressured. He took 3 steps back, and the extreme discomfort disappeared. Only then did he form seals with his 6 arms. 3 seals shot up into the sky, fused into one, and turned into a ferocious golden dragon, which slammed forward. Roar! The dragon's body shone with golden light, and the scales on it shone with jagged light. It was like heavenly light that shot up into the sky, and it crashed into the spell formation. Rumble! Boundless snowflakes flew up, and the sky was filled with white spots. Then, they vaporized and dissipated. The divine firmament palace disciples all felt a vast and mighty force impact. A large number of people were sent flying, and some even fell off the mountain peak. Amidst the countless white snowflakes, the violent golden light was still trembling on the mountain peak. It was being forced back by the 9 of them. A three-colored light surged out from Li Yunxiao's body, and the huge force kept pushing him back. Luo Chunru laughed maniacally and said, "Haha, Gu Feiyang, 20 years ago, you came and went calmly. 20 years later, the divine firmament palace is no longer the same. Stay here forever." With the 9 of them working together, the power of the entire mountain kept gathering, and a deep ravine was carved out on the ground of the mountain peak. Li Yunxiao had already retreated to the edge of the cliff. If this continued, no matter how powerful his divine body was, he would probably be split in half. Although Luo Chunru and the others had the upper hand, the shock in their hearts was even more chaotic than the snowflakes in the sky. Under the 9-moon bright sky formation, even a divine transcendence would have been defeated long ago. Ma Yinglei, Xian Nu, and the others were even more shocked. The Li Yunxiao in front of them was even more powerful than when he fought against Baiming Duan. Moreover, they knew that he had a divine artifact, and there were a few extremely powerful experts among them. But right now, just Li Yunxiao alone was able to force the 9 elders to join forces and fight for a long time. Ma Yinglei felt a little dizzy, as if foreseeing that the result was not good. Back then, even Hong Yan couldn't stay even with the help of the entire dreamy cloud swamps, mountains and rivers. What ability do you small fries have to say such big words? Li Yunxiao waved his 6 arms, and a ball of golden light appeared in each of his palms. He fiercely threw it in front of him, and it turned into a golden whirlpool. Stellar explosion. He formed a seal with one hand, and the golden whirlpool suddenly exploded. The violent aura swallowed the 3-seal golden dragon, and the 9 people's formation was blocked. Then, the true magic body appeared, and it stood on the peak of the mountain, and its body reached the clouds. The giant spirit looked down at the ground, and its hands rapidly formed seals. It pressed down from 10,000 meters in the sky, and pressed down on the 9 people. Boundless nature, true magic seal. Wei Chui cried out in shock, "It's a demonic technique, what do we do?" Agitated emotions appeared in the formation, and cracks started to appear on the mountain's momentum. Luo Chunru shouted, "Don't panic. With the 9 of us working together, even if the opponent is in the 10 directions deity realm, he will still die." The 9 people's formation changed again, and they scattered like birds and beasts, but in reality, they each took their own steps, and did not panic. Rumble. The true magic seal directly hit the mountain peak, and boundless demonic aura exploded, swallowing the divine firmament palace disciples in all directions. Ma Yinglei was shocked, and she said in shock, "All disciples, run, retreat from Snowfall Peak." Hundreds of light rays flew down from the mountain peak, like fireworks exploding. After the true magic seal, the giant spirit also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, and his 6 hands formed seals. A black demonic nebula spun around the giant spirit, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. Li Yunxiao was full of praise for the 9-moon sky formation. If not for the formation, these 9 people would have died in his hands long ago. Now, with the formation combined, they were able to suppress him, and he could not escape. After the true magic seal bombarded, although the 9 people seemed to have scattered, they still contained the formation, and he was trapped inside, unable to break free. The martial arts collection of Divine Firmament Palace is indeed shocking, and extraordinary. Li Yunxiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Apart from admiration, there was coldness in his eyes, and he said, "But you minions are not talented enough, and you have shamed the ancestors of Divine Firmament Palace." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense, you deserve to die." Luo Chunru scolded angrily, "You are about to die, and you still talk nonsense. Elders, use your ultimate moves and kill him." "Yes." A few cold voices echoed. Although the other elders frowned, their eyes also flashed with determination. The 9 elders all formed seals, and their auras kept rising, and soon reached the peak. A red light floated above the 9 people like a ghost, but it was condensed by the 9 people's auras, and it gathered under the formation's power. The boundless demonic aura was vast and mighty, but it could not devour the light, and it kept retreating. 9-moon sky formation, sun finger. Luo Chunru suddenly shouted, and she raised her hand high. The other 8 people also raised their hands at the same time, and all their strength was sucked out by the red light, and gathered inside, turning into a giant sun finger. Under the power of the sun, the demonic light around the giant spirit's body could not help but fade. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and he praised, "What an amazing formation." Luo Chunru smiled sinisterly, "You are still pretending to be calm in the face of death. What's the use of that? Go to hell, Sun Finger." That huge power of the sun struck down like a finger of heaven and earth, like a huge fireball, and it suppressed the space around Li Yunxiao, making it impossible for him to escape. The clothes on Li Yunxiao's body started burning under the power of the finger. It was as if there was only one giant finger left in the world. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world to squash an ant. Li Yunxiao had already turned into a giant man of fire. The pressure he exuded was enough to burn most of the mountain top. In the raging fire, his body glowed with 3 colors, and his eyes were as red as blood. The true demon giant spirit also stood in the air. Its 3 faces were the same color, and their faces were dark. Suddenly, the giant spirit grabbed the Agama bone cleaver in the demonic nebula. It slowly twitched, and the giant spirit's body trembled violently. Not only the true demon giant spirit, but even Li Yunxiao couldn't help but tremble. It looked like he couldn't withstand the vast yang finger, but in fact, he couldn't withstand the power of the 6 paths demonic weapon. Clang, a huge sound rang in the air. The giant spirit pulled out a blade, but it was only a shadow, not a physical one. The blade in the demonic nebula kept trembling. Clearly, the Agama bone cleaver had been twitched, but it wasn't strong enough to pull out the real body. Even if it was just a shadow, the moment the true demon giant spirit pulled it out, it slashed at the vast yang finger. Boom! The shadow of the blade brought with it a darkness that completely countered the power of the vast yang finger. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said, "This power isn't enough." After failing to draw the 6 paths demonic weapon, his body stabilized, and he continued to demonize. Countless demonic patterns covered his body, and a white lotus appeared on his right fist. Then the sword light shone, blinding even in the flames. It even isolated the surrounding flames. The vast yang fire seemed to be pulsing strangely, revealing great fear, and fled far away. One sword cleaving red, one death separation. Sword cleaving, stars. The Agama bone cleaver's shadow had just touched the vast yang finger when it crumbled in a few breaths. The entire true demon giant spirit began to crumble, dissolving along with the shadow of the blade. Vast yang devil slaying, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a clear sky was restored. But just as Luo Chunru was overjoyed, a terrible white light shot into the sky, mixed with boundless demonic might and the power of flames that could burn everything. Boom! The black light and white flame directly rushed into Haoyang's finger, and the 2 incomparably overbearing forces bombarded together. All the ice and snow on the snowfall peak instantly melted, as if a scorching sun had exploded in the sky. The power to destroy heaven and earth covered the entire mountain range, surging above the dreamy cloud swampland. The 9 elders trembled violently. That terrifying power rushed into their bodies, and all of them were heavily injured. The 9 moon sky formation was broken in an instant. The 9 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying from the sky. The snowfall peak became bleak and desolate. It was unknown what the purple palace was made of, but it was actually undamaged under the impact. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, and it continued to stare at the land of the dreamy cloud swampland. Is he dead? Is Li Yunxiao dead? The Divine Firmament Palace disciples who had yet to flee were all shocked. They looked around in fear, hoping to find Li Yunxiao's corpse. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. The impact just now was too strong. Not only could they not open their eyes, even their divine sense was engulfed by the aftermath, and they could not sense anything. In that instant, everyone felt that they were very small, like a drop in the ocean. The faces of Ma Yinglei and Xiannu turned pale. The 2 of them looked at each other, and endless fear surged in their hearts. After that attack just now, they could be sure that Li Yunxiao did not die, but they could not be sure whether he was heavily injured or not. But to kill 9 elders with the power of a single person, and under the circumstances of laying down the 9 moon sky formation, this kind of strength was already extremely terrifying. He is back, that terrifying Gu Feiyang, he is back. Ma Yinglei used a voice that only she could hear to murmur. Her mind was almost completely blank. But Xiannu was beside her, and she could hear everything clearly. Her body could not help but tremble, and she said, "Now, in the entire Divine Firmament Palace, only Palace Lord can fight against him. After 20 years, is everything going to repeat itself?" Ma Yinglei said in confusion, "Fight? What if I lose again?" There was no answer to this question, and no one could answer her. Xianxia also remained silent. Suddenly, a few rays of light landed on the mountain peak, and they were the elders who had been sent flying. All 9 of them had returned, and no one had died, but each of them was heavily injured. Some of them could not even stand steadily, and their martial Dao foundation was almost damaged. Luo Chunru's sinister face immediately changed, and she roared, "Come out, Gu Feiyang, come out and fight to the death for me. Hiding like this, do you still have any face? Are you still that army-destroying Emperor Wu who was not afraid of heaven or earth? Get out for me." But no matter how she screamed, the entire Purple Palace Hall remained silent. "No need to shout, he has already left." Suddenly, an aged voice came from the Purple Palace Hall, and soon after, a red figure appeared in front of everyone. That is, Ma Yinglei and Xianxia were both startled, and they frowned as they looked at that red figure. His back was stooped, his face was aged, and his hair was completely white. He was holding a walking stick in his hand, and he was trembling as he stood in the wind, as if he would become an immortal at any time. "Ah?" The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time, and they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions became extremely shocked and abnormally rich. The expressions of Luo Chunru and the others also changed greatly, and they hurriedly turned around and bowed to the old woman, shouting together, "Greetings, Grand Elder Jihan." "Ah. It really is her." Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, and then she hurriedly covered her mouth, as if realizing that she had lost her composure, and quickly knelt down. Ma Yinglei didn't dare to be careless, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. But more than that, she was happy. With this person, Divine Cloud Palace's strength could rise to another level. There were also many disciples who looked puzzled. Clearly, they were very unfamiliar with the names of this old woman and Jihan. But seeing how the 9 elders were so respectful, and also guessed something from the words Grand Elder, they didn't dare to act rashly and hurriedly bowed down. The old woman in red was wearing very eye-catching clothes, and she said, "Gu Feiyang has already left, there is no need to shout here." Luo Chunru was shocked and angry, and said, "That Gu Feiyang has gone too far, he is the mortal enemy of Divine Cloud Palace, I hope that Grand Elder can kill him." Mi Jihan glanced at her, and said indifferently, "If I didn't come out, do you think Gu Feiyang would have left?" The hearts of the 9 people were all shocked, and only now did they understand some of the situation. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder, the Purple Palace would probably have been destroyed, and Li Yunxiao was also taken away by her power. If it wasn't for that, they would most likely be in danger. Luo Chunru was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and she stammered for a long time. Mi Jihan waved her hand, and said, "All of you, leave. If you don't provoke him, he won't come and provoke you. I am also old, and I don't want to cause trouble for you juniors. If it doesn't endanger the safety of Snowfall Peak, I won't do anything. All of you, leave." Luo Chunru seemed to want to say something, but the red in front of her had already disappeared, and the front of the Purple Palace was empty. "Grand Elder, what should we do now?" The others gathered around, and discussed countermeasures. Luo Chunru was also annoyed. With her intelligence, how could she know what to do? She could only shout, "What else can we do?" Grand Elder already said to retreat first, and send people to gather information. "If there's any news about Gu Feiyang, report it to us immediately." "Yes." The others answered, but their faces were all solemn. Gu Shanshan couldn't help but say, "So what if we report it? Even if we gather the strength of the 9 of us, and occupy the terrain of Dreamy Cloud Swampland and Snowfall Peak, we still can't defeat him. Do you think we can still encircle him after knowing the news?" As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Although it was very unpleasant to hear, and made the others frown in displeasure, every word was true, and there was no way to refute it. Luo Chunru rolled her eyes, and said, "The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it, why ask so many questions now? Let's gather information about him first." Yes, you're right." Everyone agreed in unison. Soon, peace was restored on Snowfall Peak, and everyone went down the mountain. It was just that the spiritual beauty, the clouds of good fortune, the accumulated snow that had accumulated all year round had been swept clean, becoming a bit dispirited, losing its original color and spiritual energy. The news of the battle on Snowfall Peak quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Firmament Palace. Everyone was talking about it. Whenever they met someone, they would have to talk about this battle, or else they would appear outdated. Soon, the news spread to the point where it was almost impossible to recognize it. That battle was so fierce that the heavens and earth shattered, and the entire Snowfall Peak was flattened. In the end, the 9 elders couldn't stop Gu Feiyang, and the palace lord was taken away in front of thousands of disciples. I'm afraid he'll be ravaged by Gu Feiyang. You're lying through your teeth. Look up, isn't Snowfall Peak still there? Don't talk nonsense if you didn't see it with your own eyes. I witnessed the entire battle on the mountain. In the end, the one who was taken away was not the palace lord, but the Grand Elder Mi Jihan, who has always lived on Snowfall Peak. Mi Jihan? That name is unfamiliar. Since she's the Grand Elder, she should be very old. Why did they take her away? Who knows? It's said that this Grand Elder was also a stunning beauty when she was young. Maybe Gu Feiyang is into that sort of thing. You should know that Gu Feiyang is not young either. That's true. A man like him can get any young beauty he wants. Maybe he's tired of playing with young and beautiful girls, and his taste has changed. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. What nonsense are you all talking about? The few female disciples who were making groundless accusations immediately turned pale with fright. They quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Xianxia." Gu Xianxia walked in with a gloomy face. She swept her gaze across everyone's faces and said in a cold voice, "What nonsense are you spreading? Be careful of the consequences of your words. It seems that I have neglected to discipline you, allowing you to be so lawless. If something happens, even I won't be able to save you. We know we're wrong. Please punish us, Elder Xianxia." The few female disciples hurriedly knelt down in fear, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Gu Xianxia was already in a bad mood, and with her injuries, she couldn't be bothered with them. She shouted, "Get out of here, and each of you will receive 100 lashes." The few of them turned pale with fright. The lashes must be very terrifying, but they didn't dare to disobey. They all left in a line with long faces. As she watched the female disciples leave, Gu Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She quickly covered her chest and sat down cross-legged to adjust her breathing. She had suffered severe internal injuries in the battle just now and had been holding on until now. Recalling Gu Feiyang's current strength, she could not help but tremble, especially at his age. He was only in his 20s. This kind of talent could no longer be described as terrifying, it was unprecedented. Thinking of this, her heart was in turmoil. She could not calm down no matter what, and her injuries showed signs of gradually worsening. Suddenly, she raised her head and shouted, "Who is it?" A white figure appeared in front of her, holding a jade box in his hand. He said, "I have some healing medicine from the North Sea. It is very useful for Elder Xianxia's injuries." Gu Xianxia's entire body trembled in fear as she shouted in alarm, "Gu Feiyang! Why are you here? Take your medicine. Divine Cloud Palace is the world's #1 sect. What kind of healing medicine does it not have? Leave now." Li Yunxiao said, "I have already set up a barrier around this area. Elder Xianxia wants to call for help, but it won't work." Gu Xianxia had indeed used a sound wave martial technique to send a message to Lone Hill Peak so that the elders would rush over. She did not expect the other party to be prepared. She suddenly recalled that the person in front of her didn't just possess unfathomable strength and cultivation, his thoughts were similarly exquisite, and he was a resourceful person. Her heart instantly sank, and she said in a stern voice, "What do you want to do?" Li Yunxiao placed the jade box in front of her and said, "I mean no harm. I just want to see Hong Yan. I hope Elder Xianxia can tell me the truth." "Where is Hong Yan?" Gu Xianxia sneered, "Just give up. I will not tell you even if I die." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Why are you so prejudiced against me? Also, Elder Xianxia, you better not do anything stupid. I can see that your face is grave and you want to fight with your life. It's fine if you're the only one who dies, but if you attract other people from the sect, then you won't be the only one who dies. Gu Shanshan's body suddenly trembled. She was not surprised that Li Yunxiao had seen through her thoughts, but Li Yunxiao's words were indeed correct. Even if she risked her life to break the surrounding enchantment and summon her fellow disciples, who would be able to kill this person in front of her? Earlier, when the 9 of them formed a formation and executed the vast young finger, they were unable to do anything to it. Furthermore, all of them were severely injured. If they really rushed over, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. She struggled for a moment before she snapped, don't forget that there's still the great Supreme Elder Mijihan on the Snowfall Peak. I don't believe that she can't subdue you. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, that old hag does have some skill to be able to force me to retreat. But do you think she can kill me? If my guess is correct, she is currently relying on the terrain of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland to prolong her life. If she leaves Snowfall Peak, she will die without me having to do anything. Nonsense. A load of nonsense. Gu Shanshan shouted angrily. However, her eyes were filled with panic. It was obvious that she believed Li Yunxiao's words. Although she did not know why Li Yunxiao would make such a guess, she did believe him. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, among these abnormal elders of the Divine Firmament Palace, Elder Shanshan is considered to be the most normal one. Otherwise, I would not have come to you to ask. If I really want to do something to the Divine Firmament Palace, or if you guys really make me lose my temper, then I will start with Mijihan. Kill them one by one. I don't believe that I can't get the whereabouts of Hong Yan. How dare you? Gu Shanshan shouted in horror, her voice trembling. Clearly, she believed it. She believed that the other party would dare. A sense of helplessness emerged in her heart, as if all her defenses were collapsing. The coldness in Li Yunxiao's eyes became more and more intense. He said, my patience is limited. If I don't get the answer soon, before I kill these old hag, I will first kill all the disciples on your Lone Hill Peak. No. Gu Shanshan completely gave in. She begged and said with a trembling voice, can you tell me, why are you looking for Hong Yan? Li Yunxiao's face was covered with a layer of frost. He said coldly, I have long wanted to tell you this, but have you ever given me the chance to? He then told her about Luo Yunshang's situation and his own speculations. Gu Shanshan was dumbfounded by what she heard. How is this possible? Her mind went blank for a moment. She did not expect that the other party broke into the Divine Firmament Palace to save the disciples of the Divine Firmament Palace. Moreover, the speculation about Gu Qingqing and Hongshi was unbelievable. Li Yunxiao said coldly. I have told you everything clearly, and your patience is almost worn out. If Elder Shanshan is unwilling to speak, then the Lone Hill Peak's lineage will cease to exist. Gu Shanshan sensed the murderous aura and her complexion paled. She clenched her teeth and said, I have one last condition. Can you release Han Junting? She is the Palace Lord's direct disciple. If anything happens to her, you won't be able to explain it to the Palace Lord. Li Yunxiao said, I will tell Hong Yan about this. You don't need to worry about it. Gu Shanshan thought that with his relationship with the Palace Lord, Han Junting would most likely be safe. She didn't insist and said, the Palace Lord has gone to the place of inheritance left behind by Gu Qingqing's ancestor. It is also where Han Junting is now, the realm of no return. Realm of no return? Li Yunxiao said angrily, just the name alone is enough to tell that there is a problem. Where is the realm of no return? Gu Shanshan said, I only know that it is within the territory of the Thousand Hill Manor. I don't know the exact location. Thousand Hill Manor? The ancient martial kingdom of the western regions? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. The largest sect in the ancient martial kingdom was the Thousand Hill Manor. It was related to the imperial family and could be said to be the strongest organization in the entire ancient Emperor Wu kingdom. The sphere of influence that the Thousand Mountain Manor governed was larger than the entire ancient martial empire. This was because the Thousand Mountain Manor would definitely be able to manage the areas that the empire governed. However, the ancient martial empire would not be able to manage the areas that the Thousand Mountain Manor could. The ancient Emperor Wu kingdom was adjacent to the Five Cloud Mountain. It was where Gu Qingqing had sealed the Yao race. Was there a connection between the two? Li Yunxiao thought for a moment before asking, do the people of the Thousand Hill Manor know where the realm of no return is? Gu Shanshan shook her head and said, I don't know. Li Yunxiao said, fine, I will believe you this once. If you lie to me, the price will be the lives of all the disciples of the Lonely Mist sect. You. Gu Shanshan was terrified. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, I don't have time to play tricks with you. Since the Divine Firmament Palace treats me like an enemy, why should I pity you ants? Those who deserve to be killed will be killed. Gu Shanshan felt a chill run down her spine. The temperature in the courtyard was as cold as winter. The man in front of her disappeared in a flash. She ignored her injuries and hurriedly turned into a beam of light and flew towards Snowfall Peak. A moment later, on another mountain peak, there was a lone teleportation array. Several disciples guarding the array were already kneeling by the side, trembling. The aura emanating from Li Yunxiao's body directly crushed their will to fight. They could not even muster the will to resist. The array light soon lit up, and Li Yunxiao's figure slowly disappeared into the array. The Divine Firmament Palace's teleportation array could reach the western regions. In the endless teleportation channel, it was pitch black. An extremely strong suction force guided Li Yunxiao's body far away. Eh? Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and the magatama in the depths of his eyes condensed into runes. He looked into the endless darkness around him. Under his gaze, there seemed to be something moving rapidly in the void far away. It was also being teleported forward. That's the copper-skinned ancient orchid monitor. Rumor has it that this creature can travel through the void. It's true. The people on the monitor should be from the demon clan. They don't look weak, and they seem to be going in the same direction as me. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself and performed a seal with one hand. A stream of light shone from his glabella, and the World God Monument flew out. He grabbed to both sides and immediately twisted the teleportation space power. His entire body turned into lightning, and with a flash, he broke away from the restraints of the trajectory. The next moment, he appeared on the World God Monument and used the Jade Monument as a battleship, heading toward the copper-skinned ancient orchid monitor. There were 7 demon clan men standing on the copper-skinned ancient orchid monitor. A few of them were sitting cross-legged, adjusting their breath and condensing their vitality. They looked almost the same, and it was obvious that they were from the same clan. One of them suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" His cultivation was the highest among the 7, and he immediately sensed someone. What's wrong? When, you're thinking too much. This is a teleportation tunnel, how can there be? Another demon clan man was dumbfounded before he could finish his sentence. His mouth was so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed in. A young human man was standing at the tail of the monitor. Hey! He gasped and was dumbfounded. He shouted in shock, Who are you? The 7 of them were shocked and became alert. They stared at Li Yunxiao as if they were facing a great enemy. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. Where did you come from and where are you going? When said in a deep voice, Who are you? Humans and demon clan don't invade each other, and we never meddle in each other's business. Please leave immediately. He spoke politely and didn't dare to be rash. The person in front of him had no aura at all, and he appeared in such a strange place. It was obvious that he was a person with unfathomable power, and he didn't dare to offend him. Li Yunxiao said, I'll leave immediately if you solve my doubts. Otherwise, I can only follow you to take a look. The 7 of them had a drastic change of expression. Their trip this time was extremely confidential, and their mission was extremely important. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If they were targeted by this person, it would be a huge problem. When said in a deep voice again, I hope you don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, don't blame the 7 of us for being impolite. This copper-skinned giant lizard is not only a 9th-ranked demon beast, but it also has an ancient mutated blood. Its power is above the 7 of us. He didn't dare to make a move. He only hoped that the other party could weigh their strength and retreat. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. That human didn't move at all. Instead, he said, You mean you want to make a move? The faces of the 7 demons were vaguely angry. Although they knew that the other party was strong, they were still unruly. Yao Wen said coldly, Don't forget, this is a void passage. Even if you can defeat us, once you are thrown out of this teleportation, can you still live? Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and said, "Then how do you think I came here?" The hearts of the seven shook, and they immediately became vigilant. A few of them even started to move, pulling away from where it was easier to attack. Yao Wen said, "I don't know what profound weapon you used to come here, but if you want to perish together, the seven of us don't mind accompanying you." Perish together? You're overestimating yourselves. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and a green light flashed on the back of the giant lizard. The seven of them trembled, and their body's defense was broken by a powerful lightning. Their limbs, bones, and internal organs were instantly injured. Pft! Pft! Vomiting blood one after another, the seven of them instantly became dispirited. They sat on the back of the giant lizard, their eyes filled with fear. In shock, Yao Wen hurriedly cast a seal on the giant lizard's body. Instantly, the giant lizard's skin began to turn red brass, and its demonic aura exploded. The giant lizard's head slowly turned, its scarlet eyes staring coldly at Li Yunxiao. There really is an ancient mutated blood. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth, and a majestic dragon roar came out. Not only did the seven demons tremble, but the copper-skinned ancient orchid lizard also hissed and trembled, so frightened that its huge body couldn't stop trembling. Li Yunxiao patted the giant lizard's body, and said, "Be quiet, it's fine." The giant lizard's body gradually stabilized, and it turned its head, withdrawing its demonic aura, and continued to fly. The seven demons were dumbfounded, and they were completely in despair. Li Yunxiao said, "Now you're all honest, right?" Yao Wen threw caution to the wind, and said coldly, "If you want to kill, then kill. If you want us to reveal any information, it's impossible." The others all had complicated expressions, and different expressions. Some were determined, some were in despair, and some had flickering eyes, as if they wanted to beg for mercy. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish. This young master doesn't have the time to waste." Li Yunxiao's 5 fingers were like claws, grabbing at the air, and a circle of light waves spread out. Yao Wen's body was immediately sucked into the air. He trembled violently in the air as his memories were forcibly searched. He let out a painful groan as blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. A moment later, his body was thrown heavily onto the lizard's back. His limbs twitched, and he foamed at the mouth. His eyes gradually became lifeless. "Lord Wen, Lord Wen." The other 6 were filled with grief and indignation. They were shocked and afraid, angry and sorrowful, but there was nothing they could do. Li Yunxiao stared at Yao Wen's body as a layer of frost covered his face. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air and one of Yao Wen's storage bags flew up and landed in his hand. "Oh no, it's that thing." The other demon was greatly alarmed. He couldn't care less and directly pounced over, shouting sternly, "Return it to me." Li Yunxiao didn't even look at it. His left hand formed a seal and slapped forward. Bang! That demon was instantly blasted into minced meat and scattered into the endless void, leaving no trace behind. Though the remaining 5 wanted to charge forward, the tragic scene before them was like a splash of cold water on them. Their legs froze and they couldn't move. Li Yunxiao's right hand continued to form seals and pointed at the storage bag. Rays of golden light flew up and dispersed in all directions like snakes. The 5 people's faces were pale and their eyes were full of despair. If they lost this thing, they would die without a doubt when they returned. After a while, the golden light gradually disappeared. TSK, Atrash's storage bag actually has such an exquisite seal. Li Yunxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and with a bang, the storage bag exploded. A golden jade scroll appeared and slowly fell into his hand. The moment his hand touched the jade scroll, it was as if he was electrocuted and there was a faint arc of light bouncing off. He frowned. 3 circular arrays appeared on the jade scroll and flashed on the scroll before disappearing. There was also a powerful seal on the golden scroll. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and began to observe carefully. The 3 arrays on the jade scroll were sealed with 3 different kinds of power. If he couldn't crack them all, the entire jade scroll would instantly collapse if there was the slightest mistake. The other 5 people's faces turned pale and they looked at each other a few times. One of them mustered up his courage and quietly moved his body. Suddenly, a cold light flashed and he slashed out with his saber. Since losing the Jade Scroll meant death, snatching the Jade Scroll might give them a chance of survival. The other 4 people also increased their strength to the extreme and rushed forward. Their mission was to protect the Jade Scroll. If they encountered danger, they should destroy the Jade Scroll immediately. They never expected that the other party would suddenly search their souls and find the Jade Scroll. Li Yunxiao didn't even raise his head. He just frowned slightly and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Bang! A ray of sword chi shot out and the demon who attacked with the saber was instantly killed. The sword chi spread out and cut the person behind him in half. In the end, the 3 demons stopped abruptly. They were so scared that they trembled all over. Cold sweat dripped down and they almost cried. Li Yunxiao continued to study the Jade Scroll with his head lowered, completely ignoring them. The 3 demons finally understood that they were equivalent to ants and were not in the other party's eyes at all. The time of the spatial teleportation passed bit by bit. Soon, they reached the destination. The 3 demons were completely in despair. Their eyes were empty and they slumped to the ground. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. He raised his head and stared ahead. There seemed to be something chasing after them. A demon suddenly stood up, his eyes widened as if he had seen something. He shouted in ecstasy, "Lord Jia." The other 2 demons trembled as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly stood up and shouted. 3 figures appeared in the passage ahead and directly traversed through the air. The leader leaned on the throne and closed his eyes to rest. The 2 demon men behind him were expressionless. They crossed their arms and suddenly opened their eyes. Jade Scroll? What Jade Scroll? The eyes of the demon man on the throne shone brightly. He stared at the item in Li Yunxiao's hand and shouted, "Demon Emperor's Golden Scroll." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up from the throne, and the 2 men behind him also disappeared. The 3 instantly landed on the copper-skinned ancient orchid lizard and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. The man in the lead, Xianxia, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hand over the Demon Emperor's Golden Scroll." Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed surprise and said, "Transcend mortality and enter sainthood? Your strength is not bad. Who are you?" Xianxia shouted coldly, "Impudent." His figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao without any warning. He grabbed the golden scroll. His jade-like fingers suddenly became like a withered branch. With a grab, the golden scroll turned into countless golden rays and scattered like powder. Li Yunxiao's figure turned into spots of fluorescent light just like the jade scroll and disappeared on the copper-skinned ancient orchid. What? Xianxia was shocked and his expression instantly changed. The other party was definitely not ordinary to be able to escape in front of him. He formed a seal with both hands and moved on the back of the copper-skinned ancient orchid lizard. His entire body's movements were one. Seals constantly flew up from his body. The green light in his palms was like a jade plate. He shouted and attacked the void. A huge formation appeared in the sky. The light illuminated a radius of 3 kilometers. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared under the illumination of the green light. "Here, die!" Xianxia shouted sternly. His hands continuously spun in the air. The entire green light contracted violently and pressed down on Li Yunxiao's body. At this moment, a light appeared in front of him. It became bigger and bigger. It was the coordinates of the teleportation destination. Li Yunxiao felt like his body was stuck in glue. When the green light contracted, countless black spots suddenly appeared and shot at his body. That glue-like power not only stuck to his body, but it also made it difficult to circulate his essence force. This green light jade plate's divine ability seemed to have the effect of the realm's domain. It was able to suppress the opponent's power. Li Yunxiao forcefully opened up his 5 fingers. Demonic patterns continuously extended on his entire arm. A small white sword appeared in his palm and slowly burned like a lotus. Song of the Sword. An indifferent voice echoed without any emotion. The flame in Li Yunxiao's palm jumped. Xiaoxia's heart inexplicably trembled violently. His pupils contracted. Bang! That flame exploded like a lotus and devoured all the green light. The white light became bigger and overlapped with the exit of the passage. The copper-skinned ancient orchid lizard suddenly rushed out of the passage and appeared under a blue sky. Yao's divine sense had been locked onto Li Yunxiao all along. The instant the green light was blown into nothingness, Li Yunxiao turned into a flight light and wanted to leave. Yaozi chased after him and shouted, "You want to leave? It's too hard." He hugged in front of him, and a peepa fell into his embrace. With the plucking of his 10 fingers, countless strings turned into green light that flickered in the air. It was like a densely packed prison that trapped Li Yunxiao's flowing light inside. Then, the peepa was played. Along with the sound waves, countless blades flew out. It was like a drizzle of ice cannons that were pattering and covering the sky. Li Yunxiao emerged from the flowing light and immediately clenched his fists. His entire body turned golden and dazzling. He suddenly punched out with his fists. A patch of golden fist shadow swept across the sky and created countless ripples in the air. All the blades were crushed. Even the green string light net started to shake and was about to be broken at any time. At this moment, there was still a large number of people at the place where they appeared. They all raised their heads in shock and didn't understand why these people started fighting the moment they came out of the passage. There were even a few human martial artists that looked surprised. One of them said in surprise, "Lord Jia, why did you come back?" Yao Jia shouted, quickly stop this person." The 2 demonic beast experts behind him also attacked at the first moment. They flew up from the left and right respectively. Their figures directly penetrated the light net and silently appeared beside Li Yunxiao. 2 extremely powerful forces suddenly blasted out. Courting death. A fierce look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He formed a seal with his right hand and pressed his left palm down. Instantly, sword intent seeped out of his body and his clothes fluttered. The few human experts were shocked. In such a powerful confrontation, just the aura alone was enough to intimidate them. Instead of advancing, the human martial art practitioners retreated 100 zhang away in an instant. A sharp sword appeared around Li Yunxiao, emitting an extremely ferocious aura sword intent. With a wing sound, the boundless will of the spiritual mountains and great rivers arrived. 1,000-fold peak. Rumble. The sword erupted with a surging power, and the entire zither string prison instantly collapsed. Under the joint attack of the 2 demons, they immediately felt as if their palms had slapped against a steel plate, and were fiercely pushed back. Both of their arms suddenly collapsed, and countless bloody mists burst out. With a miserable cry, they were sent flying with heavy injuries. Yao Jia was also extremely shocked. The string prison was broken, and the people let out a hurried sound. Dark red appeared on the tips of 2 of his fingers, and blood dripped down. After Li Yunxiao's attack, he disappeared into the sky, leaving no trace of him behind. "Milord." The 2 heavily injured demons hurriedly struggled to get up, and flew over with a few shaky steps. Their faces were full of shock. One of them said in shock, "That human escaped." Yao Jia's face was extremely gloomy, and cold light flickered in his eyes. He put away the peepa, and said, "Even if he didn't escape, I couldn't make him stay." "What?" Everyone was shocked, and the humans in the distance also hurriedly flew over. Hearing this, they were all incomparably shocked. Everyone was clear about Yao Jia's strength. He was a great expert who had transcended mortality and entered holiness. He could dominate the world, but he couldn't make that person stay. In that case, the strength of that person was obvious. A human expert said in shock, "Who exactly is that person?" Transcending mortality and entered holiness would definitely not be a nameless person. Yao Jia also wanted to know. With a gloomy face, he looked back at the 3 people on the copper-skinned ancient orchid lizard. Those 3 people were already dumbfounded, and they were completely petrified. And after a period of discouragement, under the inquiring gazes of the crowd, one of them carefully explained the whole matter, and didn't miss a single detail. Hearing this, Yao Jia's expression became even more unsightly. He turned around and said with a cold expression, "The others all sacrificed themselves, how can you 3 still have the face to live in this world?" The 3 shuddered, and looked at each other with pale faces. At the same time, they raised their hands and slapped the top of their heads. Instantly, 3 heads exploded, and 3 corpses fell from the lizard, lying on the ground with blood and brains. A demon behind him said in shock, "That means it was a coincidence, then it will be even harder to find this person's background." At this moment, the humans' expressions weren't any better. An old man with white hair and a red complexion stepped forward and said, "That person is so young and has extraordinary power, it's really not hard to investigate. I even have a thought, and hope it isn't like it." Or else, Yao's pupil shrank, and he immediately asked, "Who is Elder Ji Taiqing guessing?" The old man had a worried look on his face as he stroked his beard and said, "The young man who has been the talk of the town recently is rumored to be the reincarnation of the army-destroying martial emperor, Gu Feiyang. He's the only one who has extraordinary and saintly power at such a young age." "The reincarnation of Emperor Wu Gu Feiyang?" Yao Zhi mumbled to himself. Everyone else's expressions changed drastically. Especially the people behind Ji Taiqing, all of them looked panic-stricken. Yao Zhi seemed to be in deep thought. "Are you talking about that despicable person who used crafty schemes and tricks to win against my clan's Lord Ai?" Ji Taiqing said, "That's him. He's ranked third among the 10 great conferred Emperor Wu. His achievements in the martial path are far above the technique path. I didn't expect him to have the peak strength of his previous life at such a young age after his reincarnation. It's truly terrifying." Ji Taiqing couldn't help but shiver. "TSK, how unreliable." Yao Zhi sneered, "I might believe that he came back from the dead, but reincarnation is too absurd. How is that possible? Is the intelligence of you humans only at this level?" Ji Taiqing frowned, "I don't really believe it either, but the whole world is talking about it, and there are many versions of it. Some say it's Gu Feiyang's reincarnation, some say it's his disciple or son, and some say it's Gu Feiyang who successfully took over the innate fetus." Yao Zhi said, "These theories are reliable, but no matter which one it is, to be able to reach saintly transcendence at such a young age, I still suspect that this person has something that can change his bone age. Identity aside, this person has the monster emperor's golden slip, we must get it back." "What? The monster emperor's golden slip?" Ji Taiqing was shocked. "Could it be?" Yao Zhi nodded, "Yes. A few days ago, the monster emperor sent me a message and mentioned this. Who would have thought that there would be unexpected complications and such a big setback?" Ji Taiqing looked flustered. He quickly asked, "What's written in the golden slip?" Yao Zhi glanced at him, "Don't worry. The monster emperor told me that the trifold moon restriction is placed on the golden slip, it's impossible for that person to break it." Ji Taiqing was stunned. "What's the trifold moon restriction?" Yao Zhi sneered, "You don't need to know, sir. Anyway, that person definitely can't open it. But the monster emperor's golden slip is of great importance, and it's too shameful to lose it, we must get it back." Ji Taiqing was infuriated, but it wasn't convenient for him to vent his anger. He only said coldly, "No matter who that person is, his status is not low, the news of Sir's appearance here will probably spread." Yao Zhi's pupils shrank, he stared at him and said coldly, "So the most important thing now is to find that person, and then get rid of all future troubles." Ji Taiqing trembled under his stare. Under the pressure of the domineering aura, he took a few steps back. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything, he could only swallow his anger. "Fine, I'll immediately send someone to search, once there's any news, I'll immediately inform Sir. After all, no one in the entire Thousand Mountain Manor can take down a divine transcendence expert." Yao Zhi thought for a while, then said, "All right, since there's a change, I'll stay here." The group of people discussed for a while more, then left. Ji Taiqing was full of worries, he hurriedly flew in a direction. In the distant sky, a faint green light flashed. Li Yunxiao appeared 1,000 feet behind Ji Taiqing. He followed closely, but Ji Taiqing didn't notice him at all. The two flew for dozens of miles to the north, above a mountain range. They vaguely looked down, there was a chain of palaces. Ji Taiqing suddenly descended, his hands constantly forming hand signs. A 5-colored light appeared above the mountain range, flashed for a moment, his figure instantly disappeared, he flew into the mountain range. Li Yunxiao quietly followed closely, but he was blocked by the 5-colored light. He felt a great resistance, it was difficult for him to move forward. It's a wood element mountain guarding array, it saves me a lot of trouble, otherwise, I'll have to break through it by force, it would definitely cause an alarm, but now there's no need to worry." Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, his body directly turned into lightning, became fainter, and slowly merged with the 5-colored light, penetrating through it. Then, below the light, a layer of lightning slowly gathered, transforming into his real body, and disappeared in the sky in a flash. In the next moment, Li Yunxiao appeared in a corridor in the row of palaces. Ji Taiqing was walking in front of him in a hurry, his face was gloomy. Li Yunxiao quietly followed. He had already locked on Ji Taiqing with his divine sense. Nothing within 1,000 miles could escape his grasp. Ji Taiqing seemed to be a little flustered and hesitant, walking back and forth in a long corridor for a long time. He seemed to have made up his mind, suddenly raised his fist, smashed it on his hand, turned his head, and walked in a direction. After a while, he walked into an inconspicuous small courtyard, stood directly in the corner of the small courtyard, and then began to move in a regular pattern, at the same time cooperating with his hand signs. Soon, a light rose in the courtyard, revealing a passage. He hurriedly walked in. Li Yunxiao slightly frowned. In the Qianyue mansion, he did not dare to use his divine sense to search a wide range, but in this passage, he directly used his divine sense to explore. There was a different world inside. He curiously flashed and followed. Below the passageway was indeed a cave. It had opened up an underground space with a radius of several miles. A pungent smell came rushing out from inside, causing people to feel nauseous. Li Yunxiao looked at the dark blood stains everywhere on the ground. Only then did he realize that this was the smell of blood, but after years of accumulation, the smell was a little strange. There was a hint of sourness in the fishy smell, and it made his stomach churn. Ji Taiqing followed the passage to the end. In the middle stood many pillars. Several light beams shot out from his hand, hit directly on the pillars, and immediately set them on fire. Those flame pillars seemed to be arranged in a certain direction, and below them were all kinds of lines, obviously a formation. Ji Taiqing walked into the formation and hit the ground with his palm. In an instant, a rumbling sound came from the ground, and the whole ground began to tremble. Ji Taiqing was shocked, and in a hurry, a light flashed in his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the lid, and poured it on the ground. Blood flowed out of the bottle, pouring endlessly on the ground, absorbed by the ground, and the trembling sound gradually weakened. The blood seemed to be endless. It flowed for a full hour, and it still didn't stop. A sharp glint flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He could tell that this was human blood the moment he smelled it. How many people must he have killed to have so much blood? Furthermore, there were scabs of blood everywhere. It seemed like this had been the case for a long time. Shoo! After a long time, a sound came from the ground, like the sound of a beast. Only then did Ji Taiqing reveal a smile. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he looked into the formation. Although the formation had the power to isolate divine senses, it couldn't block his eye sorcery. Through the formation's power, he saw an extremely small space below. It was like a pond, and it was filled with blood. The blood was seeping in from all directions. And in the center of the pool, sat a monster covered in scales. Looking carefully, it was not a monster, but a person of the demon race, just more beastly than the demon race. The blood in the surroundings was tumbling, constantly flowing into the body of this demon race. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The blood in the pool gradually faded, as if countless essences were being absorbed by the demon's body. As time passed, the demon's bestial form faded little by little, and it gradually turned into a human form. Ji Taiqing put his ear to the ground and asked softly, "Mr. Yang, are you all right?" The demon in the pool still had his eyes closed, but his expression was much calmer. He didn't answer, but instead asked, "What's the matter?" Ji Taiqing said, "Mr. Yang, there's a little trouble. An unknown expert broke into ancient Emperor Wu's country, and stole the demon emperor's golden slip from the fantasy of stars and moons. That person's strength is extraordinary, and even Yaoshe couldn't stop him." The demon in the pool suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as red as blood, and his pupils couldn't be seen clearly. The blood color in his eyes was like rolling waves, and gradually, two pupils appeared, like a jade ring the size of a fingernail. Extraordinary and divine? Are there many extraordinary and divine experts in the world today? It should be easy to find out, Mr. Yang said slowly. Ji Taiqing thought for a moment, and said, "That person is very young, and according to my guess, he looks like the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang." The reincarnation of Gu Feiyang? Mr. Yang's expression changed, but then returned to normal, and said, "Why did he snatch the demon emperor's golden slip? Is he trying to interfere in our affairs?" Ji Taiqing said, "This seems to be an accident. but Gu Feiyang coming to ancient Emperor Wu's country is definitely not an accident. I'm just afraid that Jun Ruyun, Li Yunxia's pupils constricted, and he stared coldly. Waves of ripples appeared in his heart, and a delicate and handsome figure appeared in his mind. Mr. Yang sneered, the change of imperial power in the secular world is but a fleeting cloud, not worth mentioning. Ji Taiqing said, you're right, but the change of imperial power is related to the ownership of the Taiyu secular world. Mr. Yang snorted, is the ownership of the Taiyu secular world important? How many years has it been? Has anyone understood it? Not to mention you and me in this lifetime, even if it was passed down for 10 lifetimes or 100 lifetimes, no one would understand. That thing is just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Yes. Does Mr. Yang mean to ignore that Gu Feiyang? Ji Taiqing asked carefully. Mr. Yang thought for a moment and said, let's not worry about it for now, but we must keep a close eye on it. If his purpose is only to help Jun Ruyun realize the succession of the emperor, then let him be. No matter who becomes the emperor, it won't affect us in the slightest. However, if he interferes with the 5 Cloud Mountains monsters, he must be eliminated. With a murderous intent, the blood around Mr. Yang began to swirl. The entire pool was filled with hostility, causing the blood to splatter. Ji Taiqing said, if that's the case, then I'll report this matter to the sect master. Mr. Yang said, go. You should have your own considerations for this kind of thing. You don't need to ask me for everything. You just need to understand our purpose. Ji Taiqing said, alright, but there's one more thing. It's related to the Demon Emperor's golden slip, Mr. Yang said, you don't need to worry about this. For such an important matter, the Demon Emperor will definitely set up the Triple Moon Seal. It's impossible to break. Only a few of the monsters know how to break this seal. If it's broken by force, the golden slip will be destroyed. Ji Taiqing thought to himself, I see. No wonder that Yaoshi is so assured. Li Yunxiao also frowned. He had checked the Triple Moon Seal, and it was indeed so. It seemed that it would be very difficult to obtain the information inside. Mr. Yang said again, the blood this time is not bad. There's even some martial artists' blood in it. It's just that it's been a long time and I can't wait. Bring it earlier next time. His words were filled with reproach and irresistible majesty. Ji Taiqing seemed to be a little afraid and repeatedly agreed. Then, he flicked his sleeves, and all the flames on the pillars were extinguished. The grotto heaven returned to its dark gray. The entire formation stopped operating and returned to silence. Li Yunxia's eyes were also immediately blocked, and he could no longer see the ground clearly. Ji Taiqing quickly left the grotto heaven, closed the formation in the courtyard, and turned to leave. However, he stopped after 3 steps. His face instantly turned pale, and he was filled with horror. He cried out involuntarily, you. A few steps away was Li Yunxiao. He was expressionless and said slowly, Lord Ji Taiqing, this humble one is new here. There are many things that I don't understand. I would like to ask you some questions. Although Ji Taiqing panicked for a moment, he instantly calmed down and said in a deep voice, who are you? What are you doing in the Thousand Mountain residence? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, I haven't even started asking, and you've already asked 2 questions? Ji Taiqing said, this is the Thousand Mountain residence. Your origins are unknown. As an elder of the Thousand Mountain residence, I naturally have to ask more questions. Li Yunxiao said, wait a moment. If your answers are good, I can give you a chance to ask me. Otherwise, I won't be happy, and the consequences will be severe. Ji Taiqing's body trembled inexplicably. He felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the other party's eyes could see through his skin and bones, directly into his heart, and see through everything. This feeling made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to shout, he wanted to ask for help, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a sound. It was as if someone was strangling his neck. An unprecedented fear spread from the bottom of his heart, constantly destroying his faith and courage. He felt that the person in front of him was like a god that he couldn't resist no matter what. All he could do was to bow down and obey. Li Yunxiao asked slowly, how is Jun Ruyun now? Ji Taiqing was shocked, and his voice trembled as he said, You are really that lord? Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he shouted coldly, Are you the one asking me or am I the one asking you? His low voice was like a war drum, and it directly struck Zhi Taiqing's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhi Taiqing took 3 steps back, and his eyes were filled with horror. Even if the other party was a transcendent saint, it was impossible for him to injure him with just a shout. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and his aura pressed down on Zhi Taiqing. How is Jun Ruyun now? Zhi Taiqing didn't dare to act rashly anymore, and he hurriedly said, He's fine now, there's nothing wrong with him. Li Yunxiao sneered, and said, Oh, is that so? You don't seem to get along with him, do you? Just now in the heavenly cave under the courtyard, what was that about the succession of the imperial power? Ah? You. Zhi Taiqing was shocked, and a storm surged in his heart. The thing he was most worried about still happened. The other party had followed him all the way here, and he had seen everything clearly. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead like rain, and for a moment, hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, You can lie, or choose not to speak, but this young master's patience is very limited. I can only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. 1. I'll speak. As soon as he said 1, Zhi Taiqing's heart completely collapsed. Since the other party could quietly follow him, then killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Compared to his life, everything else became insignificant. Zhi Taiqing said, Currently, the ancient Emperor Wu is about to pass away, and there are 2 candidates to succeed him. One is the 3rd prince, by Ganj, and the other is the 9th prince, by Wuchen. Not only are the 2 forming factions, but even the Thousand Mountains residents is also fighting for the succession of the throne. And Jun Ruyun's wife, Princess Xiaoya, has always been on good terms with the 9th prince, so naturally, Jun Ruyun is on by Wuchen's side. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows, seeming to be a little unhappy. This kind of secular change in imperial power was just as Mr. Yang had said. It was just a passing cloud. Only the path of martial arts was eternal. Among his disciples, Jun Ruyun's talent was the highest, and he was the only one who had learned 3 of his sword techniques. But now that he heard that Jun Ruyun was not thinking about martial arts and was wasting his energy on this matter, his face immediately darkened. Zhi Taiqing didn't know, and he thought that his words had dissatisfied the other party, so he became very nervous and hurriedly said, Right now, the 2 factions are basically evenly matched. Li Yunxiao said, Why would the Thousand Mountains residents interfere in this kind of secular matter? Is it because of that so-called Taiyu mundane? What is that thing? This, Zhi Taiqing hesitated, but when he saw the look in Li Yunxiao's eyes, his heart trembled, and he honestly said, It is said to be a divine skill, but after so many years, no one has been able to comprehend it. Divine skill? Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and he said, Then who has the Taiyu mundane now? As long as it was a divine skill, it was bound to have earth-shattering power. It was very normal for these people to be unable to comprehend it because their cultivation was not high enough. With his knowledge and comprehension, there might be a good chance. Zhi Taiqing said, It is in the hands of the current emperor. Li Yunxiao said, How can such an important thing be held by a secular emperor? Zhi Taiqing said, My lord, you may not know this, but the Thousand Mountains residence was also separated from the imperial family of ancient Emperor Wu country. Although it is now above the imperial family, most of them are from the 100 clans. As for the Taiyu secular world, it was a jade seal that was used to pass on the throne. In other words, it was the throne-passing jade seal. Therefore, the Thousand Mountains residence has always kept this item in the imperial family, and it has become a custom that other than the Thousand Mountains residence master, no one else can use their power to touch this item. Li Yunxiao said, I see. Next question, where is the realm of no return? The realm of no return? Zhi Taiqing was stunned for a moment, and then he answered, I don't know the exact location, but it can only be reached through the Thousand Mountains residence's special teleportation formation. He couldn't help but ask, My lord, you want to go to the realm of no return? Li Yunxiao said, Why, can't I go there? Zhi Taiqing shook his head, Of course not. Although the realm of no return is not as the name implies, it is still very dangerous. It is as hot as fire, and if you are not careful, you might enter it. Li Yunxiao asked, Have you been there before? Ji Taiqing nodded, yes. The realm of no return seems to be a lost space, and now it is considered a training ground for the Thousand Mountains residents. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, and he didn't know if Chu Hongyan and Luo Yunsheng were inside. If Gu Xianxia lied to him, then she was dead meat. The last two questions. Who is this Mr. Yang? What is the relationship between your Thousand Mountain residents and the demonic beasts? Has the seal on the Pentacolor Mountain been loosened? Li Yunxiao asked slowly. Ji Taiqing's body trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wiped his forehead several times, but it was still dripping with sweat. This question was obviously related to his, or even the core secret of the Thousand Mountain residents. Ji Taiqing struggled in his heart for a long time before he let out a long sigh and said, since you want to know, then I will tell you. Mr. Yang is actually Jun Ruyun. Huh? What? Li Yunxiao's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Suddenly, an unusual sense of danger spread from the bottom of his heart, and an earth-shattering force came from behind him, threatening to crush everything. He suddenly realized that Ji Taiqing had purposely said something so unbelievable and shocking in order to distract him so that he could coordinate with the attack of the person behind him. Just as this sense of danger surged in his heart, Ji Taiqing suddenly made a move. He formed a seal with one hand and drew a long sword with the other, thrusting it forward. Runes appeared on the sword, and it shone brightly as it headed straight for Li Yunxiao's heart. Countless cracks spread around the sword. This was Ji Taiqing's full-force attack. Whether he could survive or not depended on this attack. He was also taking a gamble. Although this sword attack was terrifying, Li Yunxiao did not care about it. Instead, he felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. Moreover, he was not unfamiliar with this power. It carried a thick stench of blood. Without looking, he knew that it was Mr. Yang's attack. However, he did not know how and when he came out from the seal. Without time to think, Li Yunxiao formed a lightning seal with one hand, and his whole body turned into a green lightning. 9 layers of lightning rings formed around him. Boom! The power behind him blasted the lightning rings, and countless lightning bolts exploded in all directions. Then, the 9 rings broke one by one, but the broken lightning bolts did not disappear. Instead, they continued to spread around him, forming a thunder boundary. Boom! After the attack broke through the ring of stars, it finally landed on Li Yunxiao's body, directly shattering his body of lightning. A blood-colored silhouette immediately appeared where Li Yunxiao had been standing. The silhouette's face couldn't be seen clearly, but it shouted, "Not good. Let's go." After saying that, the crimson figure flashed away, and Ji Taiqing also turned around and left in shock. At this moment, everything within a radius of 300 meters was shrouded in a hazy cyan thunderworld. A cold voice rang out and sneered, "Do you think you can leave?" 2 large hands of azure light condensed between heaven and earth, slapping toward the 2 of them respectively. At the same time, countless lightning snakes appeared around the 2 of them. Like ropes, they wrapped around the 2 of them tightly. The lightning flickered and destroyed the defenses of the 2 of them in a frenzy. "No! Help me!" Ji Taiqing roared in despair and kept struggling to escape. The lightning snakes were endless, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as the palm fell on him, waiting for death. Boom! Boom! The power of the 2 palms suddenly blasted on the ground, causing boundless lightning to spread in all directions. However, Li Yunxiao was afraid that the aftermath would be too big, so he directly used the power of the thunder world to bind the aftermath, and immediately turned into 2 pillars of lightning that shot up to the sky. The blood-colored figure dissipated into nothingness under the lightning palm. In the underground cave, Mr. Yang suddenly screamed in pain. His mouth cracked to the size of a washbasin, and he vomited blood like flowing water. Armor appeared on Ji Taiqing's body, but it only lasted for a moment before the armor suddenly shattered. His whole body kept trembling and screaming under the palm, as if he was unwilling to die like this. A large amount of blood spurted out, and his body was torn inch by the lightning. He howled in pain. Suddenly, the lightning that filled the sky disappeared, and the clouds dispersed. In an instant, the world became clear again, and the terrifying world of lightning just now was like an illusion. Ji Taiqing stood on the ground with blood all over his body, and there was not a single unscathed wound on his body. He also felt like he was dreaming, but now that he was on the verge of death, he knew that it was not a dream. Yaoxia's figure instantly appeared in front of him, and with a gloomy expression, he looked around before looking at Ji Taiqing and asked, "Are you all right?" Ji Taiqing wanted to curse in his heart, "I'm about to die, and you say I'm all right?" However, he was still very grateful. If Yaoxia was one step later, he would have definitely been turned into ashes. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." After saying that, he fell to the ground. Yaoxia was just about to go up and help him up when he saw messy lights coming from all directions and landing in the courtyard. They were all people from the Thousand Mountain residents. When they saw Ji Taiqing on the ground, they immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to check. A white-haired elder took out a scarlet pill and stuffed it into Ji Taiqing's mouth. Only then did Ji Taiqing slowly wake up, and he opened his eyes and called out, "Sect Master." The white-haired elder was the Thousand Mountain Residence's sect master, Baijan. He asked with a gloomy expression, "What happened?" Ji Taiqing glanced at Yaoxia, then slowly told him about Li Yunxia's intrusion. However, he did not mention anything about Mr. Yang. He only said that after he found out that Li Yunxia followed him in, they fought, and he almost died. Fortunately, Yaoxia arrived in time. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they began to discuss among themselves. Yaoxia stood at the side silently, a strange look flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Baijan asked in a serious tone, "Are you sure it's that Li Yunxia who is known as the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang?" Ji Taiqing thought for a while, then said, "It should be. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. Also, he seems to be very interested in the realm of no return, so he should be thinking of a way to enter." Realm of no return, Baijan muttered to himself, and his expression changed several times. Finally, he fell silent. An elder said, "There's only one entrance to the realm of no return. As long as we wait, we can take down Li Yunxiao." Baijan glanced at him coldly, then scoffed, "Elder Mao Haokong, even if you guard the entrance, can you stop Li Yunxiao?" Mao Haokong was stunned, then he snorted unhappily, "Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants here, come and go as he pleases, and do whatever he wants?" Baijan looked at Yaoxia, cupped his fists, and said, "What do you think, Lord Jia?" Yaoxia said, "This person stole the Demon Emperor's golden slip. Although he definitely can't open it, it's still an important matter for the demon race. If the Thousand Mountain Residence has a way to trap him, I'm very willing to lend a hand." Mao Haokong clapped his hands in joy, and said, "With Lord Jia's help and the Thousand Mountain Residence's strength, that Li Yunxiao won't be able to escape." Baijan looked hesitant, as if he couldn't make up his mind. Yaoxia said, "Do you have any concerns, Lord?" Baijan said frankly, "Indeed, if we really capture Li Yunxiao in the Thousand Mountain Residence, I'm afraid that everything within 1,000 miles will be destroyed. My idea is to try not to provoke him, and directly ask him what he wants to do. As long as it's not too much, let him do as he pleases." Mao Haokong's face was full of anger, and he said sternly, "Lord Sect Leader, if you act in such a cowardly manner, you'll definitely become a laughingstock in the future." Baijan said coldly, "Mao Haokong, what kind of attitude is that? I'm only thinking about the interests of the Thousand Mountain Residents. Do you know how many people will die if we cause such a big battle in our own nest?" Mao Haokong sneered, "Isn't it normal for people to die? Since when did Lord Sect Leader become so timid? If Lord Sect Leader is not willing to make a move, then leave this matter to me." "Impudent!" Baijan shouted coldly, and a dignified aura erupted from his body, forcing Mao Haokong's expression to change several times. Mao Haokong sneered, and he said, "I'll report this matter to the Holy Region. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it won't be up to you anymore." Baijan said coldly, "I'm the Lord of the Thousand Mountain Residence, and I'm in charge of the Thousand Mountain Residence's matters at all times. Since when is it the Holy Region's turn to speak?" Mao Haokong said angrily, You dare to slander the Holy Region." Baijan said disdainfully, "When did I slander the Holy Region?" Everyone here heard it clearly. Moreover, the Holy Region is only in charge of the 5 Cloud Mountains matters. What right does he have to interfere with the Thousand Mountain Residence's matters? Yaoxia's expression changed slightly, and a cold light shot out of his eyes as he snorted. Mao Haokong snorted angrily, "Since that's the case, then I can't be bothered to worry about this matter. Lord Sect Leader, do what you should do." In anger, he flicked his sleeves and left. Immediately, a few subordinates followed closely behind, and nearly half of the people left. Xianxia said, "Lord Baijian, are you really not going to arrest that human? You should know that he has the Demon Emperor's golden slip in his hands. If it's opened and he knows the secret between us, I'm afraid the 1,000 mountain residents will no longer be able to stand in this world." Baijian said, "Lord Xia, don't try to trick me. How can the Demon Emperor's golden slip be opened so easily? If that's the case, you would have been impatient long ago. How could you still stand here with peace of mind?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "No matter what, I must find that Li Yunxiao. The grudge between him and the demon clan is not small." Baijian said, "Up to you, Lord, but I don't want the 1,000 mountain residents to be involved." He asked someone to support Ji Taiqing and directly turned into a stream of light and left. Xianxia snorted disdainfully, and then he frowned. His face started to turn into a demon, and he directly revealed his nose and sniffed in the air. "Strange, this smell, could it be?" he muttered to himself, and there was a hesitant look on his face. In the end, he also flew away. Not long after, the 1,000 mountain residents sent people to clean up the ruins in this area, and they were all ordinary people. In the sky above the small courtyard, a bolt of lightning flew down and turned into Li Yunxia's appearance, and he carefully observed the courtyard. Then, he made a hand seal with one hand and set up a barrier in the surroundings to avoid alarming others. Then, he put 2 fingers together and slashed out a sword chi, cutting open the ground. He raised his hand and tore, and the entire ground was immediately lifted up. He instantly flew in, and soon arrived at the center of the grotto heaven, above the formation. However, he frowned, and his face immediately darkened. The formation had already been broken, and a huge pool of blood was revealed below. Mr. Yang's figure was long gone. Li Yunxiao scanned it with his divine sense, but there was no useful information, only the pungent smell of blood. He pondered for a while, then turned around and entered the Universe Divine Monument. At the foot of Fangsuan Mountain, he found Yuan Gaohan, took out the Demon Emperor's golden slip, and said, "Old Yuan, take a look at the restrictions on it." Yuan Gaohan took the golden slip and touched it with one hand. Immediately, 3 formations appeared, flickering in the air like the shadows of the moon. "This is... what an exquisite 3 consecutive formation!" Yuan Gaohan exclaimed. He immediately scanned the formation light with his divine sense, and his expression kept changing. These 3 seals are not only vertical, but also horizontal, as if they are one. It is extremely profound and mysterious, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to break. Even you can't do anything? You are a level 9 alchemist yourself, so you should understand that the better the key, the more unique it is. You can try it with Lord Moody. At the mention of Moody, Yuan Gaohan's eyes lit up, and he was in high spirits. Li Yunxiao said, "All right, I will ask him." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. "Damn it, bring me along." Yuan Gaohan was stunned, and he hurriedly stomped his feet and shouted. His body also disappeared from Fangsuan Mountain. The 2 of them went to Moody's residence, and they handed over the golden slip. Moody touched it lightly, and saw the formation light. He asked doubtfully, "This golden slip belongs to the demon clan?" Li Yunxiao said, "Yes, Lord is indeed abnormal." He then told him the whole story. Moody was a little shocked. The demon clan was sealed in Mount 5 Cloud? But after a short moment of shock, he regained his senses and stared at the golden slip in deep thought. Li Yunxiao said, "This matter has already happened for thousands of years. It's just that I don't understand why there was such a huge conflict between the 2 races back then." He looked at Yuan Gaohan, as if seeking an answer. Yuan Gaohan said, "I do know a thing or 2 about this matter. Back then, Divine Firmament Palace Lord Gu Qingqing and Yao Huangfei had a duel over a certain item. In the end, Yao Huangfei lost and broke his promise. Thus, in a fit of rage, Gu Qingqing sealed the entire demonic emperor's bloodline into the 5 Cloud Mountain. Gu Qingqing sealed not only the bloodline of the demon sovereign, but also many of the demon clans that flourished in the past." Moody asked in surprise, "Stand up? Is this record correct? Although the members of the demon race are more brutal, they value honor more highly. Very few of them would go back on their word, not to mention the demon emperor." Yuan Gaohan shook his head and said, I don't know the specifics. Even if there are some discrepancies in the records, there must be some degree of authenticity. Ling Mudi nodded and said, indeed, what happened back then is no longer important. I'm just very surprised. This seal is one of the strongest seals of the demon race. Only the right way to open it is very difficult to open it. Yuan Gaohan looked disappointed. Mudi's image in his eyes was extremely high, and he thought that he could learn a lot from him. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's very difficult to open, but it's not impossible to open, right? Mudi nodded and said, yes, but the probability of failure is very high. Li Yunxiao said, if it can't be opened, then it's useless to keep it. Please give it a try, sir. Mudi said, alright, since you said it, then I'll give it a try. He held the golden scroll in his hand and activated the 3 moon seals. They kept growing, and each array formation was the size of a millstone. They flashed above the golden scroll. All of a sudden, Mudi clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! A fist wind hit the 3 seals. The golden scroll was impacted and immediately exploded, turning into countless golden lights. Ah! Li Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan were dumbfounded. The so-called method was to smash it with his fist? Now it was smashed into pieces, the two of them were extremely confused. Li Yunxiao was about to ask when the shattered golden lights suddenly flashed in the air like powder, slowly condensing into some strange symbols. Those symbols looked like words, but they were not. They were the demon race's words. However, the two of them frowned. They could recognize many demon race's words, but they could not recognize a single one of them. Listening, Mudi frowned and read it carefully. Those words became fainter and fainter. In the end, the few golden lights could not condense and scattered in the air. Mudi said, it's a pity that part of the content was destroyed. We can't restore it completely. Li Yunxiao said in shock, sir, you recognize those words? Yuan Gaohan was also puzzled. They seem like demon race's words, but they're different. They should be the more obscure words of the demon race. Mudi said, that's right. They are the demon race's secret words. I happen to recognize them. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Li Yunxiao said, what does the demon race's words say? Mudi said, the current demon sovereign has contacted the demon race in the 5 Cloud Mountain. They want to work together to break the 5 Cloud Mountain seal. What? Yuan Gaohan was shocked. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. However, he only frowned slightly before returning to normal. Yuan Gaohan asked anxiously, when are they going to make a move? Mudi shook his head and said, it's a pity that part of the content was destroyed. We can't restore it completely. We only know this much. Yuan Gaohan's face was filled with worry. He said solemnly, didn't the Saint Realm notice such a big move? If I remember correctly, the Saint Realm has an intelligence agency in ancient Emperor Wu's kingdom that is in charge of the 5 Cloud Mountain. They also stationed many powerhouses there in case of emergencies. Li Yunxiao said, it's simple. All the defenses have been broken by the demon race. Since this golden slip is going to be sent to the 5 Cloud Mountain, there are 2 things that we can be sure of. First, the people guarding the 5 Cloud Mountain can't be relied on anymore. Second, there are cracks in the 5 Cloud Mountain seal. Yuan Gaohan said seriously, this is too important. We must send a message back to the Saint Realm immediately. Li Yunxiao said, if you want to go, you can go. I don't have time to care about this. Yuan Gaohan said angrily, if the 5 Cloud Mountain seal is broken, it will definitely cause a war between the 2 races. The world will fall into chaos. Don't you have any compassion? Li Yunxiao said, it's not that I don't have compassion. It's just that the situation is complicated. You can't judge anything based on a golden slip. Moreover, I have important things to do. I'm waiting to save people. Yuan Gaohan snorted angrily. Since you're not going, I'll go. Li Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back. He said, as you wish. Humph. Yuan Gaohan was infuriated. He said, let me and Chen Qingyu out. Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and Chen Qingyu and Yuan Gaohan were teleported out of the universe divine steel. The 2 of them appeared near the blood pool. Chen Qingyu was still a little confused. Yuan Gaohan said, there's something urgent. Follow me back to the Saint Realm immediately. Chen Qingyu didn't ask any more questions. The two of them immediately turned into a stream of light and flew away. Ling Mudi's eyes flickered. He looked at Li Yunxiao and suddenly laughed. Haha, you're still very worried about the demon race trying to break into the Five-Cloud Mountain. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Oh, why do you say that? Ling Mudi chuckled. If you're really indifferent, you'll agree to Yuan Gaohan's request and send a message back to the Saint Realm. But you didn't do that. Instead, you let them go. Because this is an important matter, you're afraid that sending a message won't work. So, you asked them to come here in person. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, this little trick has been noticed by everyone. The demon race's reappearance is indeed a big matter. I don't want the chaotic situation in the heavenly martial arts realm to change again. Ling Mudi said, what will come sooner or later. We can't stop it. If the demon race can come out, it won't be a bad thing. At least, they played a great role in the fight against the demon lord. Oh? Is there such a thing? This was the first time Li Yunxiao had heard of it. Ling Mudi said, of course. The demon lord's target was the whole heavenly martial arts realm. Everyone was responsible for it. The whole world was united. That's how they managed to seal the demon. The demon race's reappearance before the demonic calamity comes again might be a matter of fate. Demonic calamity? Li Yunxiao frowned. Sir, do you think the demon sealing war 100,000 years ago will happen again? Ling Mudi said worriedly, who knows? But right now, I feel very uneasy. Li Yunxiao said, I hope it won't happen again in the next several hundred years. I want to live a comfortable life. Haha, you can't decide fate, Ling Mudi said with a smile. You're the master of the Heavenly Saint Artifact Realm's divine steel. You've also received Lord God Yanshin's divine technique. You've practiced a demonic technique and obtained the twin rainbow stones. Are all these just coincidences? Li Yunxiao frowned and said, Sir, do you mean that I've been guided by a formless power all this time? That's why I've connected all these things? Ling Mudi said, of course. It's fate. Humph. True nothingness. Li Yunxiao snorted disdainfully. Then, he left the divine steel and appeared near the blood pond. However, his expression became solemn. The further he pursued the heavenly way, the more he could feel those ethereal things. Ling Mudi's words made him feel a little depressed. Moreover, after thinking about his experiences over the past few years, he realized that fate had indeed arranged everything. Even the demon sealing seal was released by him. Now, Demon Master Pu was directly connected to him. If all of this was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he had always believed that there were no accidents in this world. Everything that happened was supposed to happen. Humph, who cares? Even if the sky falls, there's still someone tall to hold it up. The sanctuary and the god transformation sea are above all the sections. If something happens, it should be them. Li Yunxiao muttered to himself. However, he was unable to relax his emotions. The sanctuary was like a leaky bucket. Problems were everywhere. Even the Five-Cloud Mountain could not be guarded. Although he did not know how the demon clan managed to get in, if there was no problem with the sanctuary guarding, it was impossible for information to be sent in from the outside. Moreover, he did not know whether Mr. Yang was a human or a demon. However, his cultivation technique was definitely a demon clan's martial arts technique. It seemed that there was a huge problem with the Thousand Mountain residents. I wonder how Ruyun is now. Has Hongyan entered a state of no return? Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Then, he immediately disappeared from the Blood Pool Grotto heaven. In the Thousand Mountain Manor, in front of an ancient building, the atmosphere was tense. Mao Haokong's expression was gloomy. He was surrounded by a dozen martial artists, their killing intent surging. The dozen martial artists were extremely nervous, cold sweat dripping from their temples. They looked like they were facing death calmly. This old man just wanted to visit Elder Tai Ching. How dare you make things difficult for me? I won't argue with you. I'll count to 3. If you don't make way, all of you will die, Mao Haokong said coldly. Mao Haokong, you are the Grand Elder of the Thousand Mountain Manor. How dare you disobey the orders of the sect master? A man said angrily. Humph, since you know I am the Grand Elder, you still dare to call my name so rudely. Die. Mao Haokong's figure moved. The man was caught off guard and was directly hit in the chest, dying on the spot. Kill someone. Mao Haokong, you really dare to kill a fellow disciple. Die. The surrounding people were shocked and angry. They all rushed forward. Killing intent flashed in Mao Haokong's eyes. He said coldly, since you don't want to live, then all of you can die. He attacked one after another. Each attack was a killing move. Several people died on the spot. The others immediately became timid and hurriedly retreated in all directions. Humph, on account of the same bloodline, I'll spare your lives for now. All of you, scram! Mao Haokong shouted. His aura blasted everyone away. Only then did he stride into the house. The martial artists did not dare to attack again. Several people directly flew up to call for reinforcements. They also left a few people outside the house to monitor, not daring to enter. As soon as Mao Haokong entered the house, he passed through the front hall and saw Zhi Taiqing lying in the house, seemingly asleep. Elder Taiqing. He called out softly. Seeing that there was no response, he slowly walked up. Elder Taiqing, are you asleep? Mao Haokong called out again. When there was no response, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Who is it? Zhi Taiqing abruptly sat upright, on high alert. Mao Haokong's hands trembled when he suddenly sat up, but he recovered in an instant. He revealed a concerned expression and asked, How is Elder Taiqing? Zhi Taiqing said, So it is Grand Elder. I feel much better now. Mao Haokong nodded and said, That's good. Zhi Taiqing said, Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. If there's nothing else, Grand Elder should go back and rest. If you're too tired, the Thousand Mountain Manor will be in chaos. Mao Haokong flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly, So what if I'm exhausted? This Xianxia residence is a place where he won every single battle. Zhi Taiqing hurriedly said, Grand Elder, why do you say that? If it weren't for Grand Elder's hard work, how could the Thousand Mountains Manor be as prosperous as it is now? What has he done for the 100 victories? What contribution is there to speak of? Mao Haokong's expression eased up slightly, and he said, You know right from wrong and understand reason. As the Great Elder, if I want to visit you, I need the approval of 100 victories. Who does he think he is? Zhi Taiqing was shocked. How is this possible? That's impossible. Humph, why is it impossible? I was stopped when I came in just now. I killed a few people in a fit of rage before coming in, said Mao Haokong coldly. Zhi Taiqing was stunned. This, Mao Haokong looked at him meaningfully and said, With Grand Elder Taiqing's cultivation, it's impossible that you didn't notice it, right? Zhi Taiqing's eyes flickered a few times, and he hurriedly turned his head and said, My injuries are too serious, and I was in a deep sleep just now. If Grand Elder didn't come to me, I wouldn't have woken up. Mao Haokong said, Then your injuries are really serious. Zhi Taiqing said, That's right, I also want to recuperate in peace. Grand Elder, you should also go back and rest. Don't tire yourself out, the Thousand Mountains Manor still needs Grand Elder. Mao Haokong said, If that's the case, then I won't disturb Grand Elder Taiqing's recuperation. He turned around and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked back. Oh right, I have something to ask Grand Elder Taiqing. Back then, when the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain cracked, did the demon that escaped from inside die? Zhi Taiqing's face turned pale, and he forced a smile. Haha, isn't he already dead? Oh, is that so? Mao Haokong turned around again, as if he didn't want to leave, and walked directly to the bed, saying, I almost forgot, I recently obtained some healing panaceas, and I don't know if they'll be useful. Let me take a look at Grand Elder Taiqing's injuries. He reached out to lift the blanket off Zhi Taiqing. Pa! Zhi Taiqing suddenly grabbed his arm, saying, Although my injuries are serious, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after a few days of rest, let's not waste Grand Elder's panaceas. Mao Haokong's pupils shrank, and he stared at Zhi Taiqing's hand, saying, Grand Elder Taiqing's strength has recovered quite a bit, I wonder how you managed to recover from such serious injuries in such a short time. Ji Taiqing smiled, saying, how else can I do it? I happened to obtain a supreme cleansing pill back then, and it just so happened that I consumed it. It's indeed miraculous. Mao Haokong softly said, oh, so it's the supreme cleansing pill, no wonder. Ji Taiqing pushed his hand away, saying, Grand Elder, aren't you going back? Mao Haokong said, of course I'm going back, but I'm extremely depressed right now. I didn't expect 100 Victories champion to treat me like this, and I have a long talk with Grand Elder Taiqing. He once again reached out to grab the blanket. That's not very good, I'm not used to sleeping with others. Ji Taiqing hurriedly grabbed Mao Haokong's hand, but the latter was already prepared, and suddenly turned into a shadow in the air, suddenly grabbing the blanket and lifting it. Suddenly, a ray of red light rushed out, like an extremely sharp blade light slashing out. Pa! Mao Haokong grabbed the saber ray with his 5 fingers, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face, and he sneered, Grand Elder Taiqing, what do you mean by this? Moreover, his pupils shrank, and he stared at the saber ray, which was bright red like blood, incomparably demonic. Ji Taiqing's face was completely pale, and he directly jumped up from the bed, wanting to escape. Mao Haokong sneered, saying, Grand Elder Taiqing, we haven't had a long talk yet. Boom! With a punch, Ji Taiqing was immediately hit, and he was blasted out of the room for dozens of zhong, vomiting blood continuously. He was originally seriously injured, so how could he be a match for Mao Haokong? His eyes were filled with fear, and he said, Grand Elder, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? It was Grand Elder Taiqing who attacked me first, right? TSK, I came here with good intentions to deliver medicine, how disappointing. Mao Haokong sneered, and walked up step by step. In the midst of panic, Ji Taiqing quickly regained his composure, and said, Grand Elder just wants to know the whereabouts of that monster, if you kill me, you'll never know. Mao Haokong instantly rushed up, and grabbed Ji Taiqing, and said coldly, you really know, and you've learned that monster's cultivation method. Tell me, where is that monster now? Ji Taiqing stared at him, and said coldly, can I still live after I tell you? Mao Haokong sneered, you're not stupid, of course you can't live, but you can die happily. Ji Taiqing's expression changed, and he said angrily, then kill me, don't think I'll reveal half a word. You want to die? Not so easy. Mao Haokong's fingers dug into his shoulder blade, and he grabbed him, and disappeared on the spot. Soon, he brought Ji Taiqing to a mountain range, and threw him on the ground. Then, he shot out several sword qi, and pierced Ji Taiqing's limbs, bones, and acupoints. Ji Taiqing rolled on the ground, and cursed. I've been loyal and devoted to you for so many years, but in the end, I didn't end well, and you won't end well either. Humph, loyal and devoted? Then what's the matter with the Ashfei tribe? Mao Haokong suddenly stepped on his face, and said through gritted teeth, how dare you hide the Ashfei tribe behind my back, and you still dare to say you're loyal and devoted? Do you know that 10,000 deaths cannot atone for this? Tui. Ji Taiqing spat out a mouthful of dirt, and cursed, who wants to be a dog for life? I also hope to step on you like a dog one day. Haha, that can only be in your next life. Mao Haokong exerted force on his foot, and instantly, Ji Taiqing's head was stomped into the ground, and he even pinched it a few times, and shouted, where are the Ashfei tribe? Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Ji Taiqing clenched his teeth, he had already made up his mind, even if he died, he wouldn't say a word. His vision became blurry, and suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw a young man not far away, it was Xianxia, standing there quietly, and he didn't know when he arrived. Just by standing there, it was as if he directly merged with the mountains, and he and Mao Haokong actually didn't notice him at all. He suddenly wanted to laugh, and couldn't help but laugh a few times, and said, haha. Seeing him laugh, Mao Haokong was even angrier, and suddenly raised his foot, and fiercely stomped down. After one stomp, he suddenly became alert, and quickly turned around, and shouted, who is it? Xianxia said, it's okay, just pretend I don't exist, you can continue. Mao Haokong was shocked, and took several steps back, and said, are you a human or a ghost? Those who could appear in front of him without a sound were all peerless masters, and the person in front of him was too young, so he thought he was seeing a ghost. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he immediately realized who the person in front of him was, and cried out involuntarily, "Li Yunxiao." Without another word, he turned into a ray of light and fled. "This old man is quite smart." Li Yunxiao sneered, and didn't pay attention to him, and walked towards Zhi Taiqing. Zhi Taiqing panicked, and hurriedly said, Quickly stop him, we can't let him go." Li Yunxiao said, "The grudge between you two has nothing to do with me." Zhi Taiqing was taken aback, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything, and looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Then young Master Yun is looking for me?" Li Yunxiao nodded. Zhi Taiqing said, "Why are you looking for me? Could it be because of the Ash Demon tribe? As long as you kill Mao Haokong for me, I will tell you where the Ash Demon tribe is." Li Yunxiao shook his head, and said, "No need, that's too troublesome. I have already decided to search your soul, so relax, it will be quick, don't be afraid of pain." My lord, don't." Zhi Taiqing was horrified. Seeing Li Yunxiao's outstretched hand, he turned into a beam of light and fled. But how could he escape? He was frozen in the air by a force, unable to move his limbs. Li Yunxiao's divine sense instantly broke through Zhi Taiqing's sea of consciousness, searching without restraint. Zhi Taiqing's life story began to appear one by one under the influence of his spiritual sense. Suddenly, a strange force appeared. It was grey like a sea of blood, and it began to corrode his divine sense. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly retracted his divine sense. But that force didn't let go and chased after him. He snorted coldly, raised his hand, and a sword chi shot into Zhi Taiqing's brain, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Then, he grabbed with his 5 fingers, and a red light shot into his hand. It was a small scarlet granule. The granule seemed to have a life of its own, and it kept jumping in his palm. Li Yunxiao stared at it for a while, and suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the granule. With a bang, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. There was a figure in the blood mist, and it was Mr. Yang's demonic form in the blood pool. He stared at Li Yunxiao with killing intent. Li Yunxiao said softly, "You're from the Ash Demon tribe?" The figure formed by the blood mist snorted coldly, and it started to fade. Its eyes were still staring at Li Yunxiao until it disappeared. Condensing a strand of divine sense into flesh and implanting it into Zhi Taiqing's brain, this method is not simple. Worry flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Zhi Taiqing was already dead, and his memory search was forcibly cut off by the granule, but he still obtained some vague information. His figure flashed, and he left the Thousand Mountain residence. An hour later, he appeared in the sky above ancient Emperor Wu's capital. The capital was boundless, and its scale didn't seem any smaller than huge cities like Scarlet Moon City and Nuyen City. However, most of the people in the city were ordinary mortals, and there weren't many martial artists. He suddenly frowned. Just a few streets away from the imperial palace, a group of people were dragging a young girl. The young girl was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. The people around looked on in horror, and no one dared to make a sound. It was not rare for someone to forcefully snatch a woman, so it should not have been able to shake his heartstrings. However, his heart was inexplicably moved, and he teleported down, appearing in front of those people. "Haha, don't cry. If Master Leopard doesn't like it after I've played with it, then we brothers will be blessed. Haha." The man in the lead laughed without restraint, and the others also laughed lewdly. Some of them even started to grope her, scaring the young girl so much that her body trembled and tears flowed down her cheeks. "Pa!" That careless martial artist was directly slapped in the face by the leader, who shouted, "Behave yourself. Master Leopard hasn't used it yet. Do you want to die?" Only then did the man withdraw his hand in fright. The leader said, "Everyone, don't be impatient. If Lord Leopard is dissatisfied, we brothers will enjoy our blessings." He he he. The group of people laughed sinisterly, and all around them were fearful gazes. Not only did they not dare to move forward, but they also cowered and retreated. Suddenly, the lewd laughter stopped, as if time had stopped. All sounds disappeared, and even the young girl's crying stopped. All of them stared blankly at Li Yunxiao, who was blocking the road, and revealed a look of astonishment. "Brat, you're courting death." The man in the lead was furious. He took 2 steps forward, raised his head, and revealed a fierce look. He shouted, "Where did this mongrel brat come from? Get lost. Li Yunxia's expression did not change. He could not get angry with this kind of small fry. He just said indifferently, let her go. Let her go? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you know who we are? You brat, are you new here? The men all laughed and looked at Li Yunxia with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a dead man. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just beat him to death. In this day and age, there are still people who dare to meddle in our affairs. The other few people also shouted loudly. The man in the lead revealed a ferocious look, looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, you all heard it, right? My brothers have already spoken. Consider yourself unlucky, or are you too stupid? Die. He suddenly shouted loudly, and punched towards Li Yunxiao's head. Pa. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and gently grabbed the opponent's fist. Then, there was a burst of pa-pa sound of bones cracking, which made people's hair stand on end. The fist that was the size of a clay pot was directly crushed into minced meat. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced through the sky, and the man in the lead was in so much pain that tears fell out. The others were stunned for a moment, but they reacted in an instant. They shouted angrily and rushed to the sky. Everyone's hands flashed, and they took out their profound level weapons to attack. These were all warriors with a certain level of strength. However, it was useless. In less than 3 feet around Li Yunxiao's body, they were directly shaken by the aura, and a few died on the spot. Ah? This time everyone was dumbfounded, and they knew that they had met an expert. The man in the lead was so scared that he forgot the pain. Sweat poured down like rain, and he said with a trembling voice, Sir, we have eyes but failed to see. A great man does not bear grudges for a small man's wrongs. Please spare our lowly lives. Another person also said with a trembling voice, you can't kill us. We are Master Leopard's subordinates. Everyone has to give Master Leopard some face, otherwise you can't survive in the Empire. Don't kill them. The young girl also screamed, and her face turned pale. Looking at the few people who had already died on the ground, she was so scared that she forgot to cry, and was trembling with fear. Li Yunxiao also frowned, and he somewhat regretted being a busybody. Even if he killed these few scoundrels, as long as he left, this young girl would most likely suffer even more, unless he uprooted the forces behind these scoundrels, but this was too troublesome. Young man, you've caused a big trouble, you'd better leave quickly. A kind-hearted voice came from the crowd. At this time a couple ran out from the back, it was the young girl's parents. They directly knelt in front of Li Yunxiao, crying and kowtowing, Sir, you can't kill them, let them go, or our whole family will die. Li Yunxiao was a little annoyed, and he said, Who is Master Leopard? The man in the lead was stunned for a moment, and then he said with an apologetic smile, Sir, are you joking? You don't even know Master Leopard? Li Yunxiao slapped him, directly shattering all the teeth in his mouth and pouring them into his stomach. He said coldly, Speak more nonsense and you'll die. The man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he also became obedient, swallowing the blood in his mouth, and said, Master Leopard is the 9th prince by Wuchen's chief steward. He felt extremely wronged, never thinking that there would be people who would not put Master Leopard in their eyes. By Wuchen? Li Yunxiao's heart moved, remembering Ji Taiqing's words, Bai Wuchen was the prince supported by Jun Riyun. He immediately became unhappy, and said coldly, Take me to see Bai Wuchen. Ah? Ah. The man was stunned, and then his mouth opened wide in surprise, and he said bitterly, Sir, you must be joking. With my identity, it is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to see Master Leopard. How can I see the 9th prince? Li Yunxiao knew that what he said was the truth, and said, Take me to see your Master Leopard. Yes, yes, yes. The man hurriedly nodded, and his heart was filled with joy. He lowered his head, and his expression was full of malice. He thought that Master Leopard had many experts by his side, and he was courting death by rashly going there. At that time, he would return this humiliation 1,000 times over. He also slightly turned his head to glance at the young girl and the couple, and his eyes were also full of killing intent. It was this little girl who caused so many of his brothers to die, and he must not let her go. Li Yunxiao was still expressionless, and he said indifferently, Let's go. The group immediately went into the distance, the man in the front leading the way, and Li Yunxiao followed behind. The few who did not die carried the dead bodies, and even more people followed from afar. Even the young girl and the couple followed behind, and did not dare to escape. After half an hour, the group of people arrived in front of a restaurant, and on top of the restaurant was a flamboyant Xin character. Inside, people were singing and laughing, and the fragrance of wine fluttered in the air. Everyone stopped at a distance, and did not dare to go forward. The guards in front of the restaurant were all arrogant, and shouted from afar, "Stop!" The man who led the way immediately did not dare to go forward, and shouted from a distance of more than 10 feet, "Brothers, I am Master Leopard's subordinate, and I have an important matter to see Master Leopard." "See Master Leopard?" The guard looked at the scene. Everyone was seriously injured, and even carried a few dead bodies, and said angrily, "Get lost, don't mess around, don't court death." The man was anxious, and directly knelt on the spot, and cried, "I am really Master Leopard's subordinate, this brat seriously injured us, I hope brothers can help us. Brothers, please help us." The rest of the people also quickly knelt down, and cried in grief. "These brats are really Master Leopard's subordinates, I recognize them." One of the guards seemed to recognize them, and said in surprise, "What? There are people who dare to hit Master Leopard's people?" The rest of the guards were shocked, and could not help but look at Li Yunxiao a few times, and vigilantly said, "Brat, what is going on? Do you know that you have caused a big trouble?" Li Yunxiao said, "Where is Master Leopard?" One of the guards raised his thumb, pointed behind, and said, "Master Leopard is now upstairs. Not only Master Leopard, but His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince is also there, but you can't see him." Li Yunxiao nodded, and then walked into the restaurant. Suddenly, a few screams sounded, and the evil people were decapitated, all of them died. The guards were shocked, and suddenly found that Li Yunxiao had disappeared. Above the restaurant, there was a thick spring scenery, and the sleeves were dancing, revealing a decadent feeling. A man with a jade-like face was leisurely drinking, and he was hugging a beauty, very comfortable, and all kinds of laughter sounded everywhere. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the whole environment, and all the sound stopped. "Who is it?" Two guards immediately appeared in front of the jade-like man, one on the left and one on the right, and they were vigilant and shocked looking at Li Yunxiao, who stood in the middle of all the dancers, and there was no such person before, completely appearing out of thin air. The dancers also noticed something strange, and in a panic, they immediately retreated to the sides, and immediately left Li Yunxiao standing alone in the middle, and all eyes fell on him. "Who are you?" The Ninth Prince, Bai Wuchen, had delicate features and looked to be in his 30s. He stared calmly at Li Yunxiao and asked. He was only a martial emperor. Although he could not see through Li Yunxiao, he could feel that this person was not ordinary, so his interest was piqued. Li Yunxiao said, "You are Bai Wuchen?" "Rude." The two guards in front of Bai Wuchen shouted in unison. The killing intent on their bodies spread out like an erupting volcano. They wanted to show their strength to Li Yunxiao. Both of them were 6-star Emperor Wu's experts, so they could feel that Li Yunxiao was not ordinary. However, they only felt that it was unusual and did not worry too much. After all, in the ancient Emperor Wu's country, 2 6-star Emperor Wu's experts were enough to solve most problems. The suppressive force of the two spun a few feet around Li Yunxiao's body, causing the rainbow-feathered clothes of the dancers in the distance to flutter loudly. The scene was boundless, and screams of surprise could be heard continuously. "What?" Both of them were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other in disbelief. The two looked at each other with a cold look in their eyes. They wanted to test him again. "Stop." Bai Wuchen immediately stopped them. His eyes flashed and he said loudly, "Come, give this friend a seat." The 2 6-star Emperor Wu's cheek completely disappeared and retreated to the sides. They knew what the Ninth Prince was thinking. He must be appreciating talent and wanted to recruit this person. Li Yunxiao said, "There is no need. Where is Jun Ruyun? Tell him to come out and see me." The scene became quiet again. This time everyone's mouth was wide open. Even Bai Wuchen was stunned for a while before he said, "You know Prince Consort Ruyun?" Li Yunxiao did not answer. He only said, "I know he is not here. Tell him to come out and see me." At this time, a few cultivators sneaked up and whispered in the ears of a bearded man. The bearded man's eyes instantly burst out with a fierce glint. He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Brat, you killed my people." Li Yunxiao glanced over and squinted. "You are the master leopard that they are talking about?" The bearded man said, "That's me. I am the head butler of the 9th prince and am in charge of." Boom. Before he could finish, a hole appeared on his forehead, and blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, which then turned into despair. The bloody hole had appeared too suddenly, without any warning. He was an 8-star martial exalted expert himself, but he had died in such an inexplicable and defenseless manner. Ah? Everyone present was extremely shocked, and all of them scattered in fright. Everyone knew that it was Li Yunxiao who made the move, because he was currently raising his hand with one finger pointing outwards. However, no one saw him make the move. Even the 2 6-star Emperor Wu's guards were trembling in fear. They hurriedly stood in front of Bai Wuchen to protect him. The few cultivators who ran up to report the news were even more shocked. They were stunned on the spot, and their minds were blank. Bai Wuchen's face was also pale, and he instantly lost the calmness he had before. However, the demeanor of an emperor was still there. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you kill someone just because you said something?" Li Yunxiao retracted his hand and said, "Those who kill will always be killed." Bai Wuchen said, "What do you mean?" Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" Bai Wuchen's heart was burning with anger, but he knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. Furthermore, his 2 mid-level Emperor Wu guards also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. He knew that the 2 guards were not confident that they could stop him. "Even if Master Leopard has offended you, you don't have to kill me just like that, right? As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. You are looking down on me too much." Li Yunxiao had a strange look on his face and said, "I have never looked down on you. Who do you think you are?" "You." Bai Wuchen was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Anger kept surging on his face, and it looked like clouds were rolling. This was also some kind of secret martial technique. It was obvious that he could not suppress his inner emotions anymore. As a leader, there weren't many people who dared to speak to him like this since he was young. Even the elders of the 1,000 Mountain Mansion wouldn't insult and slander him like this. However, he quickly suppressed his anger, because the current situation was very unusual. If it were any other day, the Emperor Wu's guards around him would have already rushed up to kill him. However, at this moment, they did not move. No one dared to take a step forward. Even the 2 6-star Emperor Wu's guards did not move. When he glanced around, he was shocked to find that the 2 guards' foreheads were covered in cold sweat. They seemed to be extremely scared. Bai Wuchen thought for a while and immediately realized that the person in front of him was much more terrifying than he had expected. It was very likely that this person was an outstanding disciple from a big sect. This kind of person was out of his reach. He was shocked. He did not know where this person came from, and it seemed like he had a grudge against him. However, on second thought, if he could recruit this person, he would have one more bargaining chip against Bai Ganj. Especially if he could rope in the big forces behind this person, he might be able to influence the 1,000 Mountains House's decision, which would be very beneficial to him. Although the princes fought openly and secretly, the 1,000 Mountains House was the one who played the decisive role. "My friend, I was too impulsive. Come, give me a seat." After thinking it through, he immediately changed his attitude and said, "My friend, since you killed Master Leopard, I believe that Master Leopard must have had a reason to die." His words chilled the hearts of the warriors who worked for him. However, in order to befriend Li Yunxiao, Bai Wuchen did not care so much. Li Yunxiao said, "Not bad. You are quite quick to adapt. You are quite a character." He briefly explained the situation and said, "Since this guy is dead, I will not argue with you. However, I hope you can let the girl downstairs go. Don't look for trouble with her." Of course, of course." Bai Wuchen patted his chest and said firmly, "My friend, rest assured. As long as I am still in the ancient Emperor Wu country, no one will dare to harass that girl. I didn't expect that Lord Leopard would actually do such a heinous thing. Thanks to my friend's timely help, not only did you punish the evil person, but you also helped me regain my reputation. Otherwise, if I let him continue to commit heinous crimes, wouldn't I be scolded by the entire city? It's good that this leopard had died." He immediately clapped his hands and praised. The people around all felt a chill in their hearts. Who did not know what Master Leopard had done? Moreover, those beauties were used by Bai Wuchen to recruit talents and give them to various forces. The mastermind behind the scenes was most likely Bai Wuchen himself. Now that Master Leopard had died as a scapegoat for him, he was praised as having died a good death. It was really disappointing. However, being bitterly disappointed was one thing, and the reality was another. Everyone followed suit and clapped their hands, repeatedly cheering, "Good for him to die, the black sheep of the herd, this fellow is so evil, he should have been killed long ago." Each of them was filled with righteous indignation. It was the complete opposite of their previous appearance of indulging in wine and women. The dancers were dumbfounded, as if they did not recognize these people. At this time, someone had already brought a chair and placed it beside Li Yunxiao. Bai Wuchen said, "May I know your name, my friend? Where are you from?" Li Yunxiao said, "You do not need to know. Immediately inform Jun Ruyun and ask him to come here." His words were very calm, but there was a kind of unquestionable and irresistible power. Bai Wuchen was not used to it. The emotions and energy in his heart were fluctuating, but he had no choice but to suppress it. He asked patiently, "Friend, do you know Prince Consort Ruyun?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said with a hint of coldness, "Why are you so long-winded? I just praised you and you're starting to act stupid? This young master's patience is about to be worn out by you." Right at the moment when his expression turned cold, the temperature of the entire place suddenly plummeted. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Even the two six-star martial emperors felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. They were extremely frightened, and were deeply frightened. They had already overestimated the other party, but now it seemed that it was far beyond their imagination. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. His eyes shot out a bright light as he raised his head. His gaze pierced through the roof and into the boundless blue dome of heaven. "Tell Jun Ruyun that I will come and find him in a few days." With a flash of green light, Li Yunxiao's figure disappeared from the restaurant. Only this sentence was left floating in the air and entering everyone's ears. Bai Wuchen was stunned. "Gone, gone?" Everyone else looked at each other. They did not see clearly, but they felt like there was a flash of green light. They were not sure if they were hallucinating or if they were seeing things. Everyone's gaze fell on the two six-star Emperor Wu. One of them exhaled heavily as if relieved of a heavy burden. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he said, "Gone." "Phew." Gasps sounded one after another, and all of them were filled with lingering fear. Bai Wuchen said, "Sirs, what is the cultivation level of that person?" The two six-star Emperor Wu looked at each other and blushed. One of them said bitterly, "We are not sure either." He was just standing there, and he did not even release his aura. Yet, he gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was as if we were facing a bottomless abyss or a boundless ocean. It was very intimidating. Bai Wuchen was shocked. "How is this possible? You two are six-star Emperor Wu's elite fighters. Could that person be a seven-star Emperor Wu?" The other person shook his head and said, "Not to mention a seven-star martial emperor, even an eight-star martial emperor would not be able to make the two of us feel such a frightening oppressive might. If my guess is correct, that person must be a nine-star martial emperor, Wu Yi. Emperor Jiuxing." "Ah." All sorts of gasps sounded out, all of them filled with shock. Many people's expressions changed as they recalled the scene just now. They were facing off against an Emperor Jiuxing. They could not help but tremble in fear. Bai Wuchen was also frightened. He knew very well what an Emperor Jiuxing meant. It was not something the ancient Emperor Wu could fight against. After some thought, he shouted, "Send a large number of soldiers to protect the little girl. The rest of you, follow me to the Prince Consort's mansion." After Li Yunxiao rushed out of the restaurant, he instantly flew thousands of miles up in the sky. His eyes were like blood as he stared into the distance. A solitary figure stopped in the distance. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold and mocking smile. Then, he turned around and left. "Since you're here, you still want to leave?" Li Yunxiao's face was almost twisted. His usually calm heart was surging with monstrous waves, like a volcano erupting, burning up his entire body. The divine fire condensed into the shape of a phoenix behind him. Golden light shot out from the flames, and demonic patterns instantly covered his entire body. The sword of death crimson fell into his hand, and boundless sword will surged in the sky. Die. Countless demonic patterns and sword talismans flew out from the sword of death crimson. Li Yunxiao roared, and his entire body streaked across the sky like a meteor. A ray of sword chi slashed down like a meteor's long tail. Eh? That figure stopped in his tracks, seemingly a little surprised. He turned around, raised his hand and grabbed at the air, saying, "Sharp light." A golden light fell and turned into a battle spear in his hand, emitting extremely hot light. It was like a scorching sun in the sky, and countless runes rolled on the spear. Flowing spear shadow. The figure softly shouted. He grabbed the spear with one hand and swept it horizontally. A golden light cut through the flames, and Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly appeared. His face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes were bright red like fire. He slashed down with his sword. Die, Xianxia. Bang, the two weapons clashed together, and a terrifying power spread out in all directions, attacking the bodies of the two. A crack appeared in the sky, like a natural moat between the two of them. Xianxia was shaken by the sword chi, and her entire body slid thousands of feet in the sky before the impact was neutralized. Hee, you were like an ant back then. Now, you have the strength to fight me? Today, I will settle the old grudge. After slashing out with his sword, Li Yunxiao vented all his anger and immediately regained his senses. Although he did not know why Xianxia appeared here, killing her was not something that could be done in one move. It would be extremely difficult. He pointed with his right hand, and the 36 northern sky-cold star swords instantly flew out, transforming into the myriad sword illustration that descended from the sky. The boundless sword intent was like a cold light that shot into the 9 heavens, transforming into 36 lone peaks that froze the entire sky. Xianxia was instantly devoured by the sea of sword chi. His entire person, together with the spear, was minced by the countless sword lights, and instantly turned into countless golden specks. Humph, illusion? Don't forget that I also have Tsutsumi's eye. Not only that. Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal with one hand, and his left and right eyes immediately showed different colors. His left eye was scarlet like blood, like a primordial beast, while his right eye was pitch black like ink, and a golden color appeared around his pupil. In the sea of sword chi, Xianxia's figure gradually appeared. She said with a shocked expression, "Your eye technique, die." Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He raised his hand and slashed, charging into the myriad sword illustration with murderous intent. Bang, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless anymore. He grabbed the sharp light of the spear with both hands, and countless ancient Maha characters danced on it. God welcomes 3 lights, Anata Wuji. The two forces collided again, and a huge cross-shaped starlight shot out, tearing the heaven and earth apart. The ancient Maha characters on the sharp light of the spear transformed into countless golden lights, and the sea of sword chi continued to dissipate under the golden lights. However, demonic patterns surged continuously on the crimson slash of the sword, intertwining with the golden power of rules. They were actually on par. Haha, so powerful. This is what I want. Xianxia laughed wildly, and his handsome face was filled with arrogance. Li Yunxiao looked at the familiar face, but the extremely unfamiliar demeanor, and his heart was bleeding. What the hell? It's in line with 18 generations of your ancestors. He suddenly formed his transcendence golden body, formed a hand seal with his right hand, and slapped the blade. The ice fiend heart flame turned into a white lotus that rose from the sword. And a terrifying power spread out. At the same time, the 4 arms behind him formed hand seals, and his face was filled with ferocity and anger. 4 palms slapped down at the same time, and the wind and clouds surged. The terrifying power intertwined and pressed down on Xianxia at the same time. What a strong and chaotic power. You've learned too many things. Xianxia's eyes revealed a strange look, but he did not panic. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and a blue light that looked like an ice crystal flashed between his brows. That pair of eyes suddenly became strange, and there seemed to be a nebula moving within them. With a single glance, he could see the endless stars, the universe, and the entire vast land. The ice-fiend heart flame and the four palms of wind and clouds actually began to dissipate under this strange light, like a white steed flashing across a crevice, as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Xianxia was shocked, and even he could not help but feel his heart tremble, as if he had been captured by the power of the other's eyes. He quickly thought of something and bit the tip of his tongue to regain his senses. However, Xianxia had already rushed out of the attack range of the ice-fiend heart flame. He flew thousands of feet away, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he continuously retreated. Suddenly, his smile froze, because the surrounding environment continued to fade, and turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. A scorching sun slowly rose from the sky, and it shone down on the land. That scorching sun was extremely strange. It was actually a huge pupil, and it opened its eyes. The entire world was under the gaze of that eye. Looking at the oriole outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, and looking at the clouds outside the peak, could it be that I did it intentionally or unintentionally? Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, and the snow comes to spy on books, but they see that he is emotionless. A faintly discernible voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Xianxia's body began to stiffen under the gaze of that gaze, and his origin power gradually dissipated. He raised his head, and his eyes were also as red as blood. He stared at the scorching sun, and said, "Divine skill Xianxia?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard of the name Xianxia, and he secretly noted it down. Xianxia's two stiff arms moved, and he formed a seal in front of him. His eyes burned like fire, and within the flames, there were golden seals flickering. Tianzhu. These two words were spat out from his thin lips, and a huge golden light appeared. It was like a sun, and it danced in the sky, and in an instant, it cut the entire world in half. The illusory space shattered in an instant, and Xianxia's eyes exploded with a bloody light. He immediately closed his eyes, and the world became hazy. Xianxia only felt a stinging pain in his eyes, as if they were on fire, and tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. However, his eyes were still open, and he let the pain burn in his eyes, and let the blood drip down. Xianxia's attack was successful, and the sharp light of his spear danced in the air, turning into thousands of shadows, and slashed at Yichen from all directions. 9 dragons of sword, 10,000 bodies. This was Morongzhu's famous ultimate skill. It was as if there were countless golden dragons shuttling among the countless shadows, piercing through the sky and earth. Xianxia performed a sword art with one hand, and the million sword illustration appeared around him. Countless sword talismans flew up, turning into swords that rained down in all directions. The sky was filled with a storm, and the flickering shadows made it impossible to see the two of them clearly. Under this chaotic power, countless golden shadows of the spear condensed in front of Xianxia, turning into Xianxia's shadow, and slashed at him with the spear. Bang! Xianxia raised his sword in front of him, and the scorching golden light scattered in all directions. It was as if the two of them were standing in the middle of the sun. Such a strong physical body, and it's only a step away from the phenomenal success stage. TSK, it's so tempting. Strange Magatama symbols appeared in Xianxia's inner eyes, and she stared at the tricolored light that appeared on Xianxia's body, and couldn't stop praising him. Since you're tempted, then I'll grant you the honor of dying under this physical body. The demonic power on the sword decapitator's red slash increased a little, and it shook off the golden light. The terrifying power kept surging out, and it crashed into the two's bodies. There seemed to be a gray crack around Xianxia's body, and it devoured the shockwaves, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Xianxia frowned, and the ancient heaven eye on his forehead opened. A ray of green light suddenly shot out, and it was a purple lightning dragon that was as thick as a finger. Bang! Apocalyptic thunder? Xianxia was also shocked, and his expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to be careless, and his eyes narrowed. Immediately, there was a flash of bloody light, and the purple lightning was reflected in his eyes, and it was imprisoned within. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His opponent's eye sorcery and space divine ability were far above his own. His transcendent's golden body, and the 4 arms behind him quickly formed seals, bringing along a ray of lightning as he formed seals in the air. One of the arms suddenly raised the sky hammer, and with a boom, countless thunderbolts exploded like dazzling green fireworks. The purple dragon imprisoned in Xianxi's eyes also exploded. Bang! A smear of blood shot out from his right eye, and at the same time, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Xianxi's figure suddenly retreated, and he covered his right eye with one hand, which was full of blood. His other hand held onto his spear, and he was in a defensive position. Li Yunxiao took advantage of the situation, and the sword essence in his hand became faster and faster, slashing at Xianxi until he was exhausted from defending. His spear danced in the air, and he kept retreating in the air. The entire ancient Emperor Wu's kingdom was shrouded in that terrifying power, and the powerful pressure made everyone in the city feel strangely oppressed. They only felt that the sky was dazzling, and they couldn't even open their eyes, thinking that it was some kind of celestial phenomenon. In less than 10 minutes, Li Yunxiao had slashed a total of thousands of times, and all of them were blocked by the spear, turning into boundless light that scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the injury in Xianxi's right eye was constantly healing. He was a little anxious because he couldn't win after fighting for so long. Suddenly, a figure materialized behind him, and he charged forward, also slashing with his sword. That sword was overbearing and fierce, and it brought with it the power of the dragon realm, suppressing all directions. Unfalling dust. Xianxi's pupils shrank slightly, and he waved his spear. Immediately, a shadow was created, and it blocked the sword of unfalling heaven and earth. Bang! The power of the pure-blooded dragon was boundless, and he kept retreating in the air. Li Yunxiao also took the opportunity to charge forward, and his three sword arts flowed like rivers and rivers, constantly slashing up. With the two of them working together, Xianxi was even more exhausted, and there was no longer any chance of winning. Li Yunxiao's thinking was very simple: bite Xianxi to the bone, and attack him at all costs. There would come a time when he would be exhausted, and he would be like a lamp that had run out of oil. However, he was still a little worried. From start to finish, it was only Xianxi, and there was no trace of the ancestral spirit's ruin of return. Ning Qiue was also nowhere to be found, and he didn't know where she went. Moreover, although Xianxi was at a disadvantage, and he was constantly injured by the stellar energy, and every move he made was dangerous, he didn't panic. Other than the anger from the explosion of his right eye, there was no other emotion in his eyes. This abnormal calmness made him restless. Qiyu also noticed this and yelled, "Little Li, this guy is still putting on an act even when he's about to die. Use your ultimate move to send him to the next world." Li Yunxiao lowered his sword stance and directly teleported behind Xianxi. His eyes were cold as he said, "Die." Green Lotus Sword Song. A total of 7 white lotuses bloomed on the sword, emitting a terrifying scorching light that completely suppressed Xianxi's aura. Qiyu also danced with his 2 swords. 2 different sword intents, one on the left and one on the right, drew in a boundless aura and superimposed with the dragon domain. It vaguely turned into a sword that wanted to split the heavens and split the earth. Xianxi's expression finally changed. His eyes flashed with shock. The blue light on his forehead became extremely bright. His entire body was bathed in a faint blue light, and the sharp light on his spear kept increasing. At this critical moment, Xianxi's expression suddenly changed and the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. The blue light on his forehead and the light on his spear stabilized and did not increase any further. It was as if he was restraining his power. Behind him, a red halo spread like a rising red moon. The scarlet radiance sprinkled down and dyed the sky red. A huge crimson moon appeared behind Xianxi, as if it was a supernatural phenomenon. Ancestral spirits ruin. Li Yunxiao exclaimed in his heart. His body suddenly trembled as he looked at the faint yellow figure above the ruin's ruin with even more shock. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His pupils kept enlarging as he revealed a look of shock and sluggishness. Chiyu's sword stance also slowed as he exclaimed, "Ning Qiue?" On the ruin's blood shadow, a slender and elegant figure wearing a light yellow gauze dress looked at the two expressionlessly. She grabbed with one hand and the Song of Time appeared in her palm. It flickered with a red light and swept across the sky as strangely as Tsutsumi's. A smear of blood like the setting sun repelled Chiyu's sword stance. On Ning Qiue's forehead, the pattern of an eye appeared. It was scarlet red like blood. His blood-red eyes slowly opened. It was as if all living things would wither and everything would return to dust with a single glance. The 7 lotuses on Li Yunxia's sword also gradually dimmed, turning into countless petals that danced in the air. Whether it was Li Yunxia or Yu, they both felt an extremely strong pressure and didn't dare to look at those eyes. The corner of Xianxi's lips curled up as she retracted her battle spear back into her body. She chuckled and said, "What, are you surprised?" Li Yunxia was stunned, but you, the eye of end between Ning Qiue's brows slowly closed before she said, "Li Yunxiao, all of you can leave." Leave? Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as a chill shot out from his body. He said angrily, "You're telling me to leave? Have you lost your mind? This person isn't Morongzhu, it's Morongzhu's murderer, Tianxi." Ning Qiue expressionlessly said, "I know." You know? Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "Since you know, then you should join me in killing this person." Ning Qiue said, "I had the same thoughts as you before, but I don't think that way anymore." Li Yunxiao said seriously, "Why?" Ning Qiue raised her eyes to look at him. Ripples gradually appeared in her watery eyes, as if a sea of blood was roiling. Her eyes also constantly changed colors, finally condensing into 2 blood-red pupils, just like the moon in the sky above Red Moon City. Because people change. Ah. Li Yunxiao gasped as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He said in shock, You've been possessed by Tsutsumi? Ha ha ha. Tianxi laughed wildly and said, "She hasn't been possessed by Tsutsumi. There's only one Tsutsumi left in this world, and that's your eye. Ning Qiue has become one with Lord Ancestral Soul End." Ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao and Yu did not laugh. Instead, their expressions were incomparably solemn. Ning Qiue's mind had clearly been affected by the end. 2 as 1? Ning Qiue said indifferently, "But I've always been Ning Qiue. Perhaps I've been affected, but that's no longer important." Not important? Li Yunxiao sneered, "Then what's important in your eyes right now?" Ning Qiue said, "What's important is for the Tsutsumi clan to continue on." Yu snorted coldly, "As expected, you've been controlled by the End." Ning Qiue said, "Whatever you say. Lord End is indeed in my body. I naturally have the responsibility to fulfill its wish." Li Yunxiao knew that it was useless to say anything more. Although Ning Qiue was affected by the End, she was still generally normal, which made him feel much more at ease. He said, "What do you mean by the Tsutsumi clan to continue on?" "Just now, Tianxi said that there's only one left in this world in my eyes. Could it be that you want to snatch it?" Ning Qiue said, "Of course not, but we need his power, or rather, we need your power." Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly, knowing that there was no hope of killing Tianxi this time. The strange aura that Ning Qiue exuded was definitely not weaker than Tianxi's. "What do you want me to do?" "Just say it," he asked straightforwardly. Ning Qiue said, "Although you've opened 7 gates of your corporeal body, your cultivation is still at the peak of the martial path. I'll come find you again when you've reached extraordinary mortality and sainthood." Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. "You mean, you're leaving?" Ning Qiue's face appeared cold and emotionless under the blood-red moonlight. He said indifferently, "I understand what you're thinking, but even if the 2 of you join forces, it's impossible for you to defeat us. We've only come this time to test your strength. As long as your strength takes another step forward, our chances will be greater." Hee, you want to kill me for revenge? Then turn your boundless fury into power, ha ha ha. Tianxi laughed wildly and said disdainfully, "Even if it's just me, the 2 of you won't be able to keep me here." He placed his hands behind his back playfully and looked at the 2 of them with a mocking expression, as if he had not used his full strength in the battle just now. "Take another step forward?" Li Yunxiao's face was cold. "If I take another step forward, my chances of rescuing you will be greater. Alright, when I step into transcendence and sainthood, come find me again." He clenched his fists, the demonic markings and golden light on his body flashing continuously, as if he could not calm himself down. Ning Qiue nodded lightly, "I'm looking forward to it." The sky full of red moons gradually retracted into her body. She raised her bright eyes to glance at Li Yunxiao, then turned and left with Tianxi. The 2 of them walked further and further away in the sky, quickly disappearing before Li Yunxiao's eyes. The terrifying power in the sky dissipated continuously, and the clear sky slowly returned. Only the shadows of Li Yunxiao and Che Yu were left, appearing lonely and desolate. What do you think of the ruins of N's power? After a long while, Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, if Lord Ling Mudi also helps, how confident are we that we can keep the two of them here? Che Yu pondered for a while, then said, after being possessed by the ruins of End, Ning Qiue is very powerful, at least above Tianxi, and has most likely reached the peak. Even if everyone attacks together, it's impossible to keep her here, not even Tianxi. Li Yunxiao said worriedly, killing Tianxi is difficult, but saving Qiue is even more difficult. Che Yu said, looking at Ning Qiue, she doesn't seem to have been possessed by the ruins of End. She has not lost her intelligence, but her temperament has been affected, and her personality has changed. Perhaps she doesn't want to be saved by you. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, is that so? I'll give her a choice. After saying that, exhaustion appeared on his face, and he opened his arms wide, his body falling forward, allowing gravity to pull him down to the boundless ground. Che Yu also frowned, sighed softly, and chased after him. The intense battle in the sky above ancient Emperor Wu's country had already shocked all levels of society. Other than ordinary people who thought it was a natural phenomenon, those powerful martial artists all knew that there was an intense battle between experts. However, no one dared to go forward to investigate. Their divine senses were swallowed up by the power several thousand feet away from the battle, and they had no idea what was going on inside. Such a shocking phenomenon, was it created by that person just now? Ninth Prince by Wuchen looked at the sky in horror. Not long after they came out of the restaurant, they felt the shaking of heaven and earth, and they did not dare to move because of the terrifying aura. Even the two six-star Emperor Wu powerhouses could not see what was happening in the sky, and they could only feel waves of terrifying fluctuations, which made them shudder. One of them said in shock, just now, that person discovered such a terrifying battle not long after he went out, and his strength is at the peak of 9-star, so it's most likely him. Another person said worriedly, this person knows Prince Consort Ryun, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. If he's Lord Consort Ryun's enemy, everyone could not help but shiver. After all, Jun Ryun was on their side, and if he had such a terrifying enemy, then they would also be in danger. Cold sweat also appeared on Bai Wuchen's forehead. It was a miracle that he was still alive after his subordinates had offended such a terrifying existence. Another person said, no matter what, we should first go to the Prince Consort's residence to find out what's going on. Bai Wuchen hurriedly said, that's right, let's go to the Prince Consort's residence quickly. He had already decided in his heart that if Jun Ryun and this person were enemies, then he would be the first to cut off all relations with Jun Ryun. Li Yunxiao directly followed behind this group of people, his face deep in thought, as if he had not recovered from the incident with Ning Qiue. Very soon, the group of people arrived in front of a residence, and after making their identities clear, they directly entered. Li Yunxiao appeared outside the residence and took a look at the signboard, water moon like clouds. It was a combination of Bai Xiaoya and Jun Ryun. The two guards in front of the door stepped forward and blocked them with their swords. They shouted, who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Hurry up and leave. Li Yunxiao was waiting to react, and suddenly, his heart moved. A voice came from the Universe God Monument, and the voice said, Jun Ryun? Master, let me go. Then, there was an explosion of fist bones, and young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes were filled with coldness and boundless battle intent. Mo Xiaochuan's heart also moved, and he said coldly, he is the most talented person among us. Master has disappeared for so many years, and I haven't seen him do anything. I really want to beat him up. The two of them came out of the Universe God Steel and disappeared in front of the mansion. The two guards felt their vision blurred as if something had flashed by. They rubbed their eyes and shouted at Li Yunxiao, get lost. Do you want to die? Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, then turned around and left. He took a step forward, and his silhouette turned transparent, disappearing before the eyes of the two guards. Ah? The two guards jumped in fright and were dumbfounded. Cold sweat continuously dripped from their temples. In the mansion, two rays of light turned into two figures. Young Emperor Hao Lian sneered, Mo Xiaochuan, get out of the way. Let me take care of him. The two of them ran towards the biggest mansion. Mo Xiaochuan flashed in the air and disappeared. Only young Emperor Hao Lian appeared in the sky above the dome and stared down coldly. In the hall of the mansion, the ninth prince, Bai Wuchen, sat anxiously on the seat of honor. A white-robed woman walked in, escorted by a maid. The lady was elegant and had a light aura. She said, "Ninth royal brother is so anxious. Did something big happen?" Bai Wuchen saw her and asked, "Where's Jun Ruyun?" The lady was Bai Xiaoya. She frowned and said, "Ninth royal brother, you know that my husband has been in seclusion for many days." Sigh. Bai Wuchen shouted, "Hurry up and call him out. No matter what, he is in seclusion, it's not good." Bai Xiaoya said in shock, "Could it be that third royal brother is doing something? I've been sending people to keep an eye on it. There seems to be nothing out of the ordinary." Bai Wuchen said, "Did you sense the strange phenomenon in the sky just now?" Bai Xiaoya was shocked and said, "Such a big commotion, of course I sensed it. It should be a fight between peerless experts in the sky of ancient Emperor Wu's country. Could it be related to us?" Bai Wuchen's face was full of anxiety, and he even seemed to be in a state of panic. He recounted everything that had happened in the restaurant in detail. Hearing those words, Bai Xiaoya was stunned. After a while, she sucked in a breath of cold air. With a pale complexion, she said, "Ninth imperial brother, you mean to say that a 9-star martial emperor expert wants to cause trouble for my husband?" Bai Wuchen said, "Judging from his appearance, that's most likely the case. How is Prince Consort Ruyun's seclusion this time? Will you be able to handle it?" Bai Xiaoya shook her head and said, "This closed-door cultivation is very important to my husband, and he didn't reveal too many things to me. It's just that my cultivation can improve greatly, but even so, against Emperor Jiuxing." Obviously, she didn't have any confidence. Bai Wuchen said anxiously, "Sigh, what should we do? I'm afraid that even the Thousand Mountains mansion won't do anything after provoking such a powerful enemy. The consequences of offending the Emperor Jiuxing were much worse than offending a prince, even if the prince was likely to inherit the throne." Bai Xiaoya hesitated. "In my memory, my husband has never offended such an expert. Could there be a misunderstanding?" Bai Wuchen sighed. "I can only hope that it's a misunderstanding. I also feel that it's very unlikely. If we offended such a person, the empire would have been in turmoil long ago." Bai Xiaoya, on the other hand, was slightly calm. She said, "Ninth brother, there's no need to think too much. We'll deal with it when it comes. If we can't, then there's nothing we can do. We can only accept our fate. After all, in front of absolute power, everyone is just an ant." Jun Ruyun's wife is quite sensible. If that's the case, then call him out to die." Young Emperor Hao Lian's voice came from outside the hall, followed by a loud bang. A huge white jade pillar was smashed into pieces, and a section of it that was several zhang long flew into the hall. With a loud bang, it stabbed into the ground and sent countless fragments flying. The martial artists inside were shocked, and they hurriedly protected the ninth prince and Bai Xiaoya behind them. The two 6-star Emperor Wu's faces also turned pale, and they shouted in shock, "Who is it?" They were sure that the newcomer was not Li Yunxiao, but that aura was far above theirs. A strong wind blew in from outside, and at some point, a person had appeared on top of the jade pillar. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he stood there alone, a cold smile on his face. "Who are you?" Bai Xiaoya asked in a panic, "What grudge do you have with my husband?" "Humph, who I am, and what grudges I have, Jun Ruyun will naturally understand when he comes out. Quickly call him out to die." Young Emperor Hao Lian shouted coldly. His fist bones kept exploding, and the fighting spirit on his body directly turned into flames. When that aura spread out, all the martial artists immediately retreated in shock, not daring to step forward. Bai Wuchen's heart was filled with bitterness. It was unknown whether that person was a friend or a foe, but this person in front of him was obviously here to seek revenge. When did Jun Ruyun offend so many powerhouses? If he had known, he wouldn't have come with him. He thought that he had found a big tree to rope in Jun Ruyun, but now he realized that he had attracted a death god. Bai Xiaoya was also terrified, and she said in a trembling voice, "My husband is in closed-door cultivation. Even if you are here to seek revenge, you should wait for my husband to come out of closed-door cultivation and have a fair fight. That is what a real man should do. Bullying the weak like us now, What kind of ability is that? Closed-door cultivation? Young Emperor Hao Lian frowned. If it was something else, he would have gone up and killed no matter what. However, there were different degrees of severity in closed-door cultivation. If he was interrupted, it would directly affect his advancement, and it would be troublesome. After all, they were from the same sect, and he only wanted to take revenge for being bullied in the past. He didn't really want to cause trouble for the other party. This put him in a difficult position, and he said unhappily, of all times, he chose to enter closed-door cultivation at this time. Is this an excuse? Xianxia hurriedly said, it is not an excuse. My husband is really in closed-door cultivation. Young Emperor Hao Lian had nowhere to vent his overwhelming fighting spirit, and he said angrily, since that is the case, then I will first demolish his residence, consider it a little interest. Everyone was stunned. Demolish the residence? What was going on? Young Emperor Hao Lian's figure slammed his fist on the ground, and the terrifying force directly penetrated deep into the earth veins. Boom! Countless rock layers were flipped up and pushed in all directions, and the hall instantly collapsed. Everyone hurriedly flew up into the sky, and they saw the entire moon-like cloud's residence being razed to the ground by the fist energy. Haha, great! Bullying me for so many years, I will first demolish your residence's interest, and when you come out of closed-door cultivation, I will beat you to death. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed loudly, looking carefree. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were a little confused. Although destroying someone's residence was an extremely vile thing to do, it was not worth mentioning to experts like them. They didn't understand why this person was laughing so happily. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that he had been bullied by Jun Ruyun in the past. Xianxia also frowned, and she didn't have any recollection of it. Suddenly, an ice-cold killing intent came from all directions, piercing to the bone, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Young Emperor Hao Lian's laughter also came to a stop, and he became extremely solemn. A powerful force appeared around his body, resisting the killing intent. Yo, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, a fool. A disdainful voice came over, and there was a hint of surprise in it. A fool like you can actually cultivate to the 8-star Emperor Wu? Did you run into some dog-shit luck and eat some peerless divine medicine? Young Emperor Hao Lian said angrily, Jun Ruyun, get out here and accept your death. Today, I will let you have a taste of my fist, and I will slap all the humiliation from all those years on your face. TSK, I have heard these words too many times, and my ears are already calloused. Since you can find this place, how can I, as your senior brother, neglect you? I will give you a good lesson. That ice-cold killing intent continued to condense in the air, and as if it was tangible, it turned into an invisible sword, and slashed down from the sky. Everyone was speechless. So these two people were actually fellow disciples. Moreover, Bai Wuchen and the others immediately guessed the identity of the newcomer, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Young Emperor Hao Lian stared at that sword energy and sneered, this kind of childish trick, don't you think it's embarrassing to use it? He shouted loudly, and his hands clenched tightly. A violent and fierce aura spat out from his mouth, and he relied on the power of the sound waves to shatter that sword energy. Not bad, you have indeed made some progress. Looks like Master's vision was quite unique back then, to be able to foresee that a fool like you will also have a day of success. A figure had appeared behind young Emperor Hao Lian at some point. His eyes were bright like stars, and his brows were sharp like swords. His expression was cold, and he was dressed in white. Heh, a dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory. Even a vulgar person like you can become the Emperor's son-in-law, let alone me. Young Emperor Hao Lian felt Jun Ruyun behind him, and the blood in his body instantly surged like a raging river. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he instantly entered a state of selflessness. His body was like an iron fist. Rumble. The energy around his body rumbled like thunder. Jun Ruyun's eyes flashed with shock. He also sensed young Emperor Hao Lian's battle intent and that fist intent world, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. He immediately put two fingers together and formed a sword intent. Haha, let me see how much of Master Sword Art you have learned. Young Emperor Hao Lian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and blasted out with a Vajra fist. That terrifying fist-intent world almost crushed everything around it. Junryun was also greatly shocked. He tapped his feet and retreated several steps. He wanted to use his movement technique to dodge that fist, but he found that it was useless. Jiutian's entire body was covered by that fist, and there was no way for him to dodge. He grabbed with one hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Countless ancient patterns appeared on the sword, and it raised a sword aura that broke through heaven and earth. Sword Art, Demon Slayer. That sword aura contained an overwhelming righteousness, and the powerful sword aura slashed apart the fist intent. Young Emperor Hao Lian was startled. The fist armor in his hand brought with it a green glow, and it fiercely struck the sword aura. He only felt a stabbing pain on his fist bones, and the boundless sword energy was endless, forcing him to continuously retreat. Junryun's attack succeeded. He coldly snorted and once again pressed forward. He coldly snorted and said, "It's already a miracle that a fool like you can take one of my sword attacks." Countless sword talismans flew around him, and they once again condensed into a sword that slashed down from the sky. Didn't you want to see Master Sword Art? Today, I will fulfill your wish. Sword Art, Star Annihilation. The entire heaven and earth darkened. That sword pierced through space and slashed down from the sword in Junryun's hand. It was like billions of years of starlight extinguishing in the blink of an eye. Young Emperor Hao Lian was shocked. This sword was not something he could block. Based on his observation, Junryun was only an 8-star martial emperor. With his world of fist intent, he should be an unparalleled existence among those of the same cultivation. However, the might of Junryun's sword strike was so strong that it gave Junryun a feeling of extreme danger. He didn't dare to take that sword head-on and retreated. Junryun sneered and said, "Idiot, still want to run? Obediently eat a few of my swords and go back with a few more holes in your body." He chased after young Emperor Hao Lian and slashed, constantly breaking the other's fist intent. The sword energy landed on Feiyang on the ruins of the mansion. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the sky, and an equally sharp and fierce sword intent appeared. The huge sword energy slowly shone and slashed toward Junryun. That is, Junryun's heart shook and he exclaimed, "Thousand battle righteous sword energy? Mo Xiaochuan." The sword intent pierced through the earth and slashed into Junryun's sword world, splitting it in two. Young Emperor Hao Lian roared and shouted, "Die!" He was anxious from being chased and slashed, and he was already filled with anger. All of his emotions turned into a fist and blasted out along with Mo Xiaochuan's sword energy. Junryun's sword intent instantly collapsed, and the two forces fused together. In shock, he stood with his sword and tried to shrink the sword intent space as much as possible, forming a defensive barrier. Boom! The barrier only blocked for a moment before suddenly collapsing, and all of the power slammed into Junryun's body, leaving a trail hundreds of feet long on the ground. Bai Wuchen and the others were frightened, and Bai Xiaoya even covered her mouth and cried out in fear, full of worry. Junryun was covered in dust, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. The sword light in his hand flashed non-stop, and his battle intent did not diminish. He raised his head and stared at the gradually condensing figure in the sky, saying in shock, "Mo Xiaochuan, you also stepped into the 8-star Emperor Wu?" Mo Xiaochuan said coldly, "Even an idiot like you can step into the 8-star Emperor Wu. Isn't it normal for me, the senior brother, to reach it?" Junryun frowned, and issued a cold snort from his nostrils. Among his fellow disciples, his talent was the best, and he had never doubted that his future achievements would be the highest. But now, his two fellow disciples, who had always been inferior to him, had also cultivated to the same level, and their strength was not too far apart. If he had not made a great breakthrough during this closed-door training, he might not even be a match for the two of them. He could not help but feel a little stunned. Bai Wuchen and the others were stunned. So it was another fellow disciple. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their thoughts were all different. Bai Wuchen thought more about it. If he could take in two disciples from the same sect as the 8-star Emperor Wu, it would be a great blessing. Bai Xiaoya, on the other hand, was much simpler. She thought that since they were fellow disciples of the same sect, they probably wouldn't kill each other. Young Emperor Hao Lian said, "Let's not talk nonsense with him. Beat him up viciously first before talking. What I can't stand the most is that he's so arrogant and virtuous." In reality, he's nothing great. Jun Ruyan snorted and said, "You still want to fight? Was it interesting?" "Forgive me, but I'm not interested." Young Emperor Hao Lian sneered, "Whether or not I'm interested is not up to you." Jun Ruyan avoided talking about the fight and asked, "How did you two end up together? And you have time to come to ancient Emperor Wu's country to see me?" "Humph, see you? Do you think you have this face?" Mo Xiaotuan sneered, his face full of coldness. "What do you mean?" Jun Ruyan felt his hostility and frowned unhappily. Mo Xiaotuan said, "Back then, when Master fell in the heaven-shaking mountain range, where were you?" Jun Ruyan's expression changed greatly, and then returned to normal. However, it was still rather ugly, and he said, "What do you mean by that?" "I was naturally in ancient Emperor Wu's country." Mo Xiaotuan stared at him coldly, as if his eyes could see through the other party, and said coldly, 15 years ago, you should also have the cultivation of Emperor Wu, right? Did you go to the heaven-shaking mountain range to find out the reason?" Jun Ruyan stood with his hands behind his back, and said, "At that time I was only a 2-star Emperor Wu. Wasn't going to the heaven-shaking mountain range courting death? As expected of someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death." Young Emperor Hao Lian clenched his fists, and said angrily, "If I had stepped into the realm of Emperor Wu, I would have definitely rushed over immediately." Jun Ruyan glanced at him, and said, "Luckily, you didn't step into Emperor Wu's realm at that time, or else you wouldn't be where you are today. Are the two of you blaming me for not asking about Master's death back then?" "Humph, if I had rashly charged into the heaven-shaking mountain range and died inside, would that be loyalty and righteousness?" Mo Xiaotuan said, "Could it be that you want to go after your strength increases?" "It's just that it's been too long, I'm afraid it'll be hard to find any clues." Jun Ruyan said, "That's still better than dying right away. Looks like the difference between us is not only in talent, but also in intelligence. If Master was still around, would he be happy to see us enter the heaven-shaking mountain range?" The two of them were both stunned for a moment, and frowned. Li Yunxiao clearly would not be happy to let them go. Young Emperor Hao Lian sneered and said, "You've always been proud of your extremely high talent, but didn't you still muddle your way to the 8-star Emperor Wu just like us, tch?" Jun Ruyan frowned, and said, "This is also what I find strange. How can there be such a coincidence? Did the two of you obtain some kind of fortuitous encounter together?" Mo Xiaotuan said, "You don't need to know about this. Since you've already said it, we won't blame you either. This time, we came to find you for some matters." Jun Ruyan asked curiously, "What matters?" Mo Xiaotuan looked at him, and said, "Master reincarnated and returned to the mortal world, do you know?" Jun Ruyan suddenly burst into laughter, and said, "Ha ha ha, you guys are talking about that Li Yunxiao? Such a ridiculous matter, how can the two apprentice brothers believe it? Could it be that you've gone crazy from missing Master?" Young Emperor Hao Lian said angrily, "Why wouldn't you believe it? Li Yunxiao is Master's reincarnated body, everyone in the world knows this. Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb?" Jun Ruyan snorted, and said, "Reincarnated body? Did you see it with your own eyes, or did you personally confirm it? This kind of nonsense has never been written in the history books. The two apprentice brothers came to find me, could it be because of that Li Yunxiao? Then are you going to go and find him, or do you want to do something?" Mo Xiaotuan also vaguely wanted to get angry, but suddenly, a voice entered his ears. It was Li Yunxiao's words. He listened for a while, then nodded slightly, and said, "Let's not talk about this matter for now, we came to find you for another matter." "This isn't the place to talk, let's find a place to talk." Jun Ruyan said, "My good mansion was destroyed by that idiot young emperor, otherwise, it would be the best place to have a chat." He glanced up by Wuchen in the distance, and said, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, can you arrange a place for us brothers to talk?" Bai Wuchen hurriedly cupped his fists, and said, "If the two sirs don't mind, you can directly come to this prince's mansion." He felt a burst of excitement and joy in his heart. Looking at the signs, these three brothers didn't have much of a grudge, and they seemed to have a deep friendship from the same sect. It seemed like there were signs that he could rope them in. Jun Ruyan said, "What do you think?" Mo Xiaotuan said, "You are the master of this place, you arrange everything." Everyone immediately went to the Ninth Prince's residence, and the ruins of moon and moon-like clouds were immediately arranged to be taken care of. and they began to build a new mansion. Bai Wuchen first had people quickly fly back, and he prepared all kinds of delicacies and spirit fruits to entertain the few of them. Jun Ruyun and the others took their seats, letting Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian directly sit at the top, while he, Bai Xiaoya, and Bai Wuchen sat at the bottom. Mo Xiaochuan went straight to the point, and said, I won't beat around the bush. Ruyun, do you understand the 1,000 mountain mansions no return? Jun Ruyun was startled, and said, why do you ask this? I'd been to that realm of no return before. The environment inside is harsh, and there are many hidden dangers. It can be considered an excellent place for cultivation. Mo Xiaochuan was surprised, and said, oh? You've been there before, that's for the best. We're planning to go to the realm of no return, and it's best if you're familiar with the way. Go to the realm of no return? This requires the 1,000 mountain mansions agreement, but if I go, there's still a high chance of success. Jun Ruyun pondered. After all, the realm of no return was not a secret place, and with his status, his words still carried some weight. Mo Xiaochuan wanted to say something, but he hesitated, and his gaze swept over the Bai siblings. His meaning was clear. He hoped that the two of them would leave first. Bai Xiaoya was quick-witted, and she smiled lightly, and said, it's rare for husband to meet with two people from the same sect. It's not convenient for me and ninth brother to stay here, let's leave first. Jun Ruyun pulled her back and said to Mo Xiaochuan and Bai Xiaoya, this is my wife. Ruyun doesn't need to hide anything from Xiaoya. If senior brother feels that it's inconvenient, then don't say it. Bai Xiaoya's heart warmed, and she quickly said, I just happen to have something to take care of, especially the reconstruction of the mansion, and I have to personally ask about it. Otherwise, I'm afraid those craftsmen won't do well. Bai Wuchen also said, this king also happens to have something to take care of. Even if Xiaoya didn't mention it, I would still leave. Jun Ruyun was about to say something, but Mo Xiaochuan raised his hand to stop him, and said, since you have nothing to worry about, we have nothing to think about. The two of you can stay. Only then did Bai Wuchen and Bai Xiaoya reluctantly return to their seats. Mo Xiaochuan said, Junior brother, do you know that the 1,000 mountain mansion is very close to the demon race? I'm talking about the star and moon fantasy. Jun Ruyun's expression changed greatly, and he immediately stood up. He stared at Mo Xiaochuan, and said, where did senior brother hear this? Mo Xiaochuan glanced at him, and said, looks like it's true. This matter is very important. Junior brother, how much do you know, and what are your plans? I hope you won't hide it from me. Bai Wuchen and Bai Xiaoya were also shocked. They had no way of knowing such a confidential matter. The two suddenly had a feeling of regret for staying. Some things, knowing too much might not be good, especially when one's strength wasn't enough. It was better to know less. Jun Ruyun's expression was not very good. He pondered for a while, and said, Xiaoya, your highness the 9th prince, if you have something to do, then go take care of it first. I'll entertain these two senior brothers alone. Since that's the case, this king shall take his leave first. Bai Wuchen was relieved, and he hurriedly left the hall with Bai Xiaoya. Only then did Jun Ruyun look at Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, and said, Senior brother, can you first tell me where you heard this news? Mo Xiaochuan said, when we came to ancient Emperor Wu's country, we found traces of the demon race. What, this? Jun Ruyun froze and said, how is that possible? Young King Hao Lian sneered, do you think you are very secretive? I'm afraid the whole world knows about it. What nonsense are you saying, you idiot? Jun Ruyun said in annoyance, if the whole world knew about this, 1,000 Mountain House would have collapsed long ago. Mo Xiaochuan said, it seems you know a lot of inside information and should understand the importance of this. 1,000 Mountain House and the demon race are playing with fire and will burn themselves. As the son-in-law of ancient Emperor Wu's country, whether you are involved or not, it will be difficult for you to escape. Jun Ruyun stood with his hands behind his back and said expressionlessly, of course I know about this. But 1,000 Mountain House and the demon race have been in contact for a long time. How can it be so easy to escape? So, the most urgent thing for me now is to increase my strength. As long as I can enter Emperor Joshing, I can go anywhere in the world. Mo Xiaochuan said, Junior brother's cultivation is only at the early stage of 8-star, not as good as me and young king. But your battle prowess is close to peak 8-star Emperor Wu. what is going on? Jun Riyun said, you two don't need to worry about my matters. As for the matter of Thousand Mountain House and the demon race, don't meddle. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. I will go deal with the realm of no return right now, but can you tell me what you are going there for? Mo Xiaochuan thought for a while and said, I can't say for now. I will have to trouble junior brother with this matter. We also have a few companions who are going in, so it is best to do it secretly. Secretly? That is a bit difficult. Jun Riyun said, although I believe that you won't do anything unfavorable, it will be extremely difficult to hide from the Thousand Mountains mansion and send a few people inside, and then welcome them back. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, Junior brother, just do your best. If you really can't do it, it is fine. Jun Riyun thought for a while and said, okay, I hope you don't do anything out of line. Everything is under my control. Without another word, he turned around and flew toward the Qianyue mansion. Then, a ray of light appeared in the hall. It was Li Yunxiao. He looked like he was thinking about something. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian hurried forward to greet him. Mo Xiaochuan asked in confusion, why doesn't Master meet with junior brother? Li Yunxiao said, he doesn't believe that I've reincarnated. Moreover, the situation in the Qianyue residence is a little complicated. It's good for me to hide behind the scenes and wait for an opportunity to strike. Young Emperor Hao Lian said, with Master's current strength and everyone's help, even destroying the entire Thousand Mountain Manor would be a piece of cake. What is there to be afraid of? Mo Xiaochuan said, Jun Riyun was right to say that you are an idiot. The situation of the Thousand Mountain House is the situation of both the human and demon races. It is not just a matter of one sect or sect. It is good for Master to hide in the back and let the two of us deal with the situation. Li Yunxiao said, I'll let Su Liani come out and help you. Soon after, he also changed his appearance to that of an old man and held a walking stick in his hand. Ah? Gentleman Han. The two of them were stunned. Even Su Liani, who had just come out of the World God Monument, was stunned. She couldn't help but look at Li Yunxiao a few more times. He looked exactly the same as Han Junting's Gentleman Han. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, this should be able to fool everyone's eyes and ears. After Jun Riyun left, Bai Wuchen and his sister quickly came in to entertain the few people again. They asked all sorts of questions and tried to get close to them. Although the two extra people surprised them, they didn't dare to guess the actions and thoughts of these experts. At the same time, Bai Wuchen was secretly happy. The two extra people seemed to be very powerful. With so many experts appearing at once, and all of them were friends and not enemies, he was very excited. A few hours later, Bai Xiaoye walked in from outside the hall and said with a smile, Lords, my husband has just sent a message saying that everything has been settled and he wants you to head to the Qianyue Mansion's mountain gate. He is waiting there. Bai Wuchen hurriedly said, let this little king send everyone there. Mo Xiaochuan stopped him and said, no need. With our speed, you will only be a burden. He wasn't polite at all. Bai Wuchen smiled awkwardly. Then, the four of them disappeared from the hall. The brother and sister looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. Although they were princes and princesses, in front of the real experts of the realm of heaven martial arts, they were like ants. Bai Wuchen said, little sister, do you think it's possible for me to win over these experts? Bai Xiaoye glanced at him and said with a smile, the possibility doesn't depend on you, but on my husband. Bai Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, indeed, success or failure depends on Riyun. Little sister, please put in a good word for me. Bai Xiaoye said, ninth brother, don't worry. My husband is also very interested in the Taiyu secular world scroll. I will try my best to help you. Bai Wuchen said, then I can rest assured. With Riyun's talent, it is possible that he can really comprehend the Taiyu secular world scroll. Bai Xiaoye's heart skipped a beat, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. As the saying went, a wife followed her husband. As Jun Riyun's strength improved, so did her status. While the two of them were discussing, Li Yunxiao and the others flew away. An hour later, they arrived at the periphery of the mountain range of the Qianyue mansion. They didn't force their way in. Instead, they flew to the gate. Jun Riyun had been waiting for a long time. He said seriously, it seems something happened in the gate. Now the martial law is very strict. Follow me. Don't leave without permission. His gaze swept across Li Yunxiao and Su Lianyi as both of them revealed shocked expressions. Before he said in horror, "Those two," Mo Xiaochuan said, "This is Mr. Han Zhenzi, the owner of the Star Moon House. This is Her Excellency Su Lianyi, the owner of the Tianyi Pavilion." Jun Ruyun was startled. He looked at the two incredulously. This kind of momentum was indeed the Emperor Jiuxing's intention. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said, "Elder brother, what do you want to do? Why are the two famous lords here? With their status, as long as they inform the Qianyue Mansion's master, they can enter at any time, right?" He couldn't help but worry. Mo Xiaochuan said, "Don't worry. What we want to do has nothing to do with the Qianyue Mansion. We just don't want to attract attention." For the first time, Jun Ruyun didn't have any manners. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Mo Xiaochuan, I suddenly find that I can't see through you. What kind of opportunity did you have all these years to be able to make friends with these big shots of the Merchant Union?" Mo Xiaochuan said, "When did Jun Ruyun become so talkative?" Jun Ruyun felt suffocated. He shook his head speechlessly and said, "In that case, follow me." He led the four into the mountain. The disciples guarding the gate didn't dare to stop them and quickly made way. The five of them hid their auras and traveled through the mountain range to avoid attracting attention. Jun Ruyun said, "Someone seems to have broken into the Qianyue Mansion and caused a huge commotion. There is a kind of manic aura everywhere. Everyone, try to hide yourselves." After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the five of them arrived at the top of a mountain. There was only an ordinary white house. Several people stood in front of the house. They were the disciples guarding the house. One of them looked like a commander. He glanced at Li Yunxiao's group and revealed a surprised expression. He said, "Lord Ruyun, try to come out as soon as possible. Don't waste too much time." Jun Ruyun said, "Don't worry. Thank you for your trouble." The commander seemed to be a little worried and said nervously, "If the sect finds out," Jun Ruyun said, "Don't worry, I will bear the responsibility and won't implicate you. Then we can rest assured. Lords, please come in." The commander heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately opened the door and respectfully made a gesture. Although he didn't recognize Li Yunxiao's group, the auras on these four were not below Jun Ruyun's. He didn't need to ask to know they were big shots. He originally thought it was just a small favor, but seeing so many big shots appear, he realized it might be a big trouble. That was why he felt uneasy. Not to mention him, even Jun Ruyun himself felt uneasy in his heart. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. As soon as the five of them walked into the White House, they were all stunned. They saw an old man sitting in the house. He was holding a jade scroll and reading it carefully. A yellow lamp emitted a light the size of a soybean, but it illuminated the whole place. Jun Ruyun cried out in surprise, "Sect Master!" This shocked the guards. They all knelt at the door, shivering and breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Yunxiao looked up. This old man was gentle and elegant. He was also an expert from Emperor Wu, who was at the peak of 9 stars. However, he was old and looked old. The passage of time was very obvious. Jun Ruyun was also quite embarrassed. He took a few steps forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Greetings, Sect Master." Bai Zhanqing put down the jade scroll and said, "You are not a member of my Thousand Mountains house. There is no need to be so polite and reserved. These are your friends, right? Everyone, please sit." Bai Zhanqing's gaze swept over the four of them. Although his expression didn't change, he was shocked in his heart. Li Yunxiao and the others naturally wouldn't be polite. Since their whereabouts were exposed, there was nothing to be afraid of. The four of them found a chair and sat down. Jun Ruyun pointed at the row of disciples kneeling in front of the door and said, "This matter was completely my doing. Sect Master, please don't blame them." Bai Zhanqing snorted coldly. Those disciples were so scared that they trembled and almost cried. Letting outsiders into the land of no return is originally a serious crime. But since young Master Ruyun said so, I will pardon them this time. If there is a next time, I will not let them off lightly. Those disciples were relieved. They kowtowed gratefully and hurriedly retreated. Jun Ruyun bowed and said, "Thank you, sect master." Bai Zhanqing reached out and helped him up. He said, "Young Master Ruyun is too polite. It is just bringing a few friends into the land of no return. Such a small matter, you only need to tell me. I will definitely agree. It is just that." His eyes flickered, and he said slowly, "It is just that the cultivation of these friends is a bit too high." Jun Ruyun braced himself and introduced, "These two are my senior martial brothers, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian. As for these two, it's my first time meeting them. They are the leaders of the Merchant League, Master Su Liani of the Tianyi Pavilion and Master Han Junzi of the Star Moon Temple." "What? It's them." Bai Zhanqing was surprised when he heard the names of Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Lian. He was even more surprised when he heard the names of Su Liani and Gentleman Han. The four of them smiled at each other and nodded at Bai Zhanqing. Bai Zhanqing didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Why are the four of you together and going to the land of no return?" Li Yunxiao didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Have any outsiders entered the land of no return before us?" "Within half a year." Bai Zhanqing pondered and said, "Many outsiders have entered the land of no return, but none in the past 6 months." Li Yunxiao nodded and didn't say anything else. Chu Hongyan must have entered the land of no return without notifying the Qianyue mansion. Bai Zhanqing asked curiously, "Why do you ask, Grand Shopkeeper Han?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's just a casual question. I don't mean anything else." Even a fool could see that it wasn't a casual question. But since he didn't want to answer, Bai Zhanqing didn't ask further. Jun Ruyun couldn't help but look at Li Yunxiao a few more times. Although Li Yunxiao's disguise was flawless, Jun Ruyun had a strange feeling that made his heart skip a beat. Bai Zhanqing said, "What is the purpose of your trip to the land of no return? Although this is not a sacred place, it is still a stray space under the jurisdiction of the Qianyue mansion. I hope you can tell me the truth." Li Yunxiao said, "We are going there to look for a friend of mine. She is missing. Recently, it's very likely that she has entered the land of no return. We just want to find her." "Looking for someone?" Although this reason was somewhat unreliable, it was very consistent with Li Yunxiao's previous question. Bai Zhanqing couldn't help but believe it a little. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of any reason why so many big shots would come together. Li Yunxiao said, "We are definitely not lying to you. Once we find the person we are looking for, we will immediately come out." Bai Zhanqing hurriedly said, "With the status of the four of you, you naturally wouldn't do such a deceitful thing. I originally came here to look for Ruyun, but I didn't expect to meet the four of you. It can be considered fate. How about we meet after the four of you come out of the lost space?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's great. How would we dare to reject sect leaders' kind intentions?" Jun Ruyun was slightly surprised. When this gentleman Han spoke, the other three didn't make a sound. Even Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were quietly waiting on the side. It seemed that this person was the leader. Jun Ruyun couldn't help but ask, "Why is sect leader looking for me?" Bai Zhanqing pondered for a moment, then said, "It just so happens that your two fellow disciples are also here, so I will speak frankly." Jun Ruyun felt even more strange. He couldn't help but look at Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Lian, but he saw that the two were indeed very indifferent and didn't have any special expressions. Bai Zhanqing said, "I hope to meet your teacher." "What?" Jun Ruyun was startled. Then, he thought quickly and said in shock, "My teacher has already fallen for more than 20 years. Could sect leader be talking about that Li Yunxiao?" This time, it was Bai Zhanqing's turn to be stunned. He said, "It is indeed Li Yunxiao. Isn't Li Yunxiao the reincarnation of your teacher?" Jun Ruyun sneered and said, "How come the sect leader is also like my two brothers? Your eyes have been muddled, right? The matter of reincarnation is unheard of since ancient times. How could it exist? I have long heard about the matter of that Li Yunxiao, and I plan to go and have a good chat with him after my cultivation improves. Let's see if he still dares to pretend to be my teacher." Bai Zhanqing said suspiciously, "That Li Yunxiao really isn't your teacher?" Jun Ruyun wanted to deny it, but for some reason, the words reached his mouth and didn't come out. Mo Xiaochuan said, "Why is sect leader looking for my teacher? You can let me pass the message on your behalf." Bai Zhanqing was stunned again and became even more confused. Looking at these three fellow disciples, he was a little confused. Mo Xiaochuan said, Li Yunxiao is indeed my teacher's reincarnation. It's just that junior brother Ruyun doesn't believe it. There's no need to pay attention to him. This, Bai Zhanqing was a little troubled. If Li Yunxiao is really the reincarnation of Emperor Wu Pa, then I want to talk to him alone. Mo Xiaochuan said, it's not impossible that Lord Sect Leader doesn't want to reveal anything, but it depends on my teacher's mood. I can't make the decision. Bai Zhanqing was silent for a while, then said, this matter is very important. Lord Pajun should have seen some clues. It's related to Five Cloud Mountain. I'm afraid the seal left by Gu Qingqing won't last long. What? Jun Ruyun was shocked, and his face became very ugly. Mo Xiaochuan and the others had already expected it, but hearing it from Bai Zhanqing's mouth, they were still shocked. Li Yunxiao said seriously, what's going on? Can the seal be strengthened? Bai Zhanqing was also worried. I'm afraid it's very difficult. At least, I couldn't do it no matter how hard I tried these years. Su Lianyi was shocked. Such a big matter, why didn't you inform Sacred Realm? Isn't it better for Sacred Realm to handle it? And if I remember correctly, Thousand Mountain House has a branch directly under Sacred Realm. Bai Zhanqing sighed. Outsiders can't understand, but it's actually very simple. It's because the news was suppressed by Sacred Realm. Su Lianyi was shocked. How could this be? Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of many things, and he suddenly realized many problems. Suddenly, he said in alarm, oh no. I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan is in danger. Mo Xiaochuan and the others were shocked. Su Lianyi was the head of the Tianyi Pavilion. She would understand the key point after a while. The situation of Five Cloud Mountain had never been out of the control of Sacred Realm. That was to say, the current state of the seal was also known by Sacred Realm, but they let it go. There must be some hidden secrets, Bai Zhanqing said in surprise, Yuan Gaohan? Master Yuan Gaohan, the head of the Sacred Realm Spiritual Division? What happened to him? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He said, to tell you the truth, we've also noticed what happened in the Thousand Mountain matter. Yuan Gaohan felt that the situation was serious, so he personally went to the Holy Region to report this matter. Now hearing what you said, I'm afraid Yuan Gaohan is in danger. Bai Zhanqing immediately understood. After a short moment of shock, he said in a low voice, this may not be a bad thing. Master Yuan Gaohan is a powerful man. Even if someone in Sacred Realm wants to deal with him, it will cause a great disturbance. I only hope that the 5 magistrates can know what happened in Five Cloud Mountain. Then, our mission will be accomplished. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was not as optimistic. It was very likely that the problem lay with the administrator. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Wei Qing, oh Wei Qing, was this also your doing? Bai Zhanqing and Jun Ruyun were both shocked. They looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. Jun Ruyun was especially shocked. The cold gleam in Li Yunxiao's eyes made his heart throb. His heart was still pounding, and he didn't know what was going on. Li Yunxiao said, no matter what, the seal of Five Cloud Mountain must be guarded. As for the land of no return, I can go there alone. Xiaochuan, you 3 stay here to help sect leader Bai Zhanqing in case of emergency. Mo Xiaochuan was startled. But, you alone? A look of concern appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao snorted. It's more convenient for me to go alone. You guys will be a burden if I bring you guys. Mo Xiaochuan's group of 3 had black lines on their faces. Although he didn't give them any face, it was more or less the same. Bai Zhanqing and Jun Ruyun also found it strange. They didn't understand why the 3 would listen to him. Li Yunxiao said cautiously, looks like I have to get involved in this matter. Yuan Gaohan's return to Sacred Realm might speed up the opening of the seal. Before he replies, we can't let Five Cloud Mountain's seal be lost. I'll leave everything to Lord Sect Leader. Bai Zhanqing was stunned. This was originally his matter. How did it become the other party's request? He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Lord is too serious. This is my duty. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything more. He nodded and walked into the house. There was a teleportation formation inside. It was the passage to the land of no return. Jun Ruyun thought of something and said, Lord, you may not be familiar with the terrain. Why don't you let me lead the way? Li Yunxiao glanced at him. Jun Ruyun felt an inexplicable shiver in his body even though it was an understatement. Li Yunxiao said, your strength is passable. Stay here and help His Excellency. His words were filled with irresistible majesty. Jun Ruyun didn't understand why he didn't have a trace of resistance or unwillingness in his heart. Instead, he replied respectfully, yes. Li Yunxiao nodded and disappeared into the teleportation formation with a worried expression. Everyone fell silent. Bai Zhanqing suddenly said, I've heard about the Merchant Union. It seems that after the Battle of Nuyan City, a new era has begun. The original 7 major merchant unions have been reshuffled. Now there is 1 super force and 3 top forces. Su Lianyi was stunned. 1 super force and 3 top forces? What is that? Bai Zhanqing glanced at her and said suspiciously, Lord Su Lianyi is the head of the Tianyi Pavilion. How can you not know such a major event? The super force is the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. The top 3 forces are the Money Chamber of Commerce, the Star Moon Temple, and the Liman Chamber of Commerce, which was formed by the Thunderous Wind Chamber of Commerce and the Mando Chamber of Commerce. Su Lianyi was infuriated. She snorted and said, Ding Shan is unjust. He will come to a bad end sooner or later. Bai Zhanqing had many questions in his mind. Even Jun Ruyun was confused. Bai Zhanqing couldn't help but ask, how did you get together? Who is the person that Master Han is looking for? Mo Xiaochuan said, Sect Master, don't be suspicious. We mean no harm. After we find that person and stabilize the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain, we will leave immediately. Jun Ruyun said, leave? Where are you going? The corner of Mo Xiaochuan's mouth rose and he said with a playful smile, that will depend on head shopkeeper Han Zhenzi. Jun Ruyun frowned and said, you have all joined the Star Moon Temple? I heard that the Star Moon Temple is backed by the Divine Cloud Palace, but I don't know if it's true. If that's the case, it's a good place to go. Mo Xiaochuan stared at him and said, if we are going to the heaven-shaking mountains to investigate the death of our master, will you go? Jun Ruyun sneered, with your meager strength, are you courting death? Mo Xiaochuan's expression turned cold, so you're saying that we're not going? Jun Ruyun's face twitched a few times, and he snorted, I'll also tell you clearly. Without extraordinary strength, I will never step into the Tianshao mountain range. Master's death naturally needs to be investigated, but it's not a brainless act. Before, your strength was too low, and I couldn't be bothered to care whether you died or not. However, the 2 of you have managed to obtain some dog's-head luck. You actually managed to become an 8-star martial emperor in an instant. I hope that the 2 of you can use your brains a bit more and not make pointless sacrifices. Instead, use your useful bodies to do the right thing. Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Lian's expressions changed several times, but in the end, they remained silent. Bai Zhanqing's expression was bitter, and he said, is that Li Yunxiao the reincarnation of Emperor Wu? After all, the matter of 5 Cloud Mountain is too important. Without someone like Emperor Wu, it'll be hard to suppress it. Mo Xiaochuan said, of course it's Master. Don't worry, Lord. With Master here, the heavens won't fall. Jun Ruyun's expression changed slightly, and he snorted. He thought that the 2 were bewitched, and he didn't believe that reincarnation. Bai Zhanqing was slightly relieved, and he said, then I can rest assured. And with the help of the 2 lords from the Merchant Union, we're even more confident. Jun Ruyun suddenly asked, Sect Master, forgive me for being presumptuous, but what is Thousand Mountain House's stance on the battle for the princes of ancient Emperor Wu? This question was originally unreasonable, but Bai Zhanqing's relationship with everyone seemed to be much closer, and they seemed to be on the same side, so Jun Ruyun couldn't help but ask. Bai Zhanqing smiled, this matter isn't important. Whether it's the 9th prince by Wuchen or the 3rd prince by Ganj, they're both the best choices. Jun Ruyun said, but this matter is related to the Taiyu Secular World Scroll. Bai Zhanqing waved his hand and smiled, no one has solved the Taiyu Secular World Scroll for many years. The divine item has its own master, and it can't be forced. Jun Ruyun said, of course I understand that. Then, the matter of the heir apparent, although the divine item had its own owner, if the owner was the third prince, he would not even have the chance to see the divine item. Moreover, the ninth prince had always been on good terms with him. No matter what, he had to use his own power to influence the selection of the crown prince. Baijan smiled and said, "Since young Master Yun is so concerned, then this old man is inclined to appoint the ninth prince. However, the forces in the Qianyue manor are very complicated. Even if this old man wants to, it might not be possible." Jun Ruyun was overjoyed and thanked him. Sect leader is considerate. Victorious Bai smiled and nodded. To him, it didn't matter who he chose. He had the right to read the Taiyu secular world scroll, but reading it was useless. Being able to rope in Emperor Wu Pejuan's faction with the matter of the crown prince was a great bargain for him. "All of you, please rest in my residence first. We can slowly discuss this in detail. I'll have someone guard this place. Once head shopkeeper Han comes out, we'll immediately bring him over." After the 100 victory arrangement, everyone left the hut. Alone, Li Yunxiao was transported to a place of no return. He landed in front of him in a desolate and dilapidated area. Moreover, when he scanned the area with his divine sense, he found that the air was filled with a violent aura. From time to time, terrifying energy would burst out of the void and radiate in all directions. He frowned. Although the space was dilapidated, it was extremely wide, and he couldn't tell the direction. Li Yunxiao's feet stepped on the ground and walked a few steps before he finally stopped. After all, walking aimlessly like this was not a solution. He somewhat regretted not bringing Jun Ruyun along. Suddenly, his divine sense swept the area several thousand feet in front of him. Countless void energy slowly gathered and quickly condensed into a huge phantom monster, which stared at him. Strange, this space is so dilapidated that it's almost merging into nothingness, but it can still exist independently. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but be surprised. It was like a ship riddled with holes that should have sunk in the sea long ago, but surprisingly found that it didn't sink even after floating on the sea for a long time. The phantom monster suddenly roared and fiercely pounced over. Li Yunxiao casually struck out with his palm. Just the power of his physical body was enough to shatter the space. Boom! The phantom monster was smashed into pieces and turned into countless tiny bits of energy. Like earthworms, it scattered in all directions and quickly disappeared. It seems that there is still a very strong barrier power in this space. It really isn't an ordinary lost space. It must be something that Gu Qingqing did in the past. Although he still couldn't tell the direction, Li Yunxiao felt a lot more at ease. He knew that he had found the right place. In that case, I'll use my heart to feel it. Li Yunxiao's right hand touched his chest and resolutely felt the powerful heartbeat. The rainbow stone's power was emitted from it. His body emitted a glazed light that constantly resisted and purified the rainbow stone's power. Ever since Mingyu's body evolved into this glazed light, the rainbow stone's influence on his mind was minimal. Carefully feeling the heartbeat, his feet began to involuntarily move forward. His right foot stepped forward and he directly used spatial shrink to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. A moment later, he arrived at a space of nothingness. It seemed to be the sky above the land of no return. Only then did Li Yunxiao put down his hand from his heart and opened his eyes to look around. The empty nothingness, under Tsutsumi's gaze, began to change. The space was like plasticine that could be kneaded by people, constantly changing shape. At this time, not only the space, but even time seemed to be following the change, as if it was moving forward. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared out of thin air. It turned into a crescent shape and slashed in all directions. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The power of the slash gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He suddenly grabbed with his right hand. The sword decapitator crimson fell into his hand and he slashed out a sword seal. Two extremely powerful forces collided in the air, forming a huge cross that split the entire sky. The center of the cross was dazzling like the sun. It lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating. Li Yunxiao's expression became extremely solemn. He stared at a certain place in the void, his eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Each word shook Li Yunxiao's heart. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to reach out to grab something, but just as he raised his hand, he put it down again. That voice was so beautiful and so familiar. Although it was just a number, it made his heart surge. It was difficult to calm down. Who is it? Li Yunxiao took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He said, Li Yunxiao. There was no response from the void. After a while, the voice said, Li Yunxiao? This name sounds familiar. Why are you here? Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly. It seemed that Han Junting hadn't told Chu Hongyan about him. She had only heard of him because of his fame. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk about it. He said, I'm here to save Luo Yunsheng, just like you. Chu Hongyan's voice was cut off again. The void became deathly silent. A while later, she said, You are Yunsheng's good friend? Do you know her current condition? Li Yunxiao said, I know. She cultivates the divine nine-yang body and came here to accept Gu Qingqing's inheritance. The rainbow stone has probably entered her body already. Chu Hongyan sounded surprised. She said, I don't know how you know so much, and I don't want to know. Yunsheng's current condition is terrible. I'm doing my best to save her, but I can only suppress the rainbow stone's power. I can't save her from the root. Li Yunxiao said in shock, then what do we do? Chu Hongyan's voice came intermittently, the spatial barrier here is connected to the seal of Five Cloud Mountain. The only way to save Yunsheng is to destroy the seal of Five Cloud Mountain. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. Destroy the seal of Five Cloud Mountain? Do you know the consequences? Chu Hongyan said, Of course I do. When I first arrived, I still had the power to control the rainbow stone to destroy the seal while devouring Yunsheng. But because of the importance of the matter, I no longer have the power to destroy the seal after a moment of hesitation. Even if I can control the rainbow stone, I won't be able to maintain it for long. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, What will happen if I fail to control the rainbow stone? Chu Hongyan said, Yunsheng's consciousness will be completely devoured. Li Yunxiao asked, How much longer can you maintain it? Chu Hongyan thought for a moment and said, If nothing changes, at least half a month at most. Li Yunxiao said, I also have a purifying divine body. Maybe I can dispel the rainbow stone's power and save Luo Yunsheng. Chu Hongyan sighed and said, It's useless. The rainbow stone's power is only the surface's corrosive power. If I'm not mistaken, Gu Qingqing's consciousness is still inside the rainbow stone, and it's probably going to take over Yunsheng's body. Li Yunxiao's heart shook. When he thought of Qi Xingfeng and Yue Xian, he realized that these great experts weren't good people. His face was dark and irritated. He said, Is there no other way other than breaking the seal on Five Cloud Mountain? Chu Hongyan said, Although I don't know who you are, the power of your sword just now was very domineering. It's clear that your cultivation is not below mine. As long as the seal on Five Cloud Mountain is not broken, Yunsheng will inevitably be taken over by the rainbow stone or Gu Qingqing's consciousness. Hearing this, Li Yunxiao turned around and strode away. Chu Hongyan's voice came, What are you going to do? Li Yunxiao said without turning back, Break the seal, of course. The voice paused for a moment, then said in a daze, Breaking the seal will definitely release thousands of beasts. The entire Sky Martial continent will fall into chaos, and all lives will be lost. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, You can't even protect your own, and you want to protect all lives? What a joke, all lives will be saved if they can, but if they can't, of course they will save their own first. As he finished speaking, he stepped into the endless void and melted into it, disappearing without a trace. Chu Hongyan seemed to let out a cry, then said with a trembling voice, Who are you? That kind of arrogance and disregard for the common people gave her a strong feeling, and she couldn't help but tremble. That person's figure kept appearing in her mind. Li Yunxiao quickly found the coordinates of the Thousand Mountain Residence's teleportation array. The two spaces were closely connected, so he tore open the void and stepped inside. The entire space shrank under his feet. Soon, he found the node of the array and walked over. Suddenly, a golden light lit up and formed a pattern of the array in front of him. The pattern spread out, and a vast force instantly condensed into a dragon that charged at him. Li Yunxiao frowned. He formed a circle with his right palm in front of him and slapped it out. Boom! The dragon was instantly shattered by the force of his palm. However, as the shattered golden light scattered, it turned into a world in the void, forming beautiful pictures that spread around Li Yunxiao. What exactly happened? Li Yunxiao's expression turned ugly. He looked at the note of the teleportation array in a daze as it disappeared in front of him. At that moment, on the other side of the teleportation array, the smell of blood spread in the small house of the Thousand Mountain residents. The disciples guarding the house had completely disappeared. The ground was covered in blood, flesh, and broken bones. Two men stood in front of the teleportation array and stared at the light shining through the array. They heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to return so quickly. Fortunately, we set it up quickly. Otherwise, we would have ruined everything, one of them said with fear in his eyes. So what if we can't seal it? I don't believe that Li Yunxiao can overturn the heavens. The other man was somewhat disdainful and said coldly, I don't understand why the higher-ups value him so much. They even used the burning sun umbrella as the eye of the array. What a waste. If we had the burning sun umbrella and the two of us joined forces, it would have been a piece of cake to kill him. The first man snorted and said, Fortunately, you didn't do that. Otherwise, we would be the ones turning into minced meat and bones. I finally understand why the higher-ups chose me to be in charge even though you are stronger than me. The other man was unhappy and said, Aren't you overestimating the morale of others and diminishing your own? The person from before said, That's enough. If you're not satisfied, you can find Li Yunxiao and challenge him yourself next time. But before you go, give me all the rare treasures you've collected over the years, so that Li Yunxiao doesn't benefit from them. You jinx. That person was unconvinced, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, The seal has been placed, so it's time to get down to business. Breaking the seal of the Five Brilliance Mountain. Just thinking about it is exciting. You and I are finally going to do something earth-shattering. The two of them disappeared from the small house in a flash, leaving behind only the smell of blood. Suddenly, a blazing white sword light shot out from the teleportation formation, and a lotus bloomed on the entire formation. Countless petals spread out, extending into the distance like a staircase. Li Yunxiao's figure stepped on the flower petals and walked up the stairs. As he walked out of the passageway, the flower petals and shadows fell. Burning sun umbrella? As expected of someone from the sanctuary. He actually wants to break the seal of the Five Brilliance Mountain. What a dog. Li Yunxiao cursed. Although he also wanted to break the seal, he was still angry. Fine, I'll let these bastards do it. I'll just watch from the shadows. He also disappeared from the house in a flash. Suddenly, urgent bells rang out in the Thousand Mountain Mansion's headquarters, startling countless birds and beasts in the mountains. Immediately, hundreds of rays of light soared into the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and they hurriedly flew toward the headquarters. In front of the conference hall, there was an area that was several thousand feet wide. More than 100 people gathered, and they all looked at the center in shock. Great Elder Mao Haokong was followed by a group of people. Their auras were monstrous as they pressed into the hall. Everyone was so shocked that they scattered in all directions, not daring to go forward. Everyone in the sect knew about the grudge between the Great Elder and the sect master, but they didn't expect that there would be a day when they would openly oppose each other. What is the meaning of this, Great Elder? Today isn't the day to distribute offerings. Go back. Bai Zhanqing's voice came from the hall. It was cold and emotionless. Everyone could feel the tense situation that could break out at any moment. Since the Great Elder dared to bring people to cause trouble, he was probably prepared to fight with his life on the line. Blood was bound to flow like a river. I, Mao Haokong, don't care about that little offering. Today, I brought many disciples here to hold you accountable, Bai Zhanqing. Mao Haokong shouted and pointed at the hall. An extremely powerful aura spread out, raising a lot of dust on the ground. All the disciples flew into the sky, not daring to stand in front of the gate. They could only watch from afar, and they were all frightened. Hold accountable? I, Bai Zhanqing, have been cautious and conscientious ever since I took office. I don't dare to say that I have made many contributions, but I have led the Thousand Mountain Mansion to follow the rules and become one of the few major forces in the western region. This is something that everyone can see. Did the Great Elder eat something bad in the past few days? As the voice came, Bai Zhanqing slowly walked out of the hall. A group of martial artists followed behind him, including Mo Xiaochuan and the others. The two factions immediately confronted each other in terms of aura, secretly competing with each other. The surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. Mao Haokong shouted, "You shameless person, you dare to take other people's credit for yourself. If it weren't for the sanctuary's support, you, Bai Zhanqing, and the Thousand Mountain Mansion would not be able to do well in the western region. Bah, dream on." Although Bai Zhanqing's expression was not very good, he was still calm. He said, "Naturally, there is the sanctuary's credit in this, but I don't know where the crime that the great elder mentioned comes from." Mao Haokong sneered and grinned. "Hee, do you think you can hide from everyone with your secretive methods? Today, I will expose you in front of the world. Bai Zhanqing, you dare to collude with the demon race and conspire to break the seal of Five Cloud Mountain and release the great demon inside. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes." As soon as these words came out, everyone whispered. It was not strange for the demon race to frequently appear in the Thousand Mountain Mansion. Many people knew about it, but they did not know the inside story. At this moment, when they heard Mao Haokong's words, they were shocked and found it hard to believe. Bai Zhanqing's expression changed greatly. Even the people behind him were stunned. Then, one person stood up and angrily rebuked, "Mao Haokong, you are really shameless. It was clearly you who did this dirty thing, and now you are putting the blame on the sect master. Damn it." Mao Haokong sneered and said, "In the end, who is shameless will be judged by the public. Now that the two lords of the sanctuary are here, they can be the judge." Li Yunxiao had been hiding in the dark all this while, watching the two people walking out from behind Mao Haokong. They were the sanctuary cultivators who had placed the seal in the hut. Both of them were at the peak of the 9-star realm. One of them had a solemn and expressionless face, while the other had a cold smile on his face. They walked forward together. Their auras, as well as their sanctuary status, immediately shocked everyone present. Even Bai Zhanqing's face turned pale, and his aura was suppressed. The expressionless man said, "I am Fei Qing, and this is Tai Yuan, from the sanctuary's dark agent." He took out a token and threw it over. Dark agent. Everyone was shocked. The dark agent's name was not very famous, because they had always been on the move and did things that were not allowed to see the light of day. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept over the two people. Although they were both at the peak of 9 stars, they were much weaker than the dark agent leader he had killed. He did not know if there was a new director of the dark agent. If there was really someone from the sanctuary who wanted to break the seal on the Five Clouds Mountain, it was reasonable for the dark agent to come out. However, he did not know who the person behind this was. Bai Zhanqing's expression became even more unsightly. He returned the token in his hand, cupped his hands, and said, "So it is the two lords of the sanctuary. However, can the sanctuary know the right and wrong of the Thousand Mountain Mansion?" Fei Qing said, "Of course the sanctuary doesn't." Mao Haokong was stunned, and he said, "This Lord." Fei Qing raised his hand and interrupted him, saying, "We don't care whether it is right or wrong, but it is true that there are demons who have infiltrated the Thousand Mountain Mansion and want to break the seal. Now, as the sanctuary's law enforcer, I want you to hand over the key to the Five Clouds Mountain seal. We will keep it safe." Li Yunxiao cursed inwardly for being shameless. However, this was indeed a good idea, and it could save him a lot of effort. Bai Zhanqing's expression became a little unnatural, and he said, "I can hand over the key, but it is difficult for me to do so just based on the words of the two lords. Unless there is a written order from the administrator." Fei Qing's expression did not change, and he said, "This matter is very important, and the two of us came in a hurry, so we did not have time to get a written order." Bai Zhanqing said awkwardly, "If that's the case, it will be difficult for me." Tai Yuan said angrily, "Difficult my ass. Is the dark agent not enough? The sanctuary also entrusted the key to the Five Clouds Mountain seal to you, right? Now it is just returning it to its rightful owner." Bai Zhanqing said, "It is precisely because of this that I cannot be careless. Without a written order, forgive me for not being able to comply." Mao Haokong was secretly delighted, and he could not wait for Bai Zhanqing to fall out with the two from the sanctuary. It would be best if they came to blows. He hurriedly fanned the flames, and said, "Lord, it seems like he really is in cahoots with the demonic beasts." Our sex elder Ji Taiqing was placed under house arrest by him after he was injured, and now he has completely disappeared. I'm afraid that he knew something and fell into his hands. Tai Yuan chuckled, and said, if that is the case, then it seems like our sanctuary must enforce the law impartially. No matter how well Bai Zhanqing had recuperated, he finally lost his cool, and he shouted, Mao Haokong. I was just about to settle this matter with you. You killed several of our fellow disciples, kidnapped Ji Taiqing, and now you are accusing me. The surrounding disciples were shocked, and they could not figure out who was in the right and who was in the wrong, and who was good and who was bad. Feiqing snorted coldly, and said, what a mess, leaving the key in your Thousand Mountain Manor is a hidden danger. Quickly hand it over, or don't blame us for being impolite. His aura surged, and the expressions of Bai Zhanqing and the others changed slightly. It seemed like he was going to use force to settle this matter. Mao Haokong sneered, and said, Bai Zhanqing, you actually dared to go against the sanctuary's law enforcers. As expected, you are harboring evil intentions. Fortunately, you discovered it early. Bai Zhanqing said angrily, the sanctuary's law enforcers must have a law enforcer token, and the two lords only have the identity tokens of the dark agent. Isn't that not enough? Tai Yuan sneered, whether it's enough or not is not up to a small sect leader like you to decide. Either hand over the key or die. He also took a step forward, directly causing the ground to crack. The hall behind them suddenly collapsed, and the entire mountain began to crumble. Bai Zhanqing said angrily, you're going too far. I will go to the sacred region to find Lord Justice. Go to the sacred region? You colluded with the demon race. Today, the two of us will execute you on the spot. Tai Yuan's aura continued to rise, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. The martial artists who were swept by his gaze were scared out of their wits. Mo Xiaochuan and the others also had solemn expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. Fei Cheng's expression became cold, and he said, Lord Bai Zhanqing, this is your last chance. Hand over the key, or die. Bai Zhanqing's face turned pale. Tai Yuan's power was not something he could contend with, not to mention that the other side had Fei Cheng. Adding Mao Haokong's power and influence, if they really fought, his chances of winning would be very small. On his side, only he and Su Liani were peak 9-star Emperor Wu, but Su Liani was just a casual acquaintance. It was impossible for her to offend the sacred region for his sake. Bai Zhanqing's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth, do the two sirs know what the key is? Tai Yuan snorted, who cares, take it out to avoid death. Fei Cheng was much calmer, and he said, what is it? Bai Zhanqing's face was extremely ugly, and he said, the key to 5 Cloud Mountain seal is the token of the Thousand Mountain House Master, passed down from generation to generation. When it was used as a token, it implied that the Thousand Mountain House Masters had to protect it with their lives. Although I am not talented, I do not dare to go against the ancestors' wish. Fei Cheng said slowly, this is not going against the ancestors' wish. This key was originally given to the ancestor by the sacred region for safekeeping, and now it is just being returned. Who asked you to be so useless, allowing the demon race to infiltrate the Thousand Mountain House? Bai Zhan said excitedly, I don't know why the two of you want to take the key by force, but if it's to prevent the 5 Cloud Mountain seal from being broken, I'm willing to destroy this key completely to put an end to all evil people. He flipped his hand over, and a light yellow jade seal spun above him. It emitted a gentle light, and there were dozens of characters constantly flashing on it. Ruthlessness flashed through Bai Zhan's eyes, and he raised his hand to slap the jade seal. Stop. Several angry shouts rang out, and the ones who reacted the most were Fei Cheng and Fei Cheng. A pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas pressed over. Amidst the endless dust and Feiyang dust, a red light flashed by and instantly wrapped around the jade seal. Then, it transformed into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Who is it? Stay here. A few enraged voices rang out. Following which, Tai Yuan transformed into his giant spirit form and raised his gigantic palm, slapping towards the red light. Boom! The sky was smashed by the palm, and the huge hand directly missed. The red light tore through the space under the huge pressure and directly broke through the sky. Victorious Bai was also extremely shocked and cried out involuntarily, Ash Demon. Fei Cheng's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, the Ash Demon clan? Victorious Bai swallowed his saliva, and his face turned pale. He said, "That's the Ash Demon clan. There's no mistake. This time, we're in big trouble." He seemed to have lost his soul. Damn it. Tai Yuan was furious, and he directly vented his anger on him. After shouting angrily, he slapped towards Victorious Bai. Although Victorious Bai was a bit absent-minded, his cultivation was still there, and he instantly regained his senses. He also flew into a rage, formed a seal with both hands, and slapped towards Tai Yuan. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire mountain was completely blown to pieces. All the disciples of the Thousand Mountain House either fled or died. Stop! Fei Qing shouted, and he stopped Tai Yuan, saying, "All of you, stop. The most important thing now is to find that key." Only then did Tai Yuan return to his normal state. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he pointed at Victorious Bai and said with a sinister smile, "If the Five-Cloud Mountain seal is broken, you're dead for sure. At that time, let's see how you explain to the sanctuary and the world." Victorious Bai said angrily, "I will definitely tell the world about what happened today. If you hadn't forcefully taken it, the jade seal wouldn't have been lost." Mao Haokong shouted, "Victorious Bai has committed a heinous crime, and his death is not to be regretted. Sirs, please enforce the law impartially. Take him down first, and then look for the key." Fei Qing's expression changed, and he muttered, "This isn't too good." In fact, he couldn't make up his mind. Since the seal key had been taken by the monster race, it was most likely that they were going to break the seal. This was a good thing, as it would save them the trouble of taking action, and they could also push the blame onto Victorious Bai. Mao Haokong shouted excitedly, and said, "This Victorious Bai has long been in cahoots with the monster race. Even if we want to find the key, the best way is to start with Victorious Bai." Tai Yuan laughed sinisterly, and said, "You're right. No matter what, since the key was lost in his hands, let's take him down first." His figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Victorious Bai, and punched him fiercely. Victorious Bai was furious, but he didn't bother to explain. He shouted, "Since the people of the sanctuary can't tell right from wrong, then I have no choice but to resist to the end. In the future, I will make a decision in front of the ruling minister. My fellow disciples, are you willing to come with me?" The warriors of the Qianyue mansion behind him were filled with righteous indignation, and they shouted, "We are willing to go with the sect leader." Mao Haokong laughed wildly, and said, "Haha, this is a good time to get rid of you stubborn fools. Everyone, come with me." He led his men and dashed toward the elders. As for Victorious Bai, with the help of the two masters of the secret service of the sanctuary, it was a piece of cake. Victorious Bai kept dodging Tai Yuan's attacks, and in the midst of the chaos, he said anxiously, "Lady Su Liani, young Master Ruyun, help me." Fei Qing frowned and stared at Su Liani. At the moment, only the two of them were left in the field among the top 9 stars cultivators. He didn't know who the other party was, so he raised his eyebrows and said, "Su Liani, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion?" Su Liani's face was calm, and she was not disturbed by the chaos in front of her. She said, "Yes." Fei Qing said, "I don't know why you are here. Do you want to help Victorious Bai?" Su Liani shook her head and said, "This is a matter between the Qianyue mansion and the sanctuary. I don't want to get involved." Her words stunned everyone. They had thought that she was on the same side as Victorious Bai when they saw her standing so close to him. Even Victorious Bai was frustrated. He thought to himself that businessmen were indeed greedy. He said anxiously, "Lady Liani, if you can help me get through this, I will reward you handsomely in the future." Su Liani said, "My apologies, Lord Victorious Bai. I have my own position." Behind her, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian also stood there quietly, as if they were indifferent to what was happening in front of them. Jun Ruyun was furious and said, "You." Mo Xiaochuan crossed his arms in front of him and said, "Junior brother, I hope you won't get involved. It is wise to stay out of this." Jun Ruyun scolded, "I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Although I've always looked down on your intelligence, at least you have courage, perseverance, and loyalty that I, Jun Ruyun, commend. Now that I've seen you, I'm really disappointed. I'm afraid that if Master knew about this in the underworld, he would also be greatly disappointed." His face was frosty. Without saying a word, he drew his sword and charged toward Mao Haokong and the others. Young Emperor Hao Lian's face twitched slightly. He snorted and said, I always thought this guy was cold-blooded. It seems that I have misunderstood him. Mo Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. Just now, the three of them had received a message from Li Yunxiao, telling them not to act on their own and not to get into conflict with the people of the sanctuary. Otherwise, they would have already attacked. Even so, young Emperor Hao Lian was still a little itchy. Looking at Victorious Bai's side being killed, he frowned and said, this is not good, is it? Mo Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was much calmer. He said, whether it is good or not, master has his own judgment. You should stay calm. Don't get into conflict with the people of the sanctuary to avoid master's scolding. Feiqing looked at the three of them and said, since the three of you are so sensible, I will not make things difficult for you. Please leave. Su Liani said, although we are not helping Victorious Bai, we have never thought of leaving. We will just stay here and watch the show. Feiqing was stunned for a moment, then sneered, this show is not that interesting. Su Liani said unhurriedly, whatever Lord wants to do, just pretend that we don't exist. Feiqing frowned. He naturally knew about the background of Su Liani and the others. It was already strange that they did not help Victorious Bai. He originally thought that they were afraid of him, but it seemed like that was not the case. What were they planning? He was just a little afraid of Li Yunxiao, but when he remembered that Li Yunxiao was still sealed in the realm of no return, he relaxed a little. He snorted coldly and said, since you want to watch, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Don't throw your lives away. He no longer paid attention to the three of them. With a wave of his sleeves, he walked towards Victorious Bai. Victorious Bai's side suddenly felt a great pressure. All of their faces paled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, everyone's heart shuddered. An extremely powerful aura appeared in the sky, and they couldn't help but look up. It was Yao Zhe. He was standing coldly in the sky with a few members of the Yao clan, looking as if this matter had nothing to do with them and they didn't care. Feeling the pressure from the Yao clan's powerful aura, everyone stopped fighting and suddenly separated. Yo, why did you stop? Don't worry about me. Everyone, continue. Yao Zhe chuckled, looking like he was taking pleasure in others' misfortune. Victorious Bai hurriedly said, Lord Zhe, help me. Help you? Yao Zhe's expression was playful as he sneered, so there are times when you have to beg me? I am also the Yao clan's military advisor, and my status is 100 times higher than yours. Why is it so troublesome to ask you to do something trivial? Victorious Bai gritted his teeth and said, the key is no longer in my hands. What? Yao Zhe's expression changed. He looked at Feiqing and the others, and his eyes flickered. Feiqing could already sense this person's strength. When he was glanced at by that unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly said, the key was stolen. It's not in our hands. Yao Zhe said coldly, who stole it? Bai Zhan said, if Lord Zhe wants to retrieve the key, it is impossible without my help. Even if I tell you who it is, you can't do anything. Yao Zhe's face darkened as he coldly said, if you want me to save your life, then show me something. You will die easily if you only know how to talk. Mao Haokong hurriedly said, Lord Zhe, please don't listen to his nonsense. The one who stole the key is the ashfei that escaped from 5 Cloud Mountain's seal. What? Most of the people present were shocked, even Feiqing and Taiyuan were shocked, and all their gazes landed on him. Yao Zhe's body shook as he exclaimed, ashfei. His eyes shot out boundless killing intent. All the martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. They felt the killing intent seep into their bones, almost freezing their bodies. Mao Haokong was the first to bear the brunt of it, shivering in fear. Yao Zhe's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His body almost couldn't control itself from transforming. When did someone from the ashfei escape? Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Mao Haokong's teeth chattered. Under the pressure of Yao Zhe's aura, he couldn't resist at all. He trembled as he said, It's been a long time. I wasn't sure, so I didn't tell Lord. Bai Zhe suddenly laughed, haha, Mao Haokong, you've been slandering me for colluding with the ashfei. Now, everyone knows who is right and who is wrong, right? Lords from the sanctuary, please look into the details. So that's how it is. Great Elder is colluding with the Ash Fae, calling a deer a horse. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Mao Haokong. Fei Qing glared at Mao Haokong, as if blaming him for hiding the matter with the Ash Fae, or for being too stupid, exposing himself and embarrassing the two of them. Yaozha was enraged. He said coldly, I don't care what your goal is. You dared to hide such an important matter from me. If not for the fact that you still have some value, this seat will kill you right now. Mao Haokong's face paled. But now that things had come to this, he could only throw caution to the wind. He gritted his teeth, Lord Jia, please kill Bai Jia. I will be responsible for retrieving the key. And our goal is the same. An elder behind Bai Zhan angrily rebuked, shameless bastard, now you admit it yourself. Mo Xiaochuan suddenly laughed, haha, this is troublesome. What should the two lords of the sanctuary do? Young Emperor Hao Lian glared at him and said, what else can we do? Of course we have to capture the real traitor, the dog thief. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Young Emperor Hao Lian had a leisurely look on his face as he said, I don't believe it. Could it be that the sacred region is also colluding with the demon race? Zhe, Fei Qing and Tai Yuan didn't know what. Fei Qing and Tai Yuan's faces were extremely unsightly. They didn't know what to do. He was sure that he couldn't play with Mao Haokong anymore, but if he stood on the side of the 100 victor, wouldn't he have to deal with Yaozha? This great demon in front of him was clearly a transcendent sage. Wouldn't that be courting death? Yaozha seemed to only care about the ash demon and asked, how strong is the ash demon? Mao Haokong shook his head and said, I don't know. Back then when the ash demon escaped, I originally thought that he was dead. I didn't expect that he was still alive, but he was deceived by that bastard Ji Taiqing. Yaozha said coldly, what's the use of keeping you if you don't know anything? Mao Haokong was shocked. He immediately felt a strong killing intent. He quickly said, I can help you find the key. After all, I'm the great elder of the Thousand Mountains Mansion. I know the key very well. I'm also familiar with the terrain of this mountain range. I've kept that key for nearly 100 years, said Bai Zhanchen coldly. How could I be familiar with it? And I know how to find it. Mao Haokong was shocked and said angrily, 100 victories against you. Yaozha laughed coldly and said, in that case, First Elder is completely useless. He raised his hand and flicked it in the air. Immediately, a few strings appeared in the air, and as he plucked them, a powerful halo shot out. No. When Mao Haokong sensed the killing intent, he was scared out of his wits and hastily flew away. Bam, 2 strings sounded, and 2 halos hit his body. He exploded into pieces and was blown away by the wind. Everyone's expression changed drastically. As the great elder of the Thousand Mountains Mansion, Mao Haokong was extremely powerful. However, he was killed in one move. The entire place fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Yaozha said disdainfully, you're so useless. I even plucked 2 strings. He turned to Bai Jia and said, let's go. I'll go find that ash demon. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Yaozha was more interested in ash demon than the key. The two from the sacred region looked at each other. They were also uncertain. However, no matter what, they couldn't start a conflict with these demons. Their goal was to open the seal on the 5-Cloud Mountain, and these demons were most likely doing the same. They just needed to watch quietly and avoid trouble. Young Emperor Hao Lian asked curiously, didn't the 2 lords from the sacred region want to protect the 5-Cloud Mountain key to prevent it from falling into the hands of the demons? Now that the demon who stole the key has appeared, why aren't the 2 lords moving? Fei Qing and Tai Yuan were embarrassed. They glared at young Emperor Hao Lian angrily. If looks could kill, young Emperor Hao Lian would have been smashed into pieces. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and said, you blockhead, aren't you just making things difficult for the 2 lords by saying that? With the 2 lords' strength, if they charged forward, wouldn't they be throwing their lives away? However, if they didn't, they would lose face. It's exactly when they are in a dilemma. It's too insensible of you to ask questions. If the 2 lords fly into a rage out of humiliation, transfer their hatred to you, and take your life, don't blame me for not saving you. Young Emperor Hao Lian nodded and said, so that's how it is. I was wrong. Fei Qing and Tai Yuan's faces turned ashen. Their eyes emitted a cold glint as they cursed Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Xiaochuan countless times in their hearts. Baizhi turned around and said to one of the elders, "Elder son, when I'm not here, you will take over the position of sect master. Everyone else must assist you." The elder was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sect master, be careful." Baizhi said, "I will try my best to come back alive. If I can't do it, the 1,000-mountain house will depend on you in the future." The others were also filled with grief and indignation, unwilling to leave. Yao Zhi was a little impatient and said coldly, "Wasting this seat's time, if that ash demon escapes, I will use the entire 1,000-mountain house as a blood sacrifice." Everyone's expression changed greatly, but they didn't dare to say anything. Baizhi said, "That jade seal has the seal left by the previous 1,000-mountain house masters and my divine sense. It is impossible for ash demon to erase it in a short time." He glanced at Fei Qing and Tai Yuan and said, "Two lords, please guard the entrance of the seal to prevent others from taking advantage of it." Fei Qing and Tai Yuan frowned. Baizhi probably wouldn't have guessed that their goal was to open the seal. Fei Qing said, "Don't worry, leave the entrance to the two of us." Yao Zhi snorted in disdain and shouted, "Go." Several demon race experts and 100 victory turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Let's go too." The three followed the rays of light and chased after them. Fei Qing's expression darkened. He originally wanted to stop them, but after thinking about it, he stopped and said to Elder Sun, "Where is the entrance of the seal? Quickly take us there." Elder Sun didn't dare to be negligent and said, "Two lords, please follow me." Jun Ruyun stood in the sky and pondered for a moment before hurrying after Mo Xiaochuan and Tai Yuan. In a deep and serene gorge within the mountain range that stretched on without end, a waterfall flowed down, and it emitted a gurgling sound that was extremely clamorous. A ray of red light flew inside and revealed a figure in front of the waterfall. It was Mr. Yang. He held the jade seal of the 1,000-mountain house master in his hand. His face revealed a fierce expression as he muttered to himself, "The key to the seal? Humph." He made a shocking move and directly threw the jade seal into the air, then threw a punch at it. The jade seal kept flashing all kinds of lights in the air. The seals were triggered one by one, but they still couldn't withstand the evil punch. Under the flashing red light, all the seals were broken. The jade seal seemed to have a spirit. It let out an ear-piercing sound as it tried to break free from the punch. "TCH, a mere profound artifact wants to escape from this lord's hands? Then I'll be damned." Mr. Yang increased the power of his punch and the jade seal immediately lost its resistance. Its light dimmed and was about to shatter at any time. Suddenly, Mr. Yang's expression changed and he shouted in horror, "Who?" The danger of death spread from the bottom of his heart. A powerful sword force appeared behind him and slashed toward him. He didn't doubt that if he was hit by that sword, he would be turned into minced meat on the spot. Mr. Yang was shocked. He couldn't care less about crushing the jade seal. His figure suddenly flashed and he used the blood escape technique. He turned into a shadow and disappeared. Swoosh! The sword energy slashed through the space where he was, creating a long crack, and slashed into the waterfall. Then a ray of blue light appeared in the air and caught the jade seal. "It's you." After Mr. Yang escaped, he appeared hundreds of feet away. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared coldly at the figure. It was the man who attacked him in the courtyard. Li Yunxiao held the jade seal and said, "The situation is really complicated. The person who guards the seal wants to break the seal, and the person who is sealed wants to protect the seal. Why is this world so strange?" Mr. Yang said coldly, "Then do you want to break the seal or protect the seal?" Li Yunxiao said, "Before I wanted to protect the seal, now I want to break the seal." Mr. Yang was stunned. He didn't expect this answer. Moreover, Li Yunxiao looked sincere. Obviously, he didn't need to lie to him. "Why?" He couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Yunxiao sighed, "The world is really like a game of chess. It changes back and forth. I can't help it. I'm very curious. Why do you want to protect the seal and not let your companions come out?" Mr. Yang waved his hand and said unhappily, "This is my business." "It's none of your business." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Every family has its own difficulties." "I understand." He turned around and was about to leave. "Stop!" Mr. Yang suddenly shouted. With a flash of blood light, he blocked in front of Li Yunxiao and said coldly, "Leave the jade seal behind." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Mr. Yang stared at him coldly for a while before saying, "This jade seal has already been contaminated by my blood. Even if you take it away, it's useless." Li Yunxiao looked down at the jade seal in his hand. Indeed, there were bloodstains on it and the power of the weapon was continuously weakening. "Thank you for the reminder." Li Yunxiao made a lightning gesture with one hand and directly slapped the jade seal. Instantly, the power of lightning surged out and cleansed the entire seal. The seal's body flashed with lightning. The previous gloomy atmosphere was swept away and it became full of spiritual energy. "Ah? You?" Mr. Yang was instantly dumbfounded. This was the first time something like this had happened. Anything that had been contaminated by his blood technique had never been restored. What he didn't know was that Li Yunxiao's sacred thunder was the most righteous thing in the world. It specialized in all kinds of evil techniques. In addition, he himself was a rank 9 alchemist. His understanding of Xian weapons far exceeded that of ordinary people. "Leave the jade seal behind." Mr. Yang was furious. At the same time, he was annoyed at himself for being careless and letting the other party snatch it away. He immediately put his palms together in front of him. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and directly slapped. Countless blood lights appeared in the sky. Like fog or smoke, they enveloped Li Yunxiao in an instant. Li Yunxiao kept the jade seal unhurriedly. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and formed a square golden seal. It broke through the bloodlight and collided with it. Life is like a dream. Flying Swan has a seal. Boom! The seal directly blasted away the other party's palm force and sent Mr. Yang flying dozens of feet away. Mr. Yang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're obviously only at the peak of 9 stars. Where did you get such powerful strength?" Li Yunxiao said, "You ask too much. I'm in a good mood right now, so I can let you go. Otherwise, your sneak attack on me in the courtyard is enough to sentence you to death." Mr. Yang said coldly, "I will never let you break the seal." He was almost roaring as he continuously made hand seals. Countless rays of blood-colored light flew out of his body, each of which seemed to take the form of a human figure that wailed in pain. In an instant, the entire world was like a world of blood. Even the color of the waterfall was gradually dyed red. Li Yunxiao lamented, "A member of the demon race still wants to protect the 5-Cloud Mountain seal so hysterically. What a pity. Go to hell." The power on Mr. Yang's body became more and more berserk as he roared, "Dark blood devours the heavens." The countless blood shadows continued to condense. It was as if countless blood mist had gathered to form a net, swallowing everything in its path. Not only did the blood mist corrode origin energy and monarch chi, but there were also all sorts of wails coming from within. It was like hell, attacking one's mind and directly attacking one's spirit platform and sea of consciousness. Li Yunxiao put his hands together and slowly separated them. Lightning flashed on his face, and green light flickered continuously. Rings of stars shot out from his body and spread in all directions. His entire body gradually turned into lightning. The power of the lightning realm was like tens of thousands of galloping horses, crashing into the blood-colored world. Mr. Yang roared angrily, "Give me the key. Give it to me, you scum." He was completely enraged. His entire body lost its form and turned into a smear of blood shadow that floated in the sky like a giant spirit. The countless blood-colored creatures kept crashing into the lightning realm, trying to tear it apart. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He formed a lightning seal with one hand and raised his other hand high up. He softly chanted, "Wind thunder shakes the 9 heavens." Boom! Countless thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Boundless green light flickered in and out of the clouds, gradually turning into the shape of a dragon. It let out a long roar and shook the 9 heavens as it dived down. Xianxia and the others in the distance also looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky in shock. They all increased their speed and flew toward the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon from the 9 heavens dived down like a meteorite falling to the ground and directly rushed into the valley. Boom! The valley that was soaked in the boundless sea of blood instantly stirred up thousands of layers of lightning. Rings of stars exploded and rushed in all directions. Countless mountains were instantly turned into ashes. Mr. Yang's body was instantly destroyed by the lightning. He wailed in pain and could no longer maintain his body shape. He kept shrinking until he turned into a drop of blood essence and disappeared into the lightning in a flash. Li Yunxiao retracted the lightning that filled the sky. At this moment, the area within 3 kilometers had already been leveled. He recalled the situation when that drop of blood essence escaped and muttered to himself, "The blood elementalist's techniques are indeed evil. They even let him escape." However, this person's blood elementalist magical power doesn't seem to be that simple. It seems to be related to his body. However, he couldn't be bothered about this anymore. Even the holy domain wanted to let the demons out. At this moment, he only wanted to break the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain, rescue Luo Yunsheng, and leave with everyone. At this moment, he raised his head and looked over. A few hundred meters away, Xianxia and the rest had stopped and were staring at him coldly. Baijian was surprised and happy. He shouted, "Lord Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao nodded slightly at him. "Master." Mo Xiaochuan and the rest also arrived in an instant and landed behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's gaze shifted to Jun Ruyun, who was staring at him not far away. His lips curled into a faint smile, but he didn't deny it. Jun Ruyun's body trembled. An indescribable emotion spread in his heart. He was extremely shocked. Although he couldn't believe that this young man in front of him was the reincarnation of his master, there was an emotion that even he couldn't understand. His blood slowly warmed up and became restless. Yaoxia's face was gloomy. He said, "Where's Xiao?" Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "You're talking about that demon covered in blood?" Yaoxia's body trembled slightly. He couldn't calm down and said anxiously, "Yes." "Where is he?" Li Yunxiao shrugged and spread his hands. "Sorry, he's gone. He turned into a drop of blood under my lightning and escaped." "Turned into a drop of blood and escaped?" Yaoxia exclaimed. Then, his entire body became gloomy as if shrouded in fog. His eyes shot out cold light. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Who is that Xiao? Is he that important?" Cold air surged from Yaoxia's body as he said, "He's not just important. Where's the key to 5 Cloud Mountain seal?" Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, "The key is naturally with me. You want to snatch it? Tell me first, are you going to protect the seal or break it? Just hand over the key and the Demon Emperor's golden slip. You don't need to care about anything else." Yaoxia knew that he wouldn't let himself be captured. He hugged the air and immediately materialized a pipa. He pulled the strings and several dazzling silver lights shot down. "Go!" Li Yunxiao shouted and his eyes turned blood red. He reversed the space and teleported himself, Mo Xiaochuan, and the others away. "Ah!" Jun Ruyun cried out in horror. He looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. His eyes were like blood, and an evil aura shot out from them. It was so familiar. His whole body trembled. Although his reason kept telling him that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, he couldn't help but whisper, "Master, Humph, if you don't hand over the key and golden slip, you won't be able to escape." Yaoxia's strings changed and became as rapid as rain. They formed a huge net in the air and fell down. Li Yunxiao said to Mo Xiaochuan, "The 3 of you, step back." The 3 of them hurriedly retreated. They knew that they would only be a burden in this extraordinary battle. The huge net was densely packed and didn't have a physical body. It was formed by countless rhythmic runes. It was like a boiling river, creating waves. Interesting. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with both hands. A nebula moved in his right eye as if it had formed its own space. Helios Luna. With these 2 words, the entire net was reflected in his eyes and disappeared in the sky. "What?" Yaoxia was shocked. His eyes almost popped out. He had never seen such an outrageous thing. Clang, clang, clang. He played the pipa even faster, creating countless afterimages. Countless blades of light flew from all directions and slashed across the sky. Li Yunxiao slowly closed his right eye and formed a seal with one hand. A golden light appeared on his body. Demonic runes rolled in the golden light and shot out a glass-like light. It was extremely messy. The countless sound blades cut through the sky and pierced people's eardrums. They all slashed on Xianxia's body, creating clanging sounds. However, they couldn't break through his tricolored protective divine light. The demons were all dumbfounded, including Xianxia himself. His mouth was wide open and almost lifeless. Just like that, no matter how you slashed, you couldn't even move it. How could you fight? Out of the 8 gates of the divine body, you have opened 7. Xianxia finally saw the trick. He suppressed the shock in his heart and gritted his teeth. No wonder you can fight against me with the cultivation of a peak 9 stars. But in terms of physical strength, the demons are the strong point. His body suddenly swelled up. His muscles bulged, and his entire body turned green. He was 3 times bigger than before. 2 pitch-black horns grew out of his forehead. He grabbed the pipa in his hand and slapped it with a seal. It was instantly unsealed and turned into a sharp saber. Swoosh! The saber light flashed in the sky. Xianxia's body instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind Xianxia and slashed horizontally. The entire space was compressed by the saber light. However, it didn't shatter or tear apart. It was extremely strange. One of the demons laughed and said, "Lord Xia is the leader of the armored demon division. His physical strength is the best in the entire demon race. This laughable human dares to show off in front of an expert." The other demon said with a serious expression, "This person has opened the 7 gates of the divine body and is only 1 step away from achieving phenomenal success. Even if he can't defeat Lord Xia's armor, I'm afraid he won't be much weaker." Xianxia also felt the sharpness of that light. He didn't dare to be careless. Both his hands kept dancing in the air and formed the dragon art. He slapped the saber with both hands and clamped it. Bang! The saber let out a loud sound. A terrifying force shook it and forced Xianxia to take a few steps back. Under the impact of the saber force, that golden body kept flashing. Such a powerful force. Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. The conversation between the 2 members of the demon clan also fell into his ears. Focusing his gaze, he saw that Xia's muscles had swelled up like an iron wall. It was indeed like he was wearing armor. Xianxia scowled and snorted. Clang! Silver strings appeared on the blade and twined around like vines, binding Xianxia's hands. Xianxia's face lit up and he said ferociously, "The warm-up is about to end." How disappointing. Xianxia stared at the silver strings and his expression didn't change. His hand still clamped the blade tightly and he said, "What? Are you going to admit defeat?" "Haha, you're funny." Xianxia sneered and said, "The musical strings on my demon saber are formed from a strand of absolute sound that floated in the sky since the beginning of the world. The ancestors of the demon race condensed them into strings that can destroy anything." He sneered mockingly, opened his mouth and lightly spat out a word, "Gong." The silver strings trembled and emitted a long and drawn-out sound as they suddenly slashed towards Xianxia's body. Puff! 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 Xianxia's arms kept exploding and turning into green smoke. The demon blade in Xianxia's hand slashed out, immediately splitting him into 2 halves. Only then was the entire sky sliced open, as if a piece of it had been sliced horizontally. The sky above fell down a few notches, and the firmament trembled violently. Xianxia's entire body was shattered into pieces, turning into a faint lightning shadow that continued to spread out. "Ah!" Junryun, who was far away, screamed and almost lost his balance. But he quickly realized that Xianxia's death was a little strange. There was no blood at all. Second with spirit body. Xiaoxia's heart shook and he quickly retracted his blade. Cold light danced and slashed at the lightning shadow. The 5-element spirit body was almost indestructible, but that was only in terms of characteristics. It was harder to die than ordinary people, but if they were injured too much, they would still die. The lightning shadow seemed to feel the blade intent. With a crackling sound, it moved 1,000 feet in an instant and revealed its true body. However, the saber radiance seemed to have a mind of its own. It directly chased after it like countless birds of light. Xianxia took out the Tianguang sword case and made a gesture with one hand. Instantly, the sky was filled with sword shadows. A sword barrier was opened and rushed towards the blade light, but it was all shattered. Thousand sword flow. Li Yunxiao's hand seal changed, and instantly, a myriad of sword images appeared in the sword realm. They were densely packed, and they slashed out like a storm. Yaozhi was startled and quickly brandished his saber. He chopped clumsily a few times, and his body seemed to be fixed in place. A saber light that looked like a cold moon shot out and protected him. Bang! 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 The rain of swords slashed down, but they were all blocked by the saber light. Countless rays of light burst forth, like thousands of fireflies flashing in the night sky. Yaozhi's stupid knife technique was actually a case of great wisdom pretending to be stupid, great skill pretending to be clumsy, protecting his entire body tightly. Li Yunxiao frowned and his eyes turned cold. He slowly raised his hand that was forming a seal in front of him. The sword shadows that filled the sky turned into a moving nebula, and countless sword talismans rolled within it. Billions of sword wills gathered from all directions, forming a sword diagram that evolved into a world. All the martial artists were shocked, especially Jun Ruyun. He was a strong swordsman to begin with, and he felt an indescribable sword will in his body as if it was about to break out. He raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the 10,000 sword diagram. He was instantly captivated, and he could not control himself. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword will in his body seemed to have been sucked out. His entire spirit disappeared, and he became dispirited and listless. Mo Xiaochuan hurriedly hit a few acupoints on his body and shouted, "Calm your mind and focus. Do not look at that sword diagram." This was the second time he had seen Li Yunxiao use this move, and he naturally understood how powerful it was. All swordsman powerhouses were deeply affected. At this moment, the sword diagram condensed in the sky was the sword will of all the swords in the world, and it contained the supreme swordsmanship. The 36 northern sky cold star swords each formed a sword eye, and they gave birth to the sword sea starry sky and the 10,000 sword great Tao. After being injured by Yaozhi just now, Li Yunxiao had also lost his vitality, and it was not suitable for him to continue fighting with him. Thus, he used the supreme swordsmanship to directly send him to the next world. Yaozhi also seemed to realize that something was wrong, and he was extremely shocked. Just the pressure from this ancient swordsmanship made him feel that he was in extreme danger. Damn it! Yaozhi was not an impulsive person. He knew that he was no match for this move, so he directly turned to leave. You want to leave? It's too late, and too childish. 10,000 swords returned to one. Li Yunxiao sneered. The sword diagram spun in the sky and slashed down. Yaozhi was shocked, and his huge body stopped running, as if he was standing still. He discovered that he could not avoid this sword at all, and his powerful martial artist talent allowed him to instantly calm down. He gripped the saber with both hands and placed it behind his back. Countless martial intent rules rolled around the saber, and that ancient sound also turned into a silver string that pulsed. Saber is one with me. As these 4 words were spoken, a similar saber light flashed on Yaozhi's body, completely fusing with the demon saber in his hand, and directly slashed towards the sword diagram. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, merging into the endless starry night, and then exploding, releasing a dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky and earth. Rumble! The terrifying saber light and sword intent spread out, turning into countless whirling hurricanes that swept through the world. The most dazzling sword light even shot into the sky, and the entire 1,000 mountain residents shook. Yaozhi's body was within the sword light, and his armor continuously shattered. He screamed in pain as he was swept into the sky. The other demons were shocked, and they hurriedly turned to flee. Li Yunxiao retracted the sword chi that filled the sky and returned it to his body. He was too lazy to chase after those demons. Under the 10,000 sword diagram, the terrain of the entire mountain range had completely changed. Bai Zhanqing was temporarily petrified, but he suddenly woke up and hurriedly went forward to greet, saying, "Greetings, Lord Pijuan." Li Yunxiao said, "No need to be so courteous." "Greetings, Master." In the distance, Jun Ruyun's body was also trembling, and he could not help but tear up. He directly bowed in the air. His expression could not be seen, but his shoulders were trembling violently, and he was sobbing softly. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Get up, you have also improved greatly over the years." Just now, under the 10,000 sword diagram, I saw that you were distracted. With your talent, go back and carefully comprehend it, and you will definitely step into the 9 stars realm. Yes, yes. Jun Ruyun continuously kowtowed, so excited that he could not stand up. Young Emperor Hao Lian frowned and said, "You don't even need to touch your head when kowtowing in the air." How hypocritical. Jun Ruyun's body froze, and he said coldly, "I really want to tear you apart, you idiot." Bai Zhanqing said emotionally, "With Lord Pujuan presiding over the 1,000-mountain residents, the seal of the 5-cloud mountain is considered stable." Li Yunxiao was a little embarrassed, and he said, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint sect leader." Bai Zhanqing was stunned, and he said anxiously, "Is Lord leaving?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "The seal of the 5-cloud mountain is related to another matter. I'm sorry, but I must break it." Ah? Everyone was shocked, including Mo Xiaochuan and the others. Bai Zhanqing said in a daze, This. Does Lord Pujuan not care about the common people of the world? The common people of the world? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Who said that the demon race will harm the common people when they come out? This is only a possibility, not an absolute. Moreover, even the sacred domain does not care about this matter, so why should I care?" He immediately told Bai Zhanqing about Fei Qing and Tai Yuan. Ah? This time, Bai Zhanqing was even more dumbfounded, and after a long time, he became dispirited and said, "Since even the sacred domain is like this, then why am I still stubbornly persisting?" His words were filled with endless weariness and disappointment, as well as grief and indignation. Li Yunxiao said, "Which administrator is behind these 2 people still needs to be investigated, but I must break the seal of the 5-cloud mountain." Bai Zhanqing said, "Lord Pujuan is famous in the world. Even if you have a hidden trouble, aren't you afraid of the world's gossip if you do such a big thing?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Although I am not afraid, there is no need to cause this trouble. Since Fei Qing and Tai Yuan have the same goal as me, I will leave this matter to them." He took out the jade seal and handed it to Bai Zhanqing, saying, "Give this seal to the 2 of them. When they break the seal, we will come out and catch them, and the sacred domain will bear the blame." Bai Zhanqing looked at the jade seal and felt bitter in his heart. But whether it was Li Yunxiao or the sacred domain, they were not people he could afford to offend. Moreover, the sacred domain did not care, so why should he persist? After thinking it through, he became carefree and put away the jade seal. He said, "Then we will do as Lord Pujuan says." After the few of them agreed, they went to the place where the seal was. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, as if hundreds of beasts were galloping and thousands of birds were crying. The few of them stopped in their tracks and looked at the sky in surprise. In just an instant, the sky was filled with dense purple grid lines, crisscrossing and running through the universe. On those grid lines, the shadows of wild beasts and birds kept appearing, and there were even 4 monsters that looked like dragons and horses. Interzone transportation formation. Bai Zhanqing cried out, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Demonic chi appeared all over the sky. Clearly, there were powerful figures of the demonic race breaking through space to teleport, and there was more than one of them. What are they doing? Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he looked on coldly. After the 4 monsters that were neither dragons nor horses appeared, they were all covered in golden equipment. Their 4 hooves galloped on the grid lines, slowly pulling out a golden chariot that appeared in the sky and kept moving forward. The chariot was full of beautiful patterns, with hundreds of beasts and birds carved on it. Powerful demonic beasts kept appearing and galloping around the chariot, and there were even birds in the sky, circling and chirping. This, Bai Zhanqing's heart beat so fast that it almost jumped out. He cried out involuntarily, "Demon Sovereign!" Li Yunxiao clenched his fists and became vigilant. Although the newcomers had not shown themselves, there was no one else in the demonic race who could have such an aura, except for the Demon Sovereign. As the 4 golden chariot and birds and beasts appeared one by one, powerful auras broke through the sky and turned into figures of the demonic race, following the chariot closely. Bai Zhanqing said in a low voice, "Lord Pujuan, what should we do?" Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "The appearance of the Demon Sovereign is most likely due to the loss of the golden slip. It seems that now is the time for them to work together to break the seal. In that case, there is nothing for me to do. It doesn't matter if it's the people of the sanctuary or the demon sovereign, as long as the seal is broken. Bai Zhanqing's face was pale. Breaking the seal was almost a foregone conclusion. What he cared about now was the impact on the Thousand Mountain residents. If a large number of demons appeared and a conflict broke out, the Thousand Mountain residents would probably become a speck of dust in history. Li Yunxiao saw through his thoughts and said, "It's best to order all the disciples to leave the Thousand Mountain residents and hide in ancient Emperor Wu's country for a while. At the same time, inform all the nearby sects to be on their guard. After all, the consequences of the demons emerging from the Five-Cloud Mountain are unpredictable." Bai Zhanqing said, "My lord is right. I'll do it right away." He quickly took out a few communication jade tokens and sent all kinds of messages in the air. They disappeared in a flash. Then, he used his escape technique and headed toward the seal. The chariot in the sky suddenly stopped after traveling for a while. A few demons appeared in front of him and knelt down. They said in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." A man's voice came from the chariot. "Why are there only a few of you? Where's my military advisor?" The demons broke out in a cold sweat. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Sir. Sir military advisor, what happened to him?" The man in the chariot seemed to foresee something bad. His voice was urgent and stern. Suddenly, a male demon behind the chariot pointed at the sky and said in shock, "That's Sir military advisor." His eyes glowed green. He seemed to have some kind of spirit-eye divine ability. He immediately sensed a demon floating in the sky. The demon's limbs were spread out, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. "Ah? It's Sir Jia." The kneeling demons also cried out in alarm. A demon beside the chariot spread his wings. With a flap, he appeared in the sky and carried Sir Jia down. He landed lightly beside the chariot and said, "Your Majesty, Sir Jia has fainted. His life is in no danger." The sky was completely silent. Everyone was extremely shocked as they looked at Xianxia, whose body was covered in cracks and his armor was in tatters, and their hearts were filled with shock. A voice came from the chariot. "The military advisor's strength is extraordinary. Is there anyone from the sects near the Five-Cloud Mountain who can match him?" "It's like this," one of the kneeling goblin race hurriedly said. He described the encounter with Li Yunxiao in the teleportation tunnel, how he was robbed of the golden slip and jade seal, the appearance of the ashen goblin race, and the battle between Jia and Li Yunxiao. "The reincarnation of Emperor Wu Gufeiyang." The voice of another man sounded from within the war chariot. His voice was trembling slightly, and it was clear that his emotions were greatly fluctuating within him. The man from before asked, "Are you sure about this?" The kneeling demon hurriedly said, "I can't be sure, but there's an 80 to 90% chance." The other man said, "If it's really Gu Feiyang here, it's not surprising that the military advisor is injured. Bring him in, I'll give him some treatment." The curtains of the chariot were rolled up, emitting a faint radiance. It was extremely spacious inside, and there were only two people sitting inside. One of them was tall and sturdy, exuding an imposing aura. His skin was pale yellow, and he wore a purple gold crown inlaid with jewels on his head. He was dressed in a bright red brocade robe with hundreds of butterflies embroidered on it, appearing luxurious and joyous. He was the current emperor of all demons, Desolation. The other person had a dignified appearance. His eyebrows were like ink, and he was cultured and refined. He was reputed to be the most talented refiner in the demon race in tens of thousands of years. AI, the winged demon carrying Jia, appeared in the war chariot in a flash, and gently placed him in front of the scholarly demon. Then, he nodded at the two of them, bowed, and left. Desolation's gaze swept across Jia's injuries, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes, and he said, "What a powerful sword intent." Even the military advisor's protective demonic aura was broken. AI examined Jia's injuries carefully, and without much expression, he said, "Fortunately, he encountered us. Otherwise, he would be in danger if he was left to drift in the void." In the current world, Gu Feiyang might not be the only one who possesses such a powerful sword intent, but the possibility of him doing so is indeed very high. Desolation said, "Gu Feiyang is also here, and he took away the golden slip. This trip to Five Cloud Mountain will probably be full of twists and turns." Let's save the military advisor as soon as possible. Yes. AI responded softly, and took out an elixir for Zhi to swallow. Then, his 5 fingers lightly brushed over Zhi's body, and rays of light rose around his palm. The countless sword wounds on Zhi's body began to heal, and his face also showed many changes. The spiritual chi in his body was activated continuously. The demon troop started to move forward in the sky again. They were not fast, but they were moving in the direction that Baijan had gone to, where the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain was. To be safe, Li Yunxiao still followed them quietly. The current situation was complicated, and he was afraid that there might be unexpected changes. In order to avoid exposing their tracks, he let everyone enter the Universe Divine Monument, and he followed them alone. After a while, the war chariot arrived in the sky above the 1,000 mountain residents. Dozens of mountains had already received the news, and there was no one left. Many of the demons frowned, and it was obvious that their divine senses could not detect anyone's presence. Desolation said slowly, "It seems that our appearance has been discovered, and the 1,000 mountain residents is prepared for it. However, they are not strong enough. Our goal this time is to ignore everything and go straight to 5 Cloud Mountain." The war chariot did not stop, and it went straight into the distance. Li Yunxiao sent a voice transmission to Jun Ruyun in the Universe Divine Monument. "Where is the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain?" Jun Ruyun hurriedly said, "I don't know. I don't even know the exact location of 5 Cloud Mountain. This has always been a secret of the 1,000 mountain residents, and I'm afraid only the elders in the clan know about it." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "It seems that there are traitors in the 1,000 mountain residents." He regretted not asking for Baijan's exact location, and now he could only follow behind the demons. Suddenly, the war chariot stopped, and the 4 monsters that were neither horses nor dragons raised their heads and neighed for a while before they gradually stopped. A few demons walked forward and muttered to themselves for a while. Then, one of them threw a scroll to the ground. The scroll danced in the air, and it gave off scattered golden light. Countless strange symbols flew out from it. Li Yunxiao looked at it, and he knew that those symbols were spatial coordinates. This scroll should be an alchemy product that recorded countless coordinates, and now it was released to find the real location. Suddenly, one of the coordinates lit up, and one of the demons was overjoyed. He quickly formed seals and sent them into the coordinates. Then, with that symbol as the point, a wave of dizzying power spread out, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The mountain range where the 1,000 mountain matter was located turned into specks of light and disappeared. Another scene appeared. In a vast void, a magnificent mountain appeared out of thin air, emitting a colorful glow. All the demons fell silent, and they looked at the mountain with complicated expressions. They couldn't see the top, and they couldn't see the bottom, which led directly to Yunxiao, and they couldn't see the bottom, which led directly to the underworld. This mountain wasn't just majestic, but its existence was extraordinary. It pressed down on the hearts of all the demons, and they felt as if they couldn't breathe. The curtains on the carriage slowly opened, and Huang and AI walked out one by one. They looked at the mountain from the sky. Although the scenery was beautiful, the sun was setting, and it gave people a feeling that it was the sunset. AI said, "This 5 Cloud Mountain is actually a profound artifact." Hearing this, everyone was shocked, but no one doubted AI's words. Huang said solemnly, "What profound artifact is it that can suppress my people for thousands of years? Where does this endless power come from?" Under the colorful light from the 5 Cloud Mountain, AI's figure was slightly red. She pointed down and said, "It comes from the earth. This mountain should be formed from the Earth's origin source's mutated element. After Gu Qingqing refined it slightly, it condensed into a mountain. This thing is the earth element, and it is naturally one with the earth. That's why it can give birth to endless power." In the distance, Li Yunxiao was shocked. Originally, he was confused about the colorful light, and he felt that it contained a strong sense of gravity. Now that he heard AI's words, he was even more convinced. His eyes were fixed on the 5 Cloud Mountain, and they burned with passion. Since the seal was going to be broken, he naturally didn't plan to be polite with this mountain. However, what puzzled him was that the 5 Cloud Mountain was right in front of him. Where did Bai Zhanqing, the 1,000 mountain residents elder, and the 2 sanctuary cultivators go? Could it be that they all listened to his words and ran away? Isn't this too ridiculous? At this moment, Huang said, Mr. AI, since this mountain is a profound artifact, and you know it very well, do you have a way to break it? AI said, if it's another profound artifact, I naturally have a way. However, this Earth origin source is connected to the boundless Earth, and its power is inexhaustible. I'm afraid it will take half the effort to get twice the result. It's difficult to succeed in one go. That's why it's much more difficult than I expected. It's best if we can find the key. Only then will we have the highest chance of success. Huang frowned and said, is it that difficult? Countless cracks have appeared. Not only can they communicate with each other, but even some special low-level monsters can escape. It should be full of holes, right? AI shook his head and said, Your Majesty, what you said is not appropriate. The surrounding monsters' expressions changed slightly, but they quickly returned to normal and didn't have much of a reaction. Only AI was qualified and dared to speak of the Monster Emperor's shortcomings. He continued, this space isn't a purposely hidden or isolated world. It's the realm of this five-cloud mountain. Your Majesty, if you can sense the power of this space, you'll understand that the seal is broken. Huang said, if that's the case, how did so many monsters escape from inside? AI said, I don't know about this. We will observe further when we break the seal. Huang nodded and said, we will have to trouble Mr. AI to break the seal. Let's find the entrance of the seal first. A monster behind him said, the humans are really strange. Are they so afraid of death that not a single one of them escaped? Another monster sneered and said, Your Majesty, you are here personally. No wonder they escaped. It would be strange if they didn't. The monster snorted and said, Don't talk nonsense. If the humans were so easy to deal with, we would have broken the seal long ago and saved our people. Something must be wrong. We must not be careless. Desolation said, Soul is right. Everyone, be careful. The sacred realm is much stronger than us. We can't underestimate them. The other demon said with hatred, it's a pity that we can't unite. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived in the illusory realm of stars and moons. If all the tribes united, we could dominate the whole realm of heaven martial arts, let alone the Tianwu continent. All the demons' faces darkened, as if something had touched their hearts. Some of them even looked at him with reproach. That demon was startled. He covered his mouth and didn't dare to speak again. Desolation said slowly, as long as you unite with me, we will be invincible. We will follow your Majesty with our lives. All the demons shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Even the birds and beasts roared along with them. Demonic energy surged out, filling the entire space. AI frowned and said, Everyone, withdraw your demonic energy. I will check the seal of the Five Clouds Mountain to see where the demonic energy is leaking. It must be a weak spot. His divine awareness spread out from his body. It was like a rainbow, shining and illuminating the whole space. It reflected the red light of the Five Clouds Mountain. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled violently. This kind of divine sense light had only been seen in ancient records, and it was something that only a 10th-level arcane god could condense divine sense into divine sense light. Even Yuan Gaohan could not do it. What he saw made him lose his mind. He was shocked. What's going on? AI is a 10th grade arcane god? How can he become a god in this world? Countless questions appeared in his mind, but none of them could be answered. The divine awareness light was like the moon in the water, shining on the earth. It kept spreading. Li Yunxiao was on guard. He wasn't sure he could hide under the divine awareness light. After all, it was a move that only a 10th grade arcane god could use. If his whereabouts were to be exposed, he planned to escape at the first possible moment. It was not that he was afraid of the monster race, but he had already confirmed that the monster race's goal was the same as his, so he could not be bothered to fight with them. Saving Luo Yunsheng was the most important thing. After the spiritual sense light spread out for a few thousand feet, it stopped 20 or 30 feet away from Li Yunxiao. AI's gaze shifted as he looked into the void. He sighed and said, Is that lordly? Come out. Everyone's gaze turned towards that direction in unison. Under the light of the divine sense, the space shook slightly and a figure appeared. Li Yunxiao looked over. It was Li, whom he had not seen for a long time after the battle at Scarlet Moon City. Not only had his injuries healed, but he had also advanced to the next level. As soon as Li appeared, he was immediately locked onto by countless divine senses. They were all brimming with killing intent, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Divine sense light? You have stepped into the immortal realm? Li was also incomparably shocked. He stared at AI in a daze, not daring to believe it at all. AI smiled faintly and said, I'm still half a step away. My divine sense can only spread out 7,000 feet. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one to discover it. 7,000 zhang of divine sense light. Even so, Li was still extremely shocked. His expression was a bit sluggish. Huang's expression was a bit ugly and solemn. He said, since you are here, then the others should be here too, right? Since you are all here, then all of you should come out. My monster race has always done things in an open and aboveboard manner. Why is there a need to hide? Li said helplessly, I am not hiding. I originally wanted to leave, but you all came too quickly, so I didn't have the chance to. Huang snorted and said, in that case, Lord Shang escaped? Escaped? It seems like Lord Huang is not well educated and chose the wrong words. Li's expression was indifferent as he calmly said, Lord Shang is compassionate and does not wish for an intense conflict to occur within our race. That is why he left early. Humph. Huang said mockingly, but he is clearly the source of conflict. If he was truly so righteous, he would not have allowed the monster race to split apart. Li said unhurriedly, the emperor of 10,000 monsters, those who are capable can occupy it. Who asked Lord Shang to be more capable than you? I hope Lord Huang can be reasonable and adapt to the circumstances. How dare you? Sol angrily rebuked, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Huang's face became gloomy. His eyes flickered with a cold glint. He was clearly filled with killing intent. He sneered and said, Lord Li, are you saying that I am unable to adapt to the circumstances? Li solemnly said, that is correct. If his lordship is sensible, he should abdicate and give up his position. Then, his lordship will surely lead the monster clan to the apex. It's just like what he said a moment ago. Not only the heavenly martial arts realm, but even the whole heavenly martial continent will respect the monster clan. The great priest also saw this, so he disregarded everything and followed Lord Shang. Hee, that old fool. Huang sneered and said, also, how many of the 8 monster clans that followed that old fool are still alive? The battle in the Red Moon City made our race lose face. Why didn't they all die? Now, they still have the face to ask me to abdicate? Cough, Your Majesty, it is a bit too much to say that to me. A coughing sound came from afar. The great priest's incarnation appeared. He looked extremely old and held a walking stick in his hand as he walked over. When Aie saw him, he saluted from afar and said, Great priest. Apart from him, although the other monster clans were somewhat moved, they stood still and looked at him coldly. Many of them looked pained, as if they couldn't forgive him for his betrayal. Huang clasped his hands behind his back and clenched his fists. Obviously, he was greatly shaken. He said coldly, Great priest, do you still recognize me as your emperor? The great priest saluted and said, as long as your majesty hasn't abdicated, you are still our emperor. Desolation said coldly, Great priest, your betrayal is what grieves this emperor the most. The great priest sighed and said, it is difficult to go against the will of heaven. I am just doing my duty as a great priest. Please forgive me. Huang said, although your betrayal caused the monster race to suffer great losses and caused a split that is still expanding, as long as you come back, I will let bygones be bygones. You will still be my great priest. The great priest said, the way of heaven is constant, and it cannot be changed by human beings. The times are advancing. Not only can I not go back, but the monster race cannot go back either. Nonsense. Even if the times are advancing, it is because I am leading the monster race forward. Huang's face darkened, and he said sternly, Great priest, I will give you one last chance. The great priest said, my choice is the choice of the times. It cannot be changed. Even if my blood is used as a sacrifice for the beginning of this era, I will be more than happy to do so. Then go to hell. Huang's patience was finally worn out. He raised his hand, and a vast power surged in his palm. AI hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your Majesty, don't be anxious." He turned to the Great Priest and said, "Great Priest, you are here for the matter of 5 Cloud Mountain, right? Do you have the key?" The Great Priest glanced at him and said, "I have already destroyed the key. Everyone, please go back." AI's expression was not too good. He said, "I have no intention of interfering in the battle between Mr. Xiang and His Majesty, but 5 Cloud Mountain has trapped my people for thousands of years. Great Priest, you actually destroyed the key. This is really inexcusable." The demons around the war chariot were also filled with righteous indignation. Previously, they still had some feelings for the Great Priest, but now, they all had evil expressions on their faces. The Great Priest said, if His Majesty wanted to break the seal, he would have done it decades ago. However, there has been no movement. Yet, he chose to break the seal at this time to save our people. His intentions are clear. The demons were all shocked, and their expressions were uncertain. They stole glances at Huang, and they all began to ponder. Huang snorted and said, "Nonsense. This emperor has always put in a lot of effort to save our people, and only now do I have the chance. If it weren't for you traitors stirring up trouble, I'm afraid the seal here would have been broken by me long ago." The Great Priest said, "I have asked many times to break the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain, but why was His Majesty rejected every time?" Huang's expression sank, and he shouted, "Great Priest, aren't you too sinister? You actually tried to sow discord at this time? But who would believe a traitor like you?" The Great Priest's expression did not change, and he said, "Let's not talk about what happened back then. It is naturally necessary to let our people out, but the time is not right. They can't come out now." Huang sneered and said, "Then when can they come out?" The Great Priest said, "When the demon race is united, and there are no more major differences. Otherwise, it is already chaotic enough now. If more people come out, who knows how chaotic it will be." "What a joke." Huang said coldly, "You traitors are the source of chaos, and you still have the face to say it. Today, I will definitely break the seal. If Great Priest and Mr. Xiang are unhappy, you can come and stop me." A domineering aura spread out from his body, intimidating all directions. That aura of disdain made even the distant Xianxia's heart palpitate. The Great Priest's expression changed slightly, as if he was unwilling to face Huang's sharpness. He retreated to the side and said, "Your Majesty, please consider the greater picture of our race." "Impudent!" Huang said angrily, "You still dare to speak nonsense here. Today, this emperor will not only break the seal, but also kill all of you traitors. You no longer have a chance, Great Priest." The monstrous killing intent directly condensed into a ghostly figure in the air, grabbing towards the Great Priest. The Great Priest's face was ashen, and he took a few steps back. His hands formed seals, blasting towards the killing intent as he shouted, "Your Majesty, if you want to break the seal, it is nothing more than chasing the waves to drive the tiger away. But is Your Majesty so sure that the Ash Demon race in 5 Cloud Mountain will help you? You have to know that the Ash Demon race is not weaker than Your Majesty. How can one mountain contain 2 tigers, let alone 3 tigers?" Huang said coldly, "Great Priest doesn't need to worry about that. Moreover, breaking the seal is the dying wish of the past demon emperors. This emperor is only doing this for the good of our race. I have no selfish motives at all. As for chasing the waves to drive the tiger away, it is even more of a joke. Who is the wolf and who is the tiger? If you have the ability, let Shang come out and we will see." The killing intent was dispersed by the Great Priest's palm, turning into smoke in the air. Huang laughed coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire body flashed, and he disappeared from the side of the war chariot, directly attacking Great Priest. Desolation's punch caused the space to tremble, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The laws of the 4 directions surged over from all directions, squeezing towards the center. Xi was trapped inside and couldn't escape. He used all sorts of movement techniques, but he couldn't break free from the punch. Suddenly, a ray of light silently appeared at the center of the punch, wrapping around Xi's body. He disappeared in a flash, reappearing hundreds of meters away in the next moment. Bang! Desolation's punch missed and smashed a hole in the sky. Astral wind surged inside, and an incomparably powerful suction force appeared, tearing at the surroundings. Mr. AI, what is the meaning of this? Desolation's expression became unsightly, and he turned to stare at AI. AI said, the great shaman is a teacher and a friend to me. I don't want him to die because of your struggle for the throne. It will be a great loss to my race. Desolation said angrily, allowing these traitors to cause chaos is the true loss. Mr. AI, please distinguish right from wrong. AI frowned, appearing to be in a difficult position. Desolation said, you've already saved him once, and that is extremely benevolent. This emperor has always respected Mr. If Mr. insists on opposing this emperor, will you be worthy of this emperor's sincerity towards Mr.? AI let out a long sigh, turned around, and walked back into the war chariot, indicating that he didn't care anymore. Desolation said, thank you, Mr. Without AI's obstruction, Desolation walked towards C and said coldly, the great shaman really worries for my race. However, the choice of the era isn't up to the great shaman's wishful thinking. The great shaman can rest in peace. C didn't retreat under the powerful pressure, and instead said indifferently, thank you for your concern, your majesty. This old man still wants to have a useful body, and wait for the choice of this era. His body started to emit rays of silver light, turning into countless silver snakes that danced around him. Desolation said mockingly, unfortunately, you won't have the chance. His fingers formed a blade, and he directly slashed down from the sky. Chi. The silver snakes around C were instantly cut into pieces, and cracks also appeared on his body. His entire body exploded in the silver light, turning into thousands of snake shadows that rapidly shuttled through the sky. You only have one chance to live, and you've already missed it. Desolation sneered and looked at the countless silver snakes mockingly. The entire five-cloud mountain was under his control. It was impossible to escape. Those tens of thousands of snakes instantly flew to Li's side, once again condensing into C's figure. Li seemed to have been prepared for this. He formed a hand seal and waited. After Zhu transformed, he used the same hand seal. The two of them combined their four hand seals, and a circular formation light spread out from their bodies. Not good. Huang's expression suddenly changed. He cried out inwardly, and then he tore through the sky and punched out fiercely. Bang! The energy rushed into the silver formation light and immediately shattered it. However, Ci and Li's figures also turned into a faint light and disappeared. Huang was furious. A palm hacked outwards, immediately hacking out endless radiance, shattering the entire sky. However, the two of them were nowhere to be found. Come out! Huang berated, his voice full of anger ringing through the entire mountain peak, echoing through the air. However, there was only silence. There was no response. This entire sky was under the perception of his power. If a passageway was created, it definitely wouldn't be able to escape his eyes and ears. Li Hisai merely used a secret technique to hide himself, making it so that he couldn't detect him. Unless it was AI's divine sense light, but AI already expressed that he wouldn't interfere in their battle, so he naturally wouldn't help Huang either. Humph, great priest, you've really made this emperor look down on you. Trash! Huang angrily berated. He knew that he couldn't use words to provoke them, so he turned around and returned to the war chariot. He shouted, continue forward. Since you clowns don't dare show yourselves, then this emperor will break this seal in front of your faces and see just who the era has chosen. The war chariot continued to rumble through the sky. All of the fiend race people's faces became a bit more serious and decisive. Several thousand zhang outside Five Cloud Mountain, Li Hisai's figure appeared. The four seals slowly separated. The two of them both had heavy expressions. C's face was even more so a bit pale. Countless silver snakes had been cut apart by Huang, injuring his body's true essence. He coughed intensely, coughing out a thick bloody smell. Li said with concern, Great Priest, your body. C waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. This old one is already old. Even if Shang Great One didn't appear, I wouldn't have lived for much longer. I am honored to be able to foresee everyone's future in the last few years of my life. Li frowned. Great Priest, don't speak such tragic words. The future fiend race will still have to rely on you. C chuckled. I can't bear it. As long as I can see Shang Great One unify the fiend race, I will be perfectly satisfied. He put away his smile and gazed into the distance. I hope they won't be found by Huang. Li said, those humans seem to have some secret method that allows them to borrow 5 Cloud Mountains' power to hide themselves. Not even we can find them. I am worried about Mr. AI's divine sense light. Nothing can hide from him. C also said, AI is truly an exceptional genius that only appears once in tens of thousands of years. This is divine light. How did he do it? C's eyes were also filled with shock and admiration. Li said, in the future, the fiend race will definitely enter an unprecedented golden age with Shang Great One and Mr. AI here. Li is looking forward to it. C's eyes also lit up. This old man is also looking forward to it. It's just that the road to a golden age is too bumpy. Li said, any revolution will be accompanied by sacrifices. Right now, I just hope that those humans won't be found so quickly. The longer the seal is delayed, the better. When the people from the divine domain and deity transformation C arrive, Huang and the others won't have it so easy. C nodded. I have already used a secret method to send the news to the divine domain and deity transformation C. They should arrive very soon. The only pity is that this time, the humans will be prepared for breaking the seal. It will be even more difficult for them to break the seal in the future. Li smiled. When Lord Shang unifies the fiend race, with the help of an exceptional genius like Mr. AI, a mere 5 Cloud Mountain seal won't be a problem. C's eyes lit up. He seemed to be thinking about the grand future and couldn't help but smile. Li Yunxiao witnessed their conflict from afar. Through their conversation, he could roughly guess what had happened. It must be Shang's appearance that caused the entire fiend race to split into 2 factions that supported the Fiend Emperor and the Great Shaman. The leaders of the 8 tribes that he met outside Crimson Moon City back then should have supported the Great Shaman. The Fiend Emperor was anxious to break the seal on 5 Cloud Mountain. In addition, from the contents of the Golden Scroll, it was likely that the Fiend Emperor had already negotiated with the Fiend race in 5 Cloud Mountain, which was what C had said. They planned to join forces to deal with Shang. After all, Shang was extremely powerful. In addition, he had refined the armillary sphere and had the help of the Great Shaman within the Fiend race. Even the Fiend Emperor felt threatened. It was only natural for him to take such action. However, he didn't understand why Shang didn't show himself to stop the Fiend Emperor. Other than himself, no one else could be the Fiend Emperor's opponent. Even if the key was destroyed, the Fiend race should have a high chance of breaking the seal by force. Could it be that the Crimson Moon City hadn't recovered from Li Yi's draining of demonic power? Thinking about it, it didn't seem possible. At that time, Li Hessi's injuries were even worse than Shang's. Now, he was still alive and kicking. With Shang's talent and power, he should have recovered long ago. Li Yunxiao couldn't figure out the reason, so he didn't bother to care. He followed the fiend race 1,000 zhang away. As long as the seal was broken, he could save the people. As for the internal strife of the fiend race, of course, the more people died, the better. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. He thought maliciously. The Fiend Emperor's chariot soon stopped 100 zhang away from 5 Cloud Mountain. Desolation said, Mr. AI. AI walked out of the chariot. He raised his hands and flew high into the air. The light of his divine sense flowed around his body. He quietly sensed the demonic aura on the mountain. Because desolation attacked Hessi, the demonic aura in the entire space was surging. That tiny demonic aura became difficult to detect. Time passed slowly. Desolation was calm. There was no expression on his face. Instead, the fiends behind him became restless. After a while, AI retracted his hands. He stared at the mountain and said, there are a total of 372 cracks in the seal. Among them, there are 3 that can allow low-level fiend beasts to enter. However, they are all very unstable. 372 cracks? Desolation was stunned. He said, such a large area of cracks. Is the seal still useful? AI said, it is indeed a little strange. However, my previous speculation is not wrong. The suppressive force here is the boundless power of the earth. I don't understand why the seal would be broken. However, even with such heavy losses, the seal can still be unbreakable. Desolation said, what are the chances of breaking the seal by force? AI said, unless we directly shatter this profound artifact of 5 Cloud Mountain. However, this thing is a mutated Earth origin source. The chances of breaking the seal by force are extremely low. Desolation's face was filled with killing intent. He snorted and said, even if the chances are extremely low, we have to try. There is no other way. AI pondered for a while and said, although it is more difficult than expected, it might not be impossible. Moreover, I also discovered something. There seems to be someone hiding in the seal. Hiding someone? Desolation was stunned. He said, who? In the distance, C and Lee's expressions changed slightly. They knew that the situation was not good. C said seriously, no wonder we couldn't find any traces of them. So they were hiding inside the seal. It must be an interlayer space. We are in trouble now. If they obtain the key. Lee said, Great Priest, don't panic. Let's wait and see. Li Yunxiao also guessed that 100 victories and the others were hiding inside the seal. AI said, I don't know. However, looking at their hiding methods, they should be very familiar with this seal. They are most likely people from Thousand Mountain residents. Oh? That is great. Desolation said happily, is there a way to capture them? AI said, although it is difficult, it is not impossible. I will try. Desolation hurriedly said, thank you. AI took a few steps forward and said loudly, those hiding in the seal, please come out. Lord Demon Sovereign is merciful and can give you a way out. All the demons were speechless. So the so-called method was to shout. Who didn't know how to do that? AI continued to shout, this seal seems to be the kind that can attack and defend at the same time. You are controlling it through the key. It seems that the High Priest lied to us about the key being destroyed. Even without the key, I can break the seal. But then, you will not be able to live. The people hiding in the seal were Bai Zhanqing and the others. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. When Bai Zhanqing arrived and handed the jade seal to Fei Qing and Tai Yuan, he encountered the fight between Si and Li. Unable to defeat them, he hurriedly opened a gap in the seal and hid inside. Originally, they thought that everything was fine. They did not expect that the demon sovereign would come in person. The terrifying aura could be felt even through the seal. They were all miserable. Bai Zhanqing said in a low voice, Lords, what should we do now? Fei Qing and Tai Yuan frowned and complained inwardly. Their goal was the same as the demon sovereign. Naturally, they did not want to fight to the death and die for nothing. However, they couldn't do something like handing over the key. Otherwise, they would be criticized by others, and they wouldn't be able to survive in the future unless they killed 100 victories and the others. But even if they killed them, there were people from the demon clan as witnesses, and sooner or later the news would spread. Bai Zhanqing's eyes flickered. He saw through the thoughts of the two and couldn't help but feel proud. Li Yunxiao told him their goal, but he did not point it out. The two thought that he did not know that they wanted to set up a prostitute and a memorial arch. Cough. Fei Qing said, this jade seal is the token of the Thousand Mountain Manor's patriarch. Although it is handed to us for safekeeping, it should be controlled by the Thousand Mountain Manor's patriarch. He took out the jade seal and was about to force it into Bai Zhanqing's hand. Bai Zhanqing cursed inwardly. This was forcing him to step forward and hand over the jade seal. Then, all the blame would be piled on his head. Of course, he was unwilling. He hurriedly dodged and said, absolutely not. The two lords came to the Thousand Mountain Manor to protect the jade seal and not let the demon clan snatch it. Now is the time for the two lords to play their role. If the key is in my hands, I am afraid I will not be able to keep it. Fei Qing was at a loss for words. Elder Sun also said, Sect Master is right, we will wait for the two lords to show their might, hee. The other elders of the Thousand Mountain Mansion sneered as well. They had long hated these two people's arrogance. Now that they saw them cowering and forgetting about the dangers outside, they were overjoyed. Tai Yuan snorted coldly and said, don't play tricks with us. Let's not beat around the bush. If you don't hand over the jade seal, you'll die. The two of us will definitely not accompany you to death, and this jade seal will not be handed over from our hands. Do as you see fit. Seeing that he couldn't bluff, he decided to use force. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air and pulled Elder Sun over, forcefully stuffing the jade seal into his hand. Elder Sun's complexion suddenly changed, but the two of them had powerful auras, so he couldn't push them back. He could only stare at Baijan in a daze. Baijan muttered, "This seal cannot be handed over to us. This is really troublesome. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have given it to the fiend race's high priest." At this moment, Ai's shout came again, giving them time to leave. Otherwise, they would attack the seal forcefully and die. Fei Cheng's complexion changed slightly, and he said, "Hurry up and leave. Hand over the jade seal, and we'll pretend we didn't see anything. We won't pursue this matter." Baijan's complexion changed several times. He looked behind him, and his gaze fell on the weakest elder, who only had the strength of 4-star Emperor Wu. That elder's complexion changed drastically, and he took a step back in shock. Baijan sighed, walked forward, and said, "Elder Su, this jade seal has been passed down from generation to generation in the Thousand Mountain Mansion. It's related to the fiend race's seal on Mount 5 Cloud. It's extremely important, and we can't lose it. Now that the war is urgent, we can't guarantee that we can leave alive. This sect leader will now hand this jade seal to you for safekeeping." Elder Su's complexion was even uglier than a pig's liver. He received the jade seal with trembling hands, and said shakily, "Sect leader, you want me to become a sinner for all eternity, to be despised by the world?" Baijan said seriously, "Elder Su, what do you mean? I don't understand. Does everyone understand? I don't understand. The other elders also shook their heads and turned their faces away, embarrassed to look at Elder Su's pleading and tearless eyes. He was the weakest here, and Elder Su also knew that he had to take the blame for this, and he couldn't escape. He immediately made up his mind and said, "Okay. I'll definitely protect this seal with my life. However, my strength is low, and I hope that sect leader can give me some 9-color exquisite pills to increase my strength." After suffering such a big loss, he had to get some benefits no matter what. Baijan heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "It's only right." He took out a jade bottle and gave it to Elder Su, then took out many good things and gave them to him as a kind of compensation. Only then did Elder Su feel a little better. Fei Cheng sneered and said, "What a waste of time. The time limit is almost up. Quickly open the seal and get out." Baijan quickly made hand signs with both hands, and runes flew out of the jade seal, forming a formation in the air, and flew into the surroundings. A passage immediately appeared under their feet. The group stepped into the passage, and directly appeared in front of the monsters. Several extremely powerful divine senses and pressure instantly crushed down from the air, locking them in place. It was as if they were wearing a pair of handcuffs and shackles, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they didn't dare to move or even make a sound. Desolation sneered and said, "At least you know what's good for you. Where's the key?" Baijan and the others didn't say anything, and they all looked at Elder Su in unison. The monsters also looked over together. Elder Su immediately felt as if there was a knife on his back, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was pale. Desolation reached out and said, "Give it to me." Elder Su trembled and said, "If we hand over the jade seal, will you let us go?" Desolation laughed and nodded, saying, "You ants will dirty your hands by killing them. Since Mr. AI has already spoken, this emperor will naturally keep his word." Elder Su couldn't care any more, and he hurriedly took out the jade seal and handed it over with both hands. Fei Cheng snorted coldly, pretending to be angry, and said lightly, "Elder Su, your Thousand Mountain residence is actually so spineless." The people of Thousand Mountain residents also hurriedly glared at Elder Su, wanting to cut off their relationship with him. Baijan let out a long sigh and said, "Elder Su, you really disappoint me." Elder Su lowered his head, and a look of resentment flashed in his eyes as he snorted. This black pot was really aggrieving. When this matter was over, he would have to change his appearance. Li Yunxiao watched coldly from afar, his arms crossed in front of his chest, his right hand constantly stroking his chin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. Elder Su's strength was the lowest, and he knew the reason with one look. This was also something that couldn't be helped. The strong were respected, and who asked him to be the weakest? Ha ha ha. Desolation took the jade seal and laughed loudly. His gaze swept over Fei Qing and the others, and he said in a fierce voice, "These few look very unyielding, huh?" Fei Qing and the others immediately felt waves of killing intent, and they hurriedly retreated in fear. An elder said in shock, "You can't kill us, didn't we already hand over the jade seal?" "One must keep one's word." "Humph, the one who handed over the jade seal is this lackey, what does it have to do with you lackeys?" Desolation sneered, and his killing intent did not diminish as he pointed at Elder Su and said. The fiend race behind him all roared with laughter, looking at them as if they were toys. Only Aie frowned, as if he was rather unhappy. Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded, and after a short moment of shock, Elder Su couldn't help but laugh loudly, and said, "Haha, who asked you to act so pretentiously, now you reap what you sow." Ha ha ha. A kind of pleasure of revenge involuntarily arose, and it was indescribably comfortable and happy. Tai Yuan roared angrily, and shouted, "You traitor, shut up." He punched through the air, and with a pung sound, the space exploded. Elder Su only had the strength of a 4-star Emperor Wu, how could he dodge a punch from the peak of the martial path, and was instantly smashed into pieces. Ah? This lackey's extreme joy turns to sorrow, ha ha ha. Desolation couldn't help but laugh out loud, and he held the jade seal in his hand, looking ferocious. It seemed like he was going to kill them all. Fei Qing's face was ashen, and he said angrily, "You go back on your word, and you call yourself the Fiend Race Emperor. No wonder the Fiend Race has declined for thousands of years." Desolation's laughter stopped, and an evil expression appeared on his face. Fei Qing's words had hit his sore spot, and ever since Xiang appeared, more and more people started to doubt him, and more people started to betray him. "How dare you talk about me?" He was extremely angry, and he clenched his fist, and a terrifying fist force surged in his hand. Fei Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they felt the threat of death, and they kept backing away, on guard. Aie said, "My Majesty, the key has to be unlocked by these people." Desolation then put down his fist, and said coldly, "Who is the owner of the key? Come out, and you can live." Baijan hurriedly said, "It is me, I am the Thousand Mountain House Master, and I have always been in charge of the key." Tai Yuan turned around, and said angrily, "You traitor, die." He punched out, not because he was angry that Tai Yuan was a traitor, but because Tai Yuan had a chance to live, and he didn't. Baijan snorted coldly, and his hands clenched in the air, and with a bright light, he formed a seal in front of him, and suddenly struck down. Boom! A huge force blasted out, and Baijan was at a slight disadvantage, and he retreated a few hundred steps, dispersing the impact, and became extremely vigilant. Tai Yuan still wanted to attack, but he was suppressed by an extremely strong fiend power, and he immediately came to his senses, not daring to move in the air. Desolation stared at Baijan, and said, "Do you know how to use this key to open the seal?" Baijan said, "No, the method to open the seal is left in the sanctuary, but I know the many changes of the key." Desolation said, "That's fine, hand over the many changes, and you can live." Baijan said, "I still have a presumptuous request, other than these 2 lords from the sanctuary, the rest are my 1,000 Mountain House elders, and I hope Lord Fiend Emperor can let them go." Fei Qing was shocked, and said angrily, "Baijan, you." Desolation frowned, "If so many of you want to live, won't I be at a disadvantage?" Baijan hurriedly said, "The 1,000 Mountain House is just a small sect, and they pose no threat to the fiend race. It was the sanctuary's request to guard the 5-Cloud Mountain all these years. Lord Fiend King has no need to make things difficult for us." Desolation nodded, "All right, as long as you can help me open this seal, I will spare your lives." Baijan was overjoyed, "Thank you, Lord Fiend King, I will do my best." Tai Yuan roared, "You traitor of the human race, you will die a horrible death." Baijan coldly retreated to the side, snorting lightly. Desolation looked at the 2 and mocked, "The 2 of you seem to have a backbone, and you are from the sanctuary." Fei Qing wiped his cold sweat, "Lord Fiend King is so powerful, there is no need for you to take us seriously, right?" Tai Yuan also hurriedly said, "That's right, that's right. My lord, please spare us 2 small fries." Everyone's face darkened, their eyes filled with disdain. As a 9-star peak Emperor Wu powerhouse, he dared to call himself a minion. In this world, only these two people could do such a thing. The people of the Thousand Mountain House cursed inwardly. Even Huang himself was stunned, saying in shock, weren't the two of you quite unyielding? Fei Qing said, of course I have a bit of backbone, but a wise man submits to circumstances. We must keep up with the times to walk the righteous path. Stubbornness will only lead to our own destruction. Desolation scratched his head. Although your words are reasonable, I really can't think of a reason to let you go. Just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Desolation instantly appeared in front of Tai Yuan and reached out to grab his neck. Tai Yuan was greatly shocked. He immediately wanted to turn around and escape, but his body was already unable to move. He could only watch as the big hand reached out and touched his throat. After that, he felt a great pain, and then he completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of the bystanders, Tai Yuan's neck was broken, and his entire head drooped backwards. A 9-star peak Emperor Wu powerhouse was easily squashed to death like an ant. Bang! The elders of the Thousand Mountain Mansion sucked in a cold breath, and their faces turned pale with fright. Fei Qing was also trembling violently. He even forgot to escape as he stood trembling in the sky and repeatedly said, "Spare me, Sir Demon King, please spare me." Huang shook his head and said, "This emperor never keeps trash." Fei Qing wailed, "I have some strength, and I'm willing to serve you. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." Huang mocked, "I don't need you to go through water and tread on fire, I just need you to die for me." Fei Qing felt his body stiffen as a sense of impending death spread through his heart. A look of despair appeared on his face and he could not even make a sound. Just when he thought he was going to die for sure, a streak of starlight suddenly appeared in the sky. It streaked across the sky, dragging a long tail behind it as it flew down. Desolation's eyes narrowed. His outstretched hand was about to rip the space apart, but he stopped in the end and stared at the incoming starlight. In the distance, Xianxia was startled and thought to himself, "Not good, why is he here? Is he going to ruin my plans?" Inside the meteor was an arrow, and it carried an unparalleled power. It was like a falling meteor, shooting towards Huang. Someone from the sacred region? Good. Huang grabbed with his 5 fingers and directly used the power of his physical body to attack the arrow. Boom! The entire arrow exploded in the air, shattering into a large expanse of flames that burned hundreds of feet into the sky. Fei Qing escaped death, and his face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and fled in the direction of the person who came. Under the burning flames, a figure appeared faintly in the sky. Cloud sleeves with black patterns, and the star-shattering bow in his hand. It was Xianxia, and he said leisurely, "Yo, it really is the Demon King himself. You scared this baby to death." The space beside Xianxia kept spinning and turned into a spiral shape. Slowly, a person appeared. He was dressed in gray, and his hair was white. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. Li Yunxiao also recognized this person. He was an elder of the deity Sea realm, and he cultivated both martial arts and martial arts. His name was Jinyu. The appearance of the two people made the people of the demon race vigilant, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Huang said seriously, "Sacred region?" Tisk. Xianxia sneered disdainfully and said, "Isn't one dead and one injured from the sacred region?" In the distance, Fei Qing's old face turned red, but he was still happy in his heart. No matter what, he had saved his life. He hurriedly flew over and said, "Greetings, Lord Xianxia, Lord Jinyu. Thank you for saving me." AI said, "So it's the titled Emperor Wu. The two of you should be from the deity Sea realm. Why did the deity Sea realm also rush over?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at him and said, "You think I wanted to come? After receiving the secret technique of your high priest, the deity Sea realm sent the two of us here without any explanation. I didn't expect it to be true. TSK, it seems like your demon race isn't an iron bucket. Damn temple." Huang was furious. He turned around and stared at the two figures thousands of meters away. After Li Hesi appeared, he had already sensed them. However, they were too far away, and he wasn't confident that he could keep the two of them, so he had ignored them. Xi smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, lords. I didn't expect the experts of the deity Sea realm to arrive first." Xianxia smiled and said, "Really? Didn't the people of the sacred region arrive long ago?" TSK. Feiqing directly pretended not to hear and stood behind Xianxia and Jinyu, turning a deaf ear. Li Yunxiao secretly calculated in his heart. If Xianxia and Jinyu joined hands with Xi, it would be troublesome. Even the demon emperor might not be able to deal with them. As for the people of the sacred region, since no one had come yet, they most likely wouldn't come. He had to think of a way to delay Xianxia and Jinyu. Although his relationship with them wasn't shallow, it was still related to the important matter of 5 Cloud Mountain seal. The two might not rely on him. Xianhua's expression suddenly changed. He stared at AI for a while and said in surprise, "I recognize you. You're Mr. AI. AI smiled and said, "Lord Silvermoon, long time no see. How have you been?" Xianxia said, "It's really been a long time. Mr. AI's achievements have probably far surpassed those of the past. I'm afraid no one in the world is your match anymore." AI Qianquan said, "There are many capable people in the world. Lord Silvermoon, you flatter me." Xianxia said, "All the lords of the deity Sea realm miss you very much. Why don't you come with me to the deity Sea realm? Don't worry about breaking the seal." AI said, "I haven't walked around the continent for a long time. I miss the glory of the deity Sea realm. When this matter is over, I will pay you a visit." Xianxia was overjoyed and said, "Haha, that's great. I really hope you can show off your godly skills again and humiliate those arrogant old men." AI smiled and didn't say anything. Xianxia said, "Lord Demon Emperor, I originally couldn't be bothered with the matter of the 5 Cloud Mountain seal, but since I'm here, I naturally can't return empty-handed. You guys should leave. Everyone should disperse early and save yourself some trouble." Desolate said coldly, "You think you can leave just because you say so? Do you really think you're someone important?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Otherwise?" Desolate said, "Since you dare to interfere, then go die." He ordered and shouted, "I'll kill Silvermoon. You guys quickly kill the other person. Mr. AI, I'll leave the matter of the seal to you." After he finished speaking, he dashed out so quickly that it was almost as if he had teleported. Xianhua's expression changed greatly. He immediately held the star-shattering bow horizontally in front of him. Before he could even catch the other party's movements, a vast fist force smashed onto the bow. The bowstring instantly broke and turned into the shape of a blade, almost deforming from the pressure. Bam! Xianxia was sent flying, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked and said, "Peak perfection?" He didn't have time to think too much. Desolate's figure flashed beside him again, and he hurriedly flew back in shock. However, an extremely powerful force bombarded him again. He was shocked and furious, completely losing his composure. With a flash of his blade, he slashed forward. Bam! The huge force shook the blade. Xianxia felt the space between his thumb and index finger crack, and the star-shattering saber almost flew out of his hand. Jinyu was also shocked. He directly teleported over, formed a seal with his hands, and fiercely slapped at the phantom. Boom! Even with the two of them working together, they still couldn't defeat Desolate and were directly sent flying. Jinyu also couldn't help but cry out in shock, "How can he be so strong? Has he reached the peak?" Xianxia said bitterly, "Who knows? Let's go." The two of them were clean and efficient. After saying a word, they turned around and fled. Ah? Everyone was stunned. This was too ungentlemanly, wasn't it? Feiqing was also shocked. "Sirs, you can't leave. This 5 Sunset Mountain seal," Xianhua's voice came from afar. "You can't even protect your own life, so why care about the seal? Go F** King Seal." Everyone. The two of them didn't actually flee. Instead, they stopped far away and watched from a distance, just like Xi and Li. Desolate didn't chase after them. Instead, he swept a glance at the few people in the space, snorted, and said, "Mr. AI, let's begin. This emperor is personally guarding this place, so don't worry about anyone disturbing us." AI nodded, took the jade seal, and said to Bai Zhanqing, teach me the method to activate and transform this seal. Bai Zhangqing's expression was very ugly. He was a traitor in front of the people of the Holy Region and the deity Transformation Sea. But who asked the people of the two holy lands to be unable to do anything to the other? So what good method could he have? He immediately explained the method to control the jade seal in detail without holding back. Xi's expression started to turn ugly. He said from afar, "Lord Xianxia, is there no way to stop it?" Xianxia adjusted the essence energy in his body, then glared and said, "Who knew that the demon emperor was so strong? When you sent the message, you didn't write it clearly either. Also, why did the Holy Region send these two dregs? What use can they be? I can't handle this matter. I don't want to die in vain." Zhen Yu was silent at the side. Then, his hands rapidly formed seals. Large amounts of black light surged from his body, and runes surged. Li Yunxiao, who was hiding in the shadows, was suddenly startled. His pupils constricted. That black energy was demonic essence. In his impression, Zhen Yu didn't know demonic arts. Xianxia also frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Zhen Yu said, "Although the strength of the two of us isn't enough for this matter, it is, after all, a serious matter. I have to send a message back to the deity Transformation Sea immediately." Zhen Yu's entire body was quickly engulfed by the surging demonic essence. Even Xianxia, who was relatively close, couldn't see his movements clearly. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, turning into pitch-black demonic eyes that directly saw through Zhen Yu's body. He saw that Zhen Yu's entire body was covered in demonic runes, and in front of him was a millstone-sized black hole with all kinds of runes floating up and down. He muttered an incantation, his hand seals constantly changing, each seal entering the black hole and being swallowed up. After a while, the black hole slowly disappeared, and the demonic qi that filled the sky surged into Zhen Yu's body, returning to normal. Xianxia frowned. "Your demonic arts are becoming more and more strange. If you feel uncomfortable, stop as soon as possible." Zhen Yu's expression was indifferent. "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." In front of 5 Cloud Mountain, a blue light suddenly appeared. The Thousand Mountain Manor's jade seal flew out of Ai's hand and continuously rotated in the air, scattering rings of light. Then, the entire jade seal suddenly increased in size, instantly turning into the size of a building. It spun in front of Flawless Mountain, becoming transparent as light continuously flowed down. At the bottom of the jade seal, a pattern began to gradually appear. Bai Zhangqing was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Even he didn't know that this transformation would occur. He had only imparted the control method to the man in front of him, but the latter could actually see through its mysteries and display such a miraculous transformation. Not good. The key has been activated. Ci was shocked and said to the distance, "Lord Silvermoon, are you humans going to watch the seal break? The most terrifying azure race is sealed in 5 Cloud Mountain. If the azure race comes out, it will definitely plunge the world into misery and suffering." Xianhua's expression was also somewhat gloomy, but he still snorted. "If we don't watch, are we going to become corpses and watch? How strange. We humans aren't in a hurry, so why are you, as the great priest of the monster race, in a hurry? If we are going to attack, I'll have to trouble you two to take the lead. Zhen Yu and I will cover you two from behind." He took out the star-shattering bow, knocked an arrow, and prepared to draw the bow. Ci seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He gritted his teeth and said, "If the 4 of us work together, we should be able to contend against Huang." Xianxia said, "Even if we can contend against the monster emperor, what about the rest of the monster race?" There were still people with tyrannical strength. Even the birds and beasts had rank 9 strength. You can go all out, but with just the few of us, it's really like moths flying into a flame. In any case, I won't go and fight head-on." Zhen Yu said in a low voice, "Now we can only wait. The Shu Garden already knows the situation, so let's wait for them to make a decision." Xianxia said, "If those old men from the Shu Garden are truly determined to gather all the experts in the world with a single call and seal these demons into the 5 Cloud Mountain as well, wouldn't everything be fine?" The temple's face twitched as he heard this, and he snorted angrily. Li suddenly removed the war drum from his waist and slapped it in his hand. With a dong sound, a clear sound spread out, and the sound wave swept across the sky like water. Dong. Dong dong. A strange rhythm reverberated in the sky, becoming more and more rapid. The sound waves stacked on top of each other, pushing toward Five Cloud Mountain. The expressions of all the demons changed slightly. They knew that the other party wanted to make trouble. AI also furrowed his brows. It seemed to have been disturbed. The jade seal seemed to have stopped for a moment, and its speed slowed down. Huang released a snort. Emblem. Yes, Your Majesty. Beside the war chariot, a man in a long green gown responded. He took out a wind instrument that looked like a flute, but wasn't. He placed it by his mouth and began to play it. Immediately, a woo-woo sound rippled out, and strands of green rhythm fluttered like disheveled hair, scattering into the sound of Li's drum. In an instant, all the rhythm was broken, and the unpleasant sound pierced the eardrums. The birds and beasts began to roar and gallop in the sky. Suddenly, the emblem's rhythm changed, and his 10 fingers pressed on the wind instrument rhythmically. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from ancient times, and the countless strands of green hair instantly scattered. The dragon's roar was clear and resonant, spreading throughout the entire space. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they were affected by it. The sound of Li's drum was instantly suppressed. The Jiuli war drum seemed to be completely suppressed by the dragon's roar, and no matter how it was struck, there was no sound at all. AI praised, "Well done. What a good song, dragon roaring in the 9 heavens." As he spoke, he clapped his hands together, and a ray of light shot into the jade seal. The huge seal began to fly, and the strange symbols below danced in the air, full of life. Xianhua's pupils shrank, and he directly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The body of the arrow was grayish-brown like a volcanic rock, and it was engraved with golden characters. The bowstring was pulled to a full moon, and a starry sky phenomenon appeared behind him. Countless streams of light danced over, all converging into the arrow. The resplendent light was like the rising sun. Golden crow chasing the sun. The golden light was like fire, flashing out like a rainbow across the sky, leaving behind a long arrowhead. The phantom of a 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky, and along with the arrow, it struck the jade seal. Sol's heart trembled, and she stared over, saying in shock, "It's a divine arrow made from the feathers of a true 3-legged golden crow." Huang sneered and said, "That Silver Moon Emperor Wu is really willing to go all out." His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the arrow. He stretched out his hand, and a profound weapon that looked like a blade yet wasn't descended. It was a bronze battle axe with the face of a beast carved on it. Boom! Huang grabbed the battle axe with both hands, and fiercely chopped down. The entire sky was instantly split open, and the ferocious force struck the golden crow arrow, instantly exploding it as if the entire sun had exploded. Boom! Dazzling light and flames instantly swallowed Huang, and the aftermath scattered in all directions. Although Xianhua was thousands of feet away, his mind was also shaken. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly scattered. So powerful. He couldn't help but say, his eyes filled with shock. Zhen Yu also said seriously, as expected of the Emperor of 10,000 demons. "Are you all right?" Xianhua shook his head, and said somewhat dispiritedly, "We're quite far away, and it's just some light injuries. As long as he doesn't chase over, it's fine." In the distance, Xianxia was also shocked. The power on Huang's body seemed to be endless, violent, and powerful, just like an ancient desolate beast. However, it seemed that this power couldn't be maintained all the time, as if it had suddenly erupted with a secret technique. Moreover, under Tsutsumi's gaze, he felt that Huang's body seemed a little strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Huang suddenly snorted and turned his head. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint, and he slashed his battle axe into the distance. A crescent of astral energy instantly appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, crushing him like a hot knife through butter. Not good. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Just now, he had used Tsutsumi to peep at the other party, and his whereabouts had been discovered. His figure flashed in the air, and then he quickly retreated, leaving only a faint azure shadow. Boom! The space where he was just standing was instantly crushed to pieces, exploding hundreds of feet in all directions before the aftermath dissipated. That's... Xianhua was shocked, and rubbed his eyes, saying, "Am I seeing things?" The one that flashed by seemed to be Li Yunxiao? Zhengyu was also shocked, saying, the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang? Just now, that person's speed was too fast, and he appeared too suddenly. I couldn't see clearly, but that person is definitely not ordinary. Humph, I didn't expect there to be so many grasshoppers hiding in the surroundings. Huang sneered, and said disdainfully, no matter how many ants there are, how can mayflies shake a tree? You all just hide in the corner, and wait for the great moment to descend. Although Li Yunxiao's speed was fast, he was still caught by Si and Li Hua, and the two were overjoyed. Si hurriedly said, Lord Yunxiao, please show yourself and suppress the seal together. Fuck, it's really him. Xianxia was shocked, and also pleasantly surprised, shouting, since you're here, why don't you show yourself? This isn't like you. Feeling helpless, Li Yunxiao could only show himself, and with a flash, he teleported to Xianhua's side. Haha. Xianhua laughed, saying, I've finally discovered that wherever there's a major event, you'll be there. You deal with this demon sovereign, leave the rest to us. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him, saying, do you think I'm invincible under the heavens? That demon sovereign's strength is abnormally terrifying, I'm not his match, he said honestly. Moreover, it was impossible for him to stop the demon race from breaking the seal, but he couldn't say this out loud. Si hurriedly said, doesn't Lord Yunxiao have a sacred artifact in hand? There seems to be a lot of experts inside. Li Yunxiao was displeased, and snorted, saying, you seem to understand me very well, huh? Sorry, my friends have been staying in the sacred artifact for too long, and they've all gone on a tour. Tour? Where did they go on a tour? Xianhua was stunned, and asked in a daze. Li Yunxiao was speechless, and waved his hand, saying, don't ask too much, just watch quietly. The power of the era isn't something we can stop. The demon race has been suppressed for thousands of years, and it can't be suppressed forever. Perhaps today is the choice of the era. Xianhua was stunned once more, and asked suspiciously, why are you so pessimistic? This isn't like you. So what if it's the power of the era? The Gu Feiyang I know is someone who can change the era. Li Yunxiao glanced at him, and said indifferently, unfortunately, I am Li Yunxiao. Xianhua frowned, what? The hell are you doing? Are you really going to watch them open the seal? Li Yunxiao said, you said it before, if I don't watch, am I supposed to become a corpse and watch? Xianhua pointed at him, saying, no, you must have an idea in your heart, right? Quickly tell me. He stepped forward and rubbed. Li Yunxiao slapped his hand away, and vigilantly took a few steps back, saying, I'm not interested in men, stay away from me. Just as they were chattering, the jade seal suddenly emitted an intense blue light in the air, and fiercely pressed down on 5 Sunset Mountain. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention, and their gazes all converged on it. Boom! The huge luster shattered like a piece of jade, shaking in all directions. The entire 5 Sunset Mountain rumbled like thunder, and the earth shook. The entire mountain began to shatter, revealing the 1,000 mountain range in the outside world. Countless streaks of red light shot out from the 5 Cloud Mountain, attacking everyone. Li Yunxiao was ecstatic. This feeling was indeed the rhythm of the earth, the mutated earth origin element that he had dreamed of. Damn it, we've really gone too far this time. The seal has been broken. Xianhua cried out and looked at the 5 Cloud Mountain with a grave expression. It was bright red as if a fire cloud had been set ablaze. Countless runes and all kinds of artifact powers erupted from the mountain. The majestic power of the earth turned into rings of stars that scattered in all directions. Everyone felt insignificant under this mighty power. 100 Victories and the others also fled in horror and flew behind Li Yunxiao's group. This was the only place that was slightly safer. Li Yunxiao's eyes were scarlet. He stared at the mountain with Tsutsumi's power, but there was no joy on his face. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. Some things on the 5 Cloud Mountain had indeed been destroyed. However, it seemed that the spirit formation on the mountain was still intact. It had not been damaged in the slightest. AI also noticed the abnormality immediately and frowned. Desolate said, Mr. AI, how is it? His voice was trembling, and he seemed very excited. AI shook his head and said, there are 2 layers to the 5 Cloud Mountain seal. Just now, we only broke the outer layer. The outer layer? Desolate's excited mood immediately cooled down. The jade seal has also been shattered. What about the inner layer? AI shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Desolate nodded and said, Mr. AI, there's no need to rush. Just take your time to break it. With this emperor's protection, those clowns won't dare to cause trouble. Xianxia suddenly patted Xianxia's shoulder and laughed. Haha, you're really something. You must know that there's an inner layer, so you don't care at all, right? Xianxia was speechless. He slapped his hand away and said, You're so annoying. Don't disturb me from looking at the seal. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. The feeling coming from the 5-cloud mountain was purely the rhythm of the earth. It was exactly the same as what AI had said before. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult to break the seal. In the distance, AI heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, It seems that the choice of the era is still up to Lord Shang. Desolate angrily rebuked from afar, Traitor, shut up. He had also sensed the dense earth energy within the Pentacolor Mountain. Mr. AI, if you can't think of a solution in a short period of time, why don't you allow me to break it with force? It's not impossible to break it with brute force. However, I'm afraid that once the seal is broken, the profound level weapon will be destroyed and the people inside will be annihilated, AI said worriedly. Huang coldly snorted and said, If they can't survive, then they can only blame themselves for being weak. AI frowned. Let's wait a little longer. Let me try first. Huang had already lost his patience, but he still respected AI's opinion and said, Alright, I hope Mr. AI can succeed. AI took a few steps forward, facing the strong earth tool aura, and started to spread his soul consciousness to sense the seal. The entire world became quiet. Everyone was waiting. Suddenly, a speck of golden light appeared in the sky, sprinkling down like raindrops, growing larger and larger. Only then did they realize that it was a golden leaf, swaying in the wind. Everyone present was a powerhouse. The moment the golden light appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and he opened his eyes in shock. He was not unfamiliar with that golden leaf. He had seen it not long ago in the overseas sect competition. It was the flying profound level weapon of Thousand Leaf Island's Fuyao Palace. After the leaf fell a certain distance, it stopped. Huang coldly said, Which blind person has come to court death? A pleasant female voice came from within the golden leaf, saying, I didn't expect the purpose of this trip to be such a big matter. Xianxia also seemed to recognize the origin of the golden leaf, and said in shock, Fuyao Holy Palace? Xianxia nodded and said, This boy should be the current palace master of Fuyao Holy Palace, Wei Shishir. Xianxia asked in a low voice, Senior Sister Xianxia? Xianxia also nodded. Xianxia lightly snorted and said in a low voice, She's most likely not a good person. In my opinion, Xianxia's death is most likely related to her. Xianxia was shocked, and hurriedly said, You have proof? Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't have proof, but based on the ultimate winner, whoever benefits the most is usually the murderer. With Xianxia's death, she became the palace master of Fuyao Holy Palace, so the murderer is most likely her. Xianxia was speechless and said, Everything is about concrete evidence. Put away your imagination. I just find it strange that Wei Shishir would appear here. He was not the only one who found it strange. Everyone else was astonished. A human silhouette slowly appeared on the golden leaf, slowly becoming more and more corporeal. In the end, it condensed into the appearance of an extremely beautiful woman. It was Wei Shishir, whom he had met overseas. She slowly descended and swept her gaze across the crowd. When she saw Xianxia, she seemed rather surprised. Xianxia greeted, Long time no see. Palace Master Shishir, I trust you have been well. Wei Shishir also nodded and said, I didn't expect to see Pijuan and Silver Moon, the two titled Emperor Wu, here. I am truly surprised. What? AI, who had been carefully observing the seal, suddenly trembled when he heard this. His gaze shifted in Xianxia's direction, and instantly locked onto Xianxia. He said in astonishment, Gu Feiyang? Xianxia laughed bitterly and cupped his fists, saying, Mr. AI, long time no see. You are even more elegant than before. If we were to fight again, I would definitely admit defeat. I fear that no one in the world is Mr. AI's match. He spoke with great sincerity. Actually, AI was almost number one in the world back then, and the only ones who could defeat him were Lu Xongzi and Tian Zhaozi. However, the two of them cared about their reputation and did not dare to take part. That was why Gu Feiyang managed to win by cheating. AI was stunned for a good while before he said, taking over the innate fetus? Lord Feiyang is truly talented, to dare to do such a dangerous thing. The people of the world still say that you died in the Tian Shan Mountains. When I heard about this, I was sad for quite a while. Li Yunxiao said, the situation is very complicated, and cannot be explained in a few words. Mr. AI, you should go about your business first. These words stunned everyone, and they all looked at him in confusion. AI was also stunned for a while, then nodded and said, after I break the seal, I will definitely verify it with Lord Pejun. Hey. Li Yunxiao, are you sure? Let him continue? You should call him over for a cup of tea. Xianxia was a little dizzy. Li Yunxiao said, will he come over to drink tea with us at this time? It would be better to wait for him to finish his work. Finished, Xianxia said in shock, you can't really want them to break the seal, right? Li Yunxiao said, we can talk about this later. He said to Wei Shishir, I wonder why Palace Mr. Shishir is here. Wei Shishir sighed and said, I was asked by someone to deliver an item. But I didn't expect it to be like this. I already know what it is. Everyone was confused. Wei Shishir turned to look at Desolate and said, you are the Demon Emperor? Desolate looked at her coldly, and finally said, if you have something to say, say it. Wei Shishir's face reddened, and there was a hint of anger. She flicked her sleeves and said, if not for someone's request, I will leave right now. A golden light shot out from her hand and flew towards Desolate. Desolate grabbed it casually, and it was actually a jade scroll. He frowned and scanned it with his divine sense. His face revealed a stunned expression and he said, who asked you to give this to me? Wei Shishir said coldly, I have no obligation to answer your questions. You better take care of yourself. She returned to the golden leaf in an instant, and all the meridians on the golden leaf appeared, giving off an extremely powerful formation light, and was about to break through the sky. Desolate's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to stop her, but on second thought, he held back. He handed the jade scroll in his hand to AI and said, Mister, please take a look. AI's expression changed, and he said in shock, a method to break the seal? Desolate said, I don't know if it is true or not, but you can use it as a reference. Everyone was shocked, and Xianxia said angrily, Wei Shishir, what is the meaning of this? He immediately drew his bow and loaded an arrow. A fierce aura locked onto the golden leaf, and he was ready to shoot it down at any time. The power of the golden leaf breaking through the air was continuously dispersed by the momentum of the arrow, and it couldn't leave for a long time. Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked, and he didn't understand where Wei Shishir got the method to break the seal. That thing should be in the sanctuary. And Thousand Leaf Island was hidden in the sea, so how could it have anything to do with the sanctuary? Wei Shishir said, Silver Moon Emperor Wu, please calm down. I was only asked to do this. Xianxia sneered and said, Humph, can you explain it by saying you were asked to do this? Who asked you to do this? Say it. Wei Shishir said, forgive me for not being able to comply. Xianxia said in a cold voice, then there's nothing I can do. Don't blame me for not knowing how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. The two of them were at each other's throats, and the situation was on the verge of exploding. The demons also began to discuss in low voices, but they were all happy to watch the show. Desolation also crossed his arms in front of his chest, a cold smile on his face. Li Yunxiao stopped Xianxia and said, don't be impulsive. Xianxia was a little angry, and said, I am not impulsive. I just want to see who is so bold as to do such a thing that would go against the world. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, actually, I also want to know, but with your strength, you can't keep her. Why waste your energy for nothing? If you want to know who is behind the scenes of the sanctuary, there is one more person you can ask. Xianxia said, who? Li Yunxiao's gaze turned to Fei Qing, who was not far away. Fei Qing was shocked, and his face turned pale. Under Li Yunxiao's gaze, it was as if he could read his mind, and he was so shocked that he took several steps back. Oh? You are in cahoots with that woman? Xianxia also looked over, and said coldly. Xinyu frowned and said, no wonder the sanctuary has been quiet all this time. If that's the case, then there's a big problem. Feiqing suddenly shouted, Lord Shirshir, save me. With a bang, he disappeared from where he was, and used his fastest escape technique to run towards Wei Shirshir. One had to know that there were two titled Emperor Wu in front of him. If he was just a step slower, he could die. Li Yunxiao and Xianxia did not make a move, and let him escape to the golden leaf, and let out a long sigh of relief. Feiqing saw Wei Shirshir's doubtful expression, and hurriedly said, I am also under that lord's command, and the reason I was sent here is the same as Palace Mistress Shirshir. Oh? Wei Shirshir was a little doubtful, and said, tell me, who is that lord? Feiqing hurriedly gestured with his palm and then opened it. The light on it flashed and disappeared. Everyone frowned. Even Li Yunxiao couldn't see what was written on it. Wei Shirshir pondered for a moment and said, so it's him. What do you mean? Feiqing was stunned and said in confusion, Palace Lord wasn't invited by that lord? Wei Shirshir said, perhaps. Since it's him, I'll help him this once and keep this secret. Feiqing said, Palace Lord, what do you mean? Wei Shirshir took a step forward and stood right in front of Feiqing. The distance between them was less than an inch. Feiqing only smelled a fragrant scent before he felt an intense pain in his chest. He screamed and said, you. A small golden sword pierced through his chest. There were 3 exquisite blood grooves on the sword and blood gushed out like a fountain. Wei Shirshir said, there are too many experts here. With your strength, you won't be able to keep this secret. I can only choose this simple method. Feiqing's eyes started to glaze over. He wanted to shout with all his might, but his throat wouldn't listen to him. After a moment of discomfort, his consciousness completely dissipated. Xianxia said coldly, do you think we'll let you go after killing him? Xinyu, let's stop him together. The two's consciousness instantly locked onto Wei Shirshir. Xinyu flashed and appeared at the front of the gold leaf warship. Devil Qi surged from his body as he stared at Wei Shirshir. Li Yunxiao frowned and wanted to mediate, but seeing the cold and angry expressions of the two, it seemed to be useless. Wei Shirshir said, if the two of you really have the ability to stop the birth of the 10,000 demons, you should kill the demon emperor and not make things difficult for a woman like me. Xianxia smiled coldly and said, you don't have to provoke me. I admit that I'm a coward, alright? I can't kill the demon emperor, so I can only take it out on you. He was indeed a little resentful. After all, breaking the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain was a matter of great importance. He acted like he didn't care. What could he do if he couldn't beat the other party? However, Wei Shirshir directly offered the method to break the seal, which made him furious. He took out the star-shattering bow and pulled it to its fullest. A silver arrow shot out with a so sound. The instant the arrow tore through the air, Xianxia disappeared from where he stood. Keeping up with the speed of the arrow, he tapped his foot against the ground and rushed towards the warship in front of the arrow. At the same time, seals flew out before Xinyu, and he shouted loudly as he swiftly attacked. A terrifying palm force blasted over. Wei Shirshir's expression was solemn. She leaped up and retreated. She had no intention of contending with the two of them. Her mind raced as she tried to think of a way to escape. At this moment, the silver arrow had also arrived, directly piercing through the golden leaf battleship. Boom! Countless golden lights exploded. Within the golden light, Xianhua's figure flashed, and a blade light slashed towards Wei Shirshir. Everyone watched the three of them fight with different thoughts in their minds. Suddenly, countless golden runes danced in the sky. AI formed seals with both hands and spread them out in the air. Under the sky full of runes, a huge golden rune appeared, matching the shape of the key from before. Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Even Xianxia and the other two stopped fighting and separated several hundred zhang away, quietly watching the illusory jade seal. AI's face also flickered with excitement as he said, "This seal-breaking magical seal is completely correct." As his voice fell, he pushed the seal in his hand forward. The jade seal was like a mountain as it rumbled through the air, smashing towards 5 Cloud Mountain. Huang shouted, "Everyone, retreat." The jade seal emitted the power of heaven and earth. He was afraid that the aftermath would be too strong and affect everyone, so after giving the order, he appeared beside AI in a flash to protect him. The Yao troops began to rapidly retreat. Dozens of birds and beasts also followed, roaring incessantly as they retreated. Boom! The illusory jade seal bombarded the mountain. The multicolored light turned into 9 layers of halos, but they shattered layer by layer. In the end, there was a muffled sound, and the green and red halos disappeared. The entire mountain seemed to have lost its color, and suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain peak, feeling this historic moment. Time passed bit by bit. The entire mountain range was completely silent, and everyone could almost feel their own heartbeats. Huang suddenly said, "What's going on? There's no demonic chi at all, not even a single Yao." AI was also puzzled. Staring at the towering mountain peak, he said doubtfully, "The seal is indeed gone, but why is there no demonic chi?" Even before the seal was broken, there were still traces of demonic chi seeping out, but now it's completely gone. Haha, I understand. The impact just now must have been too great. As 5 Cloud Mountain seal was broken, the Yao inside were all killed. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, "This must be a trump card that Gu Qingqing left behind back then." She was afraid that one day the seal would no longer be able to hold, so the power of the 9 layers of seal was a trump card to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. All the Yao's expressions became abnormally ugly. The scene before them seemed to really be such a possibility. AI shook his head and said, "The energy fluctuation when the seal was broken just now wasn't strong, so it's impossible. But why is there no demonic chi at all? I'm also puzzled. It seems like we have to enter this mountain to find out." Huang was a little worried and asked in a low voice, "Do we go in?" AI said, "Your Majesty need not worry." Back then, no matter how strong Gu Qingqing was, her methods were only at the peak of perfection. After so many years, even if I don't break the seal, with the power of the Grey Yao clan, they will break the seal sooner or later. Even if there are traps in this mountain, it can't stop us. Huang said in a low voice, "All right, this emperor will explore this 5-cloud mountain and see what other tricks it has." All the demons gathered and the war chariot flew across the sky. The demon sovereign and AI returned to the war chariot and headed towards Mount Wuxia. Xianxia and the others looked on, not knowing what to do. Li Yunxia was concerned about Luo Yunsheng and Chu Hongyan's current situation. He cupped his fists and said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave for a while." Then he left in a flash. Wei Shishir had no desire to continue fighting. Her beautiful figure turned in the air and flew into the distance. "Go? Since we're here, let's take things as they come. Everyone, stop." Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky. A cloud spread out in the sky, and a vast power descended on the mountain range. Everyone's heart trembled. They felt as if there was a barrier blocking them, enveloping them inside. A green light flashed in the distance. Li Yunxiao and Wei Shishir, who had just flown away, seemed to be obstructed. They appeared and frowned as they looked up at the sky. Even the Yao clan's chariot suddenly stopped. A dozen figures instantly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Saint Realm. Everyone's heart trembled. They immediately guessed the identity of the newcomers. Countless chariots surged out from the clouds, and on them were cultivators wearing golden armor and holding battle spears. In the center of those chariots, countless black auras gathered and slowly condensed into a figure. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was cold. He was one of the administrators, He Yuhu. The Yao Emperor's expression immediately changed. He stared at the people in front of him and said coldly, "Scram if you don't want to die." When the people in the way sensed the powerful demonic chi, they couldn't help but change their expressions and become extremely vigilant. "I don't want to die, but I don't want to scram either. What should I do?" A green figure appeared in front of the Yao Emperor. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. It was one of the administrators, Wei Qing. He crossed his arms in front of him fearlessly. He stared coldly at the Yao Emperor, and his aura didn't weaken in the slightest. The entire 1,000-mountain range became deathly silent and oppressive. Xianxia suddenly asked curiously, "Isn't your Saint Realm in cahoots with the Yao clan?" He Yuhu said coldly, what kind of joke is Silver Moon Emperor Wu talking about? With 2 deity transformation and sea realm masters here, the seal of 5 Cloud Mountain was actually broken. How disappointing and painful. Xianxia flew into a rage and shouted, Hey Yuhu, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? If it wasn't for your Saint Realm interfering, this seal would be unbreakable. You're a thief crying thief. He Yuhu frowned and said, what did you say? Xianxia said mockingly, haha, pretending? No wonder you chose this time to come out. The seal is broken, and it's too late. I also want to know what your goal is to actually release 10,000 demons out of the mountain. He Yuhu's face was dark as he shouted, don't speak nonsense. I don't understand what you're talking about. Xianxia sneered and said, haha, you don't understand? You've seen Wei Shishir of Thousand Leaf Island's Fuyao Palace, and you still don't understand? He Yuhu raised his head and looked at Wei Shishir in the distance. He said, I also want to know why the master of Fuyao Palace, a reclusive aristocratic family, is here. Wei Shishir said, I was entrusted by someone to come here. Now that it's over, I hope Lord He Yuhu can open an exit and let me leave. He Yuhu said, May I know what Lord Palace Master is here for? This, Wei Shishir pondered for a moment and said, I don't need to explain my matters to you, right? He Yuhu said, there was no need, but the situation is special. I hope Palace Master can cooperate. Cooperate? Didn't she cooperate with you and deliver the method to break the seal? Xianxia sneered. He didn't believe He Yuhu at all and firmly believed that they were putting on an act. What? Everyone in the sanctuary turned pale, all of them shocked and furious. He Yuhu said coldly, is this true? Wei Shishir said, I did deliver an item, but I really don't know what it is. She paused and said, but it really seems to be the method to break the seal. He Yuhu's face was ashen as he said angrily, where did this method come from? Wei Shishir sighed, knowing that she was in big trouble, but she still shook her head and said, forgive me, I can't tell you. Wei Qing also snorted and said, why are you wasting so much time talking to her? Let's put her aside first and deal with her later. Even if she escapes today, we can just go to Thousand Leaf Island and ask for her in the future. Wei Shishir's expression finally changed. She bit her lip, knowing that she had been involved in a huge storm and couldn't calm down. Wei Qing looked at Li Yunxiao again and said coldly, I really see you everywhere. Don't tell me you're here to guard the seal. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, I was at first, but my power is limited. Now that the seal is broken, what do you all want? Kill all the demon clan members? Huang laughed from extreme rage when he heard this, and he said, haha, kill them all? Do you humans know how high the heavens are and how arrogant you are? He Yuhu looked solemnly at Mount Pentecost and said, although the seal on this mountain is broken, there is no aura. Perhaps we can find a way to seal it back. Seal it back? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Is Lord Amaterasu coming? Everyone was shocked. Even the expressions of the demon race changed slightly. Amaterasu's name resounded throughout the world. Not only was he one of the 3 elders who stood above the sacred administrative department, but he was also one of the top refinement masters of the current generation. If he was in charge, it might not be impossible to reseal Mount Pentecost. He Yuhu said bluntly, Master Yuan Gaohan has already opened the passage to the divine capital and invited Lord Amaterasu, but we don't know the result yet. Li Yunxiao thought that it was no wonder there was no news from Yuan Gaohan for so long. He thought something had happened to him, so it turned out that he had gone to the divine capital. He said, if the 3 elders and the 5 administrative officials are all here, I suggest you seal all the monsters here as well. That way, the monsters won't be able to do anything for the next few thousand years. All the demons were enraged. Even Si and Li's faces were filled with fury, viewing Li Yunxiao as their mortal enemy. Desolation said angrily, you want to seal us? Dream on. I will enter Mount Pentecost now, those who stop me will die. He also realized the severity of the situation. If the 3 elders arrived as well, the higher-ups of the monster race might be wiped out in one fell swoop. With a command, the chariot rumbled forward, crushing Wei Qing and the dozen or so sacred realm experts. Wei Qing sneered, those who stop me will die. I want to see who in this world can kill me. He raised his hand, and the picturesque landscape flew out from his palm, forming a strange phenomenon in the air. The scroll continued to expand, like a great wall, trapping all the demon clan members within it. Insignificant tricks, what a joke. Huang raised his hand, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. A nebula immediately swirled around the tip of his fist. The boundless power of the picturesque landscape painting all flew down, sucked into that nebula. It wasn't just the mighty force on the painting. All the monster race experts' expressions changed drastically. They felt the spirit chi in the sky and even the yuan chi in their bodies being sucked away by that punch. They hurriedly circulated their yuan chi to resist. "I'll let you know right now who can kill you," Huang roared out, his voice already changing, full of wildness and savagery, like the roar of a vicious beast. The tearing force on the fist stopped as the rotation of the nebula slowed down. Then, it suddenly blasted out like a volcano eruption, directly shattering the heavens and the earth. Bang! Most of the spirit chi in the picturesque landscape painting had been sucked away, and under the bombardment of this punch, it suddenly collapsed, turning into countless fluorescent dots. What kind of magical power is this? Wei Qing was also shocked, and at the same time, his heart ached. The top-notch profound artifact that had accompanied him for decades had completely dissipated just like that. After the power of that punch shattered the picturesque landscape painting, its momentum did not diminish, and in an instant, it attacked Wei Qing. All obstructions were crushed by the power of this punch. "Retreat!" Wei Qing shouted angrily, understanding that the experts behind him could not resist at all. He grabbed with both hands, and with a large expanse of golden light, he made a simple seal in front of him and slapped out. Boom! A terrifying power exploded, and then those sanctuary experts fled in a hurry. A few of them were touched by the aftershock, and directly fled hundreds of feet away. Wei Qing was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, and he was constantly pushed back by that power, vomiting blood. The shattering of the picturesque landscape painting already injured his mind, and now that he took this punch head-on, his internal organs felt as if they were on fire. The people of the sanctuary were all horrified, their eyes filled with shock. Even the administrator couldn't take a single attack from the other party, so how could he be so powerful? Li was also extremely shocked, saying, "Great priest, Huang is from the heavenly monster race, so what kind of creature is his host, a demonic beast? It is actually so powerful." The heavenly monster race was an extremely peculiar existence in the entire monster race. During the process of cultivation and growth, this race definitely needed to find a host, share life and death with it, and share power with it. That was why the heavenly monster race was also an exceptionally powerful monster race existence. As long as it was a heavenly monster with extremely few conditions, they would choose to find a 9th-ranked demonic beast as a host. This way, they could borrow the power of a 9th-ranked demonic beast to multiply their strength in battle. However, not just anyone could casually host a high-level demonic beast. If their own strength was too trashy, it was extremely likely that they would be devoured by the host, or die from the backlash. Xi's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he held himself back, saying, "I have never seen His Majesty's host, and have only heard a little about it. Right now, in the midst of a battle with the human race, it is not convenient for me to speak of it." The power and divine abilities of a host could also be borrowed. Now that the seal on 5 Sunset Mountain had been opened, there were no more conflicts between Xi and Huang, so they were united against the outside world. Huang blasted apart the barricade with a punch, but Wei Qing was still blocking in front of him. He said coldly, "As expected, you have some skills. You actually didn't die after taking a punch from me. If you still don't move out of the way, then take another punch from me." He raised his fist, and the power of the nebula that could absorb everything appeared again. Wei Qing's face was gloomy, and he wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, saying coldly, "Arrogant." Golden light began to appear between his fingers, rising like a sun, illuminating his body to the point where it was difficult to see. Seeing that they were arguing, Li Yunxiao seized the opportunity to leave, and with a flash, he headed towards the small teleportation house in the land of no return below. Suddenly, a figure descended and blocked in front of him. It was He Yuhu, and he said in a low voice, "At this time, I hope that Lord defeating armies won't act recklessly." Li Yunxiao said, now that Wei Qing's life is at stake, you're not going to save him, and instead you're trying to stop me. Do you want to see him die? He Yuhu said, Lord Wei Qing is one of the few geniuses in the sacred region in the last several thousand years, how can he die so easily? Now that the two races are in conflict, I hope that Lord defeating armies can look at the bigger picture. He spoke very politely. Although he didn't know what Li Yunxiao was going to do, it was most likely not something good. Li Yunxiao was about to speak, but his heart suddenly trembled, and he hurriedly looked towards 5 Sunset Mountain. He Yuhu also sensed the abnormality, and he said in shock, Judgment Blade? A golden light spread out in Wei Qing's hand, and a giant battle blade slowly appeared. Although it was burning hot, it emitted a sharp chill. I said that the person who can kill me hasn't been born in this world yet. Wei Qing's face became sinister and terrifying. Endless baleful aura surged out from the judgment blade, as if a malicious ghost was released from hell, and the surroundings were like azure purgatory. Even Desolation's eyes darkened, and he sensed the abnormality of the battle blade. The so-called judgment blade didn't have a physical body, and it was born from the blood essence of countless powerhouses, as well as resentment. It could be said that it was a powerhouse's tombstone. As soon as the blade appeared, Desolation's aura was instantly suppressed, and his expression became solemn. The blood and baleful aura of a demon emperor, this blade will definitely like it very much. Wei Qing laughed strangely, and his voice was bone-chilling. It seemed to be affected by the judgment blade, and it started to become evil. Desolation said in a low voice, everyone, disperse, and protect Mr. AI. The blade surged with a feeling that made even his heart palpitate. Haha, are you finally afraid? Isn't it too late? I'll use your demon race's blood to increase the power of this blade. World Judgment. Wei Qing held the blade with both hands and slashed down. The blade radiance was completely like the sea of cultivation. Before the terrifying power even reached him, Desolation felt a shiver and his hair stood on end. His burly and powerful body couldn't help but tremble. Fist Glorious Jiutian. Demon Emperor Desolation roared, and his body instantly turned into a demon, returning to his original form. His fist shone with countless starlight as he punched out. He Yuhu was shocked, and he roared, everyone, retreat. Boom. The two forces finally collided, and even the 5-cloud mountain in the distance was engulfed by the aftermath of the collision. The people of the sanctuary were so frightened that they hurriedly put up their defenses. 100 Victories Victory and the elders of the 1,000 mountain residents had already retreated thousands of feet away. At this moment, they even turned around and fled, but many people were still hit by the aftermath and sent flying. The mountain range where the 1,000 mountain residents was located was smashed to pieces by this move, and the terrain that stretched for dozens of miles was completely changed, turning into a scorched ruin. The entire heaven and earth were smashed to pieces, and the setting sun was like blood as far as the eye could see. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying attack, and they couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they were affected by the power of the judgment blade, and they felt that the entire space had become extremely strange, as if they were in hell. Wei Qing and the Demon Emperor still stood facing each other, and neither of them took half a step back, completely withstanding the power of the collision. However, they didn't move at all, as if the impact was too great, and it was impossible to determine the outcome, or even whether they were dead or alive. Just like that, they faced each other coldly. Li Yunxiao looked over and immediately understood that the Demon Emperor had been defeated by this attack. At this moment, Desolation's demonic aura was extremely chaotic, and his injuries were far more serious than Wei Qing's. Ah! Suddenly, he let out a cry, recovering from the shock of that attack. His eyes stared blankly at the mountain range where the 1,000 mountain residents used to be was razed to the ground, and he was completely dumbfounded. The small teleportation house that led to the land of no return was completely destroyed, and the passage was completely closed. His whole body was a little dizzy. If the passageway between two independent spaces was completely severed, then they would be completely separated. It would be extremely difficult to enter the other space unless one had accurate coordinates. However, on second thought, it was difficult to enter the land of no return from the Sky Martial continent, but it was easy to return from the land of no return. After all, whether it was Chu Hongyan or Luo Yunshang, they must have many coordinates of the continent. It was just that he didn't know whether the two of them had escaped from their predicament. Seeing that the passageway was destroyed, frustration was of no use. Li Yunxiao stared coldly at He Yuhu before flying back into the battlefield. At this moment, blood was spurting out of Desolation's body. His wounds instantly expanded and rotted, as if they were corroded by Judgment Blade's azure power and could not be healed. Wei Qing was not much better off. His body was covered in wounds, but there seemed to be golden light flickering in his wounds. His condition was much better than Desolation's. TSK. The Emperor of all Demons? That's all you have? Wei Qing sneered. He waved Judgment Blade in his hand and said, "Can you take another slash from me?" Surging origin energy surged into the blade again. Judgment Blade once again materialized a hell on earth, a sea of azura. Before it slashed, it was already frightening. He Yuhu also revealed a grave expression. Wei Qing had an evil look on his face. His temperament was already greatly affected by Judgment Blade. If he attacked again, he would probably suffer great losses. He shouted, "Wei Qing, return your blade." Wei Qing grinned. "Return my blade? It's rare for me to be so carefree. Let me chop off this demon emperor's head first." World Judgment. With another slash, the world changed color. Desolation was shocked. With his current wounded body, it would be difficult for him to take another slash. However, as the Emperor of all Demons, he could not escape. In his anger, he roared and transformed into his original form, punching out again. Boom! A terrifying phenomenon occurred again. The fear in everyone's heart spread even more. The evil aura was so strong that it almost solidified, turning into evil ghost faces that scattered in all directions. "Your Majesty!" Several demon race powerhouses were shocked and furious. They charged forward against the terrifying shockwaves and supported Desolation, who was retreating step by step. Pfft! Desolation suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He returned to his human form, his face abnormally pale. The ghastly wounds on his body were constantly corroded by the evil aura, and large areas were rotting away. "Your Majesty!" All the demon race powerhouses were in disbelief as they cried out tremblingly. The demon emperor, who had always been treated as a god, was an almost invincible existence in their hearts. However, he was actually injured to this extent by a human's 2 slashes. Even Si and Li couldn't bear to watch any longer. The brothers were standing outside the wall to defend against this insult. Their expressions towards Wei Qing became extremely gloomy. After Wei Qing swung his saber, his body did not move at all. Suddenly, all the acupoints in his body exploded, sending out clouds of blood mist. He continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The Judgment Blade in his hand turned into countless golden specks of light and scattered in the air. He unsteadily took a few steps back. Even someone as strong as him couldn't hold the ruling blade for too long. 2 slashes had already exceeded his limit. Ha 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 ha. Wei Qing was covered in blood, but he was still laughing maniacally. "Is this the Emperor of 10,000 demons? You really disappoint this seat." Huang's face was full of anger and humiliation. He said through clenched teeth, "Go." Now that he was heavily injured, he no longer had the strength to fight against the sanctuary experts. There was no point in staying any longer. "You only know to leave now? It's too difficult." Wei Qing sneered coldly. All the people of the sacred region immediately flew over, surrounding all the fiend race, not even letting Si and Li go. Huang said angrily, "What, you want to catch all of us in one fell swoop?" Wei Qing said, "This seat didn't expect the fiend race to be so weak, unable to withstand a single blow. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you drag out your lives in Star and Moon Illusory Realm until now." AI said coldly, "Your words are too arrogant. If not for our race's internal strife, which caused our strength to weaken, how could we be bullied and humiliated by you all?" Wei Qing said, "Losers always like to find reasons to lose, and victors always step on the bones of losers to advance. Today, you all will be the bones under my feet. Kill them all." A cold aura flashed across his face, and killing intent burst forth. All the fiend race people were furious. They all released their killing intent, and became vigilant. He Yuhu suddenly shouted, "Wait." The people of the sacred region immediately stopped in the air, not knowing who to listen to. He Yuhu saw Wei Qing's displeased expression, and explained, our goal here is to prevent 5 Cloud Mountain's seal from being broken, not to fight a life-and-death battle with the fiend race. Now that the Fiend Emperor has been injured by you, you can let them go, lest the two races are implicated and cause unnecessary conflict. Humph, conflict? Wei Qing sneered. As long as these people die here today, we can form an army to attack the illusory realm of Star and Moon. Even if we can't eliminate them all, the fiend race will not be able to do anything for the next few thousand years. The patriarch was enraged. Wei Qing, what vicious thoughts you have. Even if our race can't fight against you in the next few thousand years, can you guarantee the situation in the next few thousand years? The feud will be passed down from generation to generation, and one day, the fiend race will force you all into a corner. Wei Qing mocked disdainfully, one day? Losers can only comfort themselves with such fantasies. Why should I care about what will happen in the next few thousand years? If the descendants of the human race are so useless, I won't feel pity even if you all kill them one day. This world has always been a survival of the fittest. His words rendered the patriarch speechless. His eyes widened, not knowing how to refute. Even Heiyuhu was stunned. Although he did not want to start a war, nor did he want to cause a conflict between the two races, he did not know how to convince Wei Qing. He could only say, even so, there's no need to kill them all. Wei Qing said unhappily, Heiyuhu, you are indecisive and soft-hearted. I will take charge of today's matter, and you just need to cooperate from the side. Kill. With a domineering order, he made a gesture of killing. Heiyuhu's expression changed abruptly, clearly rather angry. However, Wei Qing was used to being domineering, and if he were to argue with him, it would probably ruin the current situation. He could only snort heavily and say no more. The many experts of the sanctuary immediately charged at the fiend race, their killing intent shaking the heavens. Although the fiend race had fewer people, they were all extremely powerful existences. Coupled with a group of 9th-grade demonic beasts, a large number of deaths and injuries occurred the moment both sides clashed, and they were pushed back in a few blinks of an eye. This was especially so for Ci, who used his extraordinary and saintly strength to kill everyone with ease. Wherever his silver sword passed, blood splattered. Heiyuhu's expression darkened, and he teleported forward, circulating qi in his palms to attack Ci, suppressing him. Only then did his side's defeat come to a halt. Wei Qing looked into the distance and said, Xianxia, Zhenyu, the two of you have also come for the matter of the seal, right? At this moment, I hope that the two of you can also lend a hand, and contribute to our race's 1,000-year grand plan. The two of them raised their brows and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They felt that it was not right to make a move, but it was also not right to not make a move. Xianxia changed the subject and asked, Li Yunxiao, what about you? Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, and said, the lords of the sanctuary are brave and powerful, and possess extraordinary strength. They have already gained the upper hand, so there is no need for me to make a move. If the situation changes, I will naturally not stand by and watch. Yes, that's exactly what you mean. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xianxia giggled, and said, if the situation turns around, we will not stand by and watch. If we rashly join the battle now, it is obviously looking down on the lords. Wei Qing was so angry that he snorted, and glared fiercely at Li Yunxiao. However, the other party still had an expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, which made him even more depressed. He simply turned his face away and ignored him, so as to avoid affecting his temperament and worsening his injuries. He immediately saw 100 Victories and the others watching from afar, and said, Lords of the 1,000 Mountain residents, please do your best. 100 Victories did not dare to follow Li Yunxiao's example, and hurriedly cupped his fists, saying, it is my duty, it is my duty. The people of the 1,000 Mountain residents all braced themselves and rushed into the battle. However, the murderous aura inside was extremely strong, and a few of the slightly weaker elders had just rushed in when they were struck by lightning spat out by a flying beast, and completely exploded into minced meat. Although there were many sanctuary experts, all of them who had come with the demon emperors were the leaders of the various clans, and possessed powerful divine abilities. In just a moment, they had killed so many people that they were terrified, and they kept retreating. Zhenyu also could not stand it anymore, and said, make your move. His figure flashed, and he turned into a cloud of black gas, directly rushing into the battle, and fiercely smashed into the body of an 80 feet tall demonic beast, instantly killing it. Damn it! The demon soul, who was in a killing frenzy, discovered that Jinyu had joined in, and with an angry roar, he teleported, and his sharp claws directly struck the top of Jinyu's head. Jinyu's expression was indifferent, and he said, "You are still not my match." With a flick of his long sleeves, his left hand formed a seal, and he pointed. A black light pierced through the air, piercing the palm of the demon soul, and with a ping sound, it broke through the demonic aura, and directly pierced through the palm. The demon soul sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling the pain, and hurriedly withdrew his palm. Jinyu's figure flashed, and in a flash, he chased after the demon soul, never leaving a distance of 30 feet from it. He quickly formed a seal and struck out. Pung! The demon soul forcefully took on another seal, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. At this moment, a flying beast swooped down from the sky, and its sharp claws clawed at Jinyu. The other great demonic beasts also surrounded him. Jinyu's expression changed, and he knew that he could no longer kill the demon soul. With a muffled groan, he retracted his hand and struck out with his palm, blasting away the flying beast, and then began to fight with the other great demonic beasts. Hiss! Suddenly, a mournful cry rang out. The flying beast that Jinyu had just blasted away had a bloody hole in its body, and it died on the spot, falling from the sky. It was Xianxia. He didn't use a physical arrow, but simply drew the star-shattering bow, condensing his emperor chi into a void arrow. Every time he fired, a demon would explode on the spot. Those demons were all focused on fighting, so how could they have imagined that someone would launch a sneak attack from afar? Moreover, the attacker was a titled Emperor Wu. Damn it! Many demons noticed the situation, and in a fit of anger, they saw two figures soar into the sky, charging towards Xianxia. Pung! Pung! Two explosions rang out, and the two demons were each pierced by a silver arrow, exploding and dying. In just a few breaths of time, Xianxia had killed the most demons. Just as the demons were in shock, a dazzling light suddenly soared into the sky. AI formed a seal with both hands, and countless golden runes flashed before vanishing into the sky. Whoosh! Xianxia shot out another arrow, but he suddenly frowned. The void arrow landed on the barrier, and in a flash, it had actually been teleported 1,000 feet away, shooting off into the distance. This, Xianxia snorted, clearly unconvinced. He took out a solid silver arrow, which flashed with runes, and shot it. Whoosh! The silver arrow shot into the barrier like a shooting star. The barrier immediately revealed its true form and emitted a silver river of light. It circulated in the sky and surrounded the entire battlefield like a moat. The silver arrow flashed within the silver river and disappeared once more, moving several hundred meters away. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He said in a daze, "What a powerful mental force to be able to lay down such a powerful barrier." Li Yunxiao summoned Tsutsumi's eye and stared at the barrier for a while. He said with a grave expression, "Galaxy formation?" AI Jiang looked over and said with a smile, "Lord Pijuan has good eyesight." It was comprehended from the galaxy formation. It can be called the minor galaxy formation. Minor galaxy formation? Interesting. The corners of Li Yunxiao's mouth rose. He formed a hand seal with two fingers and shouted, "Lunarine." A cold crescent light condensed in front of his eyes and fiercely slashed down. The cold moonlight slashed into the Milky Way, causing waves of ripples. The entire Milky Way was like boiling water, tumbling non-stop. But after a few breaths, the crescent light completely melted. The silver river regained its tranquility and gradually disappeared into the void. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said, "What a powerful force. Take another move from me." His hand seals changed, and his pupils turned pitch black. The magatama around Rincon turned into countless snowflakes and the image of a blood moon appeared behind him. Looking at the oriole outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, looking at the clouds outside the peak, it was the 10 directions divine skill heaven imperfection he learned in Crimson Moon City. As his eyes focused, everything turned into nothingness. A vast and surging mental force poured down like an ocean. AI Zhang's expression changed and he said with a bitter smile, "Why is Lord Pijuan making things difficult for me?" He raised both of his hands up high. A symbol flew into the vast heavens, and the small starry river formation immediately appeared. It was incomparably resplendent, and silver light flickered within. It was like a heavenly river, but also like a jade belt in the heavens. It was magnificent. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the Milky Way. Tiank's vast mental energy was like water from the heavens, pouring down and attacking the beautiful jade belt. The entire heavenly river flowed violently, and the sky and earth started to become unstable. The space within 100,000 feet started to twist and distort. Even the battle between the two clans in the minor astral river Grand Formation had almost stopped. They all looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They felt their bodies begin to deform as the space shifted. What's going on? Suddenly, an alarmed cry sounded. A Saint Realm expert was sucked into the Space Force, screaming in pain. Following that, a second, a third, many martial artists were sucked in by the power of the spatial vortex, instantly disappearing from the battlefield. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying 10,000 feet away, but he was not injured. The coordinates of the entire space began to become chaotic, and a wave of teleportation appeared on everyone's bodies. They disappeared, reappeared, and disappeared again. The cycle repeated itself. Some unlucky ones were directly sucked into the small galaxy formation and suffered the impact of two extremely strong psychic forces. Their spiritual base and sea of consciousness instantly exploded, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, they became unconscious fools. F***ck, this is too chaotic. Xianxia exclaimed. Even he could feel the tearing force of the Space Force. He formed a seal with one hand and locked himself in place. Only then was he able to stand as still as a mountain. However, those who were slightly weaker were not so lucky. The sky was filled with people teleporting here and there. They were like ants in a whirlpool, at the mercy of the vast power. AI's expression was also somewhat solemn. He began forming seals with both hands, and with each change, a symbol would vanish at his fingertips. Yuan, Qing, Long, Yi, Zhan. As the seals appeared, the power of space began to stabilize, and a resplendent silver river of light radiated in all directions. Pfft! Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He put down the seals with both hands, and the vision behind him disappeared. He closed his eyes, and his face was as pale as paper. Beads of sweat covered his pale forehead, and his body trembled slightly as he stood in the sky. He had lost in the battle of psychic forces between the two of them. AI drew circles in the air with both hands, and waves of psychic force rippled out. All the previously chaotic coordinates began to recover. Most of the martial practitioners who had just stabilized themselves let out miserable cries as they were sucked into the spatial whirlpool again, and directly teleported back to their original positions. The minor galaxy array continued to flow in the sky, isolating the battlefield from the outside world. After everyone returned to their positions, they immediately discovered that they were surrounded by foreign races. With a loud roar, they rushed over and continued to fight fiercely. In this close combat, although the addition of He Yuhu and Jinyu eased the pressure, it did not change the situation. As more and more experts fell, the sanctuary's side began to crumble. Xianxia said in shock, "Even you can't break this damn array. What do we do?" Xianxia opened his eyes again, and they were filled with exhaustion. He slowly said, "I can only trouble Lord Wei Qing to use the Judgment Edge again." Wei Qing's expression changed, and he coldly snorted, "What a joke. Do you think the Judgment Edge is an ordinary profound artifact? Not to mention using it, with this seat's current strength, it's impossible for me to make it manifest." Xianxia looked like he didn't believe him, and said, "Is Lord Wei Qing really this weak? I didn't study much, so don't lie to me." Wei Qing flicked his sleeve, and said, "Humph, why would this seat need to lie to you?" Xianxia nodded, and his eyes gradually revealed an ominous glint. He said, "You mean to say that if I slap you a few times now, you won't have the strength to fight back?" Wei Qing jumped in fright, and hastily went on guard. He angrily said, "What do you want to do?" Xianxia also wiped his cold sweat, and said in embarrassment, "No way. It's already like this, and you're still playing tricks?" Xianxia walked towards Wei Qing step by step, and said with a cold smile, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of your precarious situation to kill you. But thanks for the resentment you've left in my heart all these years. Today, I'll take advantage of your precarious situation to collect some interest. The radiance of the tricolored divine physique appeared on his body, and in a flash, Li Yunxiao teleported in front of Wei Qing, and fiercely slapped him. Wei Qing was both shocked and angry, and his feet instantly moved. At this moment, his physical body was almost destroyed, and he couldn't dodge that slap at all. He could only use his ingenious footwork to step into an optimal defensive position, and then use dragon-capturing hands to grab his opponent's arm. Both of his hands turned into dragons, and he directly grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm and pinched that palm. Although an enormous force shook him and triggered the injuries on his physical body, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat again, he was relieved in his heart. Otherwise, if he was hit by that slap, he would never be able to wash away this humiliation for the rest of his life. Li Yunxiao, don't mess around. He stared at Li Yunxiao, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But the Li Yunxiao in front of him slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and smiled mockingly. Wei Qing's heart suddenly trembled, and a bad feeling instantly welled up in his heart. Li Yunxiao, whom he was grabbing, suddenly turned into light and shadow, and gradually disappeared in front of him in a trance. His dragon-capturing hands actually grabbed empty air. Not good, it's an illusion technique. Wei Qing instantly reacted, but it was too late. His vision suddenly darkened, and a golden palm fiercely slapped across the air, fiercely slapping his face. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap resounded through the sky, and everyone seemed to tremble slightly, glancing over from the corner of their eyes. Then, they all revealed looks of astonishment. They saw Wei Qing's body tumble in the air, and he was sent flying by a slap. Ah? Xianxia and Wei Shishir, who were the only ones free in the air, had their mouths wide open, and they couldn't believe what they saw. He actually did it, and slapped the sanctum administrator in the face. Xianxia even rubbed his eyes, and only after staring at it for a few times did he believe it. Cold sweat poured out of his body, and he said in embarrassment, You've caused big trouble. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands, and with an indifferent expression, he said, Big trouble? The one who caused big trouble is Wei Qing, and this slap is just the beginning. Xianxia and Wei Shishir were covered in cold sweat, thinking that this person really couldn't be provoked. Li Yunxiao, I'm going to kill you. Wei Qing's angry roar came from afar, and a green light instantly flew over. Wei Qing seemed to have lost his mind, and with a loud roar, he punched down. Li Yunxiao chuckled, and with a tap of his foot, he retreated backward, easily dispersing the power of that punch. Wei Qing's eyes were red with anger, and there was a clear palm print on his face. He suddenly grabbed his right wrist, and a golden light appeared in his right palm, slowly gathering power. That golden light was indistinct, and it turned into a saber shadow, but it was trembling violently. Pfft! Wei Qing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his momentum collapsed 1,000 miles. That golden light dissipated from his palm. He wanted to condense the judgment blade again to kill Li Yunxiao, but it ultimately ended in failure. Huff! Li Yunxiao let out a breath, shrugged, and said, How helpless. If you don't want to die, then scram to the side and quietly watch. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said, Moreover, I don't want you to die so quickly. Wait until I return to my peak, and then I'll slowly play with you. As for now, scram. As he said scram, the sound wave was like a vast wave that surged out. Wei Qing spat out another mouthful of blood, and was directly sent flying several thousand feet. He staggered a few times in the air, and with boundless rage and resentment, he fell to the ground. Xianhua's expression was solemn, and he stared below, and said, You humiliated him like this today. I advise you to go all the way, and directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Li Yunxiao said, I will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, but not now. Xianhua frowned, and said, You are afraid of Wei Wuya? Li Yunxiao said, Since I dared to slap him, I naturally won't be afraid of Wei Wuya. Today, I just want to tell him that I, Li Yunxiao, have come. I walked up step by step from Yanwu City, and I will go to the sanctuary to get back what he took from me. Xianhua's brows were still tightly knitted, and he did not feel relaxed. He sighed, and said, Since you have your own considerations, I won't say anything more. But now that the two races are fighting, let's first solve the problem in front of us. How do we break that minor galaxy formation? Li Yunxiao looked at the slowly flowing silver river hidden in the void, and said, it's actually very simple. Previously, when I fought with him with divine abilities, I just wanted to test the gap between our mental strength. If we really want to break this formation, we can join hands, and each use our strongest move. Who in the world can stop us? Good, you should have done this long ago. Break the formation with martial arts. Xianxia laughed heroically. He took out the star-shattering bow, which was embedded with countless spirit stones and dazzling like the night sky. AI's expression changed slightly, revealing a solemn expression. The two did not disguise their conversation, so he heard it clearly. If the two-titled Emperor Wu were to join hands, his minor galaxy formation would be in trouble. Glancing inside the formation, the Yao race had the upper hand. Other than He Yuhu and Jin Yu, the rest of the sanctuary were in danger. As long as they could hold on for another 10 minutes, victory would be theirs. AI gritted his teeth, taking out a protective pill and putting it in his mouth. If he could not hold on, it would not harm his life. Li Yunxiao saw his action and smiled. He turned and said, Palace Master Shishir, are you willing to contribute? Wei Shishir seemed hesitant. Li Yunxiao said, Palace Master has caused a great disaster. If Five Cloud Mountain cannot be sealed again, it will be hard to rest. Wei Shishir seemed troubled, but she still nodded and said, Lord Pijuan is right. Then I will do my best and hope to recover some losses. AI's expression changed drastically. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, which flowed down like water. With 3 transcendents joining hands, unless it was a 10th level arcane god, not even a 10th level arcane god could withstand such a huge formation. A lotus appeared in Li Yunxiao's palm, slowly turning into sword/red. Holding it in his hand, his sword intent rose. He stared at AI and sneered, Mr. AI, although I admire your peerless talent, I can only choose the latter for the sake of the two races. If you have the confidence to block the combined attack of the 3 of us, you can give it a try. If you can't, I advise you to stop in time. Otherwise, you will die. AI said coldly, Pijuan Emperor Wu understands the righteousness of the 2 races. How can I not understand? Where righteousness lies, I will not regret it even if I die 9 times. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, I respect you, Mr. I will use my full strength for this sword. Back then, when we met on the path of technique, I managed to win by a narrow margin. Now that we've met again, I didn't think that I would have to send you on your way with martial arts. Farewell. He sighed lightly and raised his long sword horizontally. Scorching and powerful light was emitted from it, and lotus flowers bloomed on the sword. It was magnificent, yet exceptionally dangerous. Xianxia also raised his longbow, and a strange scene of starlight radiated from the bow, as if the only thing left in the world was the shadow of the bow. A look of hesitation flashed past Wei Shishir's face. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. The sound of a zither vibrated and countless strings appeared. They gathered in her hand and formed a sword, giving off a fiery glow. The 3 of them were all ready to go. Because of this powerful aura, the entire world became gloomy and oppressive. Within the minor galaxy formation, Desolation's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. AI, quickly deactivate the formation. The tribe leaders can die, but not Mr. AI smiled calmly and said, Your Majesty, you must be joking. AI is just a member of the demon race, no different from the rest. No different from the rest, Li Yunxiao said. His sword suddenly moved, but it didn't slash at the minor galaxy formation. Instead, it swept behind him. The 7 lotus flowers bloomed one by one, and a figure was illuminated by the light of the fiendish heart flame. At the same time, he turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Li Yunxiao had already seen the appearance of the newcomer. It was the great demon wing. He sneered and said, trying to sneak up on this young master? Pay with your life for your childishness. Song of the Sword. A cold light slashed past, and the 7 green lotuses exploded one by one. The terrifying sword power and the fiendish heart flame surged forward with the force of a landslide. Wing was shocked and instantly felt death approaching. With a furious roar, he spread his wings, and his life's potential burst forth in an instant. He twisted space and teleported away. However, the space was also swallowed by the flames. The sword will was like the sea, and his life was like a small boat swaying. Boom! The terrifying power followed the slash for 3,000 meters. Everything in its path was destroyed by the sword power and the heart flame. Wing! Several voices sounded out in the void. Then, several hundred feet away from the power of the sword song, Wing's figure emerged. Both wings were already destroyed, and the right half of his body was also chopped into pieces. His entire person struggled in pain in the air, large amounts of flesh and blood dripping down. Over a dozen figures emerged in the air. One of them had a cold expression. It was precisely Xiang. He took a step and walked to Wing's side, supported him, and said in a solemn voice, "Hold on." Wing grimaced in pain, sweat dripping down his forehead. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "Lord Xiang, I can't anymore. Following for several tens of thousands of years, sorry, I have to take my leave first." Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "What nonsense are you saying? As long as you're not dead yet, you can revive." Wing gave a bitter laugh and said, "That sword of Li Yunxiao's is too powerful. Although I escaped, I was burned into my body by that horrifying flame. Now, I'm resisting bitterly and already at the end of my rope. I'm probably going to turn to ashes in an instant. Your Excellency must be careful of his sword. So strong, really very strong." Wing started muttering to himself. What remained of his body started burning. Balls of white flames burned out from within his body, instantly turning him into dust. Xiang's hands trembled, wanting to grab onto something but continuously lost it. He suddenly felt dazed. Wing, talisman, dagger axe, one after another, appeared before his eyes. Now, there was only Li alone left. Was what he pursued for several tens of thousands of years really important? Li Yunxiao. Xiang said each word angrily, both fists clenched tightly by his side, allowing the dust that Wing turned into to scatter into heaven and earth. The surrounding demon race members were also incomparably sorrowful and indignant. But at this moment, they were shocked by Xiang's fury and actually retreated several dozen feet subconsciously, not daring to get too close. Li Yunxiao could sense his grief and indignation too and said with a sigh, "All good things must come to an end in this world. They followed you for several tens of thousands of years and eventually had to part ways one day. Maybe it's just that it came too suddenly, making it hard for you to accept. Ha ha ha, you trash. Killed Wing and still dare to spout nonsense in front of me at this moment." Xiang's anger continued to burn. The phantom of the Battle Clan's main body appeared behind him, clearly enraged to the extreme. Li Yunxiao secretly cursed and hurriedly said, "Xianxia, Palace Master Shishir, quickly break the formation." If Xiang and the others intervened, they would probably have no time to break the formation. Once the sanctuary experts in the formation were killed, it would be no different from a fool's dream to reseal Five Cloud Mountain. Xianxia immediately replied, "All right." The star-shattering bow was raised and the cloud-piercing arrow was suddenly shot out like a shooting star. Wei Shishir also attacked at the same time. With a slash of her sword, 10,000 strings danced in the air, turning into countless musical notes that jumped in the air and fell one by one. AI hurriedly shouted, "Mr. AI, withdraw the formation." AI hesitated for a moment. At this moment, Xiang and the others had also appeared. Although there were internal conflicts, brothers were united to defend against external humiliation. Thinking of this, he no longer felt the need to set up the minor galaxy formation. Immediately, he withdrew his hand seal and the silver river that filled the sky disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Huang shouted, "Everyone, quickly disperse." At the same time, AI performed a hand seal and the nearby demon race members were all teleported away under his divine sense. Boom! Two vast waves of power descended from the sky like a majestic storm, intending to cleanse the heavens and earth. All the human martial artists were shocked and turned to flee in fright. A few who were already heavily injured were unable to escape in time and were swept up, turning into dust before they could even scream. After the two moves, the entire world fell silent. There was not a single sound, as if it was the eve of another violent storm. He Yuhu's expression was extremely ugly. More than half of the sanctuary martial artists were dead or injured, and those who were not dead were all injured. Even Wei Qing had been blasted into the ground by Li Yunxiao and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the demon race members were increasing in number and strength. He was extremely anxious and hoped that Yuan Gaohan would be able to persuade Tian Zhaozi to send strong reinforcements. Otherwise, the situation today would be unsalvageable. Xiang stared at Li Yunxiao the entire time, his rage slowly being suppressed as time passed. The phantom image of Huidou behind him also returned to his body, seemingly suppressing his emotions. Li Hisai also returned to Xiang's side and met up with the other demons. Li was extremely indignant and could not help but cover his face and weep, sobbing softly, his eyes red. The forces seemed to be divided into 3 factions. Everyone stood quietly, trying their best to regulate their energy. No one spoke. In the end, it was Xiang who spoke, but not to Li Yunxiao. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, "Huang, now that things have come to this, submit to me and complete the great cause of unifying the world." Huang's expression turned cold as he said angrily, "Why should I? Don't forget that I am the emperor of all demons of this era." Xiang said, "A dividing line has appeared in this era. The era of you as emperor is over, and the future does not belong to you." Huang laughed angrily. "Haha, the choice of an era is not decided by words, but by force. Do you think you have me in your grasp?" Xiang said, "You are currently heavily injured. Even if I forcefully suppress you, it will be an unfair victory. You will not be convinced." "Haha, what a joke. Do you really think you have me in your grasp?" Huang said mockingly, "This emperor has been waiting here for a long time for you to appear, Xiang." Huang suddenly stood up from the war chariot. His body that was injured by the evil energy was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A powerful aura continuously spread out. AI said in shock, "Your Majesty, you." Huang snorted and said disdainfully, "I am the emperor of all demons. Although that judgment blade is sharp, Wei Qing's strength is not enough to completely defeat me." The demon emperor's aura continued to rise, and his injuries quickly healed. After a short moment of shock, the demon race behind him all cheered, all of them abnormally excited. The human martial artist's expressions became even more unsightly. Xiang's expression did not change much. He just said indifferently, "That judgment blade was born from gathering the evil energy of the world and absorbed the resentment and essence blood of countless martial artists. It is impossible for you to be unscathed. Don't you find it laughable to pretend that nothing happened in front of me?" Huang snorted and said, "Even if there are some small injuries, so what? This emperor can easily suppress them. The reason why I have not made a move all this time is to wait for you to appear." Xiang said, "Do you think you have the confidence to defeat me? If that is the case, there is no need to be in a hurry to break the seal here." Huang nodded and said, "Indeed, you have my race's sacred artifact, the armillary sphere. This emperor has no confidence, so I looked for the blue demon race. Now that the seal has been opened, you have walked right into the trap. Isn't this the right time, place, and people?" Xiang's expression changed slightly. Not only him, but everyone's hearts shook as they looked towards Five Cloud Mountain in shock. Five Cloud Mountain, which had been quiet all this while, suddenly began to emit demonic aura that materialized into mist. "How can this be?" Everyone was astonished. The demonic aura in the mountain surged, a world of difference from before. AI exclaimed, "How can this be?" Desolation's ruthless demeanor changed, becoming extremely calm and cold. "It's simple. Because the seal has been broken, they could have come out long ago. However, in order to lure Xiang out, they restrained their demonic aura." AI was startled. "In that case, before," Desolation nodded. "This emperor and Ash demon leader Mo have already planned this. Even the appearance of this group of humans is within our calculations, all for the sake of killing Xiang." A cold glint flickered in his eyes as his killing intent immediately locked onto Xiang. There was an uproar among the demon race, but it quickly quieted down and became hostile. Xiang's expression did not change much as he said indifferently, but unexpectedly, "That human expert was actually able to injure you." Desolation said, "I've already said, it's just a small injury. You're testing me again and again just to find out the extent of my injuries. Lord Xiang, you are just like your immature subordinate, extremely childish. You will also die because of your childishness, just like your immature subordinate." He Yuhu and the others' expressions were as ugly as pig liver. They were hoping that the two groups of demon race would kill each other so that they could reap the benefits. Hearing this, the anger that Xiang had suppressed with great difficulty surged again, and his expression turned cold. Desolation suddenly said, "Your Majesty, there are still people from the sanctuary here, so it's not good to kill each other. Why don't we eliminate the external enemies first, and then we can discuss the internal affairs of our race?" The human martial artists were all astonished, and with a whoosh, they retreated several hundred zhang away from them. He, why is the air outside the mountain so terrible? It's better to stay in the mountain, where the spiritual aura is abundant. An evil voice came from the rumbling demonic aura, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone stopped arguing and turned their gazes over. Above the demonic chi, various figures began to appear. A red mist rose up in the mountains, and a terrifying smell of blood spread out. Even thousands of feet away, it was pungent and unpleasant. Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. This feeling was very similar to Mr. Yang. Moreover, after the mass of blood qi continued to churn, it slowly turned into the appearance of a man. His face was cold and he appeared extremely sinister. Mr. Yang? Li Yunxiao was shocked. That appearance was Mr. Yang, and even the feeling was the same. The only difference was that he was far stronger than Mr. Yang. The man's eyes narrowed. He stared at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, "You've seen me before?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "It's exactly the same. Looks like it's most likely your avatar." Everyone was shocked, and they revealed looks of astonishment. The external incarnation was a legendary ability that no one believed existed in this world. The man asked sternly, "Where is that person now?" Li Yunxiao said, "I beat him to the point that he only had a drop of blood essence left, so he fled." "What? You dare to attack this lord's external incarnation? Die!" The man angrily shouted and waved his hand. Immediately, a red cloud sprinkled down and slashed at Li Yunxiao like a blade of light. "Die, your sister. Who do you think you are?" Li Yunxiao sneered. He raised his hand, and a flash of lightning appeared. The heavenly hammer rolled around and emitted golden runes. He directly smashed it through the air. Boom! The power of the lightning spread out like an endless ring of stars. It pushed forward wave after wave, extinguishing the red light. The demonic man's face darkened. He discovered that the other party's lightning could restrain his blood shadow technique. He didn't dare to move recklessly and asked, "Where did that drop of blood essence escape to?" Li Yunxiao said, "If I knew, would he still be able to escape?" The man pondered for a moment. That drop of blood essence was indeed difficult to catch. He couldn't help but groan, appearing extremely unhappy. That Mr. Yang was his external incarnation that took away part of his power. After a long period of time, he came out from the crack in the seal and was originally going to do something. However, he didn't expect that when the external incarnation passed through the seal, it was affected by the power of the seal and gradually gave birth to its own consciousness. Moreover, it hid very deeply and was not discovered by him. Only when it came out of the seal did it reveal itself. It erased his consciousness and directly took over that body. What made the man depressed was that the body was formed from a drop of his blood essence. It took away part of his power and had to be taken back. Seeing that the man was suppressed by Li Yunxiao as soon as he appeared, Desolate revealed a suspicious expression. He asked, "Lord Mo of the Ash Demon tribe?" The man replied, "That is me." As the demonic aura continued to surge, many demonic beasts condensed behind him. They were all extremely powerful. In an instant, thousands of demonic beasts appeared. They were like heavenly soldiers and generals, standing in the sky with an imposing aura. Desolate's eyes lit up. Although Mo's strength was not strong, far weaker than he expected, these thousands of demonic beasts were all existences at the same level as Emperor Wu. This made his blood boil. Haha, Mr. Mo has worked hard. With this group of powerful tribesmen, there is no need to worry about the revival of our race. Desolate was overjoyed and chuckled. Mo faintly smiled. To be able to escape from the seal, Your Majesty has gone through a lot of trouble. Desolate nodded. It is my duty. The most important thing now is to capture the traitor, Xiang, and then exterminate these humans. Mo said, Your Majesty's words are incorrect. We should exterminate the humans first, then discuss our race's matters, right? If the three of us start a war, I'm afraid it will be the greatest upheaval for the demonic beasts in thousands of years. Desolate shook his finger and mocked, Grand Shaman, you are wrong. It is not 3 sides, but 2 sides. It is just killing a traitor, what upheaval is there? Xiang, I can give you a chance to surrender. After all, you are a rare talent. Xiang said, thank you. In that case, I will also give you a chance. Haha, incorrigible. Desolate's eyes flashed with killing intent. He mocked, in that case, this seat will not be polite. Mr. Mo, I will have to trouble you. After this battle, you will be our race's Grand Shaman. Mo nodded and waved his hand. The demonic beasts behind him immediately surged with killing intent, rushing down from the clouds with astonishing momentum. More than 1,000 great demons surrounded Desolate and the others. Desolate's heart shook. He said in alarm and anger, Mr. Mo, what is the meaning of this? The human martial artists were also shocked. They immediately looked pensive, seemingly guessing something. Mo rubbed his chin and said with a strange smile, what is the meaning of this? Naturally, it is to abide by the agreement with Lord Xiang and join hands to capture you. What? Desolate and the surrounding demonic beasts turned pale with fright. They could not react. Xiang's expression did not change. He said indifferently, could it be that only you can communicate with Mr. Mo and I can't? Desolate said coldly, Mo, do you not want to learn my secret technique, host technique? A look of pity flashed in Mo's eyes. He sighed, of course I want to learn it. But compared to Lord Xiang letting me comprehend the Armillary Sphere's rules, I want the latter more. Desolate sneered, the Armillary Sphere's rules? What a joke. Even Xiang himself may not be able to comprehend it. This is just a flower in the mirror. Do you believe it? Mo said, there are no deity realm experts in the world now. Even if it is the moon in the water, I have to try. It is better than a pool of stagnant water with nothing. Moreover, since I was young, my mother always told me to pick the soft persimmon. Relying on Lord Xiang seems to have a higher chance of success. Damn it. Desolate said angrily, traitor, you are all traitors. This emperor spent so much effort to release you. Today, you betrayed me. In the future, you will betray Xiang. Do you think Xiang can keep you? Mo smiled, betray? You make it sound like I am relying on you. As for this kind of low-level sowing discord, is there any meaning in it? Xiang said, well done, Mr. Mo. He turned to the people of the sanctuary and said, today is an internal matter of my race. Although you have come with ill intentions, I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you want to leave, you can leave now. But... His eyes flickered with coldness, Li Yunxiao cannot leave. Damn, no way. Li Yunxiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Mr. Xiang, it will be inconvenient for me to stay for your internal matters. Let me leave as well. Xiang seemed to have made up his mind and ignored him. Instead, he looked at He Yuhu and said, the administrator of the sanctuary, tell me if you want to stay or leave. He Yuhu was in a dilemma. If he left, he would be unwilling, but if he stayed, he would not gain anything. Li Yunxiao said, Lord He Yuhu naturally cannot leave. We have been on good terms with the monster race for generations. Now that the monster king is in trouble, we should help him. Desolation's eyes shone brightly. Lord Pijuan is right. As long as the sanctuary helps me get rid of this internal conflict, as long as I am the monster king, I will forever be on good terms with the human race. Xiang sneered. Lord Desolation, as the former monster king, you are actually lowering your head to the human race? Where will the dignity of our race go? He Yuhu felt his palms drenched in cold sweat. His current thoughts would affect the peace between the two races for the next few centuries, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Li Yunxiao said, actually, the situation is very clear. If Xiang crushes the monster king and unifies the monster race, with the addition of the great monsters of Five Cloud Mountain, will the illusory stars and moon still be able to hold them? A war between the two races is unavoidable. He Yuhu's pupils contracted. Li Yunxiao's words reminded him that a powerful monster race was definitely a huge threat. The unification of the monster race would definitely break out of the illusory stars and moon, and the first thing they would have to do was to expand their territory. If they retreated today, they would have to spend even more effort to make up for today's mistake. The entire sky was filled with an oppressive silence. The human martial artists seemed to have sensed He Yuhu's thoughts and were so nervous that they were drenched in sweat. After all, if a war really broke out, no one would be able to return alive. He Yuhu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Li Yunxiao is right. Our race has been on good terms with the Monster King for generations and coexists peacefully. Now that the Monster King is in trouble, we naturally cannot turn a blind eye." End of chapter 18:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.